An Offer from the Colonel, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue, Vitoria, Spain, June 1813. Do you think this strategy will hold? Colonel Nicholas Montgomery's sherry-colored eyes narrowed as he surveyed the battle maps sprawled across the rickety camp table. His fingers traced the parchment with practiced precision, but his thoughts churned. I'd hate to lead my men into that valley, only to see it turn into a sea of mud if the rain starts. Well, you know Wellington, General Hardgrave replied, his mouth curling in a humorless grin. The man's a fiend for high ground. Let the enemy slog to us, he says. Are your men in position? Yes, sir. Nick then pointed out key placements. The artillery is stationed here and here, along the upper ridges. I've held the cavalry in reserve here. They'll be critical during the final attack. Hardgrave leaned over the table, squinting at the marks with a weathered gaze. And you? I suppose you'll be in the thick of it again, won't you? Naturally, Nick replied, running a hand through his midnight black hair. The gesture did little to dispel his frustration as he pulled the second map toward him. Jordan's forward column is here. He slashed a dark line. I plan to lead a company of light infantry to engage them. With any luck, we can cut them off before they regroup. The general let out a low grunt of disapproval. That puts you square between our guns and theirs. Grape shot'll be thick as snowflakes in January. I'm aware, sir, Nick said coolly, locking eyes with his commander. But if we don't delay them, they'll breach the ridge before we're entrenched. Hardgrave studied him for a long moment. Montgomery was young for a colonel, just 34, but the determination etched into his features spoke of countless battles hard won. His lean, sharp-cheeked face bore lines that seemed older than his years, carved deep by courage and sacrifice. Finally, the general nodded. Very well, Colonel Montgomery. Hold the frog bastards off, and we'll handle the rest. Now, go have a word with your men. It'll do them good to see their commander steady before the storm. Yes, sir. Nick saluted sharply and turned toward the door. Outside, the Spanish night was brisk, filled with the hum of an army on the move. The clang of blacksmiths' hammers rang in concert with the soft whinnies of horses. Fires dotted the darkness like constellations, illuminating soldiers as they prepared for battle. Nick paused, drawing in a breath of the cool air. The scene before him was painfully familiar. Too many nights spent like this, caught in the tense quiet before dawn, broke with the roar of cannon fire. He let his gaze sweep over his camp, taking a moment to master the fears that gnawed at the edges of his composure. Many of these men would die tomorrow, and if his assessment of the French position was wrong, he pushed the thought aside, straightening his shoulders beneath the weight of his greatcoat. The first campfire he approached was surrounded by a knot of junior officers, their laughter ringing out against the night. A young lieutenant was reading aloud from a letter, his voice light with amusement. Nick lingered at the edge of their circle until one of the officers spotted him. Colonel Montgomery! The group scrambled to their feet, snapping to attention. At ease, gentlemen, Nick said, his tone relaxed as he approached. What's that you've got there, Somerville? Sounds diverting. Lieutenant Theodore Somerville flushed, his freckled cheeks glowing in the firelight. Just a letter from my sister, sir. She's quite the storyteller. Let's hear it, then. What's happening back in Surrey? Nick settled onto a nearby log, stretching his legs toward the fire as though he had all the time in the world. Somerville cleared his throat, glancing nervously at his comrades before continuing. She writes about a recent assembly. Lady P wore a gown so scandalous the Vicar fell headfirst into the punch bowl, emerged drenched with an orange slice perched above his eye like a monocle. The circle erupted into laughter, the sound hearty and unrestrained. Even Nick allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. You've a clever sister, Somerville, he said once the laughter had subsided, though I dare say she sounds like a Tartar. Aye, sir, Somerville replied, grinning. Catherine's been running our household since she was barely out of the schoolroom. When I told her I'd joined the light infantry, she nearly skinned me alive. Said Boney's guns would be kinder than her temper. Nick chuckled, imagining the scene. She sounds formidable. Tell me, where were your parents during all this? Both gone, sir. My father passed when I was a lad, and my mother and stepfather died in a coach accident 6 years back. Catherine's ruled the roost ever since." His voice was light, but there was a shadow in his hazel eyes. Nick hesitated, struck by the idea of a woman taking on so much at such a young age. "Remarkable," he said quietly. "Though I imagine if I ever had the misfortune of meeting her, we'd be at each other's throats in minutes." "Without question, sir," Somerville said with a laugh. "Kate doesn't mince words, and she doesn't take kindly to being crossed." Nick rose after a while, bidding the group good night. "Remember, gentlemen, we march at first light. Get some rest. You'll need it." He'd barely taken a step when Somerville called out, "Colonel, a moment?" Nick turned back. "What is it, Lieutenant?" Somerville stepped closer, his freckled face serious. "I wanted to ask, would you hold this for me?" He thrust a small packet into Nick's hand. "It's just letters and a portrait of my mother. There's some money, too, from my salary and, well, some winnings." He flushed. "If anything happens to me, could you see it gets to Catherine? And don't mention the gambling. She wouldn't approve." Nick studied the younger man for a moment, his heart heavy. "You have my word," he said, his voice low. "Thank you, sir." Somerville hesitated, then smiled. "You know, if you ever do meet Catherine, you'd best brace yourself. She'll take you to task, Colonel or not." "Then let's hope we're spared the occasion," Nick replied with a wry smile. But as he tucked the packet into his coat, a dark foreboding settled over him. Somerville was barely 1 in 20, too young to be handing over keepsakes on the eve of battle, too young to die. The French came at dawn, relentless and savage. Smoke filled the air, mingling with the acrid stench of blood and gunpowder. Nick fought with the precision of a man long inured to chaos, his saber cutting through one enemy after another. Pain exploded in his shoulder as shrapnel tore into him, but he didn't falter. A blue-coated grenadier lunged, and Nick drove his sword home, the man's dark eyes dulling as he fell. But another soldier was already closing in, bayonet raised for the kill. "Colonel, look out!" Somerville's cry split the air, and Nick turned in time to see the young lieutenant throw himself between them. Somerville's body hit the Frenchman like a battering ram, buying Nick the precious seconds he needed to grab a fallen rifle and fire. The enemy soldier crumpled, but Somerville swayed on his feet, his hazel eyes wide with shock. "I say," he murmured faintly, "I believe I've been shot." Nick caught him as he fell, lowering him gently to the blood-soaked ground. The crimson stain spreading across Somerville's jacket was impossible to ignore. "Stay with me," Nick ordered, his voice fierce. Somerville's lips twitched in a faint smile. "Promise me, don't tell Catherine about the gambling. She'd haunt me if she knew." "I won't," Nick vowed, his throat tight. "And the letters, make sure she gets them." "I will." Nick's voice broke as he spoke. "Upon my honor, I will." Somerville's smile faltered, his freckled face pale as his eyes lost their focus. "Tell her. I'm sorry." His voice trailed off, and the life fled his body. Nick knelt there, his hands still clutching Somerville's. He had seen death too many times, but this cut deeper than he could bear. As the chaos of the battle raged around him, he bowed his head, silent tears streaking his soot-stained cheeks. Goddamn Bonaparte and all his bloody wars. Chapter 1, Surrey, December 1813. "It is not that I am ungrateful, Mattie," Catherine Somerville began, her velvet dark eyes snapping with irritation as she glared at the relentless snow falling beyond the parlor window. Her needle plunged into the worn fabric in her lap with unrestrained force. "Indeed, I consider myself the most fortunate of women, blessed with a loving family and a tolerable home. But even you must admit that being snowed in with Aunt Eudora is an ordeal beyond human endurance." Her younger sister, Miss Madeline Somerville, looked up from her mending with a placid smile. "God does not consider a visit from our only surviving relation to be a punishment, Kate. Perhaps you should take a similar view." "That is because God does not know her as well as I do," Kate retorted, stabbing her needle through the fabric with unnecessary vigor. "She is avaricious, meddlesome, and impossible, and I swear it will be a miracle if I do not throttle her before the fortnight is out. Why she felt compelled to descend upon us at Christmas is utterly beyond me." "Because we are all she has," Mattie replied gently, turning her serene blue eyes back to her stitching. She was long accustomed to her sister's fiery temperament and met Kate's grievances with calm equanimity. Several alternative locations for Aunt Eudora sprang to Kate's mind, but she suppressed them for her sister's sake. Maddie's golden hair and angelic features were matched by a disposition of almost saintly sweetness, and Kate had no wish to upset her. She contented herself with muttering darkly under her breath as her needle flew. Despite her outward vexation, Kate's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The snowstorm beyond the window matched the bleak chill that had taken root in her heart. It had been over 5 months since they had last heard from her brother, Theo, and that letter, a brief, hurried scrawl, had taken more than a month to arrive. They knew his regiment had fought at the Battle of Vittoria, where Napoleon's brother had been driven from Spain, but nothing more. Forced, Kate had written repeatedly to the War Office, pleading for news, but her inquiries had gone unanswered. Each passing day, without a word from Theo, felt like another stone laid atop her growing dread. At least Aunt Eudora brought the latest gazettes with her, Maddie said, with a forced cheer, sensing Kate's dark mood. I haven't seen a copy of La Belle Assemblée in weeks. I wouldn't want Charles to think me unfashionable when he returns home for the holidays. The mention of Charles drew a reluctant smile from Kate. Maddie had loved the neighbor's eldest son since she was in leading strings, and while nothing formal had been said, it was tacitly understood they would marry once Charles fulfilled his duty to the crown. Perhaps you should study the gazettes yourself, Maddie added slyly, casting her sister a hopeful glance. It's been years since you've had a new gown, Kate, and you'll want to look your best at the Harmiston Christmas ball. I heard from Lavinia Whitehead that her cousin Eustace will be in attendance. Kate snorted, her copper-colored brows arching in disdain. Eustace Whitehead? That odious prig? You hardly know him, Maddie protested, her cheeks pinking. I know enough, Kate countered. Her dimples flashed as she added, he once informed me that red-headed women are inherently forward. Apparently, my hair is an affront to his delicate sensibilities. He didn't, Maddie gasped, horrified. Oh, but he did, Kate replied, her voice dripping with exaggerated sweetness. And I informed him, with equal candor, that I found men with double chins to be prosy, self-indulgent bores. Maddie dissolved into helpless giggles, even as she shook her head in dismay. Kate, you're impossible. The laughter was short-lived. The door to the parlor creaked open, and the formidable presence of Mrs. Eudora Drayton swept into the room. Swathed in black merino and crowned with a stiff mob cap, their aunt had the sour expression of someone forever displeased with the world. Really, Catherine, she began, I cannot imagine why you keep that cook in your employ. Her bread is atrocious, and she is far too familiar. A proper housekeeper would have dismissed her long ago. Kate stiffened, her dark eyes narrowing dangerously. Mrs. Hatcher had been with the family since before their father's death, and her loyalty and kindness were beyond reproach. Kate opened her mouth to deliver a blistering retort, but stopped short at a warning glance from Maddie. I shall speak to her, Aunt, Kate said at last, the words emerging through gritted teeth. See that you do, Mrs. Drayton sniffed, settling herself in a chair by the fire. And while you're at it, I suggest dismissing the maids as well. There's no reason to pay such exorbitant wages for work you girls could easily do yourselves. Kate shot to her feet, her sewing forgotten. This is my brother's house, madam, and I will thank you to remember it. Mrs. Drayton looked faintly amused. Your brother's house, you say? Are you so certain of that? Kate frowned, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? I mean, Mrs. Drayton said with a thin smile, that your brother's time at war has been rather long, hasn't it? It has been 6 months since his last letter, has it not? Anything could happen in wartime, my dear. If Theodore does not return, this house, this entire estate, passes to me. Hadn't you considered that? Maddie let out a strangled gasp. No, Theo is not dead. Kate, tell her he isn't. Kate's chest tightened at the sight of her sister's stricken face. She forced her expression into calm resolve, though her hands trembled. Maddie, hush, she said gently, slipping an arm around her sister's shoulders. Let me help you upstairs. Maddie allowed herself to be led from the room, her face buried in her handkerchief. Kate paused at the door, turning back to fix her aunt with a look of cold fury. Say what you like to me, Aunt Eudora, but if you dare repeat such things in front of the children, I swear I will throw you out into the snow. Do I make myself clear? Mrs. Drayton's, whose sallow complexion paled, and she nodded mutely. Satisfied, Kate guided Maddie up the stairs to her bedroom. Once her sister was settled, Kate returned to her own room, her mind racing. If what her aunt said was true, if the house and estate truly passed to Mrs. Drayton in Theo's absence, then there was no time to waste. She had to confirm the truth of the matter. Whatever the cost, Kate resolved to uncover the truth. Her family's future depended on it. The next morning, Kate found herself seated across from Elias Stratton in his dimly lit office. The solicitor, a balding man with a perpetually damp brow, shuffled through stacks of papers with infuriating slowness. Kate's patience, already worn thin, frayed further with every second that passed. "Miss Somerville," Mr. Stratton said finally, peering at her over his spectacles. "What brings you here this morning? Not some dreadful matter of urgency, I hope?" Kate clasped her gloved hands in her lap, her posture rigid. "I need clarification regarding the entailment of the Somerville estate. Specifically, should my brother—" She hesitated, unwilling to voice her worst fears. "Should something happen to him, who would inherit?" Mr. Stratton's face took on a distinctly uncomfortable expression. He cleared his throat and dabbed at his temples with a frayed handkerchief. "Ah, yes, the entailment. A curious matter that. You see, the estate was entailed by your late grandfather, and the terms were quite specific." "To whom does it pass, Mr. Stratton?" Kate interrupted, her voice sharp enough to make him flinch. "To your Aunt Eudora," he admitted reluctantly. "In the absence of a male heir, the estate reverts to her line. A rather old-fashioned arrangement, to be sure, but your grandfather was very particular about such things." Kate's chest tightened as the solicitor's words sank in. The estate, her family's home, could fall into Aunt Eudora's grasping hands. Worse, she had already sacrificed her dowry for Theo's commission. Without that portion, their position was even more precarious. If Charles's family learned of the situation, Kate forced the thought away, unwilling to let her doubts take root. But she felt the blood drain from her face. Her hands clenched into fists, the worn leather of her gloves creaking under the strain. And my brother? Was he aware of this particularity? Mr. Stratton coughed nervously. "We discussed it, yes. I explained the terms to him before he purchased his commission. Of course, he didn't seem overly concerned at the time. A young man in his prime rarely contemplates his own mortality, you see." Kate's lips tightened. "Did he understand the full implications? That the house, our home, would no longer belong to us if—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "I cannot say with certainty," Mr. Stratton replied, his gaze darting away. "We did not dwell on the matter. And forgive me, Miss Somerville, but I do believe you're getting ahead of yourself. Your brother is a soldier, yes, but there is every reason to hope for his safe return. Why, my own brother served in the French wars for over a decade without so much as a scratch." Kate bit the inside of her cheek to keep from snapping at him. "Hope is a luxury I cannot afford, Mr. Stratton. My family's livelihood depends on this house. If we were forced to leave, I shudder to think what would become of my siblings." The solicitor's expression softened. "My dear, I understand your concerns, but truly, there is no need for such grim speculation. Should the worst happen, God forbid, you may appeal to your aunt's sense of familial duty. Surely she wouldn't see her nieces and nephews turned out onto the street." Kate's laugh was short and bitter. "You clearly know little of my aunt. Then perhaps another solution is in order," Mr. Stratton said, brightening as though he had just devised a stroke of genius. "Have you considered marriage? A good match could solve all your difficulties in one fell swoop." Kate's temper, already precarious, finally snapped. She rose to her feet, her dark eyes flashing with fury. "Marriage is not a commodity to be bartered for convenience, Mr. Stratton, nor am I inclined to entrust my family's future to a stranger's charity." "My dear, good day, Mr. Stratton." Kate cut him off with a curt nod before sweeping out of the office, her skirt swishing furiously around her ankles. The icy December air bit at her cheeks as she stepped into the street, but Kate barely noticed. Her mind churned with the implications of what she'd just learned. If Theo— She couldn't even finish the thought. The biting wind stung her cheeks, but Kate barely noticed. Her mind churned with worry. about the entailment, about Theo, and about the weight of her own choices. She clenched her fists beneath her shawl, vowing to protect her family, no matter the cost. As she neared the house, unease settled in her chest, as though the answers she sought were already on their way to her doorstep. Chapter 2. Kate sat at her desk in the small study, a ledger open before her and a quill poised in her hand. The household accounts stared back at her, mocking her attempts to make sense of the dwindling numbers. The figures refused to cooperate, no matter how many times she recalculated. They already lived frugally. No new gowns, no trips to Bath or London, and patched hand-me-downs for the children. And yet it wasn't enough. Kate clenched her jaw, trying to suppress the wave of helplessness that threatened to overwhelm her. For years, she had kept their small family afloat, taking on the burdens of both mother and father after their parents' deaths. She had thought they could manage until Theo returned. But now, with his long silence and Aunt Eudora looming threat, her fingers tightened around the quill, the sharp sting of the nib digging into her palm, forcing her focus back to the task at hand. There had to be a way. The muffled sound of shouting drifted up the hall, jerking Kate from her thoughts. Is to, is not. The voices grew louder, accompanied by the thudding of hurried footsteps. Kate sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. She recognized those voices all too well. Is to. Samuel shouted again, bursting into the room with his twin, Simon, hot on his heels. Both boys were red-faced, their eyes bright with indignation. It is not, and I'll prove it, Simon declared, stomping his foot for emphasis. Prove what? Kate asked wearily, closing the ledger and rising to her feet. Samuel turned to her, his expression a mix of exasperation and triumph. Tell him, Kate. Grenadiers wear white plumes in their shakos, don't they? Not green ones like the colonel's. The colonel? Kate repeated, her brows knitting in confusion. The colonel in the parlor, Simon clarified, as though this were the most obvious thing in the world. He's here asking for you. Kate froze. The air seemed to thin around her, the words catching in her throat. A colonel. Here. Asking for her. Her heart pounded, each beat more insistent than the last. There was only one reason a military officer would come unannounced. She forced herself to breathe, smoothing her skirts with trembling hands. Where is he now? She asked, her voice steady despite the turmoil churning inside her. In the parlor, Samuel said. Do you think he's a hero? He has a scar on his cheek and he limps. I bet he fought 100 Frenchmen. Perhaps 200, Simon added, his voice filled with awe. Kate didn't respond. She couldn't. Her legs felt leaden as she made her way to the door, her brothers' voices fading into the background. She paused outside the parlor, steeling herself before stepping inside. Nicholas Montgomery stood in the modest parlor, his sharp gaze taking in the room's well-worn furnishings. Everything here spoke of genteel poverty, lace doilies carefully placed to hide stains on the armchairs, velvet curtains faded to a dull grayish blue. Despite the lack of wealth, the space was tidy, with a warmth that hinted at the love of those who inhabited it. He crossed the room to the hearth, where the fire crackled faintly, more embers than flames. His leg ached fiercely from the long ride, and he leaned briefly against the mantel, stretching the tight muscle before straightening again. The housekeeper, an older woman with a brisk, motherly air, had greeted him with suspicion, but the sight of his uniform had softened her. She'd ushered him into the parlor and promptly disappeared, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Nick glanced toward the door, his jaw tightening. He hated this part, breaking the news to families, watching their faces crumple as hope was stripped away. It was the worst duty of a commanding officer, one he would gladly avoid if honor didn't demand it. But he had promised Somerville. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat, retrieving the small packet of letters and the miniature portrait Somerville had entrusted to him. The young lieutenant's final words echoed in his mind. You'll see she gets them, won't you, sir? Nick exhaled, slipping the items back into his coat as the door creaked open. She entered with a quiet confidence, her coppery hair swept into a neat chignon, though a few loose tendrils framed her pale face. Her deep brown eyes locked onto his, and Nick recognized the same strength he had admired in her brother. This was no fragile country miss. This was a woman who bore the weight of her family's burdens with unflinching resolve. "Colonel," she said, her voice steady but cool. "I am Miss Catherine Somerville. My brother said you wished to speak with me." Nick inclined his head. "Miss Somerville," he replied, his tone careful. Nick hesitated, studying her face. She didn't flinch under his scrutiny. "Do you know my brother?" she asked quietly, her voice almost a whisper. Nick's throat tightened. "Yes," he replied. "Lieutenant Somerville served under my command. He was a fine officer, brave, loyal. He saved lives, including mine." Kate's composure faltered. Her eyes searched his, filled with unspoken questions. "Why are you here, Colonel Stockton?" she asked, her voice trembling just slightly. Nick met her gaze, his expression solemn. "I regret to inform you that your brother fell at the Battle of Vittoria." The words hung in the air, heavy and irrevocable. Kate stared at him, uncomprehending. The room seemed to tilt as her knees gave way, forcing her to sink into the nearest chair. Nick moved toward her instinctively, his hand brushing hers. "Miss Somerville?" he asked gently. "Shall I summon someone for you?" "Dead?" Kate repeated dully, the word echoing in her mind. She had thought herself prepared for the possibility, had imagined herself steeled against such news. But nothing could have prepared her for the suffocating weight of finality. Theo was dead. She would never see him again, never hear him laugh, never watch him grow to manhood and claim his inheritance. The reality struck her with brutal force, and the room seemed to tilt. She swayed in her chair, her hands gripping the armrests tightly. Nick was at her side in an instant, ready to catch her if she fainted. Her creamy complexion had paled to the color of bleached linen, and he could feel the coldness of her hand as he took it in his own. "Miss Somerville?" he asked gently, chafing her icy fingers between his gloved palms. "Are you all right? Shall I summon someone? Your maid, perhaps, or your sister?" He recalled Somerville had spoken fondly of a younger sister. Kate blinked, her gaze unfocused. The sound of the clock ticking on the mantel and the cheerful crackle of the fire seemed distant, as though they belonged to another world. She stared up at him, barely registering his words. "I beg your pardon, sir," she managed, her voice weak and trembling. "What did you say?" Nick studied her face, alarmed by her dazed expression. This stunned, fragile creature was far removed from the determined woman he had expected. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had erred in delivering the news in person. Perhaps it would have been kinder to let the dispatches handle such matters. But then he remembered the promise he had made to Theodore and steeled himself against what he was certain would follow. Tears, hysterics, despair. "I asked if you wished me to ring for assistance," he said, his tone brisk but not unkind. "You seem faint." "I have never fainted in my life, Colonel," Kate replied sharply, seizing the spark of annoyance like a lifeline. She sat straighter, her chin lifting with pride. "I own, I am shocked, but you needn't fear I will dissolve into a watering pot." "I didn't mean to imply that you would," Nick replied, relieved but puzzled by her sudden defiance. Perhaps this was the beginning of hysterics after all, he thought grimly, though he admired her effort to maintain control. Kate clenched her trembling hands in her lap, willing herself not to break. Not here. Not in front of this man. Her family depended on her strength, and there would be time enough to grieve later, when she was alone, when no one needed her to hold them together. "It was kind of you to bring the news yourself, Colonel," she said after a moment, her voice steadier now. "Thank you." "You are welcome, Miss Somerville," Nick said, stepping back and resuming his seat. The old wound in his thigh throbbed fiercely, a dull reminder of the long carriage ride. He brushed a hand across his forehead, noting absently how warm the room felt, despite the winter chill outside. Kate's voice broke the silence. "How did it happen?" she asked, her tone tinged with both dread and resolve. She had no choice but to ask. The others would want to know. The twins especially, who idolized their older brother. Nick hesitated, weighing his words carefully. "It was close combat," he began, his voice low. "We had ridden out to engage the enemy at a distance from camp. Our position became exposed, and we were pinned down by artillery fire. We were attempting to regroup when a company of grenadiers attacked our flank. I was struck by shrapnel and knocked down. Your brother," he paused, his throat tightening. "Your brother saved my life." Kate flinched, her mind conjuring images of the chaos he described. Did he suffer?" she whispered, her hands gripping the fabric of her skirts. Nick's expression softened. No, he lied gently. It was over very quickly, and I made certain he received a proper burial. Tears pricked Kate's eyes, but she refused to let them fall. At least Theo had been spared the indignities she had heard of. Bodies left to rot on battlefields, picked over by scavengers. Thank you, she said, her voice barely audible. Nick shifted slightly, relieved by her composure. There are some of his personal effects I've brought with me, he said, gesturing toward the door. They're in my carriage. My footman can bring them in if you'd like. He reached into his coat and withdrew a small, weathered packet. And he left me this, with instructions to deliver it to you personally. Kate took the bundle, her fingers trembling as she untied the faded ribbon. Inside were several letters, their pages creased and worn as though they had been read countless times. She recognized her own handwriting, as well as that of the twins and Maddie. At the bottom of the bundle was a miniature portrait of their mother. Her breath caught at the sight, tears threatening to spill over. She found something else, carefully wrapped in a stained cloth. Unfolding it, she stared in confusion at the stack of pound notes it contained. His salary, Nick explained, watching her expression, and some other money he acquired. He wanted you to have it. Kate stared at the notes, counting quickly in disbelief. There's over £100 here, she exclaimed. Nick blinked. She said it as though it were a fortune, and perhaps to her it was. He cast another glance around the modest parlor, noting the faded curtains and threadbare furniture. The lieutenant's death would clearly leave a void far beyond the emotional one. He was gaming, Kate guessed quietly, rewrapping the money with trembling hands. Her voice was thick with a mixture of love and exasperation. And after he gave me his solemn word, he wouldn't. Nick allowed himself a small smile. Yes, he mentioned you wouldn't approve. In fact, he was particularly anxious you never find out. Kate's lips curved into a sad smile, though her heart ached at the memory of Theo's boyish charm. Our stepfather was a gambler, she explained, setting the packet aside. It nearly ruined us. I suppose Theo thought he could redeem that legacy. Her gaze returned to Nick, studying him for the first time. He was younger than she had imagined, with coal-black hair curling slightly at his collar and sharp amber eyes shadowed by weariness. He was handsome, Kate thought objectively, though the faint scar on his cheek and the deep lines of his face lent him a ruggedness that saved him from being too perfect, a quality she suspected he would loathe. His complexion was darker than most Englishmen's, though not as weathered as she might have expected from a man just returned from the peninsula. "Colonel," she blurted, her brow furrowing, "are you quite well? You will forgive my saying so, but you look rather worn." Nick straightened, annoyed by her observation. "The journey was longer than I anticipated," he replied coolly. "But I assure you, I am perfectly fit." "But of course," Kate said with a faint smile, though her brow furrowed slightly. "You mentioned you had been wounded?" She hesitated, surprised by the flicker of concern she felt for this solemn, reserved man who seemed as worn as the old battle scars he carried. As the colonel's solemn gaze lingered on her, Kate squared her shoulders, vowing to face whatever came next with the same resolve that had carried her this far, even as the weight of Theo's absence threatened to crush her. Chapter 3. Kate leapt to her feet, her hand reaching instinctively for the bell pull. "What a terrible hostess you must think me," she exclaimed, her words spilling out in a rush. She latched onto the distraction of propriety with almost frantic relief. "Not to offer you so much as a cup of tea, and after all you've done for us." "That is perfectly all right, Miss Somerville," Nick began, his voice tight. He was keen to take his leave now that his duty had been discharged. The familiar heat of fever prickled along his skin, his limbs growing heavier by the moment. He shifted in his seat, struggling to rise before the worst of it overtook him. "There is no need, I assure you," he added, his tone clipped. "It's already grown rather late, and I must be on my way if I am to reach an inn by nightfall." "Nonsense," Kate interrupted, casting him a stern look. "I won't hear of you staying anywhere but with us. We have plenty of rooms, which is more than I can say for the Hare and Hound." "The Hare and Hound?" Nick echoed weakly. "The nearest inn," Kate explained. "It's in the village, some 2 miles from here, and I doubt you'll find a single room to let. It's less than 2 weeks until Christmas, you know. Nick cursed silently. She was right, of course. He'd likely have to settle for a drafty common room, or worse, spread his blanket in the stable yard. He had endured worse conditions during the campaign, but the prospect of yet another uncomfortable night gnawed at his already frayed patience. "That is very kind of you, Miss Somerville," he said stiffly, summoning what remained of his resolve. "But I really must insist. I am expected at my brother's house in London, and—" "Ah, there you are, Lindsley." Kate turned to the butler, who had entered in response to her summons. She smiled warmly, ignoring Nick's protests. "Kindly ask cook to prepare tea for the colonel and me, and see that the footmen ready a room for our guest and his servants. They will be staying the night." Nick's jaw tightened. "Miss Somerville," he began, using the same sharp tone that usually brought his men to instant attention. "I have told you there is no need. My brother expects me, and—" Kate interrupted with unyielding firmness. She couldn't explain why, but the thought of letting him leave felt unbearable. He had known Theo, fought alongside him. That alone made her unwilling to let him go just yet. He might carry answers, memories she could never conjure on her own. Her gaze met his, steady and unrelenting. "The Red Room, I think," she continued, addressing Lindsley without hesitation. "The Red Room, I think," Lindsley interjected smoothly, paying no heed to the colonel's protest. The elderly butler's calm demeanor betrayed an understanding of his mistress's unyielding nature. Not as large as the old master's chamber, but warmer this time of year. "Excellent suggestion, Lindsley," Kate said, nodding her approval. "And please let cook know dinner will be delayed by an hour. She hesitated, her voice faltering briefly. "I have some news to share with the family." Lindsley's face crumpled in understanding. "The young master, miss?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Yes," Kate said quietly, summoning every ounce of composure she could muster. "Colonel Montgomery has informed me that my brother has fallen in battle." She swallowed hard before finishing. "He is dead." The old butler made a soft, choking sound, his frail shoulders pulling back as he straightened with effort. "Shall I tell the staff, miss?" "If you would," Kate replied, her voice heavy with weariness. She added in a whisper, "And please send for the vicar." Lindsley nodded, his gait unsteady as he left the room, his grief etched in every step. Nick watched him go, then turned back to Kate. "Miss Somerville," he said gently, rising to his feet despite the protest of his aching leg. "Are you certain you wish me to remain? You and your family should have time to grieve. I fear I'll only be in the way." "Never think that," Kate replied firmly, forcing a bright, determined smile. "Besides, Theo would want you here. Please, Colonel, if only for the night," she added, her voice softening when she saw the resistance flicker in his amber eyes. Nick hesitated. Her appeal was direct, earnest, and there was no denying her strength of character. He could only imagine how much it cost her to seek help from any man. "For the night, then," he agreed reluctantly. "But tomorrow, I must take my leave." "Thank you." Kate's shoulders slumped with relief, though she couldn't quite explain her urgency to have him stay. Perhaps it was the connection he shared with T, or perhaps it was simply that she could not bear the house to feel emptier than it already did. "If you'll excuse me, Colonel," she said, straightening, "I must inform the rest of the family. Shall I have tea brought to your room?" "If you please," Nick replied, grateful for the reprieve. The edges of the room seemed to sway and blur, and he doubted he could endure much longer without collapsing. He prayed his valet still carried the medicine prescribed after his last attack. Fever was one thing. Enduring the attentions of a well-meaning country physician was another entirely. "Very well," Kate said, offering him a gracious smile. "We dine at 7. Until then, Colonel, I bid you adieu." "Maddie?" Kate knocked softly before opening her sister's door, peeking inside with a worried expression. She found Maddie huddled on her bed, her small frame wrapped tightly in a blanket. "Dearest, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Aren't you dressed yet?" Maddie's tear-streaked face emerged from the cocoon of fabric, her swollen eyes a testament to her grief. "Oh, Kate," she wailed, fresh tears streaming down her cheeks. "How can I think of eating when when he's gone? My heart is breaking." Kate crossed the room swiftly, sitting beside her sister and wrapping an arm around her. She had expected this. Maddie had always been the most sensitive of them all. Earlier, Kate had resorted to giving her a small dose of laudanum to calm her hysteria. "The twins," Kate murmured, "have been brave. They miss Thea terribly, but are doing their best to hold strong. And even little Felicity." She smiled faintly. "She cried at first, but then told me she knows he is safe now. Can you not take some comfort in that thought?" Maddie sniffed, her lip trembling. "Felicity is a child. She doesn't understand the loss." "Perhaps not," Kate conceded. "But Theo would expect us to face this with dignity and strength. He was always so proud of us." Maddie sat up straighter at her sister's words, dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled handkerchief. "It is what Theo would expect, isn't it?" "Yes," Kate said gently, "and we must also show every courtesy to his commanding officer." The colonel risked much to deliver the news himself. Maddie's sense of duty, though less pronounced than Kate's, still ran deep. She nodded, determination flickering in her reddened eyes. Rising, she moved to her dressing table, grimacing at the sight of her blotchy face. "Do you think he'll think me a quiz?" she asked anxiously, brushing her golden curls into order. Kate hid a smile. The simple act of preparing herself spoke volumes about Maddie's recovery. "Splash some cold water on your face," Kate advised, "and wear your midnight blue silk gown. It's timeless and dignified." Maddie nodded, moving with renewed purpose. Kate watched her for a moment, relief mingling with the persistent ache of loss. The family depended on her, and she would not falter. No matter what the future held, she would protect them. As Kate left the room, her thoughts turned to more practical concerns. They had no mourning clothes, at least none suitable for the full year of black expected in polite society. Her own gown, a relic from her mother's passing, was threadbare at the hem, and Maddie's wardrobe held nothing remotely appropriate. She would have to outfit the children as well, and the cost would be significant. Her chest tightened as another worry surfaced. Aunt Eudora. Would the old woman use Theo's death to wrest control of the estate, casting them out of their home? The thought was unbearable, yet Kate knew it was a very real possibility. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. Somehow, she would protect her family, no matter what it cost her. Kate rose and left the room, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Halfway through the simple meal of roast beef and turnips, Nick Montgomery realized he had made a grave tactical error in leaving his room. Though the heavy sleep earlier had granted him brief respite, it had only exacerbated the fever now gripping him. His headache pounded mercilessly, his stomach churned with nausea, and every muscle in his body ached as though he were being roasted alive. Worse still, an insidious weakness crept over him, leaving him struggling to hold himself upright as the evening wore on. "Well, at least we shall enjoy uninterrupted peace," Mrs. Drayton declared, breaking into his misery as she reached for a second helping of Stilton cheese. "I cannot fathom why you insist on having those children at the table, Kate. It simply isn't done in proper households. Would you not agree, Colonel Montgomery?" She flashed him a coy smile that made Kate's cheeks burn with mortification. Upon learning the colonel was the brother to the Duke of Greystone, Mrs. Drayton had gone to great lengths to monopolize his attention. Kate couldn't help but blush at her aunt's fawning behavior, which bordered on shameless. If Mrs. Drayton were a few decades younger, Kate might have suspected she was attempting to set her cap at the colonel. Nick's gaze flickered to Mrs. Drayton, and though he shared Kate's distaste for the woman, he masked it behind an expression of polite neutrality. "I could not say what is done in other households, madam," he replied coolly. "But for myself, I see no harm in sharing a meal with the younger members of the family. They are, after all, family." His words were measured but firm, and when his gaze shifted to Kate, it softened, warming with something far more genuine. Mrs. Drayton tilted her head, her smile sharpening. "I dare say the colonel would agree that young ladies these days are far too concerned with frivolities," she said with a simpering smile. "You must find it refreshing, Colonel, to encounter a household so committed to decorum." Kate's lips tightened as she stabbed at her roasted turnips with unnecessary force. Before Nick could respond, she interjected coolly, "I'm sure the colonel is far too gracious to comment on such matters, Aunt Eudora." Kate returned his look with a small, grateful smile. Her morning gown, a relic of her mother's passing, was plain black bombazine, its outdated high waistline and puffed sleeves betraying its age. She had arranged her fiery hair in a modest coronet of braids, but she still felt acutely self-conscious under the colonel's gaze. Nick, however, was struck by her elegance despite the simplicity of her attire. His gaze lingered for a moment too long on the graceful curve of her collarbones before he abruptly looked away, startled by the suddenness of his own admiration. "I hope, ma'am," he said, recovering his composure, "that you haven't banished your brothers on my account. I assure you, their chatter would not bother me in the least." Kate shook her head. "That's very kind of you, Colonel, but in light of," she faltered, her voice growing quiet. "In light of everything, I thought it best the twins take their meals in their rooms tonight." "And Felicity?" Nick inquired. "My youngest sister," Kate replied, her expression softening at the mention of the little girl. "She's a spirited one, more scamp than lady, but an absolute delight. I've raised her since she was just a baby." "I see." Nick frowned faintly. "And the rest of your family? I know of you and Miss Maddie, of course," he said, glancing at the shy blonde beside him. "But Theo never mentioned anyone else." Maddie blushed at being addressed, her gaze fixed firmly on her plate. "Our younger brother, Edward, is away at school," she murmured, "but we've sent for him." "Your half-brother," Mrs. Drayton interjected sharply, her tone dripping with disdain. "He is not a Somerville." Kate stiffened. "He is our brother in every way that matters," she replied, her voice tight with suppressed anger. "We are all proud of him." The room grew tense, and Nick, despite the fever clouding his senses, picked up on the undercurrents of hostility. Mrs. Drayton's scorn was palpable, as was Kate's barely contained fury. Sensing the need to shift the conversation, Nick leaned back in his chair. "And Edward is excelling, I take it? At his studies, I mean." "Exceptionally," Kate replied, glad for the change in topic. "He's particularly skilled in mathematics and Greek. But what of you, Colonel? Where did you attend school?" "Eton, of course," Nick replied with mock affront, raising a brow. "Is there any other worth mentioning?" Following dinner, they retired to the parlor for sherry. Nick sat near the fire, a glass in hand, and Kate watched him closely. His flushed cheeks and overly bright eyes were troubling, and though he sipped with restraint, it was clear something more than the wine was affecting him. "Tell me, Colonel," Kate ventured, attempting to distract him from what she suspected was growing discomfort. "You mentioned your brother was expecting you. Will you spend Christmas with him?" Nick raised his glass, the movement slower than it should have been. "That is the plan, Miss Somerville," he replied, his voice slightly slurred. "His Grace prefers the bustle of London, but I am partial to the countryside." "And will you spend the holiday alone?" Kate asked before she could stop herself. She immediately regretted the question, fearing he might think she was prying into his personal affairs. "Except for the servants," Nick replied carelessly. He set his glass down and rose unsteadily to his feet. The fever and wine had conspired against him, and the room seemed to spin with alarming speed. "Ladies," he said, his words deliberate as he fought to maintain control, "I shall retire. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Somerville. I only regret we meet under such circumstances." "As do I, Colonel Stockton," Kate replied, rising to her feet. She had to stifle a smile at the exaggerated care he took in enunciating his words. He was clearly not himself. Nick blinked down at her, his expression faintly suspicious. He was certain she was laughing at him beneath that polite facade, but he lacked the energy to do anything about it. His sole focus now was making it to his room without incident. "I'll have the footman assist you," Kate said, taking pity on him. Despite her disapproval of heavy drinking, it was clear he was struggling. "That is unnecessary," Nick protested, though his flushed face and trembling hands betrayed him. "I am perfectly capable of—" "Nonsense," Kate interrupted firmly, stepping to his side and placing a steadying hand on his arm. "The hallways are dimly lit, and I wouldn't want you to lose your way. Come, Colonel." The moment her hand touched his arm, Kate realized something was terribly wrong. His skin was burning beneath her fingers, radiating heat that could not be attributed to the fire or the wine. "Colonel," she said, her voice tinged with alarm, "you're unwell." Before Nick could protest further, a low groan escaped him and his knees buckled. He collapsed heavily at her feet, and Kate knelt beside him, her heart pounding with sudden fear. The sight of him sent a jolt of panic through her. Kate pressed trembling fingers to his wrist, feeling for a pulse, her breath catching when she found it steady but faint. The weight of his vulnerability, a man who had fought battles and saved lives. Chapter 4. Well, Mrs. Drayton exclaimed, her voice cutting through the stillness like a blade as she shot the fallen man a withering look. This is a fine way for a guest to conduct himself, I must say. But then, what else can one expect of a soldier? He isn't drunk, Aunt, Kate snapped, already kneeling at the colonel's side. Her palm hovered over his brow before sliding to his throat, her fingers trembling slightly as they pressed against his fevered skin. His pulse was faint, thready, a traitorous rhythm that quickened her own. He has a fever. The jug fever, mayhaps, Mrs. Drayton muttered, drawing herself up with all the wounded dignity of a martyr. She sipped her sherry with deliberate disdain. My late husband was oft given to drink, and I dare say I know the signs when I see them. Kate's temper flared, but she swallowed her retort. Turning instead to Maddie, who had appeared at her elbow, she issued swift instructions. Send Lindsley for Dr. McNeil at once, and have him fetch the colonel's valet. Quickly, Maddie. Her sister nodded and fled, leaving Kate alone with the unconscious man and her aunt's unrelenting scrutiny. The colonel remained utterly still, his pallor striking against the flush of fever high on his cheekbones. The rise and fall of his chest was too uneven for Kate's liking, his breath shallow and rasping. Biting her lip, she hesitated only a moment before her fingers went to the pristine knot of his cravat. And what, pray, do you think you are doing? Mrs. Drayton's voice rose to a pitch of indignation. Kate, you scarcely know this man. What does that matter? Kate shot back, loosening the cravat and tossing it aside. He can barely breathe, Aunt. It matters greatly. Mrs. Drayton clutched at her chest, her expression teetering between outrage and horror. Only a Jezebel would dare disrobe a strange man in such a brazen fashion. Kate's lips curved into a grim smile. Then I suppose that makes me a Jezebel. Before Mrs. Drayton could deliver another sanctimonious lecture, Maddie returned with Lindsley and the valet in tow. The grizzled man knelt by the colonel's side with practiced efficiency, nudging Kate gently out of his way. Aye, it's the fever, no mistake, the valet muttered after a quick examination. Best get him to his room straight away. Is it serious? Kate asked, her voice tight with worry. She watched as the valet motioned for the footman to assist. The colonel's stillness, the fever radiating from his body, sent a ripple of dread through her chest. Serious enough, the valet replied gruffly. He near died of it in Spain, foolhardy to travel so soon after, but there's no stopping him when he's set his mind. The men managed to lift the colonel's limp form with careful precision and carry him up the stairs. Kate stayed behind long enough to reassure Maddie and leave instructions for the doctor's arrival, ignoring her aunt's shrill protests as she hurried to follow. By the time she entered the room, the valet and footman were already settling the colonel into bed. His coat and waistcoat had been removed, leaving him in a thin linen shirt that clung damply to his fevered skin. The valet paused his work just long enough to send Kate a warning look. This is no place for a lady, miss, he said gruffly. I've nursed him through this before, and it's not a pretty sight. I didn't expect it to be, Kate replied evenly, her tone leaving no room for argument. She stepped past the valet, her presence commanding despite her small stature. I will stay. The valet's sharp blue eyes studied her intently, as though weighing her resolve. At last he nodded with a grudging smile. Aye, miss, I reckon you will. Kate took up a basin of cool water, her movements brisk and sure. While the valet tended to the colonel's more personal needs, she bathed his flushed face and hands with gentle precision. The repetitive task steadied her, keeping the panic at bay. It was impossible to think of herself, of propriety, with the man's life in her hands. When Dr. McNeil finally arrived, Kate rose reluctantly from her post. The young doctor's expression was grave, but professional, as he surveyed the scene. Miss Somerville, he said politely, I must ask you to leave while I conduct a more thorough examination. Kate hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. Her instincts rebelled against leaving, but logic prevailed. She inclined her head coolly. Very well, I'll await your report in the parlor. She left the room with reluctant grace, her head held high, even as unease gnawed at her. In the parlor, Maddie's anxious presence and Mrs. Drayton's outrage awaited her. "This is beyond the pale," Mrs. Drayton declared, her voice trembling with righteous indignation. "Bringing a diseased man into the household, exposing us all to who knows what. Have you no consideration for my delicate constitution?" Kate, drained from the evening's events, could barely muster the energy for restraint. "Surprising, then, that you've survived so many years of your own company, Aunt," Mrs. Drayton sputtered, her face flushing an unbecoming shade of puce. "How dare you?" "Quite easily," Kate replied. "This is my home, and I will act as I see fit. Until such time as you claim otherwise, you would do well to remember that." Mrs. Drayton rose with the majesty of an affronted queen. "We shall see, Catherine," she intoned ominously before sweeping from the room in a rustle of black silk. Maddie sighed as the door slammed. "Must you always provoke her, Kate?" Kate's lips twitched in a faint smile. "It's hardly my fault that she rises to the bait so well." Before Maddie could reply, Lindsley appeared at the door, his weathered face lined with concern. "The doctor's finished, miss," he said quietly. "He asks that you come at once." Kate murmured a quick apology to Maddie before hurrying from the room, her heart pounding with trepidation as she climbed the stairs. The room Colonel Montgomery had been assigned was in the newer part of the house, separated from the family quarters by a broad hallway. She paused outside the door, her fingers tightening briefly on the handle as she gathered her courage to face whatever awaited her. "Come in, Miss Somerville," Dr. McNeil called as she entered quietly. The low fire in the grate bathed the room in a reddish glow, while the flickering candlelight on the bedside table cast wavering shadows over the colonel's pale face. The doctor stood by the bed, his features drawn with fatigue. "How is he?" Kate asked, her voice trembling slightly as her gaze moved to Nicholas's still form. He seemed paler than before, his broad chest rising and falling in shallow, labored breaths. "Not well," McNeil admitted. "He's running a dangerously high fever. If it doesn't break soon—" He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "I fear the worst." Kate's breath caught in her throat. "Do you mean he might die?" she asked, her voice breaking despite her effort to remain composed. McNeil nodded solemnly. "Unless the fever breaks, I'm afraid his chances are slim. His valet mentioned a remedy, a Spanish concoction he swears by. I'm skeptical, but he's gone to fetch it." Kate bit back a sharp retort. The doctor's tone implied that he had already resigned himself to failure, and the thought filled her with defiance. She straightened her shoulders, a spark of determination flaring in her dark eyes. "He isn't dead yet," she said firmly, "and I do not intend to let him die." McNeil blinked at her vehemence but said nothing. Instead, he packed his bag with a resigned sigh. "He'll need constant care through the night. His valet should know what to do, but someone must stay with him at all times." "I'll stay," Kate said without hesitation. The doctor gave her a brief nod. "I'll check in again tomorrow," he said before leaving the room. Kate turned back to the bed, studying the man who lay so still beneath the blankets. She swallowed hard, her pulse steadying as resolve took hold. Nicholas Montgomery wasn't just another guest in her home. He was the last connection to Theo, the one person who carried memories she could never recreate. She wouldn't let him slip away. Not if she could help it. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness, marked only by the arrival and departure of footmen bearing fresh basins of water. Kate and Williams, the colonel's valet, worked in silence, their shared purpose forming an unspoken bond. They alternated wiping Nicholas's fevered brow, bathing his hands and face with cool rags in a desperate effort to bring down the heat that burned through him like a relentless flame. In the early hours of the morning, Nicholas began to grow restless. His head tossed on the pillows, and his hands twitched as incoherent murmurs slipped from his cracked lips. "This is it, miss," Williams said quietly, wringing out a cloth before pressing it to Nicholas's temple. "He's fighting the fever now. I've seen him like this before, back in Spain. He's a stubborn one, always fights." Kate leaned closer, her voice low but fierce. "That's right, Colonel. Fight. Don't you dare give in." Nicholas's lips moved, the hoarse rasp of his voice catching her attention. "Surrender," he muttered, his fevered mind grasping the word. "No surrender. Fight on." Kate froze, realizing he was lost in a battlefield memory. His hand shot out suddenly, catching her wrist in a vice-like grip. "No amputation," he snarled, his voice a guttural roar. "You'll not take my arm, you black-hearted butcher." His fevered strength was alarming. Before Kate could react, his other hand lashed out, closing around her throat. His grip tightened as delirium consumed him, his amber eyes wild with remembered horrors. "Colonel," Kate gasped, clawing at his hand as she struggled for air. "You're safe now. There's no need to fight." Williams rushed forward, grabbing Nicholas's shoulders and pinning him back against the pillows. "Easy now, sir," the valet said urgently. "You're at home. You're safe." But Nicholas thrashed harder, his delirium lending him strength. "No amputation," he growled, his voice breaking as exhaustion began to overtake him. "If I die as a whole man." "No." The fight drained out of him as swiftly as it had come, his hands falling limply to his sides. His eyes fluttered closed, and he sank into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Kate staggered back, rubbing her bruised throat as she tried to calm her racing heart. "He didn't mean it," Williams said apologetically, his face pale. "He's not himself, miss. The fever's got him seeing ghosts." "I know," Kate said softly, her voice hoarse but steady. She sat back down beside the bed, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the damp cloth. Poor man, he must have suffered terribly. William's expression darkened as he resumed his place by the bed. "Aye," he said grimly. "After Vittoria, he was half dead when I found him in the field hospital. The fools there had him tied down, ready to saw off his arm without so much as a second thought. He fought them like the devil himself." Kate's breath caught. "They were going to amputate." Williams nodded grimly. "The surgeon was drunk. Most of them are, miss. Soldiers take what they can get, even if it's a butcher with a bottle of gin in his pocket." Kate bit back a string of curses. The injustice of it all burned in her chest. How could a country ask so much of its soldiers, only to abandon them to such barbaric care? She clenched her jaw, brushing a damp lock of hair from Nicholas's brow. "He deserves better," she murmured. "They all do." The hours stretched on, the room filled with little more than the crackle of the fire and the soft rustle of cloth. Kate's hands moved mechanically, her focus unwavering, as she wiped Nicholas's face again and again. She had just dipped the cloth into the basin when she noticed something different, the sheen of sweat beading on his upper lip, the faint coolness of his skin beneath her fingers. Her breath hitched, hope flaring to life. She pressed her palm to his brow, her fingers trembling as she felt the unmistakable dampness of perspiration. The fever had broken. Tears blurred her vision, spilling freely as relief swept through her. She must have made some sound because Williams leaned in sharply, his face etched with concern. "The Colonel," he cried. He's alive," Kate interrupted, a radiant smile breaking across her face. "The fever's broken, Williams. We did it." For the first time all night, Williams let out a laugh, a low, shaky sound filled with gratitude. Kate stayed where she was, her fingers brushing Nicholas's damp hair. The battle wasn't over yet, but for the first time, hope glimmered on the horizon. "I would like a word with you, Kate." Kate glanced up from her account books, her stomach sinking at the sight of Aunt Eudora standing in the doorway. She had come to the study straight from Nicholas's room, hoping to review the household accounts and steel herself for this inevitable confrontation. She had harbored a faint hope that her aunt would have the decency to wait until after Theo's memorial service before making demands, but apparently Kate had overestimated her. "Of course, Aunt Eudora," she said, carefully masking her feelings as she closed the ledger and pushed it aside. "Pray, won't you sit?" Mrs. Drayton sniffed loudly, stepping into the room and settling herself with exaggerated decorum in the chair Kate indicated. "I hear the Colonel's condition is much improved," she said, folding her thin hands in her lap. "I must say, I am relieved. It would have been most awkward if the fellow had died while a guest here." "Awkward indeed," Kate retorted before biting her tongue. She had promised herself that morning to mind her temper where her aunt was concerned. "You're right, ma'am. He's doing much better today," she added quickly, hoping to steer the conversation away from anything inflammatory. "The fever broke last night, and his valet believes he'll awaken this afternoon." "Excellent," Mrs. Drayton nodded her approval. "As I said, it would have been awkward. His brother would certainly take offense, and it never does to annoy a duke." Kate offered no reply, her heart sinking further. Her aunt's calculated tone warned that this was no casual visit, and she braced herself for the inevitable. "I have decided to return to London after the services," Mrs. Drayton began abruptly. "There are matters that require my attention, including consultations with my solicitor. Naturally, I'll need time to make all the proper arrangements. With luck, I should return by the end of January. Will that give you enough time, do you think?" "Enough time for what?" Kate asked warily, though she feared she already knew. "Why, to remove yourself and your family from Somerville Hall, of course," Mrs. Drayton replied, her eyes glittering with malicious delight at Kate's stunned expression. "Surely you don't expect to stay on indefinitely?" Kate's breath caught, the panic she had been holding at bay surging forward with brutal force. Though she had known this moment would come, the reality of it still struck like a physical blow. Tears threatened, but she refused to let them fall. "Not here. Not in front of her aunt." "Not indefinitely, ma'am," Kate said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. Her chin lifted, pride battling despair. "But I had hoped you might show us some Christian charity. I see now that was foolish of me." "Mind your tongue, girl," Mrs. Drayton snapped, her sharp features pinched with indignation. "You are my dependent now, and—" "I am no one's dependent," Kate cut in, her voice glacial with fury. "And I pray I never shall be. You needn't worry, ma'am. Neither I nor my family will impose upon your kind generosity. We'll be gone before your return. That much I can promise you." Mrs. Drayton shifted uneasily in her chair, her thin lips pressing into a line. She had planned to keep Kate firmly under her thumb, and the thought of losing control clearly rankled. "No need to be hasty," she said, attempting a conciliatory smile. "I am sure we can come to some understanding." "What sort of understanding?" Kate asked, suspicion flashing in her dark eyes. As much as she longed to tell her aunt exactly what she thought of her, she knew she couldn't afford to alienate the woman entirely. Not yet. "Well," Mrs. Drayton began with an air of false magnanimity, "I should never be so cruel as to deny my nieces the only home they've ever known, and I suppose some provision might be made for the others. The military for the boys, perhaps, and a good school for the girl. Mrs. Abernathy's establishment in Kent has an excellent reputation, and Felicity could train as a governess. That way, she would never become a burden." "Felicity will never be a burden to me," Kate replied, her voice trembling with controlled rage. "And Edward and the twins will remain with me. We are a family, ma'am. A family." "Brave words, my dear," Mrs. Drayton said, her smile tightening as she leaned forward. "But how do you propose to support this little family of yours? That wastrel your mother married left you without a feather to fly with. You've been scraping by, but without your brother's inheritance, things will become far more difficult. With me, at least, you would have a home." Kate stood, her movements slow and deliberate as she straightened to her full height. "I would rather starve than be beholden to you for so much as a crust of bread," she said icily. Mrs. Drayton rose as well, her chest heaving with fury. "You insolent little wretch, who do you think you are speaking to? This is my house now, and—" "No," Kate interrupted, her voice ringing with quiet authority. "It is my house, and for the moment, I decide who is welcome here. You, Aunt Eudora, are not." Mrs. Drayton's face turned ashen, then blotched red with anger. You baggage!" she shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Kate. "You will regret this, mark my words. I shall make you pay for your insolence." The door burst open as her tirade reached its peak, and Lindsley stood in the doorway, accompanied by a footman. Both men wore identical expressions of bemused disbelief. "Aunt Eudora will be leaving," Kate said evenly, ignoring her aunt's continued sputtering. "Lindsley, please see that her bags are packed and that she is driven to the village." "Yes, Miss Somerville," Lindsley stammered, his watery eyes darting toward Mrs. Drayton. "Ma'am?" For a moment, Kate thought her aunt might faint, but breathing won out. Mrs. Drayton drew herself up with what remained of her dignity. "Very well, Miss Somerville," she spat, making her name sound like a curse. "You win, for now, but rest assured, this isn't over." With that, she swept from the room, her voice shrill as she called for her maid. Kate sagged against the desk, crawl-yee, the tremor in her legs finally catching up with her. She managed a weak smile for Lindsley. "I'm sorry, Lindsley. I didn't mean to involve you in all this." "Nonsense," the butler replied with surprising warmth. It's my pleasure, Miss Somerville, to escort such an undesirable person to the door." Kate's lips twitched into a faint smile, but as Lindsley left the room, her gaze returned to the account books in front of her. The neat columns of figures stared back at her, as unyielding as stone. No matter how carefully she recalculated, the answer was always the same. They couldn't survive on £250 a year, not without Theo's inheritance. Her shoulders sagged as the weight of the situation pressed down on her. Edward would be home tomorrow, and how was she to tell him there was no money to send him back to school? How could she admit to him, to the twins, to Maddie, that everything they had worked so hard to hold together was unraveling? And Christmas, what would she do about Christmas? The children, especially the younger ones, would expect the usual trimmings, a tree, a proper feast, perhaps even a small gift. Despite their grief, they were still children, and she couldn't bring herself to deny them the joy they deserved. But how could she provide for such things when every penny was already spoken for? Kate clenched her fists, her breath shuddering as the beginnings of tears prickled at her eyes. She swiped at them angrily, unwilling to let despair overtake her. Her gaze fell to the drawer where she had tucked away Theo's final gift, the £100 he had left behind. The money was meant to help them through the coming months, a lifeline during this time of upheaval. Logic demanded she use it sparingly, to stretch every shilling as far as possible. And yet, a slow, determined smile spread across Kate's face. Foolish or not, she knew what she was going to do. If this Christmas was to be their last as a family in Somerville Hall, it would be one they would never forget. For one glorious day, she would set aside her fears, her doubts, and her resentment of Aunt Eudora. She would use Theo's final gift to fill the house with warmth, light, and laughter, just as he would have wanted. Kate closed the ledger and locked it away, her chin lifting with renewed resolve. Theo's gift wasn't just money, it was hope, and she would honor it in the best way she knew how. Chapter 5. Shh! You'll wake him. Will not, you old bossy. I just want to look at him. The quarrelsome voices crept into the fog, swirling through Nick's mind, tugging him back from the murky depths of fevered dreams. He frowned, piecing together the fragmented puzzle of his thoughts. Young voices. Boys. Familiar, somehow, but why? He strained to make sense of it, his sluggish mind drifting to the drummer boys or powder monkeys in his regiment. Surely none of them would dare sneak into his tent, most of them scattered like quail at his approach. And yet here they were, voices growing louder, more insistent. "Stop pushing. You nearly made me spill it. I'm telling Kate. You know she said we wasn't to come in here. Well, since you're in here with me, you'll be in just as much trouble. Now hold his nose and I'll stick the spoon in his mouth." A hand pinched his nose with tentative determination, and then a spoonful of something sharp and biting invaded his mouth. Nick gagged, sputtering as his eyes flew open. Two pairs of wide blue eyes stared back at him, mirrored expressions of shock and intrigue frozen on nearly identical faces. He blinked, half convinced he was seeing double, until his fevered brain finally registered the truth. Twins. "Hello, Colonel Montgomery," said the bolder of the two, stepping closer with an air of practiced confidence. "How are you feeling, sir? I trust you're more the thing?" Nick leaned back against the pillows, trying to suppress a groan. His gaze flicked to the brown bottle on the bedside table. So they were dosing him. A reluctant smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Bold little devils. "Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Samuel Somerville or Mr. Simon Somerville?" he asked, his voice raspier than intended. "I'm Samuel," the boy announced, puffing up his chest. "I'm the oldest." He gestured to his brother with a dismissive wave. "That's Simon, but our last name isn't Somerville, it's Boyton. Theo was our half-brother." "My apologies," Nick murmured, a faint frown creasing his brow. Yes, Somerville had mentioned his mother's remarriage, and hadn't that unpleasant Mrs. Drayton alluded to it during dinner? "When you're feeling better, will you be attending Theo's services?" Simon piped up. "It's to be held in 2 days, and Samuel and I think it'd be ever so grand if you came." "And wore your uniform," Samuel added eagerly, his eyes bright with admiration. "That'd be splendid." Nick's chest tightened at the boy's earnest expressions. His throat ached with the effort of suppressing a surge of unexpected emotion. How long had it been since he'd seen such unbridled enthusiasm? Since he'd been that young and full of hope? "It would be my honor, gentlemen," he said, his voice hoarse. "Thank you for the invitation." Their faces lit with smiles, their earlier caution forgotten as they edged closer, pelting him with questions about battles, uniforms, and the life of a soldier. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Nick found himself answering with uncharacteristic openness, indulging their curiosity with stories of Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz. He was just recounting the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo when a sharp gasp drew their attention to the doorway. "Samuel! Simon!" Kate's voice rang out, equal parts exasperation and disbelief. She stormed into the room, hands planted firmly on her hips, her dark eyes snapping with irritation. "What on earth are you doing in here? I told you not to disturb the colonel." "We weren't disturbing him, Kate," Samuel declared, all wide-eyed innocence. Kate's disbelieving glare pinned him in place. "And what is this?" She plucked the bottle from the bedside table, her nose wrinkling at the pungent scent of spirits. "Medicine," Simon admitted sheepishly. Kate's brow arched as she sniffed the bottle again. "And where, pray, did you find this medicine?" "Lindsley's cupboard," Simon confessed. "We climbed on a chair to get it." Kate closed her eyes briefly, drawing a steadying breath. She ignored the colonel's amused expression, determined not to let her brother's antics undermine her authority. "Did Lindsley give you permission to rummage through his things?" Twin heads drooped in unison. "No, ma'am." "Thought not. You will return this bottle to Lindsley, apologize for trespassing, and then go straight to your rooms until dinner. Am I understood?" "Yes, Kate," they muttered, shuffling toward the door. Kate waited until the door closed behind them before turning to Nick with a rueful smile. "My true name, you will note," she said, taking the chair beside his bed. Nick chuckled, the sound low and warm. "They're fine lads, Miss Somerville," he said, "and quite charming, like their sister." Kate rolled her eyes, but there was humor in her expression. "Save your flattery, Colonel. I saw your face when I was scolding them. You think me the cruelest sister alive." "Not at all," Nick replied, though his lips twitched with amusement. "Perhaps a touch stern, but I understand the need for discipline. A good commander expects their orders to be obeyed." Kate laughed, the sound light and genuine. "Exactly, though I doubt my brothers see me as a commander. They'd likely compare me to Napoleon." "Surely not," Nick said, his amber eyes softening as he studied her. For a moment, he wondered how he could feel so at ease with this woman, a stranger, yet not. Kate met his gaze, her smile lingering as she said, "Thank you, Colonel, for indulging them, I mean. Theo would have been glad to know they had someone like you to look up to." Her words stirred something deep within him, an ache he hadn't realized was there. "You honor me, Miss Somerville," he said, his voice quiet but sincere. She was well aware that lingering in a bachelor's bedchamber would scandalize the entire county into a collective faint. But what did she care? Propriety, while something she staunchly upheld for her siblings, was a luxury she didn't extend to herself. At 26, an acknowledged spinster, Kate was safely immune to the strictures that applied to marriageable young ladies. Let the gentry think what they would. Kate cleared her throat to break the silence hanging between them. "But enough of that, Colonel. How are you feeling? You look much better this morning, I must say." "I feel much improved, thank you," Nick replied, though a faint stiffness entered his voice. He shifted uneasily against the pillows, his mind flashing to the humiliating memory of collapsing in her parlor. The loss of control still rankled. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to meet her velvety brown gaze. "I must apologize for being such an inconvenience, Miss Somerville. It was never my intention to land myself upon your household." Kate bit back a laugh at his rigid formality and the unmistakable severity of his tone. Heaven help her. Was he always this much of a prig? She couldn't help but recall Theo's similarly starchy demeanor after his first military posting. He'd been insufferable until she and the twins teased him out of what they had dubbed his starched collar phase. "You've only yourself to blame, Colonel," she scolded lightly, wagging a teasing finger in his direction. "Williams told me the ship's surgeon expressly warned you against undertaking such an arduous journey." Nick's brows rose imperiously at the gentle rebuke. "That was quite impossible, Miss Somerville," he said in a tone so pompous she nearly laughed aloud. I gave your brother my word that I would deliver his packet to you, and a Montgomery always keeps his word. Kate suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Admirable though that sentiment is, sir, surely a delay of a few days wouldn't have mattered, especially given your condition. Her gaze sharpened slightly. Williams told me you were grievously wounded at Vittoria and had only just begun to recover. Nick's jaw tightened. Williams seems to have told you a great deal, he said. Where is he now? It's unlike him to be so derelict in his duties. Kate's earlier indulgence vanished, replaced by irritation at his surly demeanor. I sent him to bed, she replied coolly. We were up half the night nursing you, and the poor man was utterly exhausted. If you require assistance, you may ring for a footman. Nick ignored her suggestion, his amber eyes narrowing as her words sank in. We, he echoed darkly. Am I to understand that you helped care for me? Kate lifted her chin, a spark of indignation flashing in her eyes. I am your hostess, sir. It was my duty to see that you received the best care possible. Her lips tightened. And if you're questioning the propriety of it all, let me assure you there was always a servant present. Nothing untoward occurred. Nick exhaled slowly, resisting the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. I wasn't concerned about propriety, Miss Somerville, he said tightly. I am simply mortified at the thought of subjecting you to such unpleasantness. No man wishes his hostess to see him in such a state. Stuff, Kate retorted, tossing her head with defiant grace. I've nursed my mother, my siblings, and countless neighbors through all manner of ailments, and I still hold them in the highest regard. Although, she added with a mischievous glint, you are the first of my patients to have attacked me. Nick's face paled, and he jerked upright. Attacked you? The memory struck him like a hammer. His fevered dreams, the nightmare in the hospital, the suffocating panic of being restrained. A cold wave of dread swept over him. What happened? Kate hesitated, her teasing smile fading. The stark pain in his eyes left her no choice but to answer. You were hallucinating, she admitted softly, her gaze dropping to her lap. You thought I meant to harm you, and you grabbed me by the throat. Nick's eyes closed, his expression twisted with anguish. When he opened them, his voice was hoarse. Did I hurt you? Of course not, Kate lied briskly, hoping to ease his guilt. I told you it was nothing. Take off your scarf, Nick interrupted, his tone as sharp as a blade. Kate blinked, startled by the command. I beg your pardon? Take off the scarf, he repeated, each word deliberate, his gaze steady and unyielding. Colonel Montgomery, you forget yourself. Kate snapped, her cheeks flushing with indignation. I shall do no such thing. If you don't, Nick said evenly, his eyes glinting with determination, I will. Kate glared at him, her pulse racing. She could see the stubborn resolve in his expression and knew he meant every word. Muttering under her breath, she untied the scarf, exposing the bruises that marred her otherwise creamy throat. Nick's stomach churned at the sight. Oh God, he whispered, his voice thick with remorse. He reached out, his fingers trembling, but let his hand fall back to the coverlet before it made contact. I am so sorry. Kate's annoyance dissolved at the raw anguish in his voice. There's no need for apologies, she said softly, retying the scarf with deft fingers. You thought I was trying to amputate your arm. How could you have done otherwise? If I were in your position, I'd have fought just as fiercely. Nick's lips twitched despite his torment. I've no doubt of that, ma'am. You strike me as a woman of formidable will. Ah, yes, a veritable virago, Kate quipped, though her voice wavered at the edges. That's what Theo always called me. Her smile faltered, and she looked away, her fingers twisting in her lap. He wasn't operated on, was he? She asked, her voice trembling. I've been picturing him in one of those dreadful hospitals Williams described. Nick's chest ached at her vulnerability. No, he said firmly, reaching for her hand. His fingers closed gently over hers. He died on the battlefield. It was quick, and he was at peace. His last thoughts were of you. Kate's breath hitched, and tears welled in her eyes. She tightened her grip on his hand, drawing strength from his steady presence. Speech was impossible for Kate at that moment, so she simply squeezed his hand in silent acknowledgement, blinking rapidly against the tears scalding her eyes. Samuel tells me Theo's services are to be held on Thursday, Nick said after a moment, wisely allowing her time to compose herself. His voice was quiet but steady, a calm anchor in her storm of emotions. Kate nodded, managing to find her voice at last. "At Cher," she said. "It's the nearest village." "I had planned to leave tomorrow," he began, adjusting his thoughts even as he spoke. "But I suppose I can delay my departure for a few days, weather permitting, of course." He thought briefly of the treacherous snow he'd encountered on his journey from Portsmouth. "Leave?" Kate echoed, her voice rising in incredulity. She stared at him as if he had just declared his intention to walk across the frozen Thames barefoot. "Are you mad? You were at death's door yesterday. Surely you're not so foolhardy as to risk a relapse?" "I forbid it." Nick blinked, utterly taken aback. "You forbid it?" "Yes," Kate said firmly, her hands flying to her hips in a posture that was all too familiar to the unruly boys in her household. "You are still in a weakened state, Colonel Montgomery, and I will not have you gallivanting about the countryside in this weather." For one fleeting moment, Nick considered telling her to go straight to the devil, but decades of strict discipline and gentlemanly restraint quickly overrode the impulse. Instead, he leveled her with a glare that had cowed entire companies of soldiers. "Your concern for my welfare does you credit, Miss Somerville," he said, his voice deceptively calm. "But you are sorely mistaken if you think I will tolerate such insolent familiarity. I am not one of your brothers to be bullied and ordered about. I will do as I see fit. I trust I have made myself clear." Kate bristled, her temper flaring. Her gaze flicked briefly to the water carafe on the table. How satisfying it would be to toss its contents in his haughty face. But she resisted the temptation. Instead, she drew herself up to her full height, her arms crossing over her chest as she fixed him with a glare of her own. "You may not be as young as Samuel and Simon," she shot back coolly, "but you are every bit as stubborn. Why can't you accept the simple fact that you are ill, you cannot go?" "And you cannot make me stay," he retorted, his voice clipped and precise. It wasn't his finest response, but it was all he could muster in the heat of the moment. Kate's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to a dangerously soft tone. "Can't I?" she asked, the challenge hanging heavily in the air between them. "You are a hellcat without equal." Nick exploded, his self-control shattering. "It's no wonder you're unmarried. What man in his right mind would have you? And you are an arrogant popinjay whose foolishness is only surpassed by his bloated sense of self-importance." She shot back, her words flying faster than her temper could check them. "Is your pride so fragile that you'd rather court death than admit you need rest?" "You are not suggesting, ma'am," Nick growled, his frustration bubbling over. "You are ordering." "Of course," she snapped. "It would never do for a mighty colonel to follow another's orders, especially not those of a mere woman. I suppose if I had simpered and smiled at you like some empty-headed Bath debutante, you'd have listened." Nick's golden eyes gleamed with a mixture of irritation and amusement. "Perhaps I would have," he said with a mockingly slow drawl, his voice as smooth as silk. "But we'll never know, will we?" Kate inhaled sharply, her temper nearly getting the better of her again. But she knew he was right. If she truly wanted him to stay, it would require humility on her part. Much as it pained her pride, her conscience wouldn't allow her to let him leave in his current state. Pride warred briefly with her innate sense of responsibility, and pride lost. Taking a deep breath, she raised her chin and spoke with quiet dignity. "It would please both my family and me if you would do us the honor of spending the holidays here with us," she said. "Please say you will stay." Nick stared at her in surprise. He had expected her to ask him to remain a day or two, perhaps a week at most. But through Christmas? It was unexpected, though by now he should have realized Kate Somerville rarely did the expected. If you have other plans, I will understand," Kate added hastily, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at his silence. "You mentioned something about your ancestral home." "Greystone," he supplied absently, his thoughts drifting to the imposing estate that had housed his family for generations. With his elder brother remaining in London, the house would be all but empty this Christmas, save for the staff, most of whom would spend the holiday with their families in the nearby village. He thought back to his last Christmas at Greystone, spent in solitary splendor, and his mouth tightened at the memory. Tradition, duty, and honor, these were the principles that had always guided him. But for once, he wanted something different, something that felt warm, human. "Thank you for your invitation, Miss Somerville," he said at last, inclining his head with grave courtesy. "It would be my pleasure." Kate exhaled, relief and gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly, and for the first time in days, she felt the tiniest flicker of hope. Chapter 6. After a restful evening, Nick rose early the next morning, determined to rejoin the land of the living. Save for a lingering weakness in his limbs, the worst effects of his fever had passed. Despite Williams's energetic protests, Nick insisted on joining his indefatigable hostess and her family for tea. He was especially eager to meet young Edward, who, according to the twins, had arrived on the mail coach that morning. The lad might be only 15, Nick mused as he straightened the folds of his cravat, but he was now the man of the house. It was time Edward understood the weight of his duties. When Lindley announced his arrival, the family was already seated in the cozy breakfast room. Nick quickly waved them down as he took his place beside Miss Somerville. "Good afternoon, Miss Somerville, everyone," he greeted, inclining his head graciously. His eyes lingered on the tow-headed youth at the far end of the table, who he presumed to be Edward. "And you, sir, I don't believe we've met?" "Edward Boyton, Colonel Montgomery," the boy stammered, lurching to his feet with such enthusiasm that his chair toppled backward. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, my lord." He then executed an awkward bow, smacking the edge of the table and sending a platter of delicacies careening to the floor. "Oh, Edward, please sit down before you destroy something else," Kate chided with a long-suffering sigh. The boy, awkward as a colt, had become a veritable menace in recent months. She turned to Nick, expecting to see him amused or indulgent, and was startled to find his dark brows furrowed in disapproval. Good heavens, what had she done now? She smoothed her features into polite blandness. "I'm glad to see you up and about, Colonel," she said, her voice steady despite her inward annoyance. "Does this mean you are fully recovered?" "Indeed, ma'am, and feeling decidedly peckish," he replied, though his gaze lingered pointedly on Edward. His jaw tightened as he resolved to have a word with Kate at the first opportunity. She might govern her younger brother as though he were still in short coats, but that didn't excuse her sharp reprimand in front of company. Turning to the rest of the family, he inclined his head to the twins before his eyes landed on the two young girls perched on the settee. The youngest, her golden curls framing a cherubic face, returned his smile with a shy one of her own, revealing a gap where two front teeth should have been. The elder girl, though equally golden-haired, bore a quieter, more composed beauty. A gentle blush colored her cheeks as she lowered her gaze with a grace befitting her age. "Miss Mattie," Nick said warmly, his smile softening, "I'm pleased to see you again." "And you, Colonel," Mattie replied, her blush deepening under his admiring gaze. She was not unaccustomed to such attention from gentlemen, but his frank appreciation still flustered her. Seeking refuge, she turned to her sister. "Have you told him about the service, Kate? I'm sure the Colonel will want to attend." "I told you he's attending," Samuel interjected before Kate could respond, crumbs spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I say as much? Females!" He shook his head in mock disgust, stuffing another macaroon into his mouth. Kate opened her mouth to reprimand him, but Nick beat her to it. "A gentleman, Samuel, never corrects a lady, particularly in the presence of others." He paused, then added with a meaningful glance at Kate, "A courtesy that is, unfortunately, not always reciprocated." Kate bristled, instantly understanding the rebuke. The insufferable man was criticizing her for chastising Edward. That he might be right was a possibility she stubbornly refused to entertain. Instead, she straightened in her chair, resolving to remind him who was mistress of this house. "Given the propensity of certain men for misbehavior," she countered sweetly, "we ladies cannot help ourselves. Are we not the natural custodians of civility? It is our duty to ensure that society remains orderly." Nick arched a sardonic brow. "An interesting theory, Miss Somerville," he said, his tone as dry as the tea biscuits, "but not one I imagine would hold water. Men make history after all, and history in turn shapes society." "Men," Kate retorted, her voice sharp, "leave it to the women to nurse the wounded and bury the dead." A fraught silence descended over the table. Kate bit the inside of her cheek, wishing she could take the words back. To her surprise, Nick recovered quickly, turning his attention to Maddie as if nothing untoward had occurred. "Where is your good aunt this morning?" he asked smoothly. "Still resting?" Maddie's cheeks flushed guiltily as she cast a furtive glance at Kate. "She is not here," Kate answered with careful indifference. "She returned to London yesterday. Something about urgent business." Her lips curved in a small, bitter smile. "Aunt Eudora has never been one for ceremony." "I see," Nick murmured, though it was clear he did not. He turned his focus to the plate Maddie had prepared for him, seeking solace in the hearty spread. Conversation resumed, lighter now, with the children contributing their usual liveliness. "I had hoped Charles might return for the service," Maddie said wistfully, her gaze downcast. "But his mother says she doesn't know how to reach him." "Never mind, dearest," Kate said, reaching over to pat her sister's hand. "You'll see him soon enough. It's only a matter of days." Nick, sensing the need to steer the discussion elsewhere, addressed Edward. "And how are your studies progressing at Exeter?" he asked, polishing off the last of his cakes. "What are you focused on this term?" "Advanced mathematics and Latin, sir," Edward replied, grateful for the colonel's attention. "I hope to study medicine." "An admirable choice," Nick said approvingly. "And will you be returning to school after the holidays?" Kate's smile froze. "That is a subject best left for another time," she interjected, her voice tight. "In the meantime, Colonel, is there any particular holiday custom you would like us to observe? I'm not sure how Christmas is celebrated in Kent, but we do like to mark the occasion." Nick hesitated, caught off guard. It had been years since he'd truly celebrated Christmas, and his memories of the holiday were dim at best. The Yule log in Greystone's great hall, a flaming plum pudding served by the cook, these were vague, flickering images, nothing more. His father had always considered such traditions frivolous, and Nick had never questioned it. "I cannot claim to observe any particular customs," he replied at last, "but I'm certain whatever you arrange will be more than satisfactory. Cakes and candies and tarts." Felicity piped up, her small voice brimming with excitement. "Do you like tarts, Colonel?" "I adore them," Nick replied, his eyes twinkling. "Do you think you might share one with me?" Felicity's face scrunched in thought before she nodded gravely. "I suppose I could give you one," she allowed with exaggerated generosity. Nick's laugh was warm and genuine, diffusing the last of the morning's tension. Kate observed the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation, her mind already spinning with plans for the afternoon. But her musings were interrupted when Linley appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Stranton has arrived, miss," the butler announced. "He requests a word with you in your study." Kate rose quickly, smoothing her skirts. "Thank you, Linley. Please let him know I'll join him shortly." Turning to her siblings, she issued a flurry of instructions before excusing herself, her thoughts shifting to the matter awaiting her. Mr. Stranton was pacing the study when Kate arrived, his gait jerky with nervous energy. At the sight of her, his lined face broke into a relieved smile. "Ah, Miss Somerville," he said, stepping forward to take her hand with an almost desperate eagerness. "It's good of you to see me on such short notice. I trust I haven't caught you at an inconvenient time?" "Not at all, Mr. Stranton," Kate replied, inclining her head graciously as she gestured toward a chair. "Please be seated. What brings you out on such a snowy day?" "Well," he began, settling awkwardly, "I wanted to offer my condolences on your brother's passing." He smoothed the creases in his trousers with trembling fingers. "A tragic loss, Miss Somerville. My wife and I extend our heartfelt sympathies to you and your family. You are ever in our prayers." "Thank you, sir," Kate replied with quiet dignity, though her sharp gaze didn't miss the man's unease. "But surely you didn't brave the weather to tell me that alone. What else, pray, has brought you here?" The elderly solicitor shifted in his seat, his watery eyes darting away from hers. "You are too clever by half, my dear," he said with a nervous laugh. "I was just telling my wife this morning. Miss Somerville is sharp as a blade. One must be on their toes when—" "Mr. Stranton," Kate interrupted gently but firmly, her patience wearing thin. "Please, let us come to the point. You clearly have something of import to say, so I would appreciate it if you would say it plainly." Her words startled him into silence. He cleared his throat and fiddled with his gloves. Yes, well, he began haltingly. That is, your aunt has expressed a wish to take immediate possession of the estate. Kate sighed, the weight of his revelation pressing down on her shoulders. I thought as much, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Did you manage to persuade her otherwise? For the moment, Stratton admitted, relief evident in his voice. I convinced her to wait until the new year, but she was displeased. Kate's lips pressed into a thin line. I can imagine, she said grimly, recalling the heated words Aunt Eudora had flung as her carriage had disappeared into the snow. We've never been close, my aunt and I, and the inheritance has only deepened the rift. She offered to let me stay, but under conditions I found wholly unacceptable. Miss Somerville, Stratton said hesitantly, leaning forward. Do you truly think it wise to reject such an offer? Your financial position is precarious, to say the least. Shelter, however conditional, might be the safest course. Kate's spine stiffened and her expression turned icy. Shelter, sir? She proposed to keep me as an unpaid servant and to send my siblings away. She made it perfectly clear that there was no place for them under her roof. I declined because, as I told her, we are a family, and we will remain so. Mr. Stratton nodded slowly, sensing the steel in her resolve. I see, he said after a pause. Well, I commend your loyalty, Miss Somerville, though it is no easy path you've chosen. Is there anything else I might do to assist you? No, thank you, Kate replied, her voice softening. You've done enough already, Mr. Stratton. The solicitor rose, his urgency to leave apparent. Then I'll take my leave, Miss Somerville. The snow deepens, and I'd best be on my way. Should you need anything, you have only to send a note to my home, and I shall come at once. Kate escorted him to the door, murmuring polite thanks before returning to the study. The conversation had left her raw, the stark reality of their circumstances gnawing at the edges of her composure. Seating herself at her desk, she turned her attention to the numbers in the ledger before her. Try as she might to make them balance, the sums were relentlessly grim. A knock on the door pulled her from her bleak calculations. Come in, she called, hastily covering the page. Her breath caught as Colonel Montgomery entered, his tall frame filling the doorway. His expression was serious, his amber eyes searching as he closed the door behind him and advanced toward her desk. Is everything all right, Miss Somerville? He asked, easing into the chair opposite her. Edward mentioned that your visitor was your solicitor. Is there some issue with your brother's will? Kate's pulse quickened, but she kept her expression composed. Of course not, she said lightly. Mr. Stratton merely wished to pay his respects. Nick's gaze flicked to the window, where snow swirled in the pale light. A commendable sense of duty, he remarked dryly. But surely it could have waited until after the service tomorrow? Mr. Stratton has known my brother all his life, Kate replied, lifting her chin with quiet defiance. His intentions were kind. Nick studied her in silence, his expression unreadable. Kate held his gaze, willing him not to press further. The thought of him knowing how dire their situation truly was filled her with humiliation. Whatever it took, she would keep their troubles from him. For now, at least, she had succeeded. Nick said nothing, though he recognized a falsehood when he heard one. Years of command had sharpened his ability to detect dishonesty, and Miss Somerville's attempt to mask the truth was as clear as day. Whatever the solicitor had discussed with her, she wanted to keep it from him, and he couldn't help but wonder why. Still, pressing the matter would likely gain him nothing but another verbal sparring match, a prospect he neither relished nor entirely disliked. Speaking of tomorrow, he said instead, opting for a more productive topic, I wanted your opinion on something. Kate tilted her head, her expression wary. She didn't trust his sudden shift in tone. She hardly knew the man, but instinct told her he wasn't one to abandon a point so easily. And what might that be, Colonel? I've promised the twins I'll wear my uniform to the service, he began, crossing his arms in a relaxed but deliberate posture. However, I thought it only right to seek your permission first. I wouldn't want to cause you or your sisters distress by stirring up unpleasant memories. Kate stared at him in surprise. Why on earth would your uniform upset me? She asked, genuinely puzzled. We're all very proud of Theo. So he said, Nick replied, recalling his conversation with her brother months before. In fact, he mentioned you caused quite the stir when he first enlisted in the infantry. Kate's cheeks flushed, both at the memory and the knowledge that Theo had spoken of it. Only because he was threatening to enlist as a common foot soldier if I didn't buy him a commission, she protested. Naturally, I was upset. He was my brother, and I feared for his life. Nick's brow furrowed. You bought him a commission? Kate nodded. Most of Theo's inheritance was entailed, and it would have been complicated to arrange the necessary funds. But he was determined to fight for king and country. What choice did I have? Tears shimmered in her eyes before she added, her voice tight with emotion. At the time, I thought I was doing him a service. Now I'm not so sure. Nick's irritation softened at her obvious distress. You gave him what he wanted most, he said gently. Never doubt that. Your brother understood the risks and chose to face them. You shouldn't blame yourself for his decision. Kate bowed her head for a moment, absorbing his words. When she raised her eyes, they glistened with gratitude. How odd, she thought, that only moments ago she had been stiff with resentment toward him. Now, she felt unexpectedly charitable. Thank you, she said simply, knowing he wouldn't welcome a more effusive expression of gratitude. And I do hope you'll wear your uniform. It would mean the world to Theo, and I know it would please him that you should honor him so. Nick inclined his head, pleased to have resolved the matter without contention. He hadn't truly expected her to object, but with Miss Somerville, one could never be certain. She was every bit as stubborn as Theo had warned, and just as managing. That thought reminded him of the other reason he had sought her out. Leaning forward, he rested his arms on the polished surface of her desk, his expression growing serious. Miss Somerville, he began, I wanted to speak with you about your brother. Kate blinked. Theo, Nick shook his head. Edward, he corrected. I realize the boy is still young, but that's no reason to treat him as if he were a mere child. At 15, he's caught between boyhood and manhood. A difficult age, I can assure you. Kate's spine stiffened, and she interrupted him sharply. Colonel Montgomery, my brothers are my responsibility. I appreciate your concern, but not my interference? Nick interjected, his amber eyes snapping with barely contained irritation. Surely you can't be so petty as to refuse counsel simply because it comes from me. And surely you must realize, Kate retorted, her voice cutting, that there can only be one commander in any household. You may be used to giving orders, Colonel, but here, I am the one in charge. Nick rose to his feet, his temper flaring despite his best efforts. Blast it, ma'am, I'm trying to help you, he thundered. He'd meant to approach the matter calmly, but somehow, as always, they were at daggers drawn. It baffled him how this woman, this infuriating, maddening woman, could rattle him so completely. He shook his head, struggling to rein in his temper. I beg your pardon, he said at last, his voice taut with restraint. You must, of course, do as you see fit. They are your brothers, and my opinions are clearly unwelcome. Good afternoon, Miss Somerville. With a stiff bow, he turned on his heel and strode from the room, his shoulders rigid with pride. Kate watched him go, her emotions a whirlwind of anger, frustration, and most annoyingly, admiration. What was it about the man that made her feel so unbalanced? All her life, she had prided herself on her composure, yet with him, she felt as tempestuous as any silly girl. Pressing her lips into a firm line, she vowed to regain control. With so much at stake, she couldn't afford to let emotions or an obstinate guest distract her. The next time they met, she promised herself she would be the picture of serenity. No matter what, she would not allow him to provoke her again. With that resolve, she pushed her papers aside and rose from her chair, ready to see to the day's other pressing matters. It was past time to plan for her guests' Christmas dinner. A boar's head, miss? Mrs. Thatcher, the elderly cook, gawked at Kate as though she'd taken leave of her senses. What in heaven's name would you want with such a heathenish thing? As I've explained, Mrs. Thatcher, it's for Colonel Montgomery, Kate said in her most soothing yet authoritative tone. She knew the older woman's deep-seated suspicion of anything unfamiliar, and if she wanted her cooperation, she'd have to tread carefully. It's an Oxford tradition, you see, to serve a boar's head at Christmas dinner. He attended the university, and I thought it might make him feel at home. Well, I've never heard the like, Mrs. Thatcher grumbled, her tone as sharp as the knife slicing through the mound of currants on the work table. Goose is what we serve on Christmas Day, and always have, so far as I can remember. Nonsense, Kate countered firmly. My own father attended Oxford, and I often heard him speak of the ceremony when I was a girl, about the boar's head and the speeches that went with it. Mrs. Thatcher paused, her knife hovering mid-air as she mulled this over. Aye, she said reluctantly, your father did say a thing or two about Oxford. I remember him telling your dear mother once. Kate seized the opportunity, pressing her advantage. Exactly. And since it's such a cherished tradition, I thought it would be nice to include it this year. Think how delighted the children will be, a memory they'll carry with them for years to come. Mrs. Thatcher's lips twitched, despite her best effort to suppress a smile. She set her knife down with a clatter, her expression softening at the mention of the younger Somervilles. The little ones do love their fancies, she muttered, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the table. I'll have to speak to George Turner. His eldest might know where to get one. Kate's heart swelled with relief, and before she could stop herself, she leaned in and gave Mrs. Thatcher an impulsive hug. Thank you, Mrs. Thatcher. I knew I could count on you. Enough of that now, the cook grumbled, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed her pleasure. And no doubt you'll be wanting one of those foreign trees again, I don't doubt. Kate grinned, well aware that Mrs. Thatcher's protests were mostly for show. It's called a Tannenbaum, and you know perfectly well it's a family tradition. Great-grandmother brought it with her when she came to England with Princess Beatrice. And if I'm not mistaken, I seem to recall you admiring them from the servants' hall. Mrs. Thatcher sniffed loudly, refusing to admit to any such admiration. The candles will be up in the attic with your mother's things, she said briskly, and you can manage the rest of the nonsense yourself. Heaven knows I'll be up to my elbows with funeral preparations and Christmas baking. It sounds like we'll all have plenty to keep us busy, Kate replied lightly, already envisioning the children decorating the tree with chains of paper and stars cut from scraps of colored foil. Perhaps Colonel Montgomery would like to help, she thought with a sudden flash of amusement. It was hard to imagine the imposing soldier threading a needle or tying a ribbon, but the idea was undeniably entertaining. The two women spent a few more minutes discussing the menu for Theo's memorial service before Kate excused herself, pleased to have the arrangements so well in hand. She had almost reached the door when Mrs. Thatcher's voice stopped her. The plum pudding will be ready to pour by Monday, miss, she called out. Will you and the children be taking your turns stirring it? Kate's steps faltered, the cook's innocent question hitting her like a blow. Last year, she and her siblings had all gathered in the kitchen, laughing and jostling one another as they each took their turn stirring the pudding and making a wish. She could still hear Theo's teasing voice as he nudged Edward aside and declared that as the eldest, his wish should carry the most weight. If only it had been granted, Kate thought bitterly. If only he were still here. Blinking back the sting of tears, Kate straightened her shoulders. Of course we will, Mrs. Thatcher, she said firmly, her voice steady despite the ache in her chest. Then she turned and hurried from the room before her composure could crumble entirely. Chapter 7. Kate was tempted to retreat to her room and indulge in a well-earned moment of solitude, but she knew better than to give in to such weakness. Instead, she returned to her study, steeling herself for another round of calculations. However, the sight that greeted her at the door brought her to an abrupt halt. Edward was standing beside her desk, a stack of papers in his hands, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Edward!" Kate exclaimed, a smile breaking through her weariness. "What are you doing here? I would have thought you'd be resting after your long journey." Instead of answering, Edward held up the papers. "What is this?" he asked, his dark blonde brows drawn together in a frown. Kate's heart sank as she recognized the ledger sheets. She hurried forward, her cheeks flushing with distress. "Edward, really," she scolded, reaching for the papers. "You shouldn't be snooping on my desk. Those are private." He sidestepped her easily, holding the papers out of reach. "This looks like a ledger," he said, ignoring her protests as he scanned the pages. "And these figures, What do they mean? What's going on? Nothing. Kate ducked under his arm to make another grab for the pages. Edward, would you just blast it all? He exclaimed suddenly, spinning around to face her with wide, stricken eyes. Tell me what's going on. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Stratton's visit? Kate froze, the words caught in her throat. It was only then that she truly saw him, not as the boy who had left for school only a few months ago, but as the young man he had become. He was taller now, his voice deeper, and there was a determined set to his jaw that reminded her achingly of their father. Nick's words from the day before echoed in her mind. Edward is a man now. She had been treating him like a child, but it was clear he deserved better. Not exactly, she admitted at last, taking a deep breath. As I told the colonel, Mr. Stratton came to offer his condolences, but he also wanted to speak to me about Aunt Eudora. Edward's frown deepened. What about her? Maddie told me she was here, but that you had words, and she stomped off to London. Can't say I'm sorry about that, he added with a grimace. I wasn't looking forward to spending my holiday listening to her drone at me. Kate hesitated, knowing there was no way to soften the blow. She is my grandfather's secondary heir, she said finally. Now that Theo is gone, she is the new owner of Somerville Hall. What? Edward's voice rose in disbelief, his face paling with shock. Kate sighed and repeated what Mr. Stratton had told her, watching as Edward's hands clenched into tight fists. He paced the room, his strides quick and agitated. This is outrageous, he burst out, his tone raw with anger. What about you and Maddie? You're Somervilles too, aren't you? Yes, Kate said softly, sinking into her chair with an unhappy sigh. But we're female Somervilles, and by the terms of grandfather's will, that isn't enough. But Aunt Eudora's a woman, Edward snapped, spinning to face her. And she's inheriting everything. Only because her father specifically provided for her, Kate said bluntly. But that's beside the point. The will is valid, and Aunt Eudora will take possession at the end of January. Edward stared at her, his mouth opening and closing as he grappled with the news. Finally, he asked, Do the others know? Kate shook her head. I've told Lindley and a few of the servants, but I haven't had the heart to tell the children. They've already been through so much with Theo. They have to be told. I know, Kate said quietly, her shoulders slumping. She cast a wistful glance at the portrait of their father hanging over the fireplace, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief, his red hair a fiery halo against the somber background. Would Aunt Eudora leave the painting where it was, she wondered, or banish it to some forgotten corner of the attic? It won't be so bad, Edward said suddenly, his voice filled with a determined optimism that tugged at Kate's heart. The twins will manage. They're a lucky pair. Felicity won't care where we are as long as she has her dolls. And Maddie, well, she'll marry Charles soon enough, and they'll live in that old manor he inherited from his uncle. And you? Kate asked softly, touched by the way he thought of everyone but himself. You know you won't be able to return to school, don't you? At least not this year, she added, already calculating the cost in her head. Edward shrugged, doing his best to appear nonchalant. I was thinking of coming home anyway, he said, though the catch in his voice betrayed his disappointment. School's a dashed bore. Oh, Edward. Kate rose and threw her arms around him, her throat tightening with emotion. I do love you. He returned her embrace somewhat awkwardly before stepping back, the tips of his ears turning red with embarrassment. Come now, he said gruffly, clearing his throat. Let's go and tell the others, shall we? And don't worry, Kate. It'll all work out in the end, you'll see. We'll be together, and that's all that matters. The small stone church, where 5 generations of Somervilles had worshipped, was filled to overflowing as neighbors and villagers gathered to pay their final respects to Theo. The interior had been adorned with festive greenery in preparation for the holidays, and at Kate's insistence, the decorations remained. The contrast of somber mourning and celebratory garlands struck some as odd, and she caught the occasional murmur of disapproval, but she paid them no mind. Theo had always loved seeing the church decorated for Christmas, and she knew he would have approved. Maddie sat on her right, weeping quietly into her handkerchief, while Felicity nestled on her left, her small finger tucked into her mouth as she listened intently to the vicar's solemn eulogy. Kate gently reached over and removed the finger from her sister's lips, replacing it with a reassuring pat on her hand. Her gaze drifted to Edward, seated just beyond Felicity. His face was stiff with the effort of keeping his emotions in check, and Kate's heart clenched at the sight of him wearing one of Theo's old jackets. The black velvet hung a little loosely across his thin shoulders, emphasizing how much he had yet to grow. Further along, she knew the twins were sitting still as statues, something she hadn't dared to expect under normal circumstances. She had overheard Colonel Montgomery telling them last night that good soldiers never broke rank, and, to her astonishment, they seemed to have taken his words to heart. A faint smile touched her lips at the memory. The thought of the twins brought her back to the evening before, when she had told the family about Aunt Eudora's claim to Somerville Hall. The news had been met with a mixture of shock and determination. Maddie, ever generous, had immediately offered her bridal portion, insisting Charles would not mind. Kate had thanked her through tears, only to be interrupted by the twins, who appeared from their room carrying an old metal box. "Treasure," Simon had declared before Samuel could speak. "We were saving it to buy a ship so we could be pirates, but you can have it." Not to be outdone, Felicity had solemnly offered to sell her beloved dolls. Kate had choked back her tears as she gently refused both the dolls and the treasure, which amounted to just shy of 10 pounds. Their selflessness and love filled her with a fierce pride, and she knew she would carry the memory of that moment in her heart forever. Returning to the present, Kate lowered her head, letting the vicar's soothing words wash over her. She felt a sudden, surprising lightness, as though the weight of grief and uncertainty had lifted for a moment. A warmth settled over her, bringing with it a sense of peace and contentment she hadn't felt in weeks. She closed her eyes, and in her mind's eye, Theo's face appeared, smiling, mischievous, so vividly real it took her breath away. She focused all her energy on the image, willing it to remain. In the silence of her heart, she could almost hear his voice, faint and distant, but achingly familiar, like a memory surfacing from the depths of her soul. "Don't worry, sister," the echo of his laughter seemed to say. "It will be all right. Never fear, I shall look after you." Following the service, the mourners adjourned to Somerville Hall for a somber repast. Mrs. Thatcher had outdone herself, and Kate was relieved to see that everyone appeared to have more than enough to eat. She moved quietly among her guests, a set smile pinned to her lips, accepting condolences with practiced poise. Her thoughts, however, felt as scattered as the snowflakes drifting against the windows. From his position near the fireplace, Nick watched her closely. Her bright hair was scraped back into a severe bun, and the usual spark he had come to associate with her seemed dimmed. Draped in a simple black silk dress trimmed with jet beads, she seemed composed, almost serene. Yet something about her struck him as off, a quiet tension beneath the surface of her carefully constructed demeanor. He thought back to the previous evening. Kate had been subdued, her movements deliberate and quiet, but he had assumed it was simply her way of processing grief. The rest of the family had been similarly restrained, even the twins, who had sat unusually still through dinner. But now, watching Kate glide through the room like a shadow, he couldn't help but feel there was more to her unusual demeanor than mourning alone. "Colonel Montgomery," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Nick turned to see an elderly man with a heavily veined hand extended in greeting. "I am Elias Stranton, sir. Most pleased to make your acquaintance." "Mr. Stranton," Nick said, shaking the solicitor's hand with measured politeness. The name rang a bell, and his instincts sharpened. He recalled hearing that Stranton had visited Somerville Hall just the day before. "Likewise, sir. I regret that I didn't introduce myself earlier, but Miss Somerville mentioned you had come on important business." "Business, yes," Mr. Stranton said, his tone growing wary. He seemed relieved that the colonel appeared more approachable now than he had at the church. "It couldn't be delayed, I'm afraid." Nick's interest deepened. "Important business, you say?" he asked casually, taking a measured sip of punch. "Nothing too serious, I trust?" "Well, I really shouldn't say," the solicitor hedged, his lips pursing. The man looked as though discretion was a foreign concept, but he was still reluctant to divulge anything outright. "Confidential matters, you understand." Nick lowered his cup, fixing the man with a commanding stare that had once quelled unruly soldiers in the thick of battle. "Mr. Stanton," he said firmly, "I insist you tell me. Theo Somerville died saving my life, and I gave him my word that I would look after his family. If there is a problem, I must know about it." That did the trick. The solicitor visibly wavered before leaning closer, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial tone. "It's her grandfather's will," he confided. "Miss Somerville has been left in a precarious position. The estate is entailed, you see, and with her brother gone, it passes to a secondary heir, Mrs. Drayton." Nick's jaw tightened as Stanton went on to explain the family's financial situation. By the time the solicitor had finished, his fury was barely contained. "Are you telling me they're practically penniless?" Nick demanded, his grip on his cup tightening. "Well, I wouldn't go that far," Stanton replied, somewhat affronted. "There's the annuity, £250 per annum, and the younger children have their own small inheritances. They'll have to live frugally, of course, but they're hardly destitute. And how exactly are they supposed to live on that?" Nick's voice was low, but brimming with anger. The idea of Kate, Maddie, and the children facing such uncertainty was unthinkable. He'd lost more than that sum at the gaming tables without a second thought, and now it sickened him to consider his own excesses. "Well," Stanton said, clearly relishing the drama, "I did suggest that Miss Somerville considers a marriage of convenience. It's not uncommon in such cases, an alliance with someone of means to secure the family's future. The Somervilles may not hold a title, but they are undoubtedly quality, and she would never consent to such a thing." Nick cut him off, his voice taut with outrage. The thought of Kate being forced into a loveless arrangement churned his stomach. Nor should she be expected to. "Well, perhaps not," Stanton admitted with a shrug. "But you must admit, Colonel, it would be a practical solution." Nick had heard enough. "I do not agree," he said sharply, setting his punch aside with a decisive clink. A marriage of convenience over his dead body. Kate deserved better, and he would see to it that she had better. His course of action was suddenly blindingly clear. "I want you to return tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Mr. Stanton," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The solicitor blinked in surprise. "Of course, my lord," he stammered, clearly confused. "May I ask what this pertains to?" "Duty," Nick said simply, his amber eyes glinting with resolve. His gaze flicked toward Kate, who was standing near the window, her face pale but composed. "It seems I have been remiss in mine." Stanton's puzzlement gave way to a sly smile as he watched the colonel stride purposefully across the room toward Miss Somerville. "So it was like that, was it?" he thought, his lips curling with satisfaction. "Excellent." Whistling softly to himself, the solicitor wandered off in search of the buffet. "A dreadful thing," Mrs. Kingfield concluded dramatically, dabbing at her damp eyes with the lace edge of her handkerchief. "My heart aches for you and your dear family, Miss Somerville." "You are very kind, ma'am. Thank you," Kate replied, her voice carefully modulated to hide her growing impatience. She cast a longing glance at the clock above the mantel, noting that she had been trapped by the elderly woman's relentless prattle for the better part of a quarter hour. Mrs. Kingfield's affected manners could try the patience of a saint, and under the present circumstances, Kate felt her own reserves of civility quickly depleting. She wondered if she might excuse herself without causing offense when a firm hand closed over her elbow. "I need a word with you," came Montgomery's low, commanding whisper in her ear. "Now." For a fleeting moment, Kate considered ignoring him, but the opportunity to escape Mrs. Kingfield's monologue was too tempting to resist. Murmuring a polite apology to her neighbor, she allowed Nick to steer her out into the hall. As soon as they were alone, she pulled her arm free and rounded on him. "Really, Colonel," she began, her eyes flashing with indignation, "I will thank you not to order me about as though I were one of your soldiers." "I will thank you to be honest with me," he countered, his tone clipped. His arms crossed over his chest, and his golden eyes bore into hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. He looked every inch the battle-hardened commander, and Kate felt her temper spike in response to his high-handedness. "I beg your pardon?" she retorted, color rising in her cheeks. "When have I ever deceived you?" Instead of answering, he grabbed her hand and pulled her farther down the corridor. He opened the door to her study, ushered her inside, and firmly closed it behind them. Standing tall and imposing before her desk, he fixed her with a hard stare. "I know about the will, Catherine." The use of her given name, coupled with his statement, momentarily rendered Kate speechless. When her wits returned, she exploded. "Stranton," she spat, her hands curling into fists at her sides. "I might have known that loose-tongued old fool couldn't be trusted. Why my stepfather ever thought him fit to act as our solicitor is beyond me. He's the worst gossip in the county." "He told me what he believed I had a right to know," Nick interrupted smoothly, cutting off her tirade. "And I did have the right, regardless of what you think." "I fail to see why," Kate shot back, her tone sharp. "You are not our guardian." Nick's jaw tightened. "If it weren't for me, your brother might still be alive. I am indirectly to blame for your current difficulties, and I intend to set things right." Kate stared at him, caught between temptation and pride. The thought of accepting his help was sweet, almost unbearably so, after years of struggling to make ends meet. Yet her sense of independence, honed through necessity, wouldn't allow it. "Theo was a soldier," she said quietly. "He knew the risks, and he accepted them. You are not to blame for his death, Colonel, and I cannot let you take responsibility where none is due. I appreciate your concern, truly, but we will manage." "By making a marriage of convenience?" Nick's voice was hard, his brows drawing together. "Stranton said you were considering one." Kate blinked, startled, until she recalled the solicitor's offhand remark about an advantageous match. She hadn't given it a second thought, but now, as Nick's disapproving gaze bore into her, she found herself tempted to use it to her advantage. Perhaps it would convince the impossible man to back off. "I suppose a marriage of convenience would solve many of our problems," she said breezily, lifting her chin. Nick's face darkened, his jaw tightening further. She could practically see his mind working, his military discipline warring with his obvious distaste for her flippant tone. "Have you someone in mind?" he bit out. Kate couldn't resist. "As a matter of fact, I've already received an offer," she replied, batting her lashes and schooling her expression into one of artful innocence. "Mr. Harper, perhaps you've heard of him? He owns one of the largest wine cellars in Surrey, quite well off." "Harper?" Nick's voice was sharp. "Is he here?" "He was earlier, but he had to leave on business," she said, fighting a smile as Nick's expression grew more thunderous. "He's quite wealthy, you know, and though he may be, well, a touch older, he assures me he's still capable." "How old?" Nick demanded, his fists clenching. Kate hesitated, wondering if she had pushed her tale too far. "Well, perhaps not ancient," she hedged, "but he's certainly seen his fair share of years, and he does have something of a fondness for his merchandise. But he promised me he's not terribly violent." "Good God," Nick muttered, raking a hand through his dark hair. "You cannot be serious." "Oh, but I am," Kate said, though her voice trembled with suppressed laughter. "He's very pleasant, really, and with his resources he would make an excellent husband." Nick's scowl deepened, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. It was obvious to her now that the idea of her sacrificing herself to such a match rankled him deeply. For a moment, she almost felt sorry for him. Almost. "You're impossible," he muttered, spinning on his heel. "Absolutely impossible." Kate watched as he stormed from the room, the door slamming shut behind him. Only then did she allow herself to collapse into her chair, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Impossible indeed. "Will that be all, Colonel?" Williams asked, his sharp eyes scanning his employer's grim expression with concern. "Perhaps some brandy?" Nick looked up from his brooding, the firelight casting deep shadows across his face. He managed a faint, dismissive smile. "No, Williams, thank you," he said, his gaze drifting back to the flickering flames. "You may go." The valet hesitated, torn between the instinct to stay and his employer's clear dismissal. The colonel had been in a black mood since their return from the church that afternoon, and it seemed he intended to see out the evening in the same vein. With a reluctant sigh, Williams decided to leave him to his solitude. Sometimes it was better to let a man wrestle with his demons alone. Once the door clicked shut behind him, Nick rose and paced the room, his thoughts in turmoil. Damnation. What was he going to do? He couldn't let Kate sell herself to some doddering old merchant, but how was he to stop her? She was right. He wasn't her guardian, nor did he have any legal authority over her decisions. By law, she could marry whomever she pleased, and there was no recourse for him to interfere. He halted by the hearth, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration. He had to admit, begrudgingly, that her choice of defense was clever, diabolically so. Once married, she and her family would be under her husband's protection, leaving him powerless to intervene. Unless Nick froze, his hand dropping to his side as a sudden thought struck him. Marriage. The notion settled in his mind, growing stronger with every passing second. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? Marriage was the perfect solution to this vexing problem. Not only would it give him the legal right to support the Somervilles, but it would also provide Kate with the security she so obviously needed. And at least if she married him, she wouldn't have to endure the misery of living with some drunken, ill-tempered brute. The idea brought a wry smile to his lips. He had to marry eventually, he reasoned, so why not Kate? She was a lady, after all, and an attractive one at that. Her fierce independence grated on his nerves, but he couldn't deny that he admired her resolve. Difficult and demanding as she was, she had integrity, and that was more than could be said for most of the women he had encountered in society. He could trust her to respect his honor, even if she did seem determined to test his patience at every turn. Yes, he thought, his smile deepening as the plan took shape. He would offer for her. It was the only logical course of action. Now he reflected, leaning back against the mantel, all that remained was convincing her to accept him. Somehow, he doubted it would be as simple as presenting her with a proposal. This was Kate Somerville, after all, the very definition of stubborn. But he welcomed the challenge. After all, he had never been one to back down from a fight. Chapter 8. Over the next few days, Nick quietly began to set his plans in motion. The first step was writing to his solicitor regarding a small property he had inherited from a distant relation. A charming country house with modest but comfortable acreage. It was perfect. It would provide a secure and stylish home for his soon-to-be-acquired family. His second letter went to his commanding officer, notifying him of his forthcoming marriage and hinting at his availability to resume command of his unit. The continent's future remained uncertain. Napoleon, though staggering after Leipzig, was still a threat to England. Nick had always put his duty above all else, and marriage, as significant as it was, wouldn't change that. Finally, with some reluctance, he penned a note to his elder brother Benedict. Though they were close, Benedict's rakish lifestyle had always rankled Nick. The man was forever squandering his inheritance on scandalous ventures, then writing to Nick for pocket money. Still, as his brother, he deserved to know of the impending wedding, whether or not he deigned to attend. It was thoughts of Benedict and familial obligation that lingered in Nick's mind that Sunday as he spent the afternoon with the Somervilles. The parlor was a whirl of cozy chaos. The girls sat before the fire, sewing diligently, while Edward and the twins were embroiled in a noisy game of jackstraws. The scent of pine and the warmth of the fire softened the room's shabby edges, a contrast to the cold, opulent sterility of his own boyhood home. As he stretched his legs toward the fire, wincing at the pull in his knee, Nick realized something. For all their struggles, the Somervilles had a sense of belonging he had never known. Kate was right. They were a family, and it was best they remained together. "Are you all right, sir?" Maddie asked suddenly, her delicate features furrowed with concern. Her soft, melodic voice was at odds with the din of the twins' game. "Just a touch of stiffness, Miss Maddie," Nick replied, grateful for her attentiveness. The girl was an angel. Unlike her elder sister, he mused, casting a glance at Kate. She had been uncharacteristically quiet these past days, but as if sensing his scrutiny, her dark eyes lifted from her sewing to meet his. Cool, reserved, he found himself missing her usual fiery spark. "Are you certain, Colonel?" Kate asked. "We can send for the doctor if you're in pain." Nick caught the glint of mischief in her gaze, but chose to ignore it. The fragile truce between them wasn't something he was eager to disrupt, not yet. Once they were man and wife, of course, he would lay down the law. For now, he returned her smile with one of his own. "That's unnecessary, Miss Somerville. As I told Miss Maddie, it's just a hazard of advancing age," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "You're not old." Edward's protest burst out with youthful indignation. The boy's admiration for Nick shone clear, and it was evident he would brook no slight to his hero. Nick suppressed a smile at the lad's fervor. "Trust me, Edward," he said, leaning forward conspiratorially. "There are days when I feel as ancient as Methuselah's grandfather." Nick shifted slightly in his chair, wincing as he stretched his leg toward the fire. "It's this infernal cold," he said with a self-deprecating smile. "Makes my leg feel as stiff as wood." "Wooden leg," Samuel piped up, his blue eyes alight with excitement. "Bet if you give him a drink, he'll take it off and show you." "Samuel," Kate's scandalized tone did little to hide her mortification, her cheeks coloring as she fixed the boy with a quelling look. "It's true," Samuel insisted, his chin jutting out defiantly. "That's what Mr. Smith said you'd do if a gal asked nicely." The room erupted in laughter, the twins practically doubling over with glee, while Edward smothered a grin behind his hand. Even Nick chuckled, his rich baritone joining the chorus. Kate, however, managed only a strained smile, her composure clearly fraying. "You little imp," she said, reaching over to ruffle Samuel's blonde hair despite her chagrin. "But I don't think the Colonel's old war wounds are proper table talk. Now mind your tongue, or next you'll be telling us about Lord Emmet's and his eye patch." The interruption came just in time, as Lindley appeared to announce that dinner was served. Kate gratefully led the procession into the dining room, where Mrs. Thatcher had outdone herself. The roast beef was perfectly prepared, and the table gleamed with polished silver and candlelight. As the meal progressed, Nick found his attention divided. The meal was excellent, but his focus drifted to Kate. Her every gesture, graceful yet efficient, reminded him of the duty that loomed before him. Romantic declarations were out of the question, he decided. A straightforward approach would be best. If he reminded her of the advantages a marriage to him would bring, security, stability, surely she would see the wisdom in it. Kate was no fool. She might be proud, stubborn, and far too independent for his liking, but she would not let pride stand in the way of her family's welfare. By New Year's, they could be married by special license, he thought, and with Kate safely wed and her family provided for, he could rejoin his regiment. The sense of satisfaction that thought brought made him smile. "Good roast, isn't it, Colonel?" Maddie's voice broke through his thoughts. "Quite," he agreed with a warm smile, lifting his glass. But as he glanced at Kate, the gleam in her eyes suggested that she knew he was plotting something. She always seemed to know. And he, for his part, couldn't decide whether to be exasperated or impressed. Nick suppressed the urge to pace the length of the parlor. His earlier confidence had ebbed somewhat now that the moment had arrived, and he felt a strange tightening in his chest. Why the devil was proposing to this maddening woman affecting him like a damned boy with his first crush? He had a plan, and he meant to see it through, whatever that uncomfortable knot in his gut might be trying to tell him. When Kate entered, her movements brisk and efficient as ever, he straightened instinctively, his military training kicking in. But then his breath snagged. For all her no-nonsense demeanor, she was lovely. The flickering firelight caught the soft waves of her bright red hair, and though her severe black dress seemed designed to hide rather than flatter, it did little to disguise the graceful curve of her figure or the delicate line of her throat. "Colonel Montgomery," she greeted, her voice calm and utterly unruffled. Her steady gaze locked on his, as if daring him to try whatever nonsense had brought him here. "Thank you for coming so quickly, Miss Somerville. Catherine." "Kate," he corrected, guiding her to a chair before the hearth. He hesitated before adding, "I hope you do not mind my using your Christian name?" Kate arched a brow as she seated herself, the faintest hint of a smirk tugging at her lips. She wasn't fooled for a second. He wasn't asking for permission. He was simply announcing his intentions. The nerve of the man. "Not at all, Nick," she replied sweetly, giving his name an emphasis that felt almost intimate. Something flickered in his amber eyes, but he quickly masked it. He nodded, pleased, and took the chair opposite her. "Well then," he began, resisting the urge to clear his throat, "I wanted to speak with you about a matter that concerns both your family's future and my own." Kate's dark eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Truly? And what might that be?" Her heart quickened despite herself. She had no doubt whatever he was about to say would irritate her beyond endurance. Yet there was an undercurrent to his tone, something in the way his gaze lingered on her that made her stomach flutter uncomfortably. He cleared his throat, his expression carefully composed. "The day of Theo's funeral, you mentioned you were considering a marriage of convenience. Is that still the case?" Kate's breath hitched. Oh, drat. The very thing she'd hoped to avoid. Her mind raced. She could lie, claim Mr. Harper had withdrawn his offer or that she had reconsidered. Yet under the weight of his steady, unnervingly perceptive gaze, she felt honesty was her only option. "Well?" "Allow me to finish," he interrupted smoothly, leaning forward with an intent expression. "At first I was appalled by the notion of a gently bred woman selling herself to the highest bidder, but after considering it more carefully, I must admit, you were right." Her mouth fell open in shock. "I beg your pardon?" "A marriage of convenience," he repeated gravely, his deep voice steady, "would solve all of your family's financial troubles. I understand your willingness to consider such a step." Kate could only gape at him. Was he encouraging her to marry Mr. Harper? The nerve! Her indignation sharpened. "How kind of you to approve," she snapped, her voice laced with sarcasm. "I'll be sure to write Mr. Harper immediately and tell him you've given us your blessing." "You will do no such thing." Nick's sharp rebuke filled the room, his tone as commanding as if he were rallying troops. "But you just said—" "I said I understood your reasoning," he growled, standing suddenly to loom over her. "Not that I agreed with it. If you think for one moment I'll allow you to sacrifice yourself by marrying some decrepit wine merchant, you are sorely mistaken." Kate shot to her feet, her eyes blazing. "You will allow me? Who do you think you are to decide my future?" "I am the man who will marry you instead." The words hit her like a cannon blast. Her chest rose and fell as she stared up at him, her lips parting in disbelief. "How dare you?" she spat, her voice trembling with fury and something else. "I am not one of your soldiers to be commanded, Colonel. I refuse to marry you." "Yes, you will," he retorted, crossing his arms over his chest, his stance rigid. "And if you don't, I'll offer for Maddie in your stead." Kate stumbled back into her chair, staring at him in horror. "What?" "You heard me," he said, infuriatingly calmly. "If you won't accept my hand, I'll propose to your sister. She'll be safe. Your family will have the security it needs, and I'll have done my duty." Her stomach twisted violently at the thought of living under one roof with Nick as Maddie's husband. To see her sister married to this insufferable man, no, the idea was unbearable. And yet, why did the thought sting so personally? "You can't mean that," she whispered, her voice faint. "You don't love Maddie, do you?" "Of course not." His blunt response stung more than she cared to admit. Relief mingled with a pang of something she couldn't quite name. "But I don't love you either." Kate flinched, the words cutting deeper than they should. "Maddie will not have you," Kate interrupted, a wave of protectiveness rising within her. "She is promised to another, though it's yet to be announced." "You'd force her to break her heart for your sense of duty?" Nick flinched, his brow furrowing. "I would not force her," he said softly, though his usual confidence seemed shaken. Kate seized the moment, lifting her chin defiantly. "Then leave her out of this entirely," she said, her voice low but firm. "Marriage is so permanent, there must be another way." "If there is, then I'm all ears." His amber gaze burned into hers, and she felt a shiver skate down her spine. Why does he have to be so infuriatingly handsome? "There is no offer from Mr. Harper," she blurted, desperate to shift the course of the conversation. "I made the entire thing up." Nick froze, staring at her as if she'd just confessed to treason. "You, what?" "I lied," she snapped, her temper fraying. "I invented Mr. Harper to keep you from offering me your ridiculous charity." Nick's jaw clenched, his broad shoulders taut with anger. Without thinking, he stepped closer, his hands gripping her shoulders. "It's not charity, damn it. It's duty. You and your family need help, and whether you like it or not, I will see to it that you're cared for." Her breath hitched. His hands were warm, firm, and entirely too intimate. For one insane moment, she wondered what it would be like to feel those hands slide over her skin. "You think you can just decide my future?" she challenged, her voice shaking with suppressed fury, and something more dangerous. "Yes," he growled, his face inches from hers. His amber eyes smoldered, and Kate's breath hitched. For a moment she thought he might, but no. He released her shoulders abruptly, stepping back as if she'd burned him. Kate stared at him, her chest heaving. Her heart thudded painfully, and for one insane moment she wondered what it would be like if he did kiss her. Good heavens, have I lost my mind? Think on it, Nick said, his voice rough. Because this is happening, Kate. One way or another, I'll see to it you and your family are safe. And you will use Maddie to do it? If I must. If you are so determined to meddle in our affairs, then I have a counteroffer. Nick stilled, his gaze narrowing as he studied her. What counteroffer? If Maddie refuses to become your wife, she said, steadying her breath, then you will leave us be. You may provide for the boys' education and offer dowries for the girls, but nothing more. I'll not have you meddling in our lives under the guise of charity. Nick hesitated, his jaw tightening. And if she doesn't refuse me? Kate faltered for a moment, then squared her shoulders. If she doesn't, the same conditions apply. But I can assure you, Colonel, she will refuse. Maddie has no interest in you. The words stung more than Nick cared to admit, but he pushed the feeling aside. Very well, he said at last, crossing his arms. But if she doesn't refuse, I will take full responsibility for your family. You and the others will come under my guardianship, Kate, in every sense of the word. Agreed? Kate's breath caught. I am 26, Colonel, not some ward to be managed. Is it agreed? He pressed. Kate's pride bristled, but she forced herself to nod. Very well, it's agreed, she said, extending her hand. As his strong fingers closed over hers, a strange shiver danced along her spine, but she ignored it, keeping her expression neutral. And with that, he stormed out, leaving her alone and trembling, the scent of him lingering in the air. Dear Lord, she prayed, don't let Maddie agree to such a rouse. Kate's absolute positivity that Maddie would refuse the Colonel faltered. What would she do if she accepted? Maddie was tying the last ribbon on her sachets when she sensed someone at the doorway. Looking up, she froze. Colonel Montgomery stood there, his broad shoulders filling the frame, his amber eyes intense and his mouth set in a grim line. The sight of him sent a ripple of unease and something more unsettling, a faint, breathless anticipation through her chest. Good evening, Colonel, she stammered, fumbling with the ribbon in her hands. She prayed Kate would return from the kitchen quickly. Being alone with him was a first, and her natural shyness warred with the unspoken authority he carried, even in silence. Good evening, Miss Maddie. Nick's voice was low, almost gentle, but there was a tension in his bearing that unsettled her. He crossed the room with measured strides, his boots making soft thuds on the worn rug. Since leaving Kate's company, he had gone over this moment a dozen times in his mind, and yet the reality of it felt no easier. His chest tightened as he drew closer. For the first time in years, he wondered if he might be out of his depth. She looked at him with wide, searching eyes, the firelight catching the soft curve of her cheek and the gentle waves of her golden hair. She was so unlike her sister, delicate, quiet, sweet. Too sweet for a man like him. He swallowed hard. What are you making? He asked, reaching for one of the dainty bundles on the table. Sachets, Maddie said, her voice soft. Her fingers twisted the ribbon nervously as she watched him raise the sachet to his nose. Nick closed his eyes, letting the delicate scent of lavender, rose, and meadow grass wash over him. It was a brief reprieve from the storm roiling in his chest. He could almost imagine himself in another life, a simpler life, a life where this moment might mean something entirely different. When Maddie spoke again, the vision dissolved, leaving only the hard reality of what he had come to say. They're gifts for the maids. They're lovely, he said gruffly, setting the sachet back down. He straightened, his body taut with the weight of his next words. Maddie, there's something I must ask you. Her pulse quickened, her instincts telling her whatever he was about to say would change everything. Of course, Colonel, she replied, mustering a faint smile despite the sinking feeling in her stomach. What is it? Nick hesitated, and in that hesitation, Maddie saw the briefest flicker of vulnerability in his stern features. The vulnerability unsettled him as much as it seemed to intrigue her. Before I begin, he said, his voice firm but measured, you should know I've already spoken with your sister about this matter. I have made my intentions clear to her, and now it is time I make them clear to you. My sister? Maddie's confusion deepened, her hands stilling. Nick nodded, pacing a step away before turning back to her. I am fully aware of your family's precarious financial situation, he began, forcing himself to maintain eye contact. As it is partially my fault, I feel it is my duty to see that you and your siblings are properly cared for. Oh no, Colonel, you mustn't think that, Maddie exclaimed, her voice trembling with sincerity. Her wide blue eyes brimmed with unshed tears. What happened to Theo was God's will. None of us blame you, I promise. Nick's jaw tightened. He had expected this. Her softness, her eagerness to comfort even at her own expense, but it did little to ease the guilt lodged in his chest. That may be, he said quietly, but it doesn't change the fact that I hold myself responsible, and I am determined to set things right, but I need your help. Maddie's hands fluttered in her lap, her brow furrowing. My help? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nick stilled. This was the moment he had been dreading. He had faced death on the battlefield without hesitation, but the idea of asking this gentle, unworldly girl to marry him felt like walking unarmed into enemy fire. What if she said yes? The thought sent a spike of panic through him. He didn't want her to say yes, but he couldn't bring himself to offer less than his full resolve. He inhaled deeply, forcing his voice to remain steady. Maddie, he said, meeting her startled gaze, will you marry me? The sachet fell from Maddie's hands, forgotten. Her lips parted, but no sound came. She stared at him as though he'd just suggested something utterly incomprehensible. I beg your pardon, Colonel? She stammered, her voice faltering. I know this is unexpected, Nick said quickly, taking a step closer. But hear me out. I am not offering you a love match. I am offering a marriage of convenience. Maddie's breath hitched. The words struck her like a blow. A marriage of convenience? The very phrase felt like a death knell to all the dreams she had cherished since childhood. Her mind flashed to Charles, to the quiet promises they had made, and then to Kate and the others, her family. They had always come first. A marriage of convenience, she repeated faintly, her chin lifted slightly, her trembling hands clenching in her lap. What exactly are you offering, Colonel? Nick hesitated, his amber eyes searching hers for any sign of hope. If you agree to become my wife, he said, his voice low, I will provide a home for your entire family. The boys will receive an education, and when the time comes, I will purchase commissions for them if they wish. Kate and Felicity will have dowries. You will never lack for anything. I will see to it that all of you are safe and secure. Maddie's heart twisted painfully. And if I say no? She asked quietly, unsure whether she even wanted to hear the answer. Nick exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. If you say no, I will still do all of those things. The boys will be educated, your sisters will have dowries, none of you will go without. He paused, his gaze steady. The difference is, if you say yes, we will all live together as a family at my country estate. And he hesitated, but there was no use evading it. It will be a true marriage, Maddie. I need an heir, especially as my elder brother has no inclination to marry. Her breath caught at his blunt honesty. He spoke as though this were a simple equation to be solved, but the reality made her stomach churn. To live in his home, as his wife, to share a life together, no matter how practical, something inside her trembled at the thought. Nick watched her struggle, his heart twisting in a way he hadn't expected. Why did her silence unnerve him so much? Why did he care so damn much about what she might say? He tightened his grip on her hand, his voice rough with emotion. Maddie, he said, his voice softening, I give you my word. You will be respected, cared for, and never made to regret this choice. You have my honor on that. Maddie swallowed hard, her chest tightening. Her heart screamed one name, Charles, but her mind whispered the names of her siblings. Slowly, she raised her eyes to meet his. Now, he said, his amber gaze locking with hers. What is your answer? Will you marry me? Chapter 9. Kate scrambled to her feet, her chair scraping against the worn floorboards, her heart thundering in her chest. You did what? She gasped, praying she had misunderstood her sister. I accepted Colonel Montgomery's proposal, Maddie repeated, her tone calm but tinged with uncertainty. She frowned at Kate's reaction, clearly expecting something warmer. Approval, perhaps even congratulations. You did know he meant to ask me, didn't you? she added hesitantly, her blue eyes searching her sister's face for reassurance. Yes, I knew, Kate said, sinking back into her chair as if the weight of Maddie's words had buckled her knees. She brushed a hand through her unruly red hair, her thoughts racing. But I never imagined you would accept. Why ever not? Maddie tilted her head, puzzled. We must live somewhere, Kate, and the Colonel has offered us a way to remain together. I didn't see that I had much of a choice. A choice? Kate's voice rose, her temper sparking to life. Did he tell you if you didn't marry him, we'd all be tossed into the street? Or worse, prison? Did he guilt you into this madness? Maddie's eyes widened, genuinely startled. Oh, no. Nothing like that, she said earnestly, shaking her head. He made it quite clear that he would provide for us, no matter my answer. This was my decision, Kate, I promise. Kate leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the table as she tried to process what she was hearing. Then why, Maddie? She pressed. Why did you say yes? Maddie hesitated, looking down at the sachets scattered across the table. For a moment, Kate thought she might not answer. When she did, her voice was quiet but steady, her gaze lifting to meet Kate's. I admire him, she said simply. He's an honorable man, and he's sworn to be a good husband. I believe him. And Kate, this is what I want. Kate stared at her sister, blindsided. Of all the responses she had expected, this was not among them. What about Charles? She asked at last, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't you love him? Maddie's face turned away, her golden curls veiling her expression. When she spoke, her voice was tight with emotion. I shall always love Charles, she said, her words trembling. But it doesn't matter. What I feel for him doesn't change our circumstances. I am marrying Colonel Montgomery, Kate. That is my choice, and it is final. Kate's mouth opened to protest, but the resoluteness in Maddie's tone stopped her. This was not the sweet, pliable girl she had always known. Maddie had a will of her own, and it left Kate feeling unsettled and a little lost. Still, she couldn't let this go, not without one last effort. Does Colonel Montgomery know about Charles? Kate asked, her eyes narrowing as she searched Maddie's face. Surely if he knew. No, Maddie cut her off, her voice sharp with urgency as she whirled to face Kate. And you mustn't tell him, Kate. Promise me you won't breathe a word of it. But Maddie, no. Maddie's hands clenched at her sides, her usually soft gaze steely with resolve. It would only hurt him, and for what? It changes nothing. We've discussed everything at length, and I am certain this is the right decision. Please, she said, her voice softening, her hand reaching out to Kate. Please believe me and wish me happy. Kate's throat tightened, the lump of unshed tears making it impossible to speak. Slowly, she reached out, her trembling fingers closing over her sister's smaller hand. Very well, dearest, she managed at last, her voice breaking. If this is truly what you want, then you have my best wishes. But mark me, Maddie, if he ever gives you a moment's pain, I will make him regret it. Maddie's laugh was soft, almost bittersweet, as she pulled Kate into a tight embrace. He already knows that, she said, her voice thick with affection. He says it's just the thing to keep him on his toes. Kate pulled back, searching Maddie's face for any hint of regret, but all she saw was quiet determination. She could feel the tears spilling freely down her cheeks now, and didn't bother to brush them away. Well, she said, forcing a tremulous smile, let's go tell the others. Samuel's going to be insufferable when he finds out the Colonel's going to be his brother. Maddie laughed again, the sound warmer this time. You're right, she said, threading her arm through Kate's as they moved toward the parlor. But it will be worth it to see his face. As they stepped through the doorway, Kate felt her heart twist. Maddie was steadfast in her decision, but Kate couldn't shake the unease settling over her. What if she was wrong? What if this choice, made so bravely and so selflessly, brought nothing but heartbreak? For once, Kate found herself praying not for answers, but for her sister's happiness. Samuel shot to his feet, his blonde hair tousled from sleep, his grin wide with excitement. Our brother? I say, sir, that's beyond wonderful. He pumped Nick's hand enthusiastically, the energy of his reaction as infectious as his delight. Aye, it is, Simon added, his blue eyes alight as he jumped up to join his brother. Though it seems a bit of a shame you've got to get leg shackled to do it. Not that Maddie isn't, Well, a female, he added hastily, his cheeks reddening as he realized how close he'd come to giving offense. Nick chuckled, the sound warm and genuine. "Thank you, Simon," he said, ruffling the boy's hair. "As it happens, I'm rather fond of your sister as well." His gaze slid to Maddie, who blushed prettily under the warmth of his smile. It was Monday morning, and at Maddie's gentle insistence, they had shared their engagement news over breakfast. Nick had initially resisted, preferring a more private moment, but Maddie had been quietly adamant. "The sooner they know," she had said, "the sooner they can accept it." Her logic was sound, and Nick, feeling unexpectedly benevolent, had agreed. Now with the deed done, he found himself relieved. The boys, at least, were delighted by the match. A far cry from their sister's reaction, he thought wryly, glancing at Kate. Kate sat stiffly at the table, her expression calm, though her dark eyes simmered with defiance. She was watching him as if she expected him to sprout horns at any moment. He shot her a thoughtful frown. Last night, he'd waited for her to confront him, certain she would storm into his sitting room with righteous fury. Instead, she had done nothing. The lack of a fight had unnerved him more than a battle would have. "Congratulations, Colonel," Edward said shyly, stepping forward to shake Nick's hand. His tone was more subdued than the twins, but his sincerity was unmistakable. "I know this marriage would have made Theo very happy." "Thank you, Edward," Nick said gravely, his throat tightening unexpectedly at the boy's words. "That's what I'd like to think as well." "When are you posting the banns?" Samuel asked suddenly, his youthful curiosity laced with practicality. "It takes a month, you know." "The banns!" Kate's head snapped up, her mind suddenly whirring with inspiration. Of course, once the banns were announced in the village church, Charles would hear of Maddie's engagement and come riding straight to Somerville Hall to demand an explanation. Once that happened, Nick would have no choice but to release Maddie from the arrangement. She was already plotting how best to manage Charles's arrival when Nick's calm reply derailed her entire plan. "Actually, we'll be married by special license at St. George's in London," he said. "I've already written to my brother to handle the arrangements." "St. George's?" Kate blurted, her composure slipping. "But Maddie, you can't possibly want to marry in that drafty old pile of stones." Maddie turned to her sister, visibly startled by her sharp tone. "Nick and I have already discussed this," she said gently, though there was an uncharacteristic firmness in her voice. "We agreed it would be better for everyone if the ceremony were in the city, and as soon as it can be arranged." "Better for some," Kate muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushing when Nick shot her a sharp look. He was waiting for her to cause a scene, she realized, and the thought steeled her resolve. She pinned a bland smile to her lips, lifting her glass in a perfunctory toast. But even as the others cheered the couple, Kate's mind was racing with plans to halt the wedding before it began. The household staff greeted the engagement news with mixed emotions. While they seemed genuinely pleased for Maddie and Nick, their own futures weighed heavily on their minds. Nick, sensing their unease, took Linley's congratulations with grace before pulling Kate aside. "Are there any servants you'd like to bring with you to the country estate?" Kate's brows arched in surprise as she looked up at him. "Shouldn't you be asking Maddie that?" she replied coolly. "She's to be the mistress of your household, after all." "You're mistress here, and you know the staff's strengths better than anyone," he countered, his patience beginning to fray. "I also hoped you might agree to instruct Maddie in her new duties. You're an excellent household manager." Kate blinked at the unexpected compliment, but she wasn't so easily swayed. "Thank you, sir, but as it happens, I've already instructed Maddie in the domestic arts. I'm sure you'll find her more than adequate." "I'm sure I will," Nick replied, his temper barely held in check. "But that doesn't answer my question." Kate bit back a retort, ashamed of her own childish impulse to needle him. Nick had been generous, more so than she'd expected, and it was petty to provoke him. After a thoughtful pause, she said, "All of them, I think. Aunt Eudora will likely bring her own staff when she takes possession." "See to it, then," Nick instructed. "Any servant who wishes to come will have a place in my household." Kate nodded stiffly, glad to end the exchange. From the corner of her eye, she could see the children watching them with barely concealed amusement. The last thing she wanted was to provide them with fresh fodder for gossip. As Nick turned to leave, Felicity darted forward to tug at his coat. "You're not going yet, are you?" she asked, her blue eyes wide with concern. He bent down with a grin, tugging one of her golden curls playfully. "Why? Do you need me to admire another of your dolls?" Felicity shook her head solemnly. "The pudding's ready, and you have to take your turn stirring it. Otherwise, how will your wish come true?" Amused despite himself, Nick allowed Felicity to drag him into the kitchen, where the large mixing bowl of Christmas pudding awaited. He'd heard of the custom but had never participated. His father had dismissed such traditions as nonsense. Now, as Felicity placed her small hand over his on the wooden spoon, guiding him through the required 3 stirs, he felt a pang of regret for what he'd missed. "Now make your wish," Felicity instructed seriously, "but only in your mind. If you say it out loud, it won't come true." Nick smiled faintly, his gaze flicking to Kate, who stood quietly by the doorway. Her dark eyes were filled with an emotion he couldn't name, and in that moment his wish formed unbidden. Silently, he sent his plea heavenward, for strength to face whatever comes, and patience to tame the shrew who's to be my sister-in-law. 2 days later, Nick sat in the library poring over the Somerville accounts, his brow furrowed in concentration. The ledgers were in better shape than he had expected, but it was clear there was little room for luxury or missteps. He was mentally calculating what it would cost to outfit the twins for school when the sound of the door opening broke his focus. Lindley entered, his dignified posture as unyielding as ever, carrying a silver tray with a single letter. "For you, Colonel," he said, bowing slightly as he offered the tray. "It arrived in this morning's post. I believe it is from your brother, the Duke." Nick raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Is it?" He took the letter, noting the unmistakable seal of Greystone. He had written to Benedict only a few days ago to inform him of his engagement, and he hadn't expected a response so soon. Evidently, the postal service had improved in his absence, or perhaps Benedict had responded the moment he received it. Breaking the wax seal with his thumb, Nick unfolded the letter. His mouth twitched with amusement as he recognized Benedict's distinctive, sprawling script, though he knew deciphering it would take some effort. "My dear Nick, congratulations and best wishes to you and your bride. Now that you have done your brotherly duty and seen to the succession, I shall at last be free of all those tiresome Debs and simpering chits cluttering up London during the season. Most obliging of you, I must say. I have spoken with Aunt Letty, and she insists that your fiancé and her brood stay at her house until the wedding is sorted. You, naturally, will billet with me. Once the deed is done, you can move into Dover House. The old barn has been sitting empty a donkey's age, and it will require a spot of work before it's habitable. I hope you've got the blunt brother mine, as it'll cost you a pretty penny to set things to rights. On that note, I'm hoping you'll see your way clear to advance me a bit of pocket money. I've sunk my funds into some intriguing investments and must wait until they pay off, as I'm assured they will. It needn't be much. £100 or so should do. Yours as ever, Benedict. Nick chuckled as he folded the letter. His brother's lack of formality was hardly surprising. Benedict often acted as though being the Duke was an inconvenience rather than a privilege. For all his rakish charm, Benedict had always been somewhat irresponsible. Nick's gaze drifted to the ledgers on the desk as his amusement faded. Despite his affection for Benedict, he couldn't ignore the plain truth. His brother had never been suited to the role of Duke. Nick, on the other hand, had always possessed a natural affinity for responsibility, an instinct honed during years of military service. If their positions had been reversed, Nick was certain the Greystone estates would be in far better shape. He tapped the letter absently against the edge of the desk, his jaw tightening. What had Benedict been thinking, gambling away so much of the family fortune? And now, investments? Nick knew his brother's instincts when it came to business were about as reliable as a weathercock in a storm. "Is there some problem, Colonel?" Lindley asked hesitantly, his voice pulling Nick from his brooding thoughts. Nick glanced up, his frown easing as he shook his head. "No, Lindley, nothing to worry about. My brother was simply offering his congratulations, that's all." "Very good, sir. Lindley said, though he didn't look entirely convinced. Bowing, he turned and left the room. Nick leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the letter. Lending Benedict the money wasn't the issue. Nick would gladly give his brother whatever he needed. But he couldn't stand idly by while Benedict continued to fritter away the family's resources. If he and Maddie were blessed with a son, that child would eventually inherit the title and estates. It was Nick's duty to ensure that inheritance was intact. Reaching for his quill, he began drafting a letter to his solicitor, outlining the terms under which he would lend Benedict the funds. Chief among them, no further speculative investments without Nick's explicit approval. He had nearly finished the letter when his concentration was shattered by the sound of laughter and shouting drifting in from the entryway. At first, he tried to ignore the noise, but it grew louder, a cacophony of voices punctuated by high-pitched giggles. With a muttered oath, Nick tossed down his pen and surged to his feet. Stalking to the door, he flung it open, his jaw tight with irritation as he stepped into the hallway. Whatever chaos was unfolding, it was about to meet a swift end. "What in Hades is going on down there?" Nick bellowed, his voice echoing from the upper landing. Leaning over the banister, he glared down at the scene below, his frustration as palpable as the clatter of boots on the stone floor. "Can't a man write a letter in peace? What the devil is that?" Kate glanced up, a lock of red hair escaping her scarf and brushing her flushed cheek. The sight of Nick looming above them, looking every bit the disapproving patriarch, sent a ripple of amusement through her. "It's a Yule log," she called back, brushing her hair aside. "Well, don't just stand there, Colonel. This dratted thing weighs a ton. Are you going to help or simply glower at us all day?" Nick's cheeks darkened at her challenge, the teasing lilt in her voice sparking something decidedly unmilitary in his chest. "I'm coming," he growled, hastily descending the stairs. Even with his help, it took all of them nearly 10 minutes to haul the massive log into the dining room and another 15 to maneuver it into the ancient stone fireplace. "I'll fetch the matchsticks," Simon declared, his voice rising with excitement. "And the first wish is going to be mine." "It is not," Samuel shouted, racing after him, their voices fading into a cacophony of playful bickering. Nick turned to Kate, his earlier irritation forgotten. "Are we not a bit premature? Christmas isn't for days yet." Kate began unwrapping her scarf, the corners of her mouth quirking up in a smile. "It's never too early to celebrate. You'll learn that quickly enough if you're to survive a Somerville Christmas." He watched her fumble with the knot, her gloveless fingers clumsy from the cold. Before she could ask for help, he stepped forward, his larger hands gently brushing hers aside. "Allow me." Kate's breath hitched as his deft fingers worked the stubborn scarf free. The warmth of his touch, so close yet so steady, sent a ripple of unease through her. Not unease, precisely, something sharper, warmer. "You suspected as much, did you?" She managed her voice tighter than she intended. "I did," he murmured, his breath feathering across her cheek as he leaned closer. His amber eyes met hers, and for a fleeting moment, the noise of the bustling household seemed to fade into the background. "It makes me wonder what other surprises you have in store for me, Kate." Kate felt a blush creep up her neck, and she forced a light laugh. "Ah, sir, that would be telling," she said with mock breeziness, desperate to break the spell. Her pulse fluttered wildly in her throat, and she silently cursed her body's traitorous response to his proximity. Nick's mouth curved into a knowing smile, but whatever retort he might have made was interrupted by the twins barreling into the room, the charred remains of last year's Yule log clutched between them. The next several minutes were a flurry of activity as the household gathered to light the log, the ancient ritual filled with laughter and the familiar strains of carols. Nick joined the singing, his deep baritone blending harmoniously with the others. Kate, for her part, found herself glancing at him more often than she cared to admit. There was something undeniably magnetic about him, his presence, his voice, the way he seemed to command the room without effort. After the songs had ended, they trooped into the parlor, falling upon the tea and freshly baked pastries like a pack of hungry wolves. Nick leaned back in his chair, watching the lively conversation flow around him, a strange warmth settling in his chest. For the first time in years, he felt content. So this was what it meant to belong, he mused, his gaze lingering on the twins' antics. He'd spent his life as the second son, always on the outside looking in, dismissed by his father, ignored by London's elite, valued only in the army. Now, with the war winding down, even that purpose was slipping away. But here, amidst the chaos of the Somervilles, he felt something he hadn't realized he craved: acceptance. "Aren't you, sir?" Samuel's insistent voice pulled Nick from his reverie. Aren't I what, Samuel?" Nick asked, startled from his reverie by the boy's expectant voice. "Taking us to share in your carriage," Samuel prodded, his eyes wide with excitement. "You did say you would." Nick chuckled, glancing at Simon, who was practically bouncing in his chair. "I believe I did mention it," he admitted. "All right, lads, tomorrow it is. We'll make a day of it." "Really?" Kate interjected, her brows arching suspiciously. She sent the boys a pointed look, clearly recognizing their wheedling handiwork. "That's very kind of you, Colonel." "Nick," he corrected smoothly, his gaze softening as it shifted to her. "Will tomorrow suit, ma'am?" Kate hesitated, weighing her options. It wasn't as though she had any real reason to refuse. "It will," she said at last, her tone carefully neutral. "Thank you." "Wonderful," Maddie said shyly, her hand brushing Nick's. "We'll have a lovely time." "We could even stop for luncheon at the inn," Felicity chimed in, wiggling with excitement. "Please say we can, Kate. They have the best cream buns." Kate hesitated, frowning. "I'm not sure. The prices there are—" "Done," Nick interrupted, his smile widening. "We'll have luncheon at the inn, and tea if you like." Kate bristled. "Really, Nick? There's no need for such." "Nonsense," he said, brooking no argument. "It's Christmas after all. What better time to indulge?" Kate's eyes narrowed at the challenge in his tone, but she forced a polite smile. "Very well. As you wish." Nick inclined his head, his gaze glittering with amusement. "It's my pleasure, Kate. You must know how much I enjoy doing things for my new family." After the meal, Kate lingered near the door, intending to confront Nick about his high-handedness. But to her dismay, he placed a gentle hand on Maddie's arm. "Shall we walk in the garden?" he asked, his smile intimate. "With your sister's permission, of course." Kate's lips tightened. "Certainly," she said sweetly, though her eyes shot daggers. "But do take Felicity with you. I'm sure she'll prove an excellent chaperone." Nick chuckled, inclining his head. "As you wish, ma'am." As he led Maddie and Felicity outside, Kate turned on her heel, her mind already racing with plans. The Colonel might have won this round, but she wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Chapter 10. The morning dawned cold and clear, the brisk northerly wind biting as it swept in from the sea. Despite the heavy snowfall of the past few weeks, the roads were remarkably clear, and it took them less than an hour to reach the tiny village of Cher. The air was sharp, with the scent of pine and distant chimney smoke, as Nick's opulently appointed carriage clattered over the cobblestones toward the town square. Most of the shops were still shuttered against the chill, and after a cursory glance around, Nick announced decisively, "We'll wait at the inn until the town comes to life." "That isn't necessary," Kate protested, leaning forward as if to stop him with sheer will alone. "We can wait in the carriage. The shops will open soon enough." "Nonsense," Nick replied, his tone so resolute that Kate immediately bristled. "We have no idea how long it will take, and I wouldn't want the younger ones to catch a chill." Kate bit her lip, holding back the sharp retort that hovered on her tongue. After much contemplation the previous evening, she had decided that the best way to handle Nick Montgomery was to smile sweetly and appear to comply, while quietly doing things her own way. But oh, how it tested her. "You're quite right, Nick," she said through gritted teeth, pinning on her most docile smile. "It wouldn't do to have the younger ones falling ill so close to the holidays." Nick caught the edge in her tone and quirked an amused brow, but said nothing. The carriage soon drew to a halt in front of the inn, and within moments they were all bundled into its best parlor. The twins immediately made themselves at home, helping themselves to the hot chocolate and buns laid out on a low table, alternating between stuffing their faces and darting about the room in wild exploration. "This is much nicer than sitting in a drafty old carriage," Simon exclaimed, his wide blue eyes taking in the richly upholstered chairs and heavy velvet curtains. He turned to Nick with an unabashed grin. "I think I shall like having you for a brother." Simon Richard Boynton, Kate gasped, mortified by her brother's unabashed opportunism. How can you say such a thing? Well, it's the truth, Simon replied with a pout, his chin jutting out stubbornly. Whenever we've come to the inn before, Mr. Peters always sticks us in that awful room by the tap room, and you have to ask him twice for tea. And it's never as nice as this, Samuel added, nodding in vigorous agreement. Mattie and Edward quickly joined in, recounting past run-ins with the notoriously cantankerous innkeeper. Even Felicity piped up, her eyes alight with mischief. Remember, Kate? He was so rude to us when we came to fetch that basket. You went all red in the face. I thought you were going to pop. Kate let out a soft laugh, despite the memory making her stomach twist. That incident had occurred shortly after Theo had left for the peninsula. Mr. Peters had cornered her, demanding payment for a fistful of Theo's debts. She had managed to settle the accounts, but it was clear the man still bore a grudge. I remember, Poppet, Kate said, leaning over to wipe a smudge of icing from Felicity's cheek. I also remember how quickly you devoured those cakes before we even reached home. The room dissolved into laughter and chatter, but Nick remained quiet, his gaze dark and contemplative. He had noted Kate's tense smile and the fleeting shadow that crossed her face when Felicity spoke of Theo's debts. A cold anger settled in his chest as he pieced things together. No doubt Peters had been pressing her for payment, taking advantage of her vulnerable position. Well, let him try now. Nick's jaw tightened, and a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. He would make it abundantly clear to Peters and every other shopkeeper in Sheer that the Somervilles were under his protection. Any lingering debts would be settled through him, and any slight against Kate or her family would not be tolerated. Of course, he would handle it all quietly. Kate would no doubt raise holy hell if she found out. He suppressed a smile at the thought, already anticipating her reaction. Soon, the hour came to an end, and the children began bundling into their coats and scarves. As Mattie fussed over Felicity's mittens, Nick pulled Kate aside, his expression unreadable. I thought I'd take the boys about while you and the other ladies go to the dressmaker's, he said, offering her an easy smile. If that suits you, of course. Kate blinked at him, momentarily caught off guard. You have my eternal gratitude, she replied lightly, her lips curving into a rare, genuine smile. She glanced toward the corner where the boys were pulling on their boots, bickering as usual. I was at my wits' end wondering what to do with them. They're not the most patient of creatures, and Modesti's shops tend to bring out their worst. A universal male failing, I'm afraid, Nick said, his grin widening. Until a certain age, we'd all prefer the rack to a dress shop. And after that age? Kate asked, feeling unexpectedly bold. Then we endure it, he replied with a low chuckle. Or try to. Though I must warn you, Kate, if you share this knowledge too freely, you may find yourself dragging me from shop to shop, drowning in parcels. Kate laughed softly, the image warming her despite herself. You're safe from me, I promise. We'll only be going as far as Mrs. Whitley's, and perhaps Mrs. Garth's if there's time. Mattie's bonnet should be ready by now. Nick filed the names away, nodding thoughtfully. And the shoemaker's as well, I'll wager, he added with a mock sigh. I've yet to meet a woman who can resist slippers. Kate's smile widened with teasing confidence. Now that you mention it, Felicity could use a new pair of shoes for Christmas, she mused, placing a thoughtful finger to her lips. Mr. Pettywhite did mention some lovely kid leather the last time I saw him. Perhaps we'll pay him a visit as well, she added, casting Nick a sly look. Please, ma'am, no more. Nick held up his hands in mock surrender, his amber eyes dancing with amusement. Only tell me what time I should return with the boys to meet you ladies. 1 o'clock, Kate decided after a moment's calculation. Then, with a pointed glance at the twins and Edward, she added, And don't think for a moment you're off the hook, Colonel. I expect you to see that the boys are properly outfitted. They'll need new clothes for London. I won't have them arriving looking like rag pickers. Nick's hand came up in a sharp salute, his expression solemn. Aye, aye, sir. He barked. Have you any further orders for me, sir? Kate pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. This playful, light-hearted version of Nick was disarming, and she found herself momentarily distracted by the rare sight of him grinning boyishly at her. A pity he didn't relax like this more often. He really was quite charming when he allowed himself to be. "Don't let the twins out of your sight," she said, shaking off the unsettling thought. "If you think Napoleon was capable of havoc, you've clearly never seen what Simon and Samuel can manage when left to their own devices." "Understood," Nick replied gravely, though a hint of humor gleamed in his eyes. He turned a mock-stern gaze on the twins, who promptly straightened under his scrutiny. "We've already had a little chat about following orders, haven't we, lads?" "Yes, Nick," they chorused in unison, their angelic expressions so exaggerated that Kate couldn't suppress a burst of delighted laughter. "Well, now I'm doubly cautious," she quipped, shaking her head. "Never mind keeping an eye on them. You'd best chain them to your side." Nick's amber eyes gleamed with a wicked glint as he brushed back an errant strand of Kate's hair, the casual intimacy of the gesture catching her entirely off guard. "I think we understand each other," he murmured, his voice a low, teasing drawl. "A pity you and I don't yet have such a cordial meeting of minds." Kate's pulse stuttered, her heart skittering in a way that both annoyed and unnerved her. Stepping back abruptly, she forced a laugh, though the heat rising in her cheeks betrayed her discomfort. "Maddie," she exclaimed, turning to her sister with theatrical exasperation. "You simply must do something about your fiancé. He's growing more insufferable by the day. Surely you don't mean to let him carry on like this?" Nick's warm chuckle followed her retreat, but Kate refused to meet his gaze again. Instead, she busied herself with Felicity's scarf, focusing intently on its knot as the strange, fluttering feeling in her chest refused to subside. Chapter 11. "Overbearing brute," she muttered under her breath, clenching the delicate porcelain cup a little tighter than necessary, her thoughts fixed on Nick, his bold, insufferable teasing, the warmth of his hand against her hair, the low timbre of his voice when he said her name. What in damnation was wrong with her? "What was that?" Edward asked, glancing up from the pastry he was dissecting with precise care. "Nothing of importance," Kate replied quickly, forcing her thoughts back to the present. She could hardly admit to her brother, or herself, that Nick Montgomery was far too capable of getting under her skin. Across the room, Simon and Samuel argued over only Lord knows what, and Felicity was already tugging on Maddie's sleeve, chattering about Christmas bonnets. Kate took a steadying breath and vowed not to let Nick occupy another moment of her thoughts, at least not until she absolutely had to face him again. She watched Nick usher the boys out of the room, issuing orders with an air of practiced authority. The door clicked shut behind them, and Kate let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Despite herself, she was pleased to see Nick had left the carriage at their disposal. For all his high-handed ways, he was a gentleman to his core, and she knew the boys couldn't have a better example to follow. "Nick is very kind," Maddie said softly, her gaze lingering on the door. She traced the edge of a bolt of blue silk Mrs. Whitley had laid out before her, her expression thoughtful. "I'm sure he'll make me an admirable husband. I only wish—" "Wish what?" Kate asked, narrowing her eyes as her sister's voice trailed off. "Maddie, what is it?" "It's nothing," Maddie said with a small shake of her head, though her pale features betrayed her. She quickly handed the fabric back to Mrs. Whitley with a smile. "This is lovely, Mrs. Whitley. I think I'll order it after all. Have you any patterns in the latest style?" The plump seamstress muttered something unintelligible as she bustled toward the back room, Felicity trailing eagerly at her heels. The moment the door swung shut, Kate turned sharply toward Maddie, her expression demanding. "All right, out with it. What's wrong? And don't try telling me it's nothing. I know better." Her dark eyes searched Maddie's pale face. "Does this have anything to do with Charles?" Maddie's shoulders stiffened, and she turned away, but not before Kate caught the shimmer of unshed tears. "This is his favorite color," Maddie whispered, brushing a hand over the blue silk. "He always said it made me look like an angel." Kate's heart clenched painfully at the sight of her sister's distress. She had been against this marriage from the start, and now, seeing Maddie's evident struggle, she vowed anew to put an end to the whole ridiculous arrangement. "Maddie," she said gently, taking her sister's hands and forcing her to meet her gaze. "Are you absolutely sure you want to go through with this? It's not too late to call it off. I could speak to Nick. No, Maddie interrupted, her tone firm but softening at the concern in Kate's eyes. No, she repeated, squeezing Kate's hands reassuringly. I've given this a great deal of thought, and I'm certain we're doing the right thing. Nick is a good, honorable man. We'll have a good marriage. But, no buts, dearest, Maddie said, her lips curving into a shaky smile. She wrapped Kate in a quick, warm embrace. Haven't you always told me I know my own mind? Yes, but I never thought you'd throw my words back at me, Kate admitted, pulling back to search her sister's face. Are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Maddie said softly, giving Kate's hands one last squeeze. Now, stop hounding me, or I'll start to think it's you who's had a change of heart. Kate frowned, confused. What do you mean? Oh, only that I've noticed the way you've been looking at Nick when you think no one's watching, Maddie teased, a mischievous sparkle returning to her blue eyes. You seem quite taken with him. Are you sure you wouldn't rather be his bride? Don't be ridiculous, Kate snapped, blushing furiously. As if I would marry that overbearing bully. I only wanted to make sure you're happy. And I am, Maddie replied with a quiet laugh, turning back as Mrs. Whitley and Felicity reappeared. Now come help me choose a gown, won't you? Only the first stare of fashion, mind. I refuse to look like a country bumpkin in London. Kate sighed, allowing the conversation to shift as Maddie began pointing out patterns to Felicity. But as she watched her sister chatter animatedly, her heart remained heavy. Maddie might insist she was happy, but Kate couldn't shake the feeling that her sister's future was far more uncertain than she dared admit. But Nick, why can't I have an orange waistcoat? Samuel wailed, his brown eyes welling with indignation as he gazed up at Nick with an expression of tragic betrayal. Squire's oldest boy wears one, and he's all the crack. Nick closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply as he clutched the bridge of his nose. I don't care if he's the Prince Regent himself, he said, his voice clipped as he struggled for patience. I told you I wouldn't buy you one of those demmed things, and I meant it. We'll hear no more about it. Samuel gave a loud sniff, turning his back with the flair of a child whose entire world had just collapsed. He and Simon dove back into the pile of fashion sketches on the tailor's workbench, whispering conspiratorially. Meanwhile, Nick retreated to the nearest chair, where he gratefully accepted a glass of brandy from the tailor's assistant. Sipping the tepid liquor, he muttered under his breath, I've led men into battle, held a battalion together under cannon fire, but controlling two 12-year-olds is beyond me. It had started so smoothly. He had accompanied Edward through the village, visiting the milliner, the dressmaker, and the shoemaker, calmly instructing each to send the Somerville ladies' bills to his solicitor. Kate would undoubtedly rail at his presumption, but he had already resolved to weather that storm. He'd even ensured that Kate herself was to have an entire new wardrobe prepared, knowing full well she wouldn't spend a penny on herself otherwise. Then, emboldened by his efficiency, he had shepherded the boys into the tailor's shop. That, as it turned out, had been his fatal error. The twins, enraptured by the notion of acquiring real gentleman's attire, had promptly descended into chaos. Bolts of fabric were pulled from the shelves, pattern books scattered to the floor, and requests for increasingly outrageous garments filled the air. Nick had drawn the line at puce-colored jackets with padded shoulders and pink-striped trousers, but his patience was hanging by the barest thread. Even Edward, usually the picture of restraint, was clutching a sketch of a greatcoat with no fewer than 7 capes. Please, Colonel, he begged earnestly, his brown eyes wide with longing. No one else at school has anything like this. It would be the envy of the entire form. Nick hesitated, memories of his own boyhood stirring in his chest. He thought of the ivory-topped cane he had once coveted, how his father had refused him outright, but Benedict had left his own behind on a visit, telling Nick to keep it as though it were a trifle. He remembered the surge of pride he'd felt carrying that cane, how it had made him feel like he belonged. It does look rather grand, Nick conceded, his lips twitching into a reluctant smile. And all those capes should keep you from catching cold. Very well, you may have it. Edward's face lit up, but the twins immediately launched into protests of blatant favoritism. If Edward can have that coat, then I don't see why I can't have the orange waistcoat, Samuel declared. Nor why I can't have the striped trousers, Simon added, scowling. Nick had had enough. We'll ask your sister, he announced, tossing the decision into Kate's lap with no remorse. If she doesn't mind you looking like circus performers, then I suppose I might be persuaded. Samuel and Simon exchanged glances of mutual despair. Might as well forget it, Simon sighed, placing the sketch back on the table. She's a girl. They don't understand how it is with us men, Samuel agreed gravely. Oh well, maybe next year. Nick stifled a laugh as he downed the rest of his brandy and ordered the tailor to prepare sensible outfits for all three boys. He knew the garments would likely need to be replaced in London, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Herding the boys back toward the inn through the snowy streets was a challenge of its own, especially after the twins managed to tumble into a snowbank so deep only their boots were visible. By the time they arrived, dusted with frost and filled with wild tales of their adventure, Nick was worn to the bone. Kate took one look at the snow-covered twins and arched a brow. "What happened to you?" she asked, tugging Samuel's coat from his shoulders. "He jumped into a snowbank," Nick replied warily, pulling Simon free of his own coat. Then, this one thought it'd be a grand idea to follow him. We spent 10 minutes digging them out. "You should have seen it," Edward interjected eagerly. "At first, all you could see were their boots. The old women watching thought they were dead, and several of them fainted." Nick shuddered at the memory of his panic when the boys had disappeared beneath the snow. He had been torn between thrashing them within an inch of their lives and gathering them in a fierce embrace. Even now, his hands trembled faintly. Kate's sharp eyes caught the tremor, and something softened in her expression. But instead of drawing attention to his obvious distress, she turned to Maddie, who was busily handing out cups of steaming chocolate. "While you're busy warming up the scamps, I believe I'll have a word with Mr. Peters about extra blankets," Kate announced. "I'll come with you," Nick said immediately, his tone brooking no argument. Kate turned, already halfway to the door. "That won't be necessary, Colonel. I can manage." "I insist," he replied, his voice low and steady as he followed her into the hallway. "This won't take but a moment." Kate sighed, clearly irritated, but allowed him to accompany her. They returned soon after, laden with blankets, which Kate wrapped firmly around the boys. Then she turned her attention to Nick, striding toward him with such determination that he raised his hands in mock surrender. "Peace, madam!" he exclaimed, the corners of his mouth twitching. "You'll get no quarrel from me." Kate snorted, clearly unimpressed. "See that I don't," she muttered, tossing a blanket over his broad shoulders. "I vow, Colonel, you've less sense than the twins." Nick chuckled, catching her wrist as she turned away. "Aren't you going to tuck me in?" he drawled, his voice teasing. Kate froze, her pulse skittering at the warm, rough touch of his hand. "I'll leave that happy task to Maddie," she retorted, snatching her wrist free and stepping back. But her lips twitched as though she were fighting a smile, and Nick's grin widened. Luncheon passed with the kind of cheerful chaos that seemed inevitable when the Somervilles gathered. Edward was regaling the table with a tale of a shopkeeper's befuddlement over the twins' antics, while Samuel and Simon loudly corrected his every detail. Felicity giggled into her cup, entirely unbothered by the noise. Nick, however, found his attention drawn to Kate. She was quieter than usual, nibbling absently at her dessert as the others chattered around her. Her brows furrowed slightly, as though she were pondering some great mystery, or perhaps plotting his demise. Nick smirked into his wine. He had no doubt she would be less composed when the wardrobe he'd ordered arrived at the house. He was already anticipating her reaction with relish. They lingered over dessert, discussing the afternoon's plans, when it occurred to Nick that he hadn't yet bought Christmas presents for the family. It wasn't just an oversight, it was downright embarrassing, given his supposed role as their benefactor. He was about to suggest Kate accompany him when another idea struck. Maddie. Since their engagement, Maddie had been so accommodating, so proper. She had given no hint of her feelings on the match, but Nick felt uncomfortably aware of the distance between them. It was time they spent more time together, alone. "Maddie," he began, meeting her soft blue eyes. She looked up from her tea, blinking in surprise. "Do you think I might prevail upon you to show me about the town? It's my first visit to Cher, and I'd like to see more of it." Maddie hesitated for a moment, but then smiled with her usual sweetness. "Of course, Nick. That would be delightful. Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?" "Whatever you think," he said with a casual shrug, though his gaze lingered on her face. "I'll leave it to you, my dear." Before Maddie could answer, Samuel leaned in conspiratorially. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather have us show you around, Nick? She'll just drag you to boring old monuments. We could take you to the cockfights." Nick choked on his wine, and Kate's voice cut through the table like a saber. "I'm not even going to ask how you know about such places," she said, glaring at Samuel. "Something tells me I'm better off not knowing. Maddie is his fiancée, and she will show him around." "Why her?" Simon demanded, leaping to his brother's defense. "Cockfights are much more interesting than monuments." Felicity joined in, her little voice chiming brightly. "I want to go too. I love monuments." Nick raised his hands in mock surrender, turning his most beseeching gaze on Kate. "Help," he implored, his deep voice tinged with exasperation. Kate's lips twitched, but she held her composure. "Felicity, Simon, Samuel, that's enough," she said firmly. "If Nick wants to go with Maddie, then we shall let them. The rest of us have plenty to do. Don't forget, we still need to call on the vicar." Groans erupted from the boys, but they knew better than to argue further. As they commiserated in exaggerated whispers, Nick leaned closer to Kate, covering her hand with his. "Thanks for the rescue, ma'am," he said, his amber eyes warm with gratitude. "I haven't felt this harassed since I was cut off from my unit by a battalion of French chasseurs." "You're welcome, sir," Kate replied, her tone amused. "Just make sure you and Maddie aren't gone too long. The sky looks ready to turn, and I'd rather be home before it starts snowing again." Nick hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Do you have any suggestions for gifts? I'd like to get something they'd truly enjoy." Kate considered him, her dark eyes softening slightly. "For the boys, nothing too noisy or dangerous," she said with a faint smile. "And Edward would appreciate books or something scientific." "Chemistry sets?" Nick asked, raising a skeptical brow. "Only if you don't value your eyebrows. If Edward doesn't blow us all to Kingdom Come, the twins will likely steal the set and do it for him." Nick laughed, the sound deep and rich. "Noted. What about Felicity? A doll, perhaps?" Kate shook her head. A ball would suit her better. The twins threw her old one down the well last week, and perhaps some paints and paper. It's time she began lessons. "Is that all?" Nick asked, a teasing lilt to his voice. "Yes," Kate replied firmly. "We seldom exchange more than 1 or 2 gifts, and most of them are handmade. We don't expect you to spoil us," she added, shooting him a pointed look. Nick's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of irritation. "Perhaps not," he said evenly, "but perhaps I need to spoil you." Rising to his feet, he held out his hand to Maddie. "Maddie," he said, his tone sharper than usual, "it's time we left. There's much to do." Maddie glanced nervously at Kate, then back to Nick. "Shall we meet you at the Vicar's?" she asked quietly. "Yes. Even though the wedding will be held in London, he deserves to hear our plans directly," Kate replied. "It would hurt him deeply if he weren't consulted." Nick inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "Very well. We'll meet you there at 4. He led Maddie from the room without another word, leaving Kate staring after him with a deep frown. "Well, he was certainly up to the bows about something," Edward observed, puzzled. "What on earth was that all about?" "I'm sure I don't know," Kate replied, retreating into her tea. "Colonel Montgomery is often high in the instep, and I suppose we must accustom ourselves to his moods." Edward studied her thoughtfully. "You don't think his leg is troubling him, do you? I noticed him limping earlier." Kate froze, her concern flickering briefly before she buried it. "Perhaps," she admitted reluctantly, "but that isn't what upset him." "Then what did?" Kate sighed heavily, her slender fingers toying with her teacup. "I may have offended him. He wanted to buy Christmas presents, and I told him he shouldn't feel obligated to spoil us." Edward's frown deepened. No wonder he was angry. "You must have hurt his feelings." "Hurt his feelings?" Kate repeated, startled. Edward nodded. "You remember what he said yesterday? He's never shopped for Christmas before, and he only wanted to do it right. You even promised to help." Kate bit her lip, shame prickling at her conscience. She shouldn't have been so stiff-necked, she realized miserably. Nick was wealthier than a nabob, and if buying gifts brought him joy, who was she to deny him? The children, too, deserved some indulgence after years of hardship. Resolving to mend things, Kate straightened her shoulders. The next time Nick offered something, she would accept it with grace, for everyone's sake. Satisfied with her decision, she turned her attention back to the twins, determined to keep them entertained until it was time to meet Nick and Maddie. Chapter 12. Please, Nick, can't you slow down? Maddie pleaded, her small hand tightening on his arm as he strode purposefully down the ice-slick street. Her boots skidded against the cobblestones, and she clutched his sleeve with both hands. Nick, I'm going to fall. At the note of alarm in her voice, Nick stopped abruptly, his breath puffing invisible clouds in the frosty air. Guilt flickered across his face as he turned to her, his fingers already steadying her by the elbow. I'm sorry, Maddie, he said, his voice warm with contrition. Straightening her bonnet, he studied her pale face with a frown. Are you all right? I'm fine, Maddie replied softly, the teasing curve of her lips easing his concern. But would you mind telling me why you're in such a hurry? Surely you can't be that eager to explore our little village? A rueful flush crept up Nick's neck, visible even against the cold bite of the wind. Not exactly, he admitted, his mouth softening into a sheepish smile. It's your sister. She has the most regrettable effect on my temper. I swear, I've never met a more stubborn female in my life. Oh dear, Maddie murmured, her amusement dancing in her blue eyes. That does sound rather serious. What did she do this time? Nick didn't hesitate to unleash his pent-up frustration. She took an innocent offer, my offer, to buy Christmas presents for your siblings and flung it back in my face, he said, his jaw tightening as his voice rose. I call it out-and-out rudeness. That little minx dared accuse me of trying to buy my way into the family. Maddie's amusement vanished at once, replaced by shock. She accused you of that? She gasped, her gloved hand fluttering to her chest. As good as, Nick ground out, his cheeks tinged with fury. I thought to buy each of the children a little something, to make their Christmas more joyful. And she, in all her self-righteous wisdom, informed me, very pointedly I might add, that as you lot only exchange 1 or 2 small presents each year, I mustn't spoil you. Spoil! He shook his head, amber eyes blazing with indignation. All I wanted was to make Christmas a bit brighter for the younger ones. Isn't that what Christmas is for? Maddie's cheeks flushed, this time with anger of her own. She loved Kate dearly, but there were moments like this one when she could have happily boxed her sister's ears. Beneath Nick's simmering fury, Maddie could sense genuine hurt, and it made her stomach twist. Nick was soon to be her husband, after all, and her loyalty had to lie with him. That is what Christmas is for, she said, her soft voice firming into uncharacteristic steel. And I know the boys would adore anything you chose for them. You're going to be their brother and their guardian. It's your right to give them whatever you like. Nick blinked, clearly startled by Maddie's vehemence, though he was undeniably pleased. He had always thought Maddie sweet and lovely, though perhaps a touch too docile for his taste. Seeing her spark with indignation now, a rare glimpse of fire, left him momentarily bemused. How was it, he wondered, that one sister had the temperament of a Billingsgate fishwife, while the other was mild as a lamb? Does that include Kate? He asked, unable to resist teasing her as a flicker of amusement curved his mouth. Am I allowed to buy her a gift? Do whatever you desire, Maddie replied briskly, waving a dismissive hand. Although I don't see why you'd want to. After the way she's behaved, she deserves nothing in her Christmas stocking but a lump of coal. Nick threw his head back and laughed, the deep, rich sound turning heads as it echoed down the street. Then a lump of coal it shall be, he declared, feeling unexpectedly buoyant. For the first time, the idea of exchanging gifts, something he and Benedict had never bothered with, felt like a tradition he was eager to embrace. Taking Maddie's hand again, he began steering her toward the nearest shop, his grip steady and his pace slower this time. Now, he said, glancing down at her with a grin that warmed even the cold December air, let's see what this village has to offer. And don't worry, Maddie, I promise not to let you fall. "Come, my dear," Nick said, flashing Maddie a boyish grin, his amber eyes glinting with a rare enthusiasm. "We've a great deal of shopping to do." The next 3 hours flew by in a whirlwind of bustling shops and gleaming displays. Nick's wallet took a significant hit as he purchased every bright and shiny object that caught his eye. Maddie, though initially hesitant, couldn't bring herself to dampen his exuberance. The children would adore their gifts, she knew, and the joy lighting Nick's face was something she hadn't expected to find so endearing. They had just stepped out of the bookshop, arms laden with parcels, and were making their way toward the milliner's when a familiar voice rang out behind them. "Maddie?" Her heart leapt into her throat, a jolt of recognition coursing through her. She whirled around, nearly dropping her packages, as a tall young man in the scarlet uniform of the 12th Regiment strode toward her with purposeful strides. "Charles," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Maddie, sweetest!" Captain Charles Maxfield's exuberant laugh echoed down the street as he closed the distance between them. Sweeping her into his strong arms, he lifted her off her feet and spun her in a small circle, his joy undeniable. "I couldn't believe it when I saw you walking. How did you know I'd managed leave for the holidays? It was supposed to be a secret." "Charles," Maddie murmured, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. The sight of his beloved face was both a balm and a torment, and she was suddenly acutely aware of Nick standing stiffly beside her. For a few agonizing moments, she stood frozen, caught between past and present, love and duty. She knew what she must do, and the very thought of it made her chest tighten with anguish. Taking a deep breath, she gently stepped back from Charles's embrace, her trembling hands smoothing the front of her cloak. Turning toward Nick, she summoned every ounce of composure she possessed. "Nick," she said, her voice carefully steady, "may I introduce Captain Charles Maxfield, our oldest neighbor." She faltered slightly, then pushed forward. "Charles, allow me to present Colonel Nick Montgomery of the Light Infantry." Charles's brows shot up as his gaze swung to Nick, his gray eyes widening in recognition. "Theo's commanding officer?" he exclaimed, thrusting out his hand. "I've heard much of you, sir, and the brilliant way your battalion performed at Vittoria. It's an honor." Nick shook the younger man's hand, his grip firm but measured. "Captain Maxfield," he replied, his sharp eyes flickering between Maddie and Charles. There was something unspoken in the way they looked at each other, and though Nick couldn't yet define it, he recognized its weight. "The honor is mine." Charles turned back to Maddie, his expression softening as he took her hand. "I'm so dreadfully sorry about Theo," he said, his voice thick with regret. "He was a capital fellow. I would have attended the funeral if I'd been able, but—" He shrugged helplessly, leaving the rest unsaid. "I understand," Maddie whispered, giving his arm a reassuring squeeze. But she could feel Nick's watchful presence beside her, and the pressure to speak before her courage failed was suffocating. "Colonel Montgomery was there," she began in a rush, her words tumbling over one another. "He's been so good to us, so kind. I don't know what we would have done without him." Charles frowned, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Indeed?" he asked, his gaze narrowing as it fixed on Nick. Maddie swallowed hard, her fingers twisting in her cloak. "In fact," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "you may be the first to wish us happy, Charles. I have accepted the Colonel's proposal of marriage, the step we are to be wed by special license in London." For a moment, Charles simply stared, his expression blank with shock. "I beg your pardon," he finally said, his voice hoarse. "Maddie has kindly consented to be my bride," Nick interjected smoothly, his tone calm, though his sharp eyes missed nothing. He had suspected something deeper between Maddie and this young officer, and now it was clear. The boy's stricken face, the way he looked at Maddie as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Everything about him screamed heartbreak. Nick laid a steadying hand on Maddie's shoulder, his voice deceptively mild. "We were just about to join the others at the Vickers. You're more than welcome to come along. I'm sure Theo's family would enjoy seeing one of his friends again." Charles's head snapped toward Maddie, his silver gray eyes flashing with fury. "Theo's friend?" he ground out, his hands curling into fists at his sides. "Is that how you explain me to him?" "Charles, please," Maddie pleaded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "You don't understand." "Oh, I understand," Charles interrupted, his voice sharp with bitterness. A wealthy lord, even if he's only a second son, is infinitely preferable to a half-pay captain, isn't he? Watch your tongue, puppy, Nick said softly, his expression hardening. Sympathy had its limits, and Charles was rapidly testing him. I'd hate to have to call out a fellow officer, but make no mistake, I will if you say one more word. Have no fear, Lord Montgomery, Charles sneered, his smile bitter as he stepped back. I know my place. Rest assured, I have nothing more to say to your fiancé. Without another glance at Maddie, he turned on his heel and stalked away, his shoulders stiff with wounded pride. Nick watched him disappear, then turned back to Maddie. Her face was ashen, her blue eyes shimmering with tears. She made no effort to hide. Are you all right? He asked gently. Did he upset you? Maddie shook her head, though her voice trembled as she replied. Take me to my sister, Nick, she whispered, her hands clutching his sleeve like a lifeline. Please, just take me to my sister. Fearing Maddie might either dissolve into uncontrollable sobs or, worse, collapse entirely, Nick swiftly commandeered the first private coach he spotted. The startled occupants barely had time to protest before Nick's curt explanation of an emergency sent them scurrying out. The journey to the rectory took mere minutes, though to Nick it felt an eternity as Maddie sat pale and trembling beside him, her tears falling silently. The coach had scarcely rolled to a halt before Maddie leapt out, gathering her skirts and bolting up the ivy-covered path. The rectory loomed ahead like a sanctuary, and she rushed through the front door, barely pausing to nod at the maid who pointed her toward the small study. Kate! Oh, Kate! It's Charles! Maddie wailed as she burst into the room. Kate, seated primly on a worn settee and listening attentively to the vicar's thoughts on his upcoming Christmas Eve sermon, barely had time to rise before Maddie threw herself into her arms. The younger girl clung to her tightly, sobbing as though her heart had been torn to shreds. Darling, what is it? Kate asked, her voice soothing as her arms came around Maddie's trembling form. What about Charles? Has something happened? A horrifying possibility struck her, one too terrible to voice. He's not dead, is he? No. Maddie shook her head violently, her golden curls bouncing as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. He's here in Cher, and Kate. Her words dissolved into broken sobs. Kate understood at once, and a deep protective ache swelled in her chest. Poor Maddie, she thought, her fingers tenderly smoothing her sister's curls. How agonizing it must have been to face the man you loved while betrothed to another. Kate's mind raced for the right words to offer comfort when Nick strode into the study. His commanding presence filled the small room, his golden brown eyes immediately fixing on Maddie in Kate's arms. His mouth pressed into a thin, grim line. Is she all right? He asked, his voice gruff with concern as he stepped closer. Kate tightened her embrace around Maddie, casting Nick a wary glance. She encountered your old neighbor in the street, and I fear the rascal upset her. Charles isn't a rascal, Kate snapped, glaring up at him. Please, Kate, Maddie whispered, lifting her tear-streaked face from her sister's shoulder to send her an imploring look. Just take me home. I have the most dreadful headache. Kate hesitated, glancing between Maddie's distressed face and Nick's hard expression. But, she began, only to abandon the thought. Maddie's grief was genuine, and her promise to support her sister left no room for argument. Sighing softly, she turned toward the vicar, who was watching the scene unfold with his usual vague curiosity. My apologies, Reverend, Kate said, offering him an apologetic smile. I believe it's best if we leave now. Maddie is prone to these headaches, you know, and she needs rest. Of course, the vicar replied, bobbing his head sympathetically. Poor young thing. Seeing Captain Maxfield must have been a painful reminder of her dear brother. Yes, Kate said quickly, seizing on the explanation like a lifeline. That's precisely it. Theo and Charles were the best of friends. They even spoke of enlisting together. Seeing him again must have been quite a shock. Now, if you'll excuse us, I should get Maddie settled in the coach. Come, dearest, she murmured, gently guiding her still sobbing sister from the room. Nick trailed behind them silently, his thoughts churning as he watched Maddie's fragile frame tremble under Kate's steady arm. The encounter with Charles had clearly been more than a mere shock for Maddie, and though Nick's sympathy for her was genuine, a part of him bristled. This was his betrothed, and yet her heart so evidently belonged to another. For Kate's part, her mind churned with its own worries. She had promised to stand by Maddie, but how could she do so if Maddie was trapped in a choice that tore her apart? Kate's heart ached for her sister's pain, but it also simmered with frustration at Nick's aloofness. Couldn't he see how deeply Maddie was hurting? Nick lingered only long enough to offer the Vicar a polite thank you and accept his blessing before he strode briskly after the others. He climbed into the waiting carriage to find Kate and Maddie already seated. The younger woman curled into a corner, a plaid blanket tucked snugly around her. Nick glanced around, surprised to see the younger members of the family absent. "Where are Felicity and the boys?" he asked, settling his broad shoulders against the plush golden velvet of the squabs. "Surely you're not leaving them behind?" "No, tempting as that might be," Kate replied, pausing in her ministrations to flash him a brief, reassuring smile. "There's a skating party at the village pond. The squire's wife promised to see them safely home." Nick's brow furrowed as he glanced out at the darkening sky. He thought the weather too unpredictable for such frivolity, but for the moment, his attention returned to Maddie. Her tears had subsided, but she remained pale, her eyes closed as she leaned against Kate's shoulder. It was clear she wasn't in any state to be questioned. Not yet, anyway. Nick tightened his jaw, his instincts prickling. Something about this situation didn't sit right, and he had no doubt Kate knew exactly what it was. Convincing her to confide in him, however, would likely be an uphill battle. Kate broke the silence first, her voice light. "How did your shopping go?" she asked as the carriage began its slow journey home. "I noticed you didn't have any packages with you." "They're being delivered," Nick replied, recognizing her attempt at a diversion. "You'll be pleased to know I avoided buying Edward any dangerous chemical sets, though I did find a book on ballooning I thought he might enjoy." Kate's lips twitched in amusement. "He'll love it," she said, relieved that Nick seemed inclined toward pleasant conversation. "But we'll have to ensure the twins don't get their hands on it. Heaven only knows what they might concoct if they did." Nick chuckled softly. "It doesn't bear thinking about," he agreed. "Have they always been so exuberant?" He chose the word carefully. "You mean incorrigible?" Kate asked with a wry smile. "Always. Samuel's usually the ringleader, though Simon is never far behind, and they're utterly fearless. When they were just 6 years old, they disappeared overnight. We found them in the woods the next morning. They'd gone looking for Indians." "That must have been about the time your mother and stepfather died." Kate blinked, startled that he remembered. "About then, yes," she replied, her voice softening. "The accident happened in April, and the boys' little adventure was that summer. Did Theo tell you about it?" Nick hesitated, the truth lingering on the tip of his tongue. He'd only met Theo the night before his death, and their brief connection hardly qualified as a close friendship. But the Somervilles had assumed they'd been comrades in arms, and Nick hadn't corrected them. At first, he'd been too ill to explain. Later, he decided it was more practical to let them believe the misconception. His demand to take responsibility for the family rested on shaky foundations, and he doubted Kate would react kindly if she learned the truth. "He mentioned it," Nick said at last, keeping his tone deliberately vague. "He also mentioned your stepfather gambled. Is that why you're in such financial difficulty?" Kate stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "Partially," she said coolly. "But I'd ask you not to mention it to the others. They have few enough memories of their father as it is, and I wouldn't want those memories tainted." Nick's expression softened. "You're a very good sister," he said, tilting his head as he studied her. "Have you always taken care of them?" "Always," she admitted, her dark eyes glowing with quiet pride. "Mother was never very strong, so the care of the children naturally fell to me. One of my earliest memories is holding Theo, trying to get him to drink milk from a cup. I couldn't have been more than 3 or 4. She shook her head, a wistful smile curving her lips. "What about you? I know you have an older brother, Benedict, but do you have any other siblings?" Nick's golden eyes darkened, the warmth draining from his expression. "No," he said, his voice clipped. "Just Benedict, the heir, and me, the spare." Kate studied him, noting the bitterness that colored his words. She'd seen glimpses of it before, but now it struck her how little she truly knew about him. Outside of his rank and title, he was a mystery, and suddenly she found herself desperate to understand him better. "What sort of brother was Benedict?" she asked, settling more comfortably into her seat. "Was he a perfect monster to you, the way Theo occasionally is to the twins?" Nick blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "Benedict was very good to me," he said. "He always remembered my birthday and visited me at school each term." "Then he's much older than you?" Kate pressed, her curiosity piqued. "Not much, less than 10 years," Nick replied, frowning. "Why do you ask?" "I realized how little we know about you," Kate admitted frankly. "You seldom speak of yourself, you know." Her gaze turned speculative. "I find that intriguing." Nick shifted uncomfortably. "There's little to say," he muttered. "My life isn't so different from other men of my rank and station." "That may be, but you're the first man of your station I've ever met," Kate teased. "To me, you're as exotic as a Bedouin chieftain, and I'm consumed with curiosity." A reluctant smile tugged at Nick's lips. "What would you like to know?" "Everything," Kate said eagerly, leaning forward. "I know you went to Eton. Were you a good student?" Nick chuckled, momentarily forgetting his earlier ire. "Am I to assume you're hoping to hear I barely scraped by?" he teased. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I was a superlative student, both at Eton and later at Oxford. In fact, had it not been decided I would join the army, I might have become a Don. I've always been fascinated by Shakespeare." Kate tilted her head. "Had it not been decided?" she repeated. "Didn't you want to go into the army?" Nick's expression hardened. "It's tradition," he said flatly. "The second son always goes into the army. It's the way it's always been done." "But is it what you wanted?" Kate asked, inching closer until her knee brushed his. She sensed she was nearing something important, something that could help her finally understand the man behind the rigid exterior. "It was my duty," Nick replied, his voice edged with bitterness. "I was born knowing Greystone would never be mine. All that was expected of me was to stay out of trouble, marry well if possible, and die bravely when required." Kate sat back, stunned by the raw emotion in his voice. "You can't believe that," she murmured. "That's dreadful." "It's the way it is," Nick said coldly. "My father made certain I understood that." "But surely your mother—" "My mother died when I was too young to remember her," Nick interrupted harshly. "Not that it would have changed anything." "And you intend to raise your children the same way?" Kate demanded, her eyes blazing with disbelief. "That's ridiculous." Nick started to snap back, but the weight of her question hit him. Did he want his children raised as he had been, isolated, unwanted, and burdened with expectations they hadn't chosen? His jaw clenched. "No," he said fiercely. "By God, no, I do not." Maddie stirred, her lashes fluttering open. "Are we home yet?" she murmured, her voice thick with exhaustion. "Soon, love," Kate replied softly, brushing a strand of hair from Maddie's flushed face. She cast Nick a thoughtful look. Understanding him was proving more complicated than she'd expected, but also far more important. Kate had started her line of questioning with Nick as a distraction, hoping to steer him away from the subject of Charles. But the more he revealed, the more fascinated she became. He was such a contradiction. Cold and haughty one moment, then unexpectedly gentle and teasing the next. At first, she had chalked up his commanding demeanor to years of military service. But now she wondered how much of it stemmed from the burdens of leadership and how much from a childhood that seemed devoid of warmth. No wonder he knew so little about Christmas, she thought, her earlier irritation at him giving way to a gnawing sense of guilt. He had probably spent his holidays alone at school or isolated in a drafty country house with a father who barely acknowledged him. He had admitted his inexperience with buying gifts, and how had she responded? By effectively tossing his thoughtful gestures back in his face. That, Kate decided, would not stand. As the carriage pulled up to the house, her resolve solidified. Christmas Eve was only 2 days away, and she would work twice as hard to make amends. She wouldn't just accept the gifts Nick had purchased for the children. She would actively involve him in their holiday traditions. He would help decorate the Tannenbaum and take part in the annual Christmas pageant that had been a cherished Somerville Hall tradition since her great-grandfather's time. Kate had debated canceling the pageant this year, given Theo's passing, but now she resolved to go forward with it. Her mind buzzed with possibilities as she pictured Nick in her father's old costume. Though Nick was far taller than her stepfather had been, the regal robes might still fit him. And with any luck, the red beard her father had worn as King Henry VIII hadn't been entirely consumed by moths, or worse. A smile tugged at her lips as her excitement grew, the plans taking a vivid shape in her mind. This Christmas would be unlike any Nick had ever known, she vowed. It would be filled with laughter, warmth, and tradition, the kind of Christmas he clearly needed. And if it wasn't, Kate's smile turned mischievous. If it wasn't, she would gladly eat that moth-eaten beard herself. Chapter 13, Kate guided Maddie to her room, gently dismissing the hovering maid with a nod. She helped her sister ease into bed, smoothing the covers over her frail figure. Maddie's pallor struck Kate with a pang of worry. "Would you like some tea, darling?" Kate asked softly, perching on the edge of the mattress. Her eyes lingered on Maddie's drawn features, concern tightening her chest. Maddie's migraines often left her incapacitated for days. "No." Maddie shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I would just like to be alone now, if you please." Kate hesitated, her lips pressing together in worry. Maddie's quiet withdrawal stung, their closeness making the distance between them all the more acute. Rising reluctantly, she smoothed her skirts and turned toward the door. "Well, if that's what you wish, I'll just—" "No, wait!" Maddie's voice broke, and Kate whirled back to find her sister sitting up, tears sparkling in her eyes as she held out a trembling hand. "Don't go." "Yes, love?" Kate murmured, rushing back to her sister's side. She smoothed Maddie's hair with gentle fingers, wondering if she ought to call for one of Mrs. Thatcher's laudanum tonics. Do you think you could do something for me?" Maddie stammered, her fingers twisting the bedsheet in a nervous rhythm. "Of course," Kate replied, pulling her chair closer. "What is it, dearest?" Would you write a letter to Charles for me?" Kate blinked, taken aback by the whispered request. "I thought you'd already written to him," she said cautiously, recalling Maddie mentioning the idea shortly after accepting Nick's proposal. "I didn't know what to say," Maddie admitted, her tears spilling over. "I couldn't tell him the truth, that I'm marrying Nick for money, and I couldn't let him think I'd fallen out of love. That would have been too cruel." Kate's expression softened as she reached for Maddie's hand. "I wouldn't expect you to," she said firmly, her tone tinged with sympathy. "But wouldn't it be better if you explained things to him yourself? He would understand it better from you." "No, I couldn't," Maddie cried, anguish coloring her voice. "I love him so much, Kate. I think it would destroy me to see that look of contempt in his eyes again. Please, will you talk to him?" The desperate plea tore at Kate's heart. She had no desire to meddle further in the tangled situation, but Maddie's obvious distress left her no choice. "All right, dearest," Kate relented, brushing a soothing hand along Maddie's shoulder. "I'll write him tonight, but now you must rest. Close your eyes, darling. You'll feel better after some sleep." Kate sat at Maddie's bedside until her sister's breathing softened into the steady rhythm of sleep. Then, rising with care, she slipped out of the room and quietly closed the door behind her. She turned and collided with a solid wall of muscle. A soft gasp escaped her as strong arms steadied her, holding her upright. "For heaven's sake, what are you doing?" she demanded, glaring up at Nick as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. "You scared me half to death." "I came to see how Maddie was doing," he replied, his amusement evident in the way his mouth twitched. "How is she?" "She's asleep," Kate snapped, craning her neck to meet his gaze. Her resistance was futile, his grip was firm but unyielding, but she refused to lower herself by begging for release. "What was wrong with her?" he asked, making no move to let her go. His curiosity was genuine, though his gaze lingered on her face with a disconcerting intensity. She was much smaller than he had realized, her defiance somehow making her seem taller in memory. Now the crown of her head barely reached his nose. It would take little effort to lower his head. Nick released her abruptly, his arms dropping to his sides as he stepped back. The thought left him shaken. "A migraine," Kate said briskly, brushing at her skirts. She was grateful for the space between them, though the strange breathlessness she felt in his presence refused to fade. "And yes, I'm certain that's all it is," she added pointedly, forestalling further questions. "Now, if you'll excuse me." Nick fell into step beside her as they moved down the staircase. "You're sure the scene with Maxfield didn't have something to do with it?" he pressed. Kate stiffened, irritation flashing in her eyes. "Sir," she began, her voice edged with warning, "Maddie is your fiancée, but that doesn't give you the right to." "It does," Nick interrupted smoothly, steering her into the parlor and shutting the door behind them. "If another man is in love with my fiancée, I most assuredly have the right to know. Now, I'll ask again, is Maxfield in love with Maddie?" Kate bit the inside of her cheek, her thoughts racing. She couldn't betray Maddie's confidence, but the idea of lying to Nick was equally distasteful. She settled on a carefully worded response. "Charles has always been fond of Maddie," she said slowly, "but there was never a formal declaration. She cares for him as a friend, nothing more." Nick studied her, his golden eyes sharp. "That's not what I asked. I asked if her emotions are engaged." Kate hesitated before replying, her voice soft but firm. "She's distressed that your engagement has caused him pain. That's all I'm prepared to say. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask Maddie herself." Nick's jaw tightened, but after a moment, he inclined his head. "Very well. I'll accept your explanation, for now. But if Maxfield causes her further distress, he'll answer to me." Kate's shoulders sagged with relief. "I'm sure that won't be necessary," she said, edging toward the door. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must speak to Mrs. Thatcher. The children will be home soon, and I expect they'll be famished." With that, she slipped out, eager to escape the intensity of his gaze. She hurried toward the safety of the kitchen, her heart hammering for reasons she refused to examine. The twins returned from their skating party shortly before dinner, their laughter ringing through the house like sleigh bells. The sound drifted upstairs, drawing Maddie from her sickbed despite her lingering pallor. By the time dinner was served, the family gathered together, a warmth settling over them that even the coldest winds outside couldn't pierce. After the meal, everyone retired to the parlor, the flames in the hearth casting a golden glow over the room. Maddie, wrapped in a blanket, sat quietly near the fire, while the twins sprawled on the rug, recounting their escapades on the ice. Kate initially reached for one of Mrs. Radcliffe's novels, but paused, recalling her earlier conversation with Nick. Perhaps it was time for something different. "How about Shakespeare tonight?" Kate suggested, her dark eyes twinkling with purpose. "Shakespeare?" Edward groaned, wrinkling his nose in exaggerated protest. "Must we? I'm on holiday." "Yes, you must, you shameless Philistine," Kate retorted, ruffling his hair affectionately. "A strong knowledge of our country's greatest writer is an estimable trait in a young man. Besides," her gaze flicked to Nick, her tone taking on a sly edge, "he happens to be the Colonel's favorite author." 3 pairs of wide, horrified eyes swiveled toward Nick. "You like Shakespeare?" Samuel asked, his disbelief evident. To have their hero confess such a thing was nothing short of a betrayal. "Very much so," Nick replied smoothly, clearly enjoying their reactions. "In fact, I consider him the greatest writer who ever lived." "But he wrote poetry and love stories," Simon exclaimed, his sulky pout making his disdain clear. "You can't like all that romantic nonsense." Nick raised a brow, the corners of his mouth twitching. "I do indeed, Simon," he replied firmly. "However, if it eases your mind, Shakespeare wrote much more than poetry and love stories. Have you heard of Macbeth or Julius Caesar?" Kate couldn't help but smile at the way the twins hung on Nick's every word, their disdain softening into curiosity. It was heartening to see how he handled them, with patience and subtle authority. It relieved her, too, that he didn't seem offended by their unfiltered honesty. "Perhaps it's time to remedy their ignorance," Nick declared, rising and leaving the room. He returned moments later with a leather-bound volume in hand. "I think you'll enjoy this one," he said, settling back into his chair. "It's about one of England's greatest warriors, King Henry V." He opened the book and began to read, his deep, resonant voice commanding the room. "Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead." The boys sat riveted, their chins propped on their hands as they listened intently. Kate bent her head over her needlework, allowing the rhythm of the words to wash over her. "What a domestic picture they made," she mused, a soft smile curving her lips. Nick looked every bit the country squire in his green jacket and buff breeches, while Mattie, serene and lovely in her dark blue gown, gazed at him with quiet admiration. The twins sprawled before the fire, utterly engrossed, and though Felicity had already gone to bed, Kate could easily imagine the little girl curled up on Nick's lap, dozing as he read. Kate's gaze dropped to her sewing, but her thoughts wandered. Where did she fit into this tableau? A pang of something sharp and unfamiliar pierced her chest. Certainly, she would remain here for now, helping to raise the children. But once they no longer needed her, what then? When Nick and Mattie married and their own children arrived, where would she go? Unbidden, an image of Aunt Eudora rose in her mind, a lonely woman in a creaking, empty house, growing bitter with each passing year. Was that to be her fate? The thought left her unsettled, and she gripped the fabric in her lap tightly. Kate? Mattie's gentle voice pulled her from her reverie. She looked up to find her sister watching her with concern, a frown creasing her brow. Is everything all right, dearest? What? Kate's head jerked up, heat flooding her cheeks when she realized everyone was staring at her. She scrambled for a plausible excuse. I was picturing court, she said, her voice a touch too bright. What a fascinating place it must have been, although I cannot imagine why King Henry would listen to such foolish advisers. Going to war over tennis balls. How very like a man, she finished with a teasing glance in Nick's direction. Nick tilted his head, a lazy smile curving his lips. If you expect me to defend such reasoning, ma'am, I fear I must disappoint you, he drawled. Posterity is seldom kind to warriors. Kate blinked, surprised by the gravity of his reply. She had been expecting a light-hearted quip, not a philosophical observation. An interesting point, Colonel, she said after a pause. Perhaps one we can debate another time. For now, however, it's late, and the boys ought to be in bed. Simon, Samuel, upstairs, now. As expected, the twins erupted in protests, which Kate met with unwavering sternness. Realizing she wouldn't budge, they turned to Nick. You won't make us go, will you? Simon asked, his tone hopeful. Nick chuckled. I'll make you a deal, he said, including both boys in his warm gaze. I'll mark where we stop tonight, so we can pick up again tomorrow. Agreed? Agreed, they chorused, scampering upstairs, their protests forgotten. Edward rose next, giving Kate a nod. What time tomorrow do you want to head to the farm? About mid-morning, she replied, smiling. Mattie promised to take the boys out in the sleigh, so we'll have time to set up the tree before they return. Very well. Good night. With a polite nod to Nick and Mattie, Edward left the room. A tree? Nick asked, turning to Kate with a raised brow. One of our Hessian ancestors brought the tradition to England, Kate explained. We cut down a small fir tree, bring it into the house, and decorate it with cookies and candles. Would you like to help? Nick hesitated, but Mattie touched his arm, her eyes soft and pleading. Please, Nick, the children love it so. Nick sighed but smiled. Very well, he agreed. Although I must say, bringing a tree indoors seems an odd custom. No odder than hanging greenery, Kate retorted, relieved by his assent. And the mistletoe, she added, nodding toward the sprig hanging from the doorway. Nick's gaze flicked to the mistletoe, his golden eyes glinting with mischief. Mattie flushed and bolted to her feet. Good night, she stammered, fleeing the room. Nick stared after her, bemused. I didn't mean to frighten her, he said, shaking his head. I was merely making conversation. Kate smiled faintly, her eyes returning to her needlework. I'm sure she knows that, she murmured, though her mind churned with unease. Mattie's retreat felt wrong, and for the first time, Kate wondered if Mattie truly understood what marriage to Nick would entail, or if she was ready for it at all. She was going to be marrying Nick, for heaven's sake. How could she hope to make a good wife if the very thought of a kiss sent her into the vapors? Nick shifted uncomfortably, his thoughts swirling in a direction he hadn't anticipated. Had he made a mistake? A chaste bride was certainly proper, even desirable, but one who recoiled from him as though intimacy were a mortal sin. That was an altogether different matter. Clearing his throat, he straightened in his chair, his voice gruff when he finally addressed Kate. Kate, do you think, your mother ever had a conversation with Mattie about things? Kate blinked at him, stunned into silence. The cool, self-possessed Colonel Montgomery, reduced to a bumbling, red-eared mess? Had the situation not been so serious, she might have laughed outright. Instead, she took pity on him, tilting her head as though giving his question careful thought. "Our mother did broach the topic when I was younger," Kate said, her tone light but edged with humor. "Theo and I caught one of the maids with the footman. Poor Mama had no choice but to explain matters or leave us to our imaginations." Nick's brows lifted. "Caught them?" Kate smirked. "In a hayloft, if you must know." She leaned back in her chair, delighting in his brief look of discomfort. "The lesson was quite thorough, I assure you." "And Maddie?" he pressed, clearly reluctant, but unwilling to let the subject drop. Kate straightened, her humor fading into quiet reassurance. "Yes, of course. Theo and I both took responsibility for ensuring the younger ones were prepared for life." She paused, then added with a mischievous gleam, "Though I suppose the task of enlightening the twins now falls to you, Colonel, as their guardian, after all." Nick sat bolt upright. "God forbid," he muttered, his expression grim. "I'd rather face Napoleon's old guard armed with nothing but a butter knife." Kate laughed, the sound soft and warm, chasing the tension from the room. "You might find the twins less forgiving than the French." Nick's lips quirked into a reluctant smile. "I suspect you're right." She arched a brow, watching him carefully. "As fond as you are of Shakespeare, Colonel, might I remind you that uneasy lies the head that wears the crown? In your case, the mantle of parental responsibility is a crown you now bear." His humor dimmed, replaced by an unexpected seriousness. "It's no easy task," he admitted, his voice low. "But you've done it, and done it well, Kate. You're to be commended." That is very kind of you, Nick," Kate said softly, willing the slow warmth spreading through her to remain modestly hidden beneath her composed exterior. "It's the truth." Nick's voice matched hers in its quiet intensity. "I know we don't always see eye to eye, Kate, but please don't mistake that for finding fault in you. I admire and respect you more than you probably realize." Kate's lips parted, surprise flickering in her dark eyes. "Anne," she replied, her tone equally gentle as she met his gaze steadily, "though I had my reservations at the beginning, I am glad Maddie is marrying you. She could not hope for a better, more honorable man." Nick inclined his head, acknowledging her words with a gravity that belied the tumult of emotions stirring within him. His eyes lingered on her longer than was proper, tracing the soft lines of her face, the graceful curve of her neck. She was dressed simply, in a brown merino gown trimmed with ivory lace, but in the shifting glow of the firelight, she was luminous. Her burnished hair shimmered like copper, framing the delicate symmetry of her features. Her deep velvet eyes held a quiet strength, their shadows glinting with the kind of mystery that had felled kings in the past and threatened to unravel his carefully constructed control. The sudden sharpness of his thoughts sent him abruptly to his feet. He could not, would not, allow himself to linger on Kate Somerville in this way. His path was set, and any deviation from it was a dangerous folly. "If we're to be up early tomorrow," he said, his voice tight and formal as he moved toward the door, "then perhaps it's best I retire now. Good night, Kate." He left before she could reply, his long strides purposeful as he put distance between himself and the woman who had, against all reason, managed to unsettle him entirely. But even as the door clicked shut behind him, her image remained seared in his mind, moonlit eyes, copper hair, and the quiet strength that had always both infuriated and fascinated him in equal measure. Kate folded her arms across her chest, staring up at Nick with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "Spanish cough medicine, indeed," she said, her lips twitching as she struggled to suppress a grin. Nick smirked, unrepentant. "Cinnamon, sugar, and brandy. Hardly scandalous, ma'am. It's practically medicinal," he replied with a laugh. "Besides, it's far less offensive than whatever potion your cook whipped up. At least my remedy will let Edward wake up feeling somewhat human." Kate shook her head as they made their way down the main staircase toward the dining room, the scent of warm tea and freshly baked bread greeting them. "I suppose you think me dreadfully overprotective," she began as they seated themselves at the long oak table. "But we nearly lost Edward last spring, and he's still prone to infections of the chest. I can't take any chances." Nick's teasing demeanor softened as he reached across the table to lay his hand over hers. "Kate," he said gently, his thumb brushing her knuckles, I understand. After what you've been through, no one could fault you for being protective. You've done an incredible job of keeping this family together. Kate's cheeks colored faintly under his steady gaze. She was about to thank him when his eyes took on a mischievous gleam. Though I must say, he added, leaning back and folding his arms, I rather enjoyed being cast as the delicate invalid in your grand strategy. Her teacup froze halfway to her lips. You knew? She asked, incredulous, though the slight quirk of his brow was answer enough. She set the cup down with a soft clink. You're not angry? Angry? He laughed outright, the rich sound filling the room. How could I be? I'm a soldier, Kate. I can appreciate the art of a well-executed maneuver, and you, my dear, are a master tactician. Should you ever decide to abandon your needlework for a uniform, I'm certain there are generals who would clamor for your talents. Kate let out a gurgle of laughter, shaking her head as she fixed him with a mock-stern look. Thank you, sir, I think, she said dryly, though I can never quite decide if you mean to compliment me or insult me. Nick raised his teacup in a mock salute, his amber eyes alight with humor. Perhaps a bit of both, he replied, his grin unapologetic. But come now, let's finish breakfast. If we're to secure your tree and have it decorated before luncheon, we've no time to waste. Very well, Colonel Montgomery, she said, her smile lingering as she lifted her cup. Though if you're going to be so insistent, you'd better be ready to get your hands dirty. Tannenbaum duty isn't for the faint of heart. Nick's chuckle followed her as she rose to start her day, the promise of his company lending an unexpected brightness to the tasks ahead. Chapter 14. After a breakfast of hearty beefsteak and smoky kippers, Kate and Nick set out to fetch the family's Christmas tree. The outing felt like a rare reprieve, the kind that temporarily chased away the weight of responsibilities and simmering tensions. The grooms had hitched Nick's high-stepping bays to the old family coach, their breath steaming in the frigid air as they whinnied impatiently. The countryside stretched before them, a pristine expanse of snow-draped fields and frost-glazed hedgerows. Kate tugged her fur-lined cloak tighter around her shoulders, the brisk chill of winter biting at her cheeks. The air smelled sharp and clean, and the rhythmic jingle of the horses' harness bells was a cheerful accompaniment to the crunch of the wheels over the packed snow. She had just begun to relax into the quiet beauty of the ride when Nick's voice shattered the peace. I still say we should have brought one of the maids or grooms with us, he said, his hands firm on the reins. His disapproval was as stark as the line of his jaw. It's not proper for us to be out alone. Kate turned to him, her lips curving in an indulgent smile. Proper? She echoed, the word lilting with amusement. Nick, we're hardly star-crossed lovers sneaking off under cover of night. We're to be brother and sister soon. How could anyone possibly object to such an innocent outing? His brows knitted briefly before his expression smoothed. It's not about us, he replied, a touch of irritation sharpening his tone. It's about perception. Tongues wag, Kate, whether or not they should. She let out a soft laugh, her breath visible in the frosty air. Oh, for heaven's sake, if the village gossips find fault with this, then they must be more desperate for entertainment than I thought. She tilted her head, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, it's far too cold to subject any of the servants to such an outing. I wouldn't dream of dragging them out in this weather. Nick's hands tightened briefly on the reins before he exhaled a short laugh. I see, he said, his voice tinged with mockery. You'll spare your staff the indignity of freezing their toes off, but you have no qualms about throwing me to the wolves. What of my delicate constitution, Kate? I'm only just recovered from the fever, as you well know. Kate couldn't suppress her grin. Ah, but you're a soldier, Colonel, she replied smoothly. Surely a jaunt through the countryside pales in comparison to the rigors of war. He turned to her, the corners of his mouth twitching in reluctant amusement. War, Kate, he said dryly, is rarely fought in half-frozen carriages with companions who are decidedly lacking in sympathy. Kate feigned a gasp, pressing a gloved hand to her chest. You wound me, sir. If I'd known you'd be so fragile, I might have considered hiring a nurse to accompany us. Nick shook his head, his laugh breaking free at last. You're impossible, he said, though his gaze lingered on her longer than was strictly necessary. The brisk wind had painted her cheeks a delicate pink, and the fire in her eyes was a welcome contrast to the stark whiteness of the world around them. She was radiant, though he was loath to admit it, even to himself. Kate's laughter softened, and she turned her gaze back to the horizon. "Impossible, perhaps," she murmured, her voice quieter now, touched with warmth. "But you're still here, Nick." His chest tightened at the unexpected honesty in her words. He shifted in his seat, forcing his attention back to the reins and the road ahead. "And likely to regret it," he muttered, though the bite in his tone had dulled. Kate didn't respond, but the ghost of a smile lingered on her lips as they continued through the snowy landscape. The silence between them was companionable now, the earlier tension giving way to something softer, almost intimate. Neither spoke of it, but both felt the unspoken thread winding tighter between them as the carriage carried them toward their destination. The snow crunched beneath their boots, each step sinking them further into the pristine whiteness. Kate's breaths came in quick, visible puffs as she floundered through yet another drift, the cold seeping through the hem of her gown despite her thick stockings. The farm stretched out before them, a patch of white punctuated by the dark silhouettes of fir trees in the distance. Nick strode ahead, seemingly unbothered by the snow that clung to his boots and breeches. Kate's glare sharpened as she watched him, the indignity of the exorbitant price still stinging her pride. "It's because you're with me," she called after him, struggling to free herself from the clutches of an especially deep snowbank. "That farmer would never have charged me so much if he hadn't spotted those gold fobs of yours. He practically saw his retirement fund the moment he looked at you." Nick glanced back, his golden eyes alight with amusement. "You should have bargained harder," he said, not even attempting to hide his grin. "But instead of complaining, let's get this over with. I'd rather not spend the next hour frozen to my boots." Kate huffed, tugging the voluminous folds of her heavy cloak higher. Bargaining wouldn't have helped. Men like him see a soldier with deep pockets and think they've stumbled upon King Midas. "Ah, but you're forgetting one important detail," Nick said, his voice almost too cheerful. He paused briefly to let her catch up, his breath misting around him. "I am paying for the tree. Seems only fair I get the privilege of being overcharged." Kate narrowed her eyes, biting back a biting retort as she trudged past him, her boots crunching indignantly through the snow. "Fair? I suppose it's also fair that I'm up to my knees in snow because you insisted on this particular stand of firs. There are perfectly good trees closer to the house, you know." "They weren't good enough for you," he countered, his teasing sharpening into something smug. "You wanted the tallest and fullest tree to uphold this grand Somerville tradition of yours. Or was that only a ploy to see how much misery you could inflict on me in a single outing?" Kate nearly stopped in her tracks, the weight of the snow slowing her as she contemplated her revenge. Her gaze drifted to the snowbank beside her, the powdery white substance practically begging to be sculpted into a weapon. A snowball, perfectly aimed, would strike him square between those maddeningly broad shoulders. Her lips curled at the delicious thought. But not yet. She'd bide her time. "Misery, you say?" she replied sweetly, flashing him a saccharine smile. "Colonel Montgomery, I believe you're imagining things. I've done nothing but graciously endure your company." Nick barked a laugh, turning to hold out a hand as Kate stumbled over a hidden root. "Gracious, is it? Then why do I feel like a man being led to his execution?" "Because you're dramatic," she said, ignoring his offered hand and regaining her balance on her own. "And possibly because you know you deserve it." He shook his head, his grin lingering as he watched her wrestle her skirts free from the snow. "One of these days, Kate, your tongue is going to get you into trouble. Tannenbaum." "One of these days, Nick," she shot back, her eyes sparkling with challenge, "you're going to realize you enjoy it." "So this is a Tannenbaum," Nick said, his golden gaze flicked from Kate to the drooping fir she had selected. Snow clung to its heavy branches, and despite its modest height, it seemed to sag under the weight of its own existence. "You'll forgive me if I fail to be impressed. Wouldn't it be kinder to leave the poor thing here to die a dignified death?" Kate arched a brow, a spark of amusement lighting her dark eyes. Fie, sir, have you no imagination? She leaned forward, her gloved hands brushing the snow from the tree's branches in sweeping, graceful motions. Picture it dressed in ribbons and sparkling ornaments, blazing with dozens of candles. It will be magical, a sight you'll not soon forget. Nick tilted his head, his lips twitching at her unrelenting optimism. To be sure, a flaming bush in one's parlor is bound to leave a lasting impression. He rubbed a gloved hand over his jaw, his expression skeptical. Which reminds me, just how safe is this tradition of yours? A tree and open flames seem an unholy combination. Kate straightened, meeting his question with a playful roll of her eyes. Considering my family has observed this custom for 50 years with only one notable incident, I think you can rest easy. Nick's brows lifted. Only one? Kate sighed. The twins. Ah, his lips curved knowingly. Well, now that I've been reassured somewhat, I suppose we'd best get to it. He stepped forward, producing a small hatchet from his coat and nodding toward the tree. Stand aside, ma'am. This is men's work. Kate blinked, stunned by his casual dismissal, then bristled. Men's work? She demanded, spinning on her heel to face him. Snow swirled around her as her breath escaped in frosty clouds. I've chopped down every tree for the past 5 years. I'll have you know I'm perfectly capable of. Nick cut her off with a look so blatantly condescending it should have been criminal. Kate, you are a lady, he said with mock solemnity, and as a gentleman, I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to do this while I'm here. Now, step aside before we both freeze to death. Her glare was a masterpiece of indignation, but she stepped back with a dramatic sniff, crossing her arms over her chest. She watched as he set to work with steady, efficient strikes. The muscles in his shoulders flexed beneath his coat, his tall frame cutting an imposing figure against the snowy backdrop. Insufferable man, she thought darkly, her irritation mounting with every sure swing of his arm. Her gaze dropped to the snow at her feet, where a freshly fallen pile glistened in the afternoon light. A wicked idea sparked. Without a second thought, she crouched, gathering a handful of snow. She packed it tightly, the chill biting through her gloves, and aimed for the broad expanse of his back. Whump! The snowball struck with satisfying precision, sending Nick stumbling forward a step as he dropped the hatchet. He froze for a moment, then turned slowly, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulous amusement. Another snowball hit him squarely in the face. Kate let out a shriek of laughter. Her cheeks flushed with delight as Nick wiped snow from his features, his grin morphing into something decidedly predatory. Oh, you've done it now? He growled, shaking the snow from his hair as he started toward her. Kate squealed and spun on her heel, her laughter echoing through the quiet woods as she fled. But her boots slipped on the uneven ground, and before she could gain proper footing, he was upon her. His arms wrapped around her waist, and they tumbled into the snow together in a flurry of limbs and muffled laughter. Kate gasped as she hit the ground, her back sinking into the powdery cold as Nick's weight pressed her down. Monster, she cried, laughing even as she squirmed beneath him. Let me up this instant. Let you up? He drawled, his deep voice laced with mockery. So you can ambush me again? I think not, ma'am. A soldier guards his flank, and I've learned my lesson well. Kate's giggles subsided, her breath coming in short, uneven bursts as she stared up at him. His face was close, too close, his golden eyes gleaming with triumph. His dark hair was dusted with snow, the fine crystals melting into droplets that clung to his skin. She was suddenly acutely aware of his body pressing into hers, his thighs framing her hips, his weight warm and solid against the chill of the snow beneath them. The playful banter died on her lips as the air shifted, growing charged with something she couldn't name. His gaze dropped to her mouth, lingering there for a heartbeat too long. She felt the slow, burning crawl of heat rising through her, her pulse quickening in time with the flutter of her breath. Nick seemed to feel it too. His grin faded, replaced by a look of startled intensity as his eyes met hers again. The world around them fell away, the biting cold, the snow-laden trees, even the tree they'd come to fetch. All that remained was him, his broad shoulders casting shadows over her as his head dipped imperceptibly lower. Kate's pulse thundered in her ears, a wild, desperate rhythm that left her dizzy. She could smell the crisp scent of his cologne, wood smoke, and spice, and feel the rough edge of his gloved hand bracing against her side. Her lips parted on a soft, involuntary breath, her lashes fluttering as her body arched instinctively toward his warmth. And in that moment, she wanted nothing more than to feel his mouth seeking hers in an urgent kiss. Oh, my lord, what was I thinking? She pushed at him, struggling frantically. "Let me up! Curse you, Nick! Let me up this minute!" Nick pushed himself away instantly, retreating as though burned. Heat rushed to his cheeks, and he was grateful for the frosty air that cooled his skin and the heavy greatcoat that concealed the more damning evidence of his reaction to her. He turned his back to Kate, jaw clenching as he wrestled for control. My God, what sort of beast am I? The thought hammered at him. One moment he'd been teasing her, the pair of them laughing like children, and the next he'd been consumed by the desperate need to kiss her, to take her. The snow crunched behind him, each step signaling Kate's rise to her feet. He braced himself for her fury, sharp words, perhaps even a slap for his ungentlemanly behavior. But when she spoke, her voice was calm, unnervingly so. "I suppose we should be on our way," Kate said. She sounded composed, almost indifferent, though her insides churned in chaotic disarray. Her hands trembled as she brushed snow from her cloak, and her cheeks burned with more than just the cold. How could she possibly maintain her poise when every nerve in her body was alive with the memory of Nick's weight against her, his heat, his gaze? But she clung to her composure as if it were armor. The others will be wondering, what has become of us? Nick froze, his mind reeling. He had seen it, that flicker of awareness in her eyes, the flush that had crept up her neck as she stared at him. Surely she had felt it, the charged undercurrent that had passed between them. And yet here she stood, speaking as though nothing had happened, as though he hadn't nearly kissed her in a snowbank. He cast a quick glance at her, searching her profile for some clue, some confirmation that he wasn't imagining it all. But Kate's face was carefully averted, her expression cool, her focus fixed on brushing away the last of the snow clinging to her skirts. "Yes," he said at last, his voice rougher than he intended. He cleared his throat, trying again. "Yes, it is late." Her calm rattled him almost as much as his own loss of control. Shouldn't she be furious? Embarrassed, perhaps? But no, Kate Somerville was poised as ever, while he felt like a man on the verge of madness. Stooping, he grabbed the 5-foot fir tree, hefting it with an ease born of both strength and frustration. The weight of it was nothing compared to the turmoil roiling in his chest. "Let's go," he added, his voice a low rumble edged with regret and something darker. His blood still thrummed with the memory of her softness, her scent, a maddening blend of lavender and snow. Kate fell into step beside him, the silence between them a fragile thing, brittle and dangerous. She kept her gaze ahead, determined not to betray the storm raging within her. But every now and then, her eyes drifted to Nick, to the rigid set of his jaw, the gloved hands gripping the tree, as though it were the only thing keeping him grounded. She bit the inside of her cheek, cursing herself for her own foolishness. How could I have let this happen? She had always prided herself on her composure, her ability to control any situation. And yet, with a single touch, Nick had unraveled her. He'd made her forget herself, made her want. Chapter 15. "Excuse me, Miss Maddie." Linley's voice interrupted the low hum of the schoolroom, his stooped figure framed by the doorway. His face was set with worry, the deep lines on his forehead more pronounced than usual. "Might I have a word with you in private?" His gaze flicked toward the younger members of the family, a clear hint that this was not a matter for their ears. Maddie glanced quickly at the twins, relieved to see them thoroughly engrossed in their Christmas project. For once, Samuel and Simon seemed content to work rather than wreak havoc. Felicity, too, was seated quietly by her side, her little fingers painstakingly stitching a handkerchief, her tongue poking out in concentration. It seemed safe enough to leave them for a few moments. "Of course, Lindley," Maddie said, setting her needlework aside. She smoothed her skirt as she rose and followed the butler into the hallway, her heart giving an uneasy flutter. "You'll forgive me for pulling you away from the children," Lindley began, his hands twitching nervously at his sides. "But there's a visitor downstairs, and he refuses to leave until he's spoken with you." Maddie stopped mid-step, her breath catching. Who is it?" she stammered, her fingers clutching at the fabric of her skirt. "Captain Maxfield," Lindley said, his tone grave as though delivering a verdict. The name landed like a blow, a strange mix of dread and wild hope surging through her. "He doesn't appear to be foxed, but I've never seen him in such a state. Should I have the footman show him out?" "No." The word burst from her lips before she could think better of it. A flush warmed her cheeks, and she quickly tempered her voice. "No," she repeated more softly, clasping her hands to steady herself. "I will see him. Please ask him to wait for me in the library." "Very well, Miss Maddie," Lindley said. He inclined his head and turned to carry out her instructions, leaving Maddie frozen in place, her heart racing. She swallowed hard, the gravity of her decision weighing on her. Charles was here, Charles, and whatever words passed between them, they could change everything. A surge of emotion swept through her. Love, guilt, fear. Brushing it all aside with a deep breath, she hurried to her room. Once there, she stepped out of her comfortable day dress and into one of her newer gowns, a rich mulberry velvet with delicate falls of cream lace at the throat and cuffs. She twisted a matching ribbon into her hair, the act both steadying and nerve-wracking. When she finally stood before her mirror, her cheeks were flushed, her hands trembling. "You can do this," she whispered to herself. "You must." Summoning every ounce of composure she could muster, Maddie descended the staircase to the library, where Charles waited. He rose abruptly at the sound of her entrance, his movements awkward, his usually pale cheeks tinged with color. Maddie. Her name on his lips was almost a prayer, and his gray eyes devoured her as she hesitated in the doorway. How are you feeling?" He seemed to wince at his own words, a sheepish smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "That is," he faltered, the flush deepening as he raked a hand through his dark hair. "I shouldn't have." The sight of his discomfort made Maddie's heart clench with a familiar ache. She smiled softly, her love for him swelling with every endearing, hesitant word. How different Charles was from Nick. Charles was like her, quiet, reserved, unsure of his place in the world. Nick, by contrast, seemed born to command, moving through life with a confidence she could only dream of. She doubted Nick could ever understand her shyness, her tendency to shrink back rather than step forward, but Charles would. Charles always had. The thought was a dagger twisting painfully in her chest. She blinked back the tears that pricked at her eyes and forced herself to cross the room, lowering herself into one of the striped chairs before the fireplace. She smoothed her skirts again, needing the action to ground her. "Charles," Maddie whispered, the sound of his name both balm and torment on her lips. "I am well, thank you." She forced the words past the lump in her throat, praying for the strength to get through this encounter without shattering. "You've just missed Kate. She and Nick have gone to fetch the tree." "I know." Charles's tone was clipped as he sank back into the chair he'd recently vacated, his discomfort writ large in the stiffness of his posture. "Lindley told me. He also made it abundantly clear that my being here, without your fiancé present, was highly improper." Maddie flinched at the edge in his voice, the subtle venom beneath the surface. "Yes, well, blast it, Maddie. How could you have done it?" Charles exploded, surging to his feet, his hands clenched into fists at his sides as he glared down at her, his stormy gray eyes blazing with a mix of anger and anguish. "If you were in such dire financial straits, why didn't you come to me? How could you?" His voice cracked, thick with emotion. "How could you sell yourself to a stranger?" Maddie recoiled as though struck, her tears spilling over in hot, silent streams. "You know why," she cried, her voice trembling as she looked up at him. "Kate told me she'd written you." "Oh, yes, she wrote to me." Charles's laugh was bitter, a fractured sound that made Maddie's heart ache. He turned away, dragging a hand through his dark hair as he struggled to rein in his emotions. "She told me all about Colonel Montgomery's marriage of convenience, about how you felt you had no choice but to accept his offer. But that still doesn't explain why. I thought you loved me." "I did." Maddie rose unsteadily to her feet, her hands trembling as she held them out in desperate supplication. "I do, but don't you see, Charles? There was nothing else I could do. Theo is dead, and Aunt Eudora was ready to evict us from our home. How could I put my own happiness before my family's survival? Charles turned away again, his shoulders rigid as he leaned heavily on the mantel, staring down into the flames as if seeking answers in their flickering depths. I know, he said hoarsely after a long moment. I know you. You're so good, so selfless that you'd sacrifice everything for those you love. But Maddie, his voice cracked again. The thought of you as another man's wife is killing me. It's killing me too, she whispered, her voice breaking as she stepped closer. Gently, she placed a hand on his arm, her touch tentative but steady. But there's no other way. Couldn't Kate marry him? Charles asked roughly, his eyes remaining fixed on the fire. They're closer in age, after all. Maddie gave a small, sad smile, though the ache in her chest threatened to splinter her. Yes, but they're far too alike in temperament. They'd quarrel endlessly. Charles exhaled a humorless laugh, his lips curving into a rueful smile as he glanced over his shoulder at her. I can see that. Kate is as stubborn as the devil, and Colonel Montgomery strikes me as a man who doesn't yield easily. It wouldn't be a peaceful marriage, that's for certain. Exactly. Maddie seized on the small reprieve his acceptance seemed to offer, even as her heart broke anew. She said as much when she refused him. She said they'd never suit. Charles turned fully then, his expression shadowed. When? When is the wedding to be? His hands gripped the mantle so tightly his knuckles turned white, as though the question physically pained him. Shortly after we arrive in London, Maddie admitted, the words dragging out of her with the weight of a funeral dirge. Nick is arranging everything. We'll be married at St. George's under a special license. I see. His voice was barely audible, the defeat in it twisting the knife in Maddie's chest. Well then, I suppose there's nothing left to do but wish you happy. No. Maddie's voice trembled, her composure crumbling as fresh tears filled her eyes. The thought of this being their last meeting, of never seeing Charles again, was unbearable. Her heart screamed in protest, and with a sudden burst of courage she blurted, Will you come for Christmas dinner? You and your family? Charles turned sharply, his brows knitting in confusion. Maddie, I don't think that's a good idea, he said, his tone wary. Considering everything. My parents know about your engagement. Please, Charles. She stepped forward, grasping his hand with both of hers, her pride abandoned. Please, I need to see you. Just one more Christmas. I couldn't bear it if this were the last time. Charles's throat worked, his gaze locked on her tear-streaked face. For a moment, he couldn't speak, his own eyes bright with unshed tears. Finally, he whispered, Ah, my love, what you ask of me. His free hand lifted to cup her cheek, his fingers trembling as they traced the delicate curve. Maddie leaned into his touch, her heart breaking and soaring in equal measure. Very well, he said at last, his voice raw. For Christmas dinner, then. But after that, I understand. Maddie said quickly, though her voice wavered. She let her hands drop as she stepped back, needing the distance to steady herself. We leave for London 2 days later. Nick is arranging everything. He's good to you? Charles forced the question out, his jaw tight with barely suppressed emotion. Yes, Maddie nodded, her honesty unflinching. He's a perfect gentleman. Good. Charles's voice was clipped and his lips twisted in a semblance of a smile. But if he ever hurts you, Maddie, his hand curled into a fist, the words escaping through clenched teeth, I swear to God, I'll kill him. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and strode from the room, leaving Maddie standing alone in the flickering firelight, her tears falling silently as the weight of their parting settled over her like a shroud. Getting the tree into the parlor turned out to be far less of an ordeal than Kate had anticipated. The twins miraculously were too engrossed in their Christmas crafts to wreak their usual havoc. After instructing the maids to bring down the remaining boxes of ornaments, Kate retreated to her room for a much-needed rest and to change for luncheon. She had just closed the door when it burst open, and Maddie rushed in, her face flushed and her eyes shimmering with fresh tears. Oh, Kate, it's unbearable, Maddie cried, her voice breaking as she threw herself into her sister's arms. Startled, Kate stumbled slightly but steadied herself, her arms wrapping around Maddie's trembling frame. Maddie, dearest, what's happened? She asked gently, pulling back just enough to look into her sister's tear-streaked face. Panic flared briefly in her chest. Had something happened to Edward? but she dismissed the thought almost immediately, remembering she'd just checked on him and found him sleeping peacefully. "It's Charles," Maddie sobbed, her voice thick with anguish. She pressed her face into Kate's shoulder, her slender shoulders shaking. "He came to see me, and, oh, Kate!" Her words dissolved into an incoherent stream as she clung tightly to her sister. Kate guided her gently to the chaise by the window, sitting beside her and stroking her hair in a soothing rhythm. "Start at the beginning, Maddie," she said softly, her own heart sinking as she pieced together the likely source of her sister's distress. "Tell me everything." Through fits and starts, punctuated by fresh waves of tears, Maddie poured out the story of her meeting with Charles. Her words tumbled over one another as she recounted his raw pain, her own helplessness, and the impossible bind she found herself in. Kate listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern as she took it all in. "I don't see how I can go through with marrying Nick," Maddie finished in a whisper, her voice trembling with despair. She pulled back slightly, clutching the handkerchief Kate had pressed into her hands and dabbing at her reddened eyes. "Not when I love Charles as I do. I thought I could, Kate, truly I did. But now—" Her voice broke, and fresh tears spilled over her lashes, streaking her flushed cheeks. Kate sat beside Maddie on the chaise, watching her sister wring the handkerchief in her lap. The tears had finally stopped, but Maddie's red-rimmed eyes and trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Kate's heart ached for her. "Maddie," Kate began hesitantly, choosing her words with care, "you spoke of love earlier, of the love you bear for Charles." She reached out, covering Maddie's restless hands with her own. "But marriage is not only about love. You understand that, don't you?" Maddie's shoulders sagged, and she nodded without meeting her sister's gaze. "I do," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I have no illusions, Kate. I know what is expected of me in the marriage bed." Kate's breath caught. She hadn't expected Maddie to be so frank, and it unsettled her deeply. "Maddie," she began, unsure how to proceed, "I worry for you. This match, it isn't what you dreamed of, is it? To give yourself to someone who doesn't love me." Maddie finished for her, her voice trembling. "No, Kate, it isn't. But dreams are for children. I can't afford to dream anymore." Kate's heart twisted painfully. "But what of your happiness? What of your future? Nick is a good man, yes, but he is also a man of strong passions. Have you thought about what that means for you?" Maddie's fingers stilled beneath Kate's hand. "I have," she said, her voice soft but steady. "I know I am not like you, Kate. I don't have your courage or your strength, but I can do my duty. For my family, I will." Kate's brow furrowed. "Maddie, you make it sound as though you're marching to your doom. Marriage, true marriage, isn't just duty. It's companionship, understanding. It's sacrifice." Maddie interrupted, her voice gaining strength. She finally looked up, meeting Kate's troubled gaze. "You've sacrificed everything for us, Kate. Your youth, your dreams, everything. And now it's my turn. I can't let you shoulder the burden alone anymore." "Maddie," Kate said urgently, leaning closer, "you don't have to do this. Not for me, not for anyone. There has to be another way. Perhaps I could speak with Nick." "No," Maddie's hands flew to her sister's, gripping them tightly. "You mustn't. It's done, Kate. I've made my choice, and I have to see it through. Nick is a good man. He will be kind to me, and I—" Her voice faltered, but she steadied herself. "I will learn to be a good wife to him." Kate's throat tightened. She could see the determination in Maddie's tear-streaked face, but it didn't ease the knot of worry in her chest. "But, Maddie—" "No more," Maddie said firmly, rising to her feet and smoothing her skirts. "I've already said more than I should. Please, Kate, let's speak of this no longer." Kate hesitated, torn between respecting her sister's wishes and pushing harder for answers. But the quiet resolve in Maddie's expression silenced her protests. "If this is truly what you want—" "It is," Maddie said, her voice clear and steady now. She turned, a hint of a smile lifting the corners of her lips. "Now, tell me about the tree you and Nick picked out for us. Is it as grand as the one Grandmama had the year before Mama married Mr. Boynton?" Kate blinked at the abrupt change in topic, but recognized it for what it was, Maddie's way of reclaiming control. She let out a soft sigh, nodding reluctantly. "It's lovely, Maddie. Not quite as tall as Grandmama's, but still magnificent. Nick insisted on cutting it down himself." Maddie laughed softly, a sound tinged with both sadness and warmth. I can't imagine Nick Montgomery wielding an axe. Did he wear his usual air of haughty command? Kate's lips twitched, and for a moment the heaviness in the room lifted as they shared a quiet laugh. But as they spoke of trees and ornaments, Kate's heart remained heavy, her mind churning with unspoken doubts. No matter how determined Maddie seemed, Kate couldn't shake the feeling that her sister was sacrificing far too much, and that the cost might be greater than either of them could bear. Chapter 16. Christmas Eve arrived, cloaked in an air of quiet anticipation, the kind that hummed beneath the surface and lent a sparkle to every glance and gesture. Each member of the household busied themselves with final preparations for the big day. The twins had barricaded themselves in the schoolroom, their voices rising in bursts of laughter and muffled shouts as they worked on their mysterious projects. Felicity sat cross-legged on the nursery floor, wrapping her handmade gifts with an endearing concentration that wrinkled her little nose. Even Edward, confined to his bed, labored over something he steadfastly refused to reveal, his bouts of coughing punctuating the stillness, and Maddie, ever the gentle guide, oversaw it all with a quiet patience that Kate had come to depend upon in ways she rarely acknowledged aloud. By mid-afternoon, the younger children had been ushered upstairs to rest, leaving the adults free to decorate the tree in the parlor. The scent of fresh pine mingled with the faint aroma of mulled cider wafting in from the kitchens, creating an atmosphere of cozy enchantment. Kate directed the maids in bringing down the final boxes of ornaments, their lids revealing treasures of glass baubles, gilded stars, and ribbons that gleamed like threads of sunlight. At first, Nick had been openly skeptical, watching the flurry of activity with an arched brow. But as the work progressed, the warmth of the tradition began to draw him in. His height was a boon, and the others quickly drafted him to set the star atop the tree. "It looks like something out of a dream," Nick said at last, stepping back to admire his handiwork. The glow of the hearth light danced over the tree's branches, catching the glitter of its ornaments. "I don't know when I've seen anything lovelier." "Wait until you see it with all the candles lit," Maddie said softly, her shy smile tugging at his heart in a way he hadn't expected. "It will make you believe in all sorts of wonderful, magical things." "I already do," he replied with a laugh, surprised to find how true the words were. In the Senate since he'd arrived at Somerville Hall, his life had shifted in ways he hadn't anticipated. The weight he'd carried for years, the lonely, unspoken ache of being the odd man out, had eased. Here, he felt something he hadn't dared to hope for: belonging. This family, with all their quirks and flaws, had somehow made him one of their own. And that, more than anything, filled him with a rare and unexpected contentment. "I remember my first tree," Kate said, her voice soft as she threaded a ribbon through one of the branches. "I couldn't have been more than 5, but I thought it was the most glorious thing I'd ever seen. Papa lifted me up to place the angel at the top, and I felt like I was flying. I thought it couldn't possibly get any brighter or more beautiful." Her expression turned wistful, her fingers stilling on the ribbon as memories seemed to overtake her. In the golden glow of the firelight, her face softened, her usual sharp humor giving way to a vulnerability that struck Nick like a blow to the chest. He was so used to Kate's laughter, her quick temper, the fiery spark that lit her eyes when she argued with him. But now, with her guard lowered, she looked achingly lovely, her features framed by the gentle fall of her hair. Nick's gaze dropped to her lips, the delicate curve of them suddenly commanding his attention. He remembered the way they'd parted beneath his own only a day ago. Her breath was warm against his skin. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, his body tightening with a hunger he had no right to feel. Damn it. He turned away abruptly, his jaw clenching as he struggled to suppress the heat rising in his blood. This was madness. Kate had made it perfectly clear that she wanted nothing to do with him, not as a suitor, and certainly not as anything more intimate. Whatever this inexplicable pull between them, it was best ignored. Maddie deserved better than a husband harboring thoughts of her sister. "The services," Maddie said, her voice breaking through the tumult of his thoughts. "Don't you agree?" Nick blinked, realizing too late that she'd been speaking to him. "I'm sorry, my dear," he said, managing a sheepish smile. "I was admiring the tree and lost track of myself. What did you say?" "I said we should wait until after church to show the children the tree," Maddie repeated, her gentle patience unruffled. "Otherwise, they'll never sit quietly through the service." "Especially the twins," Nick agreed quickly, grateful for the distraction. "The very thought of those two imps growing restless is enough to send a shiver down any man's spine. But what about Edward? Will he be well enough to join us?" Although the question was addressed to Kate, he avoided looking directly at her, unwilling to risk her reading the truth in his expression. Instead, he focused on the tree, as if its sparkling baubles might hold the answers to the chaos in his mind. Kate, however, was not so easily dismissed. "Edward is determined to be there," she replied, her tone even. "And when Edward is determined, there's little anyone can do to stop him. But I'll keep a close eye on him, just in case." Nick nodded, grateful for her practicality, and for the unspoken promise that she would be watching over her brother, sparing Nick the need to linger too closely himself. His gaze flickered to Maddie, who was rearranging a bow on one of the branches with careful precision. She looked up, catching his eye with a tentative smile, and for a moment, he allowed himself to return it. But as the room settled into a comfortable rhythm of work and quiet conversation, Nick's thoughts drifted once more to Kate. No matter how much he tried to force his mind elsewhere, she remained a constant presence, a siren in the shadows of his conscience. And the more he fought against it, the more he feared he was losing the battle. "If we're careful to keep him warm on the way to and from church, I see no reason why Edward shouldn't come," Kate said thoughtfully. Her tone was calm, though her gaze flicked toward the doorway, as if she might check on him at any moment. "We'll bring him back in time for dinner and the tree lighting. With any luck, all the children should be safely in bed no later than 10 o'clock. More than enough time for Father Christmas to go about his business," Maddie added, a teasing glint in her eye as she looked at Nick. Nick caught her meaning immediately and arched a brow. "If you're expecting me to squeeze down one of these chimneys, ma'am, I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed. I have a profound aversion to cramped, sooty spaces." Maddie laughed, tossing her golden curls over her shoulder. "Then let's hope you don't share an equal aversion to beards, my lord, or I fear Kate's plans for tomorrow may go tragically awry." Nick's gaze shifted to Kate, his interest piqued. "Oh," he drawled, a slow, mischievous grin spreading across his face. "And what plans would those be?" "Nothing," Kate replied quickly, her expression composed as she bent to adjust an errant ribbon on the tree. If her voice was a touch too smooth, neither Nick nor Maddie failed to notice. Kate had already decided that the best way to ensure Nick's cooperation in tomorrow's pageant was to spring it on him at the last possible moment. It was, in her opinion, the only foolproof way to secure his participation. Nick, however, wasn't so easily fooled. He knew Kate far too well to believe her innocent deflection. "Nothing" from her lips usually translated to trouble, often of the delightfully vexing variety. But instead of pressing the matter, he leaned back against the mantel, arms folded as he studied her with a speculative gleam. Whatever she was planning, he figured it would reveal itself soon enough. Kate Somerville was nothing if not predictable in her unpredictability. "Very well," he said at last, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. "But I should warn you, Kate, I'm rarely caught off guard. Whatever schemes you're concocting, I'll be ready for them." Kate straightened, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. "Oh, I'm sure you will be, Colonel," she replied sweetly. Too sweetly. The glint in her dark eyes was more dangerous than any direct challenge. Nick's grin widened, the interplay sparking a warmth that seemed to linger long after the moment had passed. The anticipation of the day ahead, and whatever Kate had up her sleeve, only added to the strange, unshakable sense of belonging that had taken root within him. The coach, laden with parcels, arrived just as the family settled down for tea. Nick oversaw the discreet unloading of gifts, ensuring each was hidden away before calling everyone into the drawing room. There, amidst laughter and a growing sense of excitement, he began handing out boxes. The twins and Edward tore into their packages with the unbridled enthusiasm of boys, sending scraps of paper flying as they exclaimed over boots, gloves, and fine woolen greatcoats. Even Felicity and Maddie weren't immune to the infectious energy, lifting out their new dresses and bonnets with delighted squeals. Kate stood slightly apart, her smile soft and content as she watched her family's joy unfold. It had been years since any of them had indulged in luxuries, let alone new clothing. Seeing Edward beam over his new coat, she resolved to set aside funds once they were in London. Perhaps, with careful saving, she could take them all shopping herself someday. "For you, ma'am." Kate started at the low, familiar voice. Nick was standing before her, his arm extended, holding a box wrapped in plain brown paper. His expression held an enigmatic mix of anticipation and restraint. "But I didn't order anything," she murmured, her brows drawing together as she hesitated. "Mrs. Whittaker must have made some kind of—" Her voice trailed off as she opened the box and peeled back the tissue paper. The breath caught in her throat. Nestled within was a gown of shimmering chocolate velvet, trimmed with delicate almond lace. Kate lifted it from the box, her fingers trembling as they trailed over the fabric. The skirts were full, flaring beautifully even as they remained soft and fluid, while the bodice, cut in a graceful heart shape, promised to accentuate her slender figure without being too bold. "Oh," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's exquisite." Nick's eyes softened as he watched her marvel over the dress. "I knew you wouldn't buy anything for yourself," he said simply, his tone quieter now, as though the moment required reverence. "And I wanted you to have something special." Kate glanced up at him, her dark eyes shining with a mixture of astonishment and something softer, something she couldn't name. Her first instinct was to reject the gift out of pride, to insist she couldn't accept it. But the thought of refusing and potentially hurting Nick after all he had done stayed her tongue. For reasons she wasn't ready to confront, the idea of wounding him felt unbearable. "Nick, I don't know what to say," she stammered, clutching the velvet in her hands like it might slip away. She looked down, hoping to gather her composure, but her emotions were a tangled web of gratitude, discomfort, and something perilously close to warmth. "Say you'll accept it," he replied softly. His eyes lingered on her bowed head, the gentleness in his tone belying the tension he felt. He'd braced himself for a battle of wills and was stunned to find her response so tentative, so unguarded. "Think of it as a Christmas gift," he added, his voice coaxing yet firm. Kate's fingers brushed over the lace trim, her breath shallow as she struggled between pride and gratitude. Slowly, she raised her eyes to his. "All right," she said at last, her voice thick with unshed tears. "Thank you, Nick. It's beautiful." "You're welcome." Relief flooded his face, and his grin broke free, warm and sincere. "May I hope to see you wear it tonight?" "I had thought to save it for tomorrow," she replied, her brows pulling together in a slight frown. "But if you wish it, I suppose I could wear it tonight as well." Nick's smile deepened. "It would please me very much," he said, his tone low and earnest. He thought of the other gowns he'd ordered for her, already whisked upstairs by the maids, and decided not to mention them just yet. There was a time for such revelations, and this was not it. "As much as it will please me to see the others in their finery," he added, his sherry-brown eyes glinting with playful mischief. "After all," he leaned in slightly, his voice adopting a mock-serious tone, "it's Christmas." Chapter 17. "You are utterly incorrigible," Kate declared, her voice rich with mock severity as the carriage rumbled down the snow-laden lane toward home. The glow of lantern light caught the sparkle in her dark eyes, a spark Nick couldn't help but find disarming. "And I do hope you're properly ashamed of yourself." Nick stretched out in his seat, arms folded comfortably beneath his greatcoat, his expression the very picture of innocence. "Indeed, ma'am?" he drawled, tilting his head to study her. "I cannot imagine what you mean." Kate let out a small huff, though her lips quirked in amusement. "Oh, you know perfectly well what I mean," she retorted, pitching her voice low enough to ensure the rest of the carriage's occupants, enthralled in their own chatter, wouldn't overhear. "One gown might have been considered a generous Christmas gift, but an entire wardrobe, sir? I'm fairly certain you've outdone the Magi." "Hardly a wardrobe," he corrected, his grin growing irrepressibly smug. "I'd say it's a mere smattering of essentials, a few gowns, some accessories, barely enough to suit your needs." He arched a brow, feigning concern. "Am I to understand that my modest offering has displeased you?" "Furious," she assured him, though the chuckle she failed to suppress undercut her words. "But since I know your heart was in the right place, I've resolved to forgive you. Besides," she smoothed her hand over the luxurious fur wrap that had awaited her in the carriage. "You did hear Reverend Smythe's sermon, did you not? In the spirit of Christmas, we are obligated to forgive others their shortcomings." Nick inclined his head, his lips twitching in amusement. "Your magnanimity knows no bounds, Miss Somerville. Thank you for your gracious pardon." "You're quite welcome." She gave him a prim nod of mock seriousness before turning her attention to the frosted window. The brilliance of the moonlit snow turned the landscape into a wonderland of silver and shadow, illuminating every familiar landmark as they passed. Kate burrowed deeper into her wrap, unable to suppress the warmth blooming in her chest. How beautiful the night was, she mused, her breath fogging the glass. In such a world, it felt impossible to cling to anger, even if it had been her initial reaction to the avalanche of parcels she'd encountered earlier. She could still picture her maid, elbow-deep in a mountain of boxes, unpacking silks and velvets in every hue. Her first instinct had been fury enough to storm down the stairs and demand Nick return every last purchase. But then she'd paused, her hand on the banister, as the memory of his expression when he'd handed her the first gown came rushing back. He had looked so hopeful, his amber eyes tinged with vulnerability, perhaps even fear, as though bracing for her rejection. That memory had stayed her hand, softening her resolve and reminding her of Edward's words earlier that week. Later, as she sat in the family pew, listening to Reverend Smythe speak of Christ's birth and the gifts of the Magi, her heart had eased entirely. The vicar was right, she decided. Christmas was a time of joy, of generosity, and good fellowship. She had spent so much time fighting Nick, sometimes out of necessity, but just as often out of pure stubbornness. It was time to lay down that particular battle. For better or worse, they were a family now. It was past time she started acting like it. Nick sat back in his corner of the carriage, the children's chatter a pleasant hum in the background as his thoughts lingered on Kate. He was both surprised and gratified by her cooperative spirit earlier in the day. For once she hadn't resisted him. No barbed quips, no fiery retorts, and the quiet accord they'd struck had been unexpected and oddly pleasing. He allowed himself a smile as he pictured her in one of the gowns he'd chosen. The emerald satin would suit her perfectly for tomorrow morning, especially if she wore her hair down. The thought of those fiery curls tumbling in loose waves past her shoulders sent a flicker of heat through him. He imagined her with a ribbon of green velvet woven into those strands, like ivy winding through autumn light. For a moment, the image felt too intimate, too tender, and he quickly shifted his focus. "Are you feeling tired, sir?" Maddie's soft voice pulled him from his reverie. Her tentative hand rested lightly on his, her concern clear. "No, not at all," he assured her, turning his attention to her pale, earnest face. "I was merely thinking about tomorrow. I can't recall the last time I was this impatient for a day to arrive." Maddie offered a small, wistful smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I, too, am looking forward to it," she murmured, though her heart clenched at the memory of seeing Charles outside the church. The image of him waiting in the crisp, starlit snow had stayed with her, a bittersweet ache she carried in silence. How, she wondered, was she to endure a lifetime without him? Nick noted the shimmer of unshed tears in her eyes and misread their cause. "This must be your first Christmas without Theo," he said gently. Maddie blinked rapidly, startled by the assumption, but unwilling to correct it. "Yes," she replied quietly, clasping her hands together. "Theo sailed for the peninsula last year, shortly before the holidays. But we have you now, so it won't seem quite so lonely." She summoned another smile, this one fleeting but genuine. Nick nodded, accepting her words at face value, though his thoughts strayed elsewhere. Kate's fiery independence and constant sparring set her apart from Maddie's sweetness and gentleness. Maddie was everything he'd ever envisioned in a bride, obedient, agreeable, and entirely transparent in her emotions. And yet, Kate's stubbornness, her sharp wit, and the fire in her dark eyes had a way of creeping into his thoughts at the most unexpected moments. Why, he wondered with growing frustration, couldn't he stop thinking about her? The carriage soon pulled up to the manor house, its golden windows casting a welcoming glow across the snow. Inside, the household bustled with energy, the younger children running ahead to admire the tree anew. Nick, leading Felicity by the hand, guided her into the parlor for the big reveal. The others waited eagerly behind. "Oh, Nick!" Felicity gasped, her eyes widening as they landed on the glittering Tannenbaum. "It's beautiful." Nick's heart warmed at her enthusiasm. "Do you really think so?" he asked, crouching slightly to meet her gaze. "It's the most beautiful tree I've ever seen," she whispered reverently, tugging him forward to admire it more closely. Kate stood back, observing the scene with quiet satisfaction. The children's joy was infectious, and even she couldn't help but marvel at the tree's beauty. Nick had outdone himself in leading the effort, and for the first time, she felt a grudging respect for his ability to make himself an integral part of their family's traditions. The evening wore on in a whirl of songs, laughter, and treats until Kate, with her usual commanding authority, announced it was time for the younger ones to retire. "But it's not even 9 yet," Samuel protested, his lower lip jutting in a pout. "You can't send us to bed this early. It's Christmas Eve." "Not just her orders, Samuel," Nick interjected, his deep voice silencing further complaints. "I've told you before, she's your commanding officer, and you must obey. Even soldiers know when it's time to rest." Simon glanced between Nick and Kate, weighing his options. "But we're not even foot soldiers," he muttered under his breath, though he followed his brother upstairs. Once the younger children had been tucked away, Nick reappeared in the parlor, holding a sprig of mistletoe. "A little tradition I thought we might enjoy," he announced, the glint in his eye promising mischief. Kate's head whipped around. "What are you up to now?" she asked warily, but her question was drowned out by the good-natured laughter from Maddie and Edward. The game commenced, each person caught beneath the mistletoe obliged to suffer a chaste kiss. Laughter echoed as Maddie and Edward participated, but Kate stood resolutely apart, her gaze skeptical as she watched Nick maneuver the sprig toward her. "Ah, but we haven't caught everyone yet," Maddie declared slyly, sweeping in to hold the mistletoe high above her sister's head. "Kate, it's your turn." Kate shot her sister a glare that promised retribution. "Traitor," she muttered under her breath. With deliberate precision, she turned to Nick, who stood before her with a maddeningly superior smirk curling his lips. "Fine," she said, fixing her gaze on his. "Let's get this over with." Nick stepped forward, his smirk deepening. "Enthusiasm," he murmured, his voice low and teasing. His hands settled lightly on her shoulders, his touch warm even through the fabric of her gown. His intention had been playful, to give her the most decorous kiss imaginable, but the moment their eyes met, his amusement faded. Kate's heart slammed against her ribs, her body going utterly still beneath his hands. There was something in his expression that robbed her of breath, a softening, a seriousness she hadn't expected. The weight of his touch seemed heavier, more deliberate, and the space between them felt charged with an invisible force. But she was not one to back down. Her lips curved into a faint, defiant smile, even as her pulse thundered. "What are you waiting for, Colonel?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tremor she felt deep inside. "I've much left to do and no time to waste. Kiss me or kindly let me go." Nick blinked, her words cutting through the haze of his thoughts like a blade. For a heartbeat, he considered retreating, keeping this moment firmly within the bounds of propriety. But something in her eyes dared him, and in that instant, the line he had so carefully drawn dissolved. Without another word, he leaned in, his hand sliding to cradle the delicate curve of her jaw. His lips brushed against hers, soft at first, testing. The contact sent a shiver coursing through him, and when she didn't pull away, he deepened the kiss, letting it linger just a fraction longer than was proper. Kate's world tilted. The feel of his mouth against hers was a revelation, warm and firm and utterly consuming. Her knees threatened to give way as heat surged through her, leaving her breathless and undone. Her fingers curled into the folds of her skirt, her body trembling as her carefully guarded defenses began to crumble. Nick pulled back slowly, his forehead nearly brushing hers as he steadied his breathing. His thumb lingered against her cheek for a fleeting moment, then fell away as he stepped back. His gaze searched hers, looking for what? He wasn't entirely sure. Kate swallowed hard, willing herself to remain composed despite the wildfire raging inside her. "Satisfied?" she asked, her tone deliberately light, though her voice wavered ever so slightly. "Not in the least," Nick replied, his voice rough, his lips curving into a faint, rueful smile. "But that will have to do, for now." Kate gave a curt nod, her heart still hammering as she turned away abruptly, her cheeks aflame. She moved to busy herself with the hearth, brushing imaginary lint from her skirts and avoiding anyone's gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Maddie watching her, head tilted in mild curiosity. Maddie's lips quirked in a soft, bemused smile, as though she'd sensed something amiss but couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Mind where you stand next time, Kate," Nick said, hoping his retreat would be mistaken for nonchalance rather than the desperate need to collect himself. "Oh, I will," she promised fervently. "I will." "Happy Christmas, Nick. Happy Christmas." The twins' voices rang out with the force of a small army's charge, jolting Nick rudely awake. He groaned and squeezed his eyes shut, clinging stubbornly to the last vestiges of sleep. Surely this had to be a nightmare. He'd only just fallen asleep. It couldn't possibly be morning. "Are you getting up? It's almost 8 o'clock." Simon's whine cut through the room like a bugler's reveille, moments before the bed dipped under the boys' weight, their combined assault sending Nick sprawling unceremoniously to the floor. "Kate says we wasn't to bother you," Samuel announced with utterly false innocence, bouncing enthusiastically on the mattress. "But you was already awake, wasn't you?" Nick sat up, the quilt still wrapped around his shoulders, and fixed the boys with a baleful glare. The room was dark, the dim gray of early dawn peeking through the curtains. "And what time is it, precisely?" he asked, his voice hoarse with sleep and edged with suspicion. Simon hesitated, valiantly attempting to plaster an angelic expression on his face. "7:15, he admitted, cheerfully, as if he'd announced Christmas had come early. "But we wanted to be the first to wish you Happy Christmas, so it's not the same as waking you." 6:45. Nick pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering a curse under his breath. The last time he'd glanced at the clock, it had been well past 3. No wonder he felt as though he'd barely closed his eyes. Desperately hoping the twins would take the hint, he flopped back down onto the mattress and pulled the quilt over his head. "Cook's got breakfast ready," Samuel hollered, leaning in as though Nick's temporary deafness might be the problem. Nick growled softly and lowered the blanket enough to glare at them. The twins met his gaze with matching grins, their enthusiasm unwavering. "You're not going to leave, are you?" he asked, resigned to the inevitable. Samuel shifted guiltily. "Well, Kate says we can't open presents till you're there," he admitted. "It could take a long time, you know." "And the pageant for the village is later," Simon added helpfully when his brother's eloquence faltered. "It wouldn't be right to open the presents in front of the townfolk. It'd be unseemly," he finished, puffing his chest with the solemnity of the statement. "No, I suppose it wouldn't," Nick agreed dryly, amused despite himself. The twins' tenacity was impressive, even if their timing left much to be desired. He'd endured forced marches with less sleep, he reminded himself as he tossed back the covers. Pulling on his robe and tying the sash with a decisive tug, he was about to ring for his valet when Samuel's next words froze him mid-motion. "Pageant?" Nick turned slowly, dread creeping into his voice. "Oh yes," Samuel nodded vigorously, his chest swelling with pride. "It's tradition. The whole family does it. It's about King Henry, not your Henry, the fat one, and how he gave the first Somerville the title and this house." He tilted his head thoughtfully, eyeing Nick with open appraisal. "You won't need so much padding as Theo did, but I think you'll make a fine king." "I will?" Nick asked, the dawning realization making his tone flat. "Absolutely," Simon chimed in, beaming at him. "And you're nearly as old as him, too. We won't even need to draw wrinkles on you." Nick stared at the twins, their eager faces glowing with excitement, and sighed. He was beginning to understand why armies surrendered. Chapter 18. The exchange of presents took up the better part of the morning. each gift requiring its due admiration and exclamation from every family member. As Kate had predicted, Edward was overjoyed with his book on ballooning, though she and Nick exchanged conspiratorial glances, carefully ensuring the twins didn't get too close a look at its contents. Felicity's new doll, quickly named her bestest doll ever, was paraded around the room and tenderly cradled in her arms before she shyly pressed a kiss to Nick's cheek. The gesture, accompanied by her heartfelt gift of a crude but endearing handkerchief she'd stitched herself, left him momentarily speechless. Maddie's charcoal sketch of the family, each detail rendered with loving precision, earned a solemn promise that it would be framed and displayed. Kate's gift of gloves, understated and practical, drew words of genuine praise. Exhausted but content, Nick had just settled back into his chair, a steaming cup of chocolate warming his hands, when the twins barreled back into the parlor, red-faced from their exertion and lugging a box nearly as large as themselves. "For you, Nick?" Samuel puffed, stepping back and swiping at his brow. "We made it ourselves," Simon added, practically vibrating with self-importance. "Thank you, gentlemen." Nick regarded the package with wary amusement, poking it cautiously. Knowing the twins, its contents could range from the absurd to the potentially catastrophic. He glanced up, catching Kate and Maddie watching him with expressions of barely concealed mirth. "I may need reinforcements," he said dryly, his gaze settling on Kate. "Any volunteers?" "Oh, not me," she demurred, her smile quick and a touch too innocent. "I'm needed in the kitchen. Maddie is your fiancée. She'll assist you." "Coward," Maddie said, though she was laughing as she knelt gracefully beside Nick's chair. Her presence reassured him. Kate wouldn't knowingly send her sister into danger after all. Between the two of them, they wrested the packaging apart, revealing a gleaming piece of hammered metal with strips of leather haphazardly attached. "It's armor," Simon announced proudly, his chest puffed out. "And there's a sword, too." He dove back into the box, emerging triumphantly with a long, jagged piece of metal that he immediately began brandishing with great fervor. Nick's reflexes kicked in, and he snatched the weapon before Simon could decapitate any innocent bystanders. Turning the makeshift sword over in his hands, he felt a suspicious tightening in his throat. "We was worried you might have to go back into battle," Samuel explained, suddenly shy under Nick's scrutiny. "And when you were reading to us about Henry's soldiers, we thought maybe this might protect you. Do you like it?" Nick swallowed hard once, then again before trusting himself to speak. "I like it very much," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Thank you, both of you." He looked between the boys, his chest tight with a mixture of gratitude and an unfamiliar, soul-deep warmth. Then, turning to Simon, he added with a crooked smile, "You were right, lad. This is a wonderful Christmas." The twins beamed, their earlier antics forgotten in the glow of Nick's approval. The holiday meal followed shortly before midday, a feast that left everyone rosy-cheeked and pleasantly full. They had just finished the fish course when Linley appeared at the doorway, his gravitas as impeccable as ever. "We are ready, Miss Somerville," he intoned with a slight bow. "Thank you, Linley," Kate replied, dabbing her lips delicately before turning to Nick with a serene smile. "When you mentioned your time at Oxford, my lord, I was reminded of a ceremony my father once described, a holiday tradition from his own school days. We celebrated it ourselves when I was about Felicity's age, and in honor of your visit, we thought it only fitting to revive it. Edward," she gestured toward her younger brother expectantly. Edward, resplendent in his first dinner jacket, stood with an awkward shuffle, clutching his lapels as though they might fly off without warning. Clearing his throat, he began in a tremulous voice, "The boar's head in hand, bring I." The last note had barely faded when a footman entered, bearing a gleaming silver platter. Upon it rested a roasted boar's head, a wreath of rosemary perched rakishly atop its brow, and a lemon jammed firmly in its mouth. The servant carried it solemnly around the room, the wreath swaying gently, before setting it down with a dramatic flourish before Nick. "Oh, I say, that was infamous," Simon exclaimed, his blue eyes alight with delight. "I'm going to Oxford if that's what one gets to do." "Me too," Samuel echoed, though his enthusiasm faltered as he eyed the boar's head with marked unease. Do we have to eat it?" Kate bit back a laugh, her expression reassuring. Not at all, darling. We're having goose, remember? Nick remained silent, his gaze fixed on the platter as he wrestled with a suspiciously tight throat. He'd heard of the tradition but had never participated himself, and the thought that Kate would go to such lengths on his behalf was overwhelming. It was several long moments before he trusted himself to look at her. "Thank you," he said softly, his eyes glowing with an emotion Kate couldn't quite name. "I shan't ever forget this. You've all been so very good to me." Nick, about the afternoon's pageant." Kate began hesitantly, her fingers twisting her napkin into knots. "Oh?" he prompted, his tone deliberately neutral, though the glint in his eye suggested he was far from oblivious. "Well," Kate moistened her lips, her confidence wavering under his piercing gaze. "There's something I may have neglected to mention. It's custom during the pageant to perform a small play about how Somerville Hall came into our family. A gift from Henry VIII, you know." "Was it?" Nick's polite tone was maddeningly bland. "I had no idea." She cast him a wary glance, only to catch the knowing grin tugging at his lips. Her head snapped up, her cheeks blazing. "You beast!" she cried, tossing her napkin at him with a laugh. "You've known all along, haven't you?" "Not all along," he admitted, catching the napkin one-handed. "But Maddie's hints last night were difficult to miss, and this morning the twins informed me, with great excitement, I might add, that I'm playing Henry. Apparently, I'm the perfect choice, no padding required, and my wrinkles are already provided free of charge." Kate buried her face in her hands. "Brothers," she muttered darkly, her voice muffled. "Indeed," Nick agreed, his grin broadening. "A trying lot, but not without their charm." Damn, but this wig was insufferable. Nick tugged at the scratchy, cumbersome arrangement of horsehair and felt and suppressed a growl of frustration. The red beard Kate and the twins had insisted he wear for the pageant was no less a medieval torture device than the stocks or the rack. With a quick glance to confirm the hallway was empty, he slipped into the parlor, desperate for a moment of reprieve from the ceaseless festivities and endless parade of villagers. The blessed silence was a balm to his frayed nerves, and he wasted no time in yanking off the offending wig. The beard was next, his fingers already at the strings, when the sound of the doorknob rattling froze him mid-motion. Not another damned villager offering their thanks, he thought irritably. He'd spent the better part of the day feigning conviviality, and his store of patience was entirely depleted. Instinctively, he stepped behind the faded velvet drapes, deciding whoever it was would surely leave upon finding the room empty. "There's no one inside," a male voice said, low and familiar. The door clicked shut, and Nick's frustration sharpened to wariness. "Charles Maxfield." Nick stiffened, every muscle taut as a bowstring, but it was the soft, hesitant reply that truly arrested him. "Oh, Charles, I really don't think this is wise." "Maddie." Her voice, fragile and trembling, was like a whisper of glass against stone, and Nick felt something cold settle in his gut. "They won't see us," Charles assured her, his tone coaxing but edged with a simmering tension. "Even if they did, what could they say? There's no shame in a man taking his leave of a neighbor. Not even your haughty fiancé could object to that." The haughty fiancé in question bristled, his jaw clenching as a dozen retorts flashed through his mind. He was ready to step out and confront them, to put an end to whatever this was, but a deeper instinct, one born on battlefields where waiting often meant survival, stayed him. He forced himself to remain still, to listen, though each word scraped against him like a blade. "Please, Charles," Maddie implored, her voice catching on a sob. "Don't speak of him like that. He has been so very kind to us." "I know," Charles said, though his smile was bitter enough to curdle milk. "He's a fine gentleman, Maddie, a commendable officer, but how can I hold him in any esteem when he's about to marry the woman I love?" Nick's breath hissed out between his teeth. His hands curled into fists at his sides, the velvet drapes muffling the sound of his ragged exhale. Maddie, the woman he'd pledged himself to protect and honor, loved another man. And worse, she didn't deny it. "Please, dearest," Maddie whispered, her voice breaking like a fragile thread. "I beg you not to speak of what can never be." Nick's jaw tightened, his pulse pounding in his ears, but still he stayed silent. "Then why ask me to come today?" Charles demanded, his frustration boiling over as he crossed the room. "Damn it, Maddie, what game is this? I thought you loved me, but I do love you, she cried, abandoning propriety as she flung herself into his arms. I love you more than anything in this world. Her hands trembled as they cupped his face, her blue eyes shimmering with tears. But we cannot be. I had to see you one last time, if only from afar. I had to know that you would be all right. Charles caught her hands, pressing them to his lips with a reverence that made Nick's stomach churn. Happy? He rasped, his voice hoarse with anguish. Never that, my love. You are my heart, and a man cannot live without his heart. Oh, I will survive, he added, his bitter smile returning as her eyes filled with fresh tears. I'll exist in some fashion, but I will never truly be alive again. Nick closed his eyes, a storm raging within him. Each word landed like a blow, and yet he couldn't force himself to move, to break the scene unfolding before him. Nor will I, Maddie whispered, brushing her fingers against his lips in a gesture so intimate it made Nick's blood boil. But I must endure, for my family's sake, if nothing else. Charles drew a shaky breath, his hand trembling as it cupped her cheek. I would sell my soul to kiss you again, he admitted, his voice rough with longing. But I will not. If I cannot have my heart, I will at least keep my honor. Maddie's answering sob was muffled as she buried her face in his chest. You are too good, too noble, she whispered, her shoulders shaking as she clung to him. Oh, Charles! His arms closed around her one last time, holding her as though she might slip through his fingers. Then, with a visible effort, he stepped back, his jaw tight and his eyes glinting with unshed tears. Come, my love. It's time I returned you to your fiancé. He will surely be looking for you. Maddie nodded, her chin trembling as she squared her shoulders. She placed her hand lightly on his arm, her head held high despite the tears tracking down her flushed cheeks. You are right, Charles. It is time. The instant the door clicked shut, Nick emerged from his hiding place, his expression dark as a thundercloud. Damn it all to blazes, he muttered, his voice low but brimming with fury. His eyes burned with a fiery intensity that could have sent even the most seasoned soldiers under his command scrambling for cover. Just wait until I get my hands on that little minx. With long, purposeful strides, he stormed out of the room, the sheer force of his anger radiating off him like a storm about to break. Chapter 19, Lord. Would this afternoon never end, Kate thought, forcing a polite smile as she listened to the loquacious wife of a neighbor prattling on about past Christmases. Shifting slightly in her chair, she cast a furtive glance at the clock on the mantel, noting with dismay that it was barely 3 o'clock. That meant she still had another hour of tedium to endure before she could begin hinting her guests home. She sighed inwardly, hiding a yawn behind the delicate fan she had affected as part of her costume, and did her best to look attentive. The year after Reinald was born, now that was a Christmas not to be forgotten, Mrs. Herbert sighed, pausing in her discourse just long enough to pop another cream cake into her mouth. It had been snowing since the first week of December, and the roads were so clogged that I was certain Mr. Herbert would never make it home for the holidays. He was in the army, just returned from fighting those tiresome colonials. I know they style themselves Americans nowadays, but I still think... A word with you, Miss Somerville. Nick's voice cut through Mrs. Herbert's rambling discourse like a blade, sharp and unyielding. Kate looked up, startled by the resolute set of his features. He had changed out of his costume and now wore an evening jacket and silk breeches, so reminiscent of the day of Theo's memorial that she was about to make some jest. The impulse quickly died when she saw the storm brewing in his amber eyes. Whatever had brought him here, it boded ill for her. She rose gracefully, masking her unease with a sweet smile. Of course, my lord, she replied, her voice smooth and polite. Mrs. Herbert, if you will pray excuse. Silent, he snapped, his jaw clenched with fury. You'll have time enough later to defend yourself, but for now I want some answers, and you, madam, will provide them. He marched her into the parlor he had only just vacated, guiding her none too gently to the striped chair. He loomed over her, his eyes almost golden with forced emotion. I have asked you this once before, and I am asking you again, but this time I want the truth. He drew a quick breath and fixed her with a compelling glare. Is Maddie in love with Maxfield? Kate stiffened. She had known this confrontation was inevitable, but that didn't mean she was prepared for it. Her hands trembled slightly as she clasped them together. "Nick, this is hardly a matter for me to—" "Is she?" Kate flinched, but held his gaze, knowing she could no longer evade the question. "Yes," she said quietly, her voice scarcely above a whisper. "She is." The string of oaths that escaped Nick's lips might have set a lesser woman to fainting, but Kate stood her ground, her spine stiffening in defense. He had every right to be furious, she reasoned, even if his temper was grating. "Why the devil was I not told?" he demanded, pacing the room like a restless predator. "You must have known I had no idea her affections were otherwise engaged when I proposed." Kate's guilt for her part in the deception was replaced by irritation. "I wasn't aware that issuing an ultimatum constituted a proper proposal," she snapped, her chin lifting defiantly. He stopped short, glaring at her. "Don't play coy with me, Kate. I haven't the patience for it. Why did no one tell me?" Kate shrugged her shoulders, her defiance dying in the light of his determination to have the truth. "It is Maddie's decision," she answered levelly, fixing her eyes on the decorated tree. "You had told her quite plainly what her duty was, and for all her flightiness, Maddie's sense of duty is quite strong. Once you offered to provide a real home for us all, there was no doubt what her answer would be." Nick raked a hand through his hair, his jaw tightening. "I also offered to provide for your family regardless," he said, "so kindly do not paint me as the villain here. Had she refused me and given her reasons, I would have honored my word." "I know that." Kate leapt to her feet, her hands clenching at her sides. "I made certain that is what she would do, given her feelings for Charles, and I told you her heart was spoken for. I told you she would accept you, but I hadn't counted on her sense of obligation." "Oh, what does it matter? What's done is done." Nick stilled, his fury abating as he studied her. "Perhaps not." She blinked at his remark. "What is that supposed to mean? And why the sudden concern for Maddie's feelings? Surely you didn't think she was in love with you? You have already made it quite plain that you don't hold such fustian." "Nor do I, but that doesn't mean I would not relish the thought of my wife in love with another man." He turned toward the fire, his hands braced on the mantel. "Do you honestly believe I'd force Maddie, or any woman for that matter, into a marriage if I knew her heart belonged to another?" Kate's head shot up, surprise flickering across her face. "No," she admitted softly. "I don't believe you would." "Good." He straightened, his voice hardening. "Because I'll not have a bride lying beside me at night, enduring my touch while dreaming of another man. No man of honor would tolerate such an existence." Kate's cheeks darkened with such frank talk. "Perhaps that is something you should have thought of before setting out to buy a bride. The state of Maddie's heart never occurred to you before you offered, so I fail to see why it should concern you now." "Because it does." Kate took a deep breath. "I know," she said. "I'm sorry." "You are?" She nodded. "I wanted to tell you, but Maddie swore me to secrecy." "Well, at least it's not too late to do the right thing." He turned back toward the fire, and after taking a few minutes to gather his thoughts, he continued. "Things might be dashed awkward for a while, but between the pair of us, I think we are strong enough to weather the gossip." "What are you saying?" she asked cautiously. Nick didn't acknowledge her question. "And naturally after we're married, no will dare." "What?" Kate stumbled to her feet, wondering if her hearing had failed her. "What are you talking about? We agreed we would not suit." "We haven't killed each other yet," he reminded her, feeling surprisingly light-hearted. "I think we might actually deal rather well together." "Well, I do not," she scowled up at him. "And what of your promise to provide for us if Maddie refused you? Have you forgotten about that?" "Not at all. But she didn't refuse me, did she?" Something in the silky menace of his voice set Kate's heart to racing. What do you mean by that?" Nick turned to face her fully, his amber eyes glinting with purpose. "I'm saying that I still intend to honor my obligations to Theo and to all of you, but this marriage cannot proceed with Maddie, which leaves one alternative." Her heart leapt in panic. "What alternative?" "You will marry me, Kate," he said, his voice firm but not unkind. "And before you argue—" "I don't wish to marry you," she cut in, her cheeks flushing with anger. "Nor I you," he replied evenly, his lips curving in the faintest smile. But you just said you didn't want an unwilling bride, Kate protested, a feeling of inevitability stealing over her. She knew what was coming next, as surely as if the words had already been spoken. No, but I can see I have no choice in the matter. To honor my obligation to Theo, I must marry one of you. If you will not marry me, then I will marry Maddie. It is your decision. Kate's knees weakened, her world tilting as she tried to find words. You're hateful, she whispered. Perhaps. I shall never forgive you. Undoubtedly. He smiled at her passionate declaration. But this way, we avoid destroying 4 lives instead of 2. And you and I, Kate, his gaze softened ever so slightly. We might suit better than you think. Kate glared at him, determined not to give an inch. My family will remain with me, she said firmly, though the words felt like throwing pebbles at a stone wall. I refuse to sit alone in the country, rusting away while you're off gallivanting around London. Nick didn't even blink. You may have Felicity and the twins with you until it's time for them to join Edward at Exeter, he replied smoothly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. That has already been arranged. And naturally, once our own children arrive, you'll find yourself too busy to fret over rusticating. His lips curved in a faintly devilish smile, the kind that set her teeth on edge. Kate's breath caught as her cheeks flamed. Our children? She stammered, her voice going up an octave. She felt heat bloom across her face and neck, her composure slipping at his outrageous audacity. The smile widened, and there was no mistaking the glint of mischief in his eyes. Of course, children. I thought I made my intentions clear when I proposed to Maddie, or now to you, he said, his tone maddeningly casual. I intend this marriage to be a true one in every sense of the word. Why else would a man shackle himself to a wife, if not for the begetting of heirs? Legitimate heirs, I should say, he added, the audacity of his grin almost knocking her off her feet. Kate's mouth opened, then shut, then opened again as she tried to form a coherent response. Her thoughts tangled in a chaotic swirl. But one word, one name, rose to the surface. I would want to call my son Theo, she blurted, her voice trembling with defiance. Nick's expression softened just slightly, his amusement giving way to something quieter. Our second son, he said with a nod, as though her declaration were the most reasonable suggestion in the world. You may call what you please, but our first son will bear my name, and should we have a daughter, he continued, thoughtful now, I would like to name her Elizabeth, after my mother. Agreed? Kate could only stare at him, her heart pounding as she grappled with the sheer audacity of the man. He held out his hand, his amber eyes steady and expectant, daring her to accept the terms he had so confidently laid before her. For a moment, a war raged within her. She was furious at his arrogance, at his high-handedness, at the way he had upended her world with such infuriating calm. But beneath the fury, something else stirred, a flicker of awareness that sent a shiver along her spine. The way he looked at her, unflinching and so damnably sure, made her feel like she was the center of his world in a way that was both unsettling and intoxicating. Her hand moved before her brain had time to catch up. As her trembling fingers met his, she couldn't help the faint thrill that coursed through her veins. It was ridiculous, completely unthinkable, but for one fleeting heartbeat, the thought of standing beside him, of being his, sent a traitorous flutter through her chest, and then reality came crashing down, snuffing out that forbidden spark. Maddie, Kate gasped, clapping her hand over her mouth and regarding him with dismay. She will know what I am doing and refuse to play along. I've already thought about that, Nick said, his voice maddeningly calm, and I believe I have the perfect solution. Her eyes narrowed. What is it? She didn't trust his wolfish grin in the slightest. Well, he drawled, the picture of nonchalance. If you and I were to be caught in a, shall we say, compromising situation, then she would have no choice but to acquiesce to our plans, n'est-ce pas? Nick, Kate's face burned crimson as her heart hammered in her chest. If you think I mean to put myself beyond the pale, then you are quite mistaken. What of the children? What of them? His rounded eyes were far too innocent to be convincing. I was thinking of letting ourselves be caught exchanging a less than innocent kiss, that is all. What were you thinking of? Kate clamped her lips shut, horrified by the direction of her own thoughts. Never mind, she muttered, suddenly questioning her sanity for agreeing to this mad scheme. "When?" he prompted. "When what? When do you wish to be caught exchanging this less than innocent kiss?" he expounded, a wicked gleam dancing in his amber eyes. "It will have to be quite soon, as we leave for London in less than 2 days. Unless you prefer to wait until we're there," he added, his voice light but his gaze sharp as he watched her reaction. "Good God, no." His heartfelt reply brought her some measure of relief. "We must be firmly engaged long before we arrive." "Well, then what?" she snapped, planting her hands on her hips and leveling him with an aggravated glare. Nick grinned, unrepentant. The Tudor-style gown of rich black velvet accentuated the flush in her cheeks, her glorious hair falling in a fiery cascade across her shoulders. In that moment, Kate looked every inch the queen, haughty, defiant, and, he couldn't help but notice, utterly captivating. Passionate. Most decidedly passionate, he mused, his eyes lingering thoughtfully on her sulky, full lips. He heard a soft noise just outside the door and acted on instinct. Grasping her wrist, he pulled her into his arms. "Why now, my sweet?" he murmured, his mouth descending on hers with a deliberate, burning intensity. Kate froze at the first brush of his firm lips against hers, her body stiff with shock. But Nick was having none of it. His arms tightened around her waist, his hands spanning her back as he angled her closer, deepening the kiss with a mastery that left her trembling. A gasp escaped her lips, granting him the entry he sought. His tongue brushed hers, coaxing her into a dance that was both tender and achingly carnal. She had never imagined a kiss could feel like this, like surrender and possession all at once. Her hands moved instinctively, sliding up his chest to tangle in the thick silk of his hair. The faint scent of sandalwood and the solid warmth of him enveloped her senses, making her head spin as molten heat spread through her body. She was lost, utterly lost, her velvet gown a thin barrier between her and the broad, unyielding strength of him. Each brush of his lips, each teasing stroke of his tongue sent her spiraling deeper into a sensation she couldn't name but craved nonetheless. Her body melted into his as if it had always belonged there, and for one breathless moment the rest of the world ceased to exist. "Kate!" The startled gasp shattered the spell, and Kate wrenched herself back, her hands flying to her flushed cheeks as she turned to face the doorway. Maddie and Edward stood frozen, their faces etched with identical looks of shock and disbelief. Kate's breath came in shallow bursts, her heart thundering as she fought for composure. Maddie, it's not what you think," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. She turned to Nick, her eyes wide with helplessness, only to find him maddeningly composed. "We will discuss this later," Nick said, his voice calm yet edged with steel. His gaze flicked briefly to Maddie and Edward, his tone leaving no room for argument. "In the meantime, I trust you both will have the good sense to keep this incident to yourselves." "But you were kissing her," Maddie stammered, her voice tinged with confusion and hurt as her wide eyes darted between them. Nick straightened, smoothing the sleeves of his jacket as if he hadn't just shattered Kate's equilibrium entirely. "As I said, we will discuss this later," he repeated firmly. His amber gaze softened briefly as it landed on Maddie. "Rest assured, all will be explained." Kate stared at him, her pulse still fluttering wildly as he turned back to her. His lips quirked, and she realized with horror that there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, a satisfaction that sent her heart tumbling in confusion and panic. As the door shut behind Maddie and Edward, Nick's expression shifted, his earlier calm giving way to something darker, hungrier. His gaze swept over her, lingering on her swollen lips, and his voice was low and rough when he spoke. Well, that was certainly convincing. Kate could barely manage a reply, her thoughts a jumbled mess of shame, fury, and, God help her, an aching, traitorous longing for the kiss they had just shared. Nick stepped closer, his thumb brushing the corner of her mouth, and she flinched at the intimacy of the gesture. "Relax, Hellcat," he murmured, his voice a velvet caress. "It's not as though it was our first kiss or our last." Kate's breath hitched as he turned and strode from the room, leaving her to grapple with the truth she could no longer deny. Nick Montgomery had utterly unraveled her, and she feared she would never be the same again. Chapter 20. In Love? Maddie exclaimed, her wide eyes darting between Nick's composed expression and Kate's determinedly averted face. "But how can this be? I thought the two of you could barely tolerate each other." "That is what we thought too," Nick replied smoothly, his voice a gentle caress as he turned to Maddie with a smile. "But all of that changed last night, did it not, my sweet?" Kate flinched at the endearment, the weight of his words pressing down like a stone. Silently, she prayed the floor might miraculously open beneath her. Nick had given her no warning of this absurd plan to frame their union as a love match. She'd barely had time to adjust to the idea of their forced marriage. But this was madness. What could the wretch possibly be thinking? "Kate," Edward interjected, his young voice carrying surprising weight, his solemn gaze fixed on her, brow furrowed in scrutiny. "Aren't you going to answer Nick's question?" The question was a lifeline and a noose all at once. Kate summoned what she hoped passed for an affectionate smile, though it felt more like a grimace. "Yes, of course," she said, her voice faltering. "Last night we realized our true feelings for one another." She darted a pointed look at Nick. "We are absolutely mad for each other." The silence that followed was thunderous, stretching long enough for Kate to feel sweat prickle at the nape of her neck. Edward and Maddie exchanged a glance, their unease palpable. "This is bound to cause a scandal," Edward said at last, shifting uncomfortably in his chair. "I do not like the idea of my sisters being subjected to unpleasant gossip." "Nor do I," Nick agreed, inclining his head toward the young man, clearly impressed. "Which is why I propose Kate and I marry immediately upon our arrival in London. The sooner we are wed, the less time anyone will have to speculate. My engagement to Maddie is not widely known. If anyone does remark on the change, we can simply let them think they were mistaken about the names." Another tense silence fell, but this time it was broken by Maddie's sudden, joyous laughter. "I knew it!" she exclaimed, springing to her feet and rushing to Kate's side to envelop her in an exuberant hug. "Dearest Kate, did I not always say you were better suited to Nick than I?" Kate felt her stomach twist. Maddie's delight was a knife to the heart, and guilt weighed heavy in her chest. But what choice did she have now but to play along? Nick's calm certainty left her no room to maneuver, and the happiness in Maddie's face was unbearable to shatter. Blinking back tears, she forced herself to return her sister's embrace with trembling arms. "So you did, my love," Kate murmured, her voice heavy with the lie. She turned her gaze toward Nick, her expression torn between gratitude and fury. "Although," she added in a tone she hoped sounded teasing, "I still say he's insufferably high in the instep." Nick's grin was wide and disarmingly genuine. "And you, my dear, are a shrew without equal," he countered, his amber eyes gleaming with something that looked unnervingly like affection. "I would say we are perfectly suited. Wouldn't you agree, Edward?" "Yes, my lord," Edward agreed promptly, the relief on his young face almost comical. For a 15-year-old boy whose greatest foe to date had been the occasional rabbit, the prospect of challenging a seasoned colonel to a duel had seemed rather daunting. But then he should have known better. His hero, after all, would never fail him. Edward shot Nick a look of open admiration that would have put any battalion to shame. "Well, what is to be done now?" Maddie asked, smoothing her skirts as she returned to her seat beside Edward. "I suppose we'll still leave in 2 days as planned?" "Actually, I thought we might leave sooner. Tomorrow, in fact," Nick announced, his nonchalance as startling as his words. "Tomorrow?" Kate turned to him, her brow arching in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? There is no possible way we can be ready by then." "We'll only pack the essentials," Nick said, his tone maddeningly unperturbed. "Clothes, a few necessities. The servants will handle the rest. It's hardly an insurmountable feat." Kate opened her mouth to argue, but Maddie beat her to it. "But what about our neighbors?" she asked, her cheeks tinging pink as she glanced briefly at Nick. "They already know of your engagement to me. Should they not be told of the change?" Nick's broad shoulders lifted in an elegant shrug. "Let them read about it in the Times," he said, the faint curve of his lips betraying his amusement. "It's of little consequence since we shan't be returning. But speaking of neighbors reminds me, Maxfield, wasn't it?" Maddie visibly startled, her blush deepening. "Charles Maxfield," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, Yes, Nick murmured thoughtfully. He's with the 12th Regiment, isn't he? Yes, she stammered. Good man. I wonder if he might accompany us to London. These are uncertain times, and an additional escort wouldn't go amiss. He paused, tilting his head with a look of innocent inquiry. Maddie, do you think you could send him a note? I'd normally write myself, but with so much to do, I fear I simply won't have the time. Maddie's eyes lit with a joy Kate hadn't seen in weeks. Of course, she said, springing to her feet. I'll write it immediately. Do you think one of the footmen could deliver it at once? Kate, though surprised by Nick's deft maneuver, managed a quiet nod. I'm sure something can be arranged. As Maddie hurried off, her face glowing, Kate watched her sister with bittersweet satisfaction. She turned back to Nick, who was lounging against the arm of the settee, looking far too pleased with himself. Neatly done, my lord, she said, folding her arms across her chest. I must admit, I didn't expect such resourcefulness, but I'd appreciate a little forewarning next time. Nick's grin widened, his amber eyes dancing with mischief. He travels fastest who travels alone, my dear Kate. Besides, I only thought of it a moment ago. You have to admit, it worked splendidly. Neither of them suspects a thing. Kate pursed her lips, torn between admiration and irritation. That may be so, she conceded, though her voice held a note of reproach. She glanced down, suddenly very aware of his proximity. The memory of their earlier kiss lingered, and her cheeks warmed despite her best efforts. Are you sure you want to leave tomorrow? She asked, shifting slightly away from him. Moving a family of 7 is no small undertaking. Nick's chuckle was soft but thoroughly amused. Kate, I've led armies across the peninsula under fire. I assure you, relocating your family to London is a logistical trifle by comparison. Kate sighed, exasperated but grudgingly impressed. Even so, she insisted, there's still much to be done. Packing alone will take. Kate, Nick interrupted gently, laying a hand on her arm. His touch stilled her, and she looked up to meet his gaze. His voice softened, his eyes losing some of their teasing light. We need to establish something from the outset. She raised an eyebrow, wary. And what is that? I know you're accustomed to running this household and making all the decisions for your family, he began, his voice careful yet firm. And you've done admirably. But there can be only one commander in any endeavor, and for the sake of harmony, that role must fall to me. Do you agree? Kate stared at him, her irritation sparking anew. Running a household is traditionally a woman's domain, she countered. Surely you don't expect me to relinquish all authority? Not all authority, he replied evenly, but I do expect cooperation. When I make a request, I expect it to be honored. Is that too much to ask? I do have my reasons for wanting to leave on the morrow. Framed that way, Kate could hardly deny the reasonableness of his words, but his commanding presence left her bristling, nonetheless. She studied him closely, noting the underlying hardness that belied his charming exterior. Here was a man used to issuing orders on the battlefield, accustomed to having them obeyed without question. Against such unyielding resolve, her defiance seemed almost petty. No, she said at last, her voice subdued, if that's what you want. She rose from the settee with a weary sigh, turning toward the door. Wait, Nick said, catching her hand. His grip was firm but not unkind, and she looked back at him in surprise. Where are you going? To pack, she replied, bemused. There's much to be done. And I told you, let the servants handle it, he said, tugging her back down beside him. His eyes gleamed with a wicked light as he added, I'm not done talking to you. Indeed, Kate arched a brow, attempting to mask her amusement. And what other orders do you have for me, Colonel? Shall we assemble the troops for inspection, or perhaps a parade around the drawing room? Brat, he murmured, his smile widening as he reached up to brush a stray curl from her cheek. His fingers lingered a moment too long, and Kate's breath caught. I wanted to talk about London. London? She asked, struggling to ignore the warmth spreading through her at his touch. Yes, you and your family will be staying with my aunt, Lady Letty Varon. She's a dowager countess and a formidable force in society. She'll handle your and Maddie's introductions to the ton. Introductions? Kate echoed, dismayed. The thought of such expense made her stomach tighten. Surely that isn't necessary. You don't participate in society, do you? Nick's expression darkened slightly. Not as a second son, he admitted bitterly, But my brother's made it clear he doesn't intend to marry. If I inherit, or my son does, we'll need a proper standing in society. I won't have my child lacking for connections." Kate was struck silent by the gravity of his words. Her thoughts drifted unbidden to the child he spoke of. Their child. What would he look like? Would he have Nick's dark hair and sherry-colored eyes? Or perhaps he would be a blend of them both, a child born of contrast and harmony. The thought warmed her, and for a moment, she allowed herself to dream of the family she'd never dared to hope for. It was then she finally admitted to herself that she truly, desperately wanted a child, but not just any child. She admitted with growing awareness, she wanted Nick's child. Chapter 21. They set out early the next morning, the best wishes of the Somerville staff ringing in their ears. Nick and Kate traveled in his carriage, their journey chaperoned with unwitting efficiency by Edward and Simon, while Maddie and Charles followed with the younger children in the Somerville coach. Though the younger couple was not yet formally engaged, Samuel had glumly predicted they'd spend the majority of the trip billing and cooing, a notion that seemed to appall him as much as it amused his twin. Simon, ever suspicious of sentimentality, turned his sharp gaze to Nick and Kate. "You aren't going to carry on like that, are you?" he demanded. "It's not proper." Nick replied languidly, his amber eyes gleaming with mischief. "We might, lad. After all, we are engaged." Simon's nose wrinkled in distaste. "Well, if that's what being engaged means, then I shall never get engaged." He sat back in his seat with an emphatic huff, but only a moment passed before his curiosity got the better of him. He turned to Kate with an almost accusatory glare. "What about you? I never thought you liked that sort of thing." Kate flushed scarlet, acutely aware of Nick's obvious amusement. "That is not the sort of question a gentleman asks a lady, Simon," she informed him in her severest tone. "And I will thank you not to ask it again." Simon grumbled something unintelligible under his breath, but to her relief, dropped the matter. Nick, ever merciful, shifted the conversation to safer territory as the carriage rattled on. "I suppose I should tell you something about where you'll be staying," he said with a teasing edge that Kate had come to recognize. "You mean Lady Varon?" Kate asked, latching onto the distraction. "She is your aunt, is she not?" "My mother's youngest sister," he confirmed with a nod. "She's a delightful widow who managed to ensnare an earl nearly 30 years her senior. He left her, a very wealthy young widow, after only 12 years of marriage." Kate's eyebrows rose in surprise. She'd imagined a stern, disapproving matron with gray hair and a forbidding manner, someone like Aunt Eudora. But the idea of a vivacious, independently wealthy aunt stirred a flicker of hope. "How old is she?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Or is that an indelicate question?" Nick chuckled. "Doubtless, Aunt Letty would think so. She's quite vain and not above stretching the truth. But if you must know, I believe she's around 42. I was still at Eton when she married Lord Rayburn, and the old boy has been gone a good 12 years now." "And she never remarried?" Kate asked, intrigued. Nick's lips twitched at the thought of his flighty aunt. "Not for lack of offers, I assure you, but her husband left her exceedingly well provided for, and Letty enjoys the freedom her widowhood affords. Has she any children?" "A boy, Elliot," Nick replied with a wry smile. "He must be almost 19 now. The last I heard, he'd been booted out of both Oxford and Cambridge. Benedict adores the scamp, though I can't imagine why." Kate frowned, thinking of the twins. "Will he be in residence?" "Likely, as his mama won't spring for him to set up his own establishment. But don't worry," Nick added, his gaze flickering meaningfully toward Simon. "Elliot has little interest in youngsters, and if I think he might pose a problem, I'll have a word with him. As one of his trustees, he'll listen to me." Kate smiled warmly, grateful but not surprised by Nick's thoughtfulness. Despite their differences, there was a surprising alignment in their priorities. It boded well for the future. She doubted she could endure a lifetime of constant acrimony. That thought gave her pause, and she turned to the window, her expression clouding. She'd spent most of the previous night vacillating between fury at Nick's cool manipulation and doubt about the kind of wife she could hope to be. She'd given no thought to the expectations of society before this, and the idea of a London season was daunting. What did she know of the ton? Her heart sank as she imagined herself and Maddie dismissed as country bumpkins, mocked behind painted fans and glittering jewels. She cast Nick a surreptitious glance, studying his profile. His military bearing had always been the first thing she noticed, but it was easy to forget he was also a lord. His place in society would be assured, and as his wife, she would be expected to uphold it. Failing him was unthinkable. But then her pride rallied. Why should I fail? She thought, her chin lifting. Her blood might not be as blue as Nick's, but she was still a Somerville. Her family traced its lineage back to the Tudors, and several ancestors had distinguished themselves in Parliament. How different could society be from what she already knew? London was larger, of course, but she had managed share with confidence. Her lips curved into a faint smile as her determination took root. She'd never backed down from a challenge in her life, and she wasn't about to start now. If the ton sought to make her feel small, they would regret it. Her chin tilted higher as her confidence swelled. Nick noticed the subtle change in her posture, the quiet fire that lit her eyes. "What's that look for?" he asked, his voice a teasing drawl. "Nothing of consequence," Kate replied airily, settling back in her seat with a contented sigh. The journey to London took less than 3 days, and aside from the twins attempting to stow away on a mail coach, an escapade thwarted only by Edward's quick thinking, it passed without major incident. They arrived in London to find the city gripped by a biting chill, and the streets shrouded in frost and bustling with life despite the cold. As their carriages pulled up to Lady Verana's townhouse, Kate's heart sank into her new boots. The Padian-style mansion loomed before her, its elegant columns and imposing portico a testament to wealth and social standing. All of Kate's carefully bolstered confidence crumbled in an instant, leaving her staring at the grand house as though it were a battlefield she was ill-prepared to face. She turned abruptly to Nick, her cheeks flushed with rising panic. "This is a terrible mistake," she blurted out. "We can't possibly stay here." Nick, who had just handed a giggling Felicity over to a waiting footman, turned back to Kate with lifted brows. "I agree that Whipple Street may not be the height of fashion," he said, more than a little taken aback by her declaration, "but I assure you it's more than respectable. Besides, we shan't be here for long. Once we're married, we'll live in my house on Hanover Square." "That's not what I meant," Kate stammered, her cheeks flaming even brighter at the notion that Nick might take her for a snob. "It's just," she trailed off, searching in vain for the words to explain her trepidation. Nick's lips twitched with amusement at her flustered state. "Whatever you meant," he replied briskly, taking her arm. "It can wait. It's too damn cold to stand here debating. Let's go." Without giving her further opportunity to protest, he ushered her inside. The next half hour passed in a blur. Maddie and the children stayed just long enough to make their bows to Lady Verane before being shown upstairs to their rooms, leaving Kate alone to face the Countess. Her ladyship stood in the middle of the drawing room, her sharp brown eyes taking Kate's measure with unabashed interest. "So you're the fiancé," she said at last, her gaze sweeping from Kate's boots to her hastily pinned hair. "How odd. I thought Benedict said her name was Maddie." "Well, actually," Kate shot Nick a withering look. "Maddie is my—" "That silly boy never gets anything right," Lady Letty interrupted, shaking her head in exasperation. "Oh well, at least the notice hasn't been posted in the Times. Think of the talk it would cause. How old are you?" Kate blinked, momentarily thrown by the abrupt shift in conversation. "I'm 26, your ladyship, but 26? Heaven help us, I had no idea you were so long in the tooth. And please do call me Lady Letty. Your ladyship makes me sound positively ancient. Don't you agree? Almost as bad as being called a dowager. I heard that awful Lady Jersey refer to me as such at the opera, and I was sorely tempted to cut her dead. But that's neither here nor there. Would you like some tea? I'm absolutely famished." Kate was rendered momentarily speechless. Nick had warned her that his aunt was something of a widgeon, but he had neglected to mention she talked as quickly and incessantly as a magpie. She shot him a reproving look before attempting to redirect the conversation. "Yes, Lady Letty," she said with a polite smile. "We haven't eaten since our last stop, and—" "Is that your natural hair color?" Lady Letty interrupted, tilting her head to study Kate. "Of course it is. I can see you're far too well-bred to resort to such nonsense as dyes. We were all so worried when Nick announced he was marrying. He's been abroad for so long, and heaven knows what sort of foreign creature he might have foisted on us. Benedict assured me you were a respectable miss from Surrey, but then he also told me you were 19 and called Maddie. Typical man. Oh, but enough of that. Let me see about that tea." She swept from the room, still chattering as she went. Kate and Nick were left in blessed silence for a moment before they both dissolved into laughter. "Good Lord, is she always so talkative?" Kate asked, sinking onto a cream-colored settee and spreading her gold velvet skirts around her. "Always," Nick replied, cautiously leaning back against one of the gilded chairs that dotted the overly ornate room. The rococo furnishings had only just been redone since his last visit, and he hastily revised his plans to involve his aunt in the redecoration of his own London home. "And before you ask," he added as Kate opened her mouth, "no, she didn't talk her husband to death. His lordship succumbed quite properly to the gout, though his amber eyes gleamed with wicked humor. I wouldn't be surprised if the tantalizing prospect of eternal peace hastened him along." "Nick," Kate gasped, torn between horror and amusement. "What a terrible thing to say. Then why are you laughing?" "I'm not," she protested, though her lips quivered with the effort to keep a straight face. In the end, it was too much, and laughter bubbled out of her. "You are an absolute wretch," she accused once she had regained control. "I think Elliot will be the least of our worries where the twins are concerned. If you're suggesting I might be a bad influence on those two, I must protest," Nick replied, grinning. "It's they who are a bad influence on me." Kate tilted her head, her challenging smile both teasing and unintentional. "I seem to recall thinking you a dreadful prig when we first met. How nice to see there's some hope for you yet." Nick opened his mouth to retort, but Lady Letty swept back into the room at that moment, laden with tea and plans for both Maddie's and Kate's London debut. Kate soon found herself overwhelmed as Lady Letty dismissed their mourning clothes, fretted over fashion, and arranged for an audience with her modist, all while ignoring every objection. It was just past 2 o'clock when Nick was finally able to escape Lady Letty's relentless hospitality. After assuring her that he and Benedict would return for dinner, he practically dragged Kate out the door, claiming they needed to check on the rest of the family. Once the carriage was in motion and the townhouse out of sight, he turned to her with a grin that was both cheeky and conspiratorial. "My apologies for abandoning you to the enemy, ma'am," he said, reaching out to trail a single calloused finger lightly along the curve of her neck. "Had there been any respectable way to remain, believe me, I would have." Kate's heart gave an erratic flutter at his touch, and she cursed her body's betrayal. "Oh, I believe you, sir," she replied with an attempt at composure, willing herself not to blush. The truth was, aside from that soul-shattering kiss on Christmas Day, Nick hadn't touched her in anything approaching an intimate manner. The children had been in near constant attendance, and the chaos of travel had hardly lent itself to such indulgences. But the warmth of his finger against her skin sent her mind skittering to dangerous places. Horrified at the direction of her thoughts, she swiftly shied away. "Almost," Nick drawled, clearly fascinated by the blush creeping across her cheeks. His amber eyes gleamed with quiet amusement, as though he could see every inappropriate thought flitting through her head. "Well, I would believe you completely were it not for the look of pure relief in your eyes," she retorted, rallying her composure with a dose of her usual wit. "But you needn't worry about leaving me defenseless. I am certain the twins will provide the necessary firepower should I have need of it." "Undoubtedly," Nick replied, his grin widening at her quick riposte. "And knowing Aunt Letty as I do, you'll have need of every ounce of it. Now let's check on our troublesome brats." He leaned back against the carriage seat, the gleam in his eyes softening to something warmer. "They've been out of sight for nearly 3 hours. I shudder to think what mischief they've already cooked up." When they arrived at Lady Letty's, Nick made only the briefest of appearances before setting off for Benedict's house in Grosvenor Square. The butler, a relic from their father's days, greeted him with stoic familiarity and took his greatcoat and hat. Nick exchanged a few polite words before heading to the study, where he found Benedict bent over his account books, his dark head of hair streaked with silver in the afternoon light. "Benedict!" Nick exclaimed, striding forward and pulling his brother into a spontaneous, bone-jarring embrace. He barely recognized himself. The easy affection of the Somerville household was clearly rubbing off on him. Stepping back, he offered a sheepish grin. "It's good to see you." Benedict, the Duke of Greystone, regarded him with a raised brow and an amused smile. "So I gathered," he replied dryly. His eyes, sharp and assessing, softened with unmistakable affection as he studied Nick's face. Reaching out, he let his fingers brush the scar marring Nick's cheek. "A memento from one of your Spanish escapades?" "Spanish," Nick confirmed, shrugging off the memory of the ambush that had nearly cost him his eye. "And what about you? How have you been? Come now, you must tell me." He gestured to the large chairs by the crackling fire and waited for Benedict to settle before taking his own seat. "Not much to tell," Benedict said, helping himself to a generous portion of brandy from the decanter. "Society is as dull as ditch water, the House of Lords even worse. Were it not for my little investments, I'd have succumbed to NY years ago." "Your investments?" Nick repeated, his tone sharpening with curiosity and concern. "Oh, this and that." Benedict waved a hand dismissively, swirling his snifter of brandy with an air of indifference. "A fellow must have a passion, you know." "Expensive passions, from what I've heard," Nick countered, thinking of the small fortune his brother had already squandered. The money was Benedict's to spend as he wished, but Nick's pragmatic nature balked at such recklessness. "Passions are expensive, dear boy. I should have thought you'd know that by now." Benedict's smile turned faintly mischievous. "At least mine don't come with the risk of betrayal or running off with the family silver." Nick leaned forward, unwilling to let the matter drop. "How much have you lost?" he asked bluntly, praying his directness wouldn't offend. To his surprise, Benedict only chuckled. "No more than I can afford, little brother," he replied. "Why? Did you think I'd wager your inheritance away before I was halfway to my grave?" "Benedict, I never meant to imply." "Stop fretting, Nick." Benedict waved off his concern with a good-natured laugh. "I was only teasing. Of course I wouldn't be so foolish as to jeopardize the estate, or your inheritance, for that matter, especially now that you've so nobly sacrificed yourself on the altar of matrimony." His grin turned downright wicked. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate the gesture. Things were getting decidedly uncomfortable for a while." "What do you mean?" Nick asked, his brow furrowing. "Lady Deirdre Howell," Benedict replied with a faint grimace. "The newest reigning beauty. Her looks are matched only by her avarice. She's already burned through her late husband's fortune and was rather transparently angling for mine. She had me in her sights, Nick. I swear she stalked me like one of those jungle cats one reads about." He let out a relieved sigh. "But news of your engagement sent her packing. It was all she needed to hear." Nick chuckled, imagining his formidable Aunt Letty's fury over the situation. "And who was the first to hear of my engagement? Aunt Letty?" "No, my solicitor, Henry Teal. You told me to contact him, remember?" Nick frowned. "I thought Sir Alex Creston was your solicitor." "Old Creston passed away last year," Benedict replied. "I'm certain I wrote to tell you, but, well, I suppose it might have slipped my mind. Teal's taken over since August. Stuffy fellow, but reliable. You'd like him." Nick filed the information away, making a mental note to follow up with Teal. "And the wedding? Have you spoken to him about arranging the license?" "Of course," Benedict said, grinning. "I told him to make haste. Heaven knows we don't want you changing your mind again." Nick leaned forward, his expression intent. "I can explain about that." "No need, boy," Benedict interrupted with a dismissive wave of his hand. "I'm such an infinite clod that everyone simply assumed I'd muddled the information you sent. Can you imagine?" Nick exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, though his curiosity remained. "And Teal? He knows the truth." "Of course he does. He's your solicitor." Benedict replied with a casual shrug. "Whatever his personal feelings may be, you can count on his discretion. A man in his position doesn't go about gossiping about clients, especially ones with titles. If word got out that he'd betrayed your trust, he'd lose every last one of the high-born patrons he's worked so hard to cultivate. Teal is no fool." Satisfied with the answer, Nick nodded, but Benedict was already moving on. Setting his glass down, he fixed his brother with a mischievous grin. "Now then, when am I to meet Maddie?" "Kate," Nick corrected, a smile tugging at his lips. "Her name is Kate." "Ah, yes, Kate," Benedict said with an exaggerated groan. "You see, I told you, I can never get anything right." Nick chuckled. "You'll meet her this evening. I promised Aunt Letty we'd join the rest of the family for dinner. Unless, of course, you have other plans?" "Nothing that can't be canceled," Benedict said with a carefree shrug. "Family first, don't you know? Besides, I must admit, I'm rather eager to make the twins' acquaintance. If even half of what you've written about them is true, I suspect it would be wise to win their favor as quickly as possible." Nick grinned, picturing the inevitable chaos. "You won't regret it," he promised, though his voice held an unmistakable edge of amusement. "Just be prepared to keep your wits about you. Those two are more trouble than a regiment on leave." At Benedict's insistence, Edward and the twins were allowed to join the adults for dinner, a decision that did little to please Lady Letty's pimply-faced son. Elliot spent most of the meal sulking, his nose buried in his plate, and made no attempt to disguise his relief when he excused himself early. His departure lightened the atmosphere considerably, and Kate found that her first evening in London passed more pleasantly than she'd expected. All too soon, it was time for Nick and Benedict to take their leave. While Benedict lingered in conversation with his aunt, Nick guided Kate to a quiet corner of the parlor. "Have you made plans for tomorrow afternoon?" he asked, his voice low and warm. His gaze drifted over her appreciatively, lingering for a moment on the soft folds of the gold satin gown she wore. It was one of the dresses he had purchased for her, and the rich fabric brought out the fiery glints in her hair and the delicate rose of her cheeks. Kate did her best to ignore the way his eyes seemed to see right through her. "We might," she replied, forcing a note of practicality into her tone. "Although much will depend on the weather. If it's as bitterly cold as it was today, I think we'll stay indoors." "Wise," Nick agreed, though a slow, teasing smile touched his lips. "But perhaps you'll wait until I can accompany you? I know London well and would love the chance to show it to you." Kate felt her heart skip at the suggestion, but she quickly brushed the thought aside. "The others would like that very much, I'm sure," she replied, keeping her voice steady. "Although I dare say the twins will be eager to get out on their own. They've already drawn up a rather formidable itinerary." Nick raised a brow. "The waxworks, I suppose?" Kate laughed. "That, yes, but also Gentleman Jackson's salon, and a list of gaming hells that would put a rake to shame." Nick grinned, the thought of the twins set loose in London's underbelly clearly amusing him. "They'll have to content themselves with less scandalous pursuits, I'm afraid. I thought tomorrow we might visit the house and check on the wedding preparations," he said. "I'll be tied up at the solicitor's most of the morning, but we could go after lunch." Kate hesitated briefly, remembering Lady Letty's plans to take her to the modist. But in truth, the prospect of spending the afternoon with Nick appealed to her far more than any fitting. "That should be fine," she said at last, nodding. "I'll make sure we're ready." "Will you be dining with us?" she asked, her voice light as she searched his face. Nick shook his head, his regret evident. "No, I've other business to see to, and I can't say when I'll be free." Then his voice dropped, the playful edge replaced by something quieter, more intimate. "Kate, yes?" she replied, her pulse quickening. "The others are eager for my company," he said, his strong hands settling gently on her shoulders as he drew her a step closer. "But what about you? Would you like to spend the day with me?" Kate looked up at him, her heart thudding. For a moment, all the doubts and uncertainties that had plagued her since their engagement fell away, leaving only the undeniable warmth in his gaze and the thrill that his nearness awakened in her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice soft and unsteady. "I would like that very much." Nick's lips curved into a slow, satisfied smile, and before she could think to stop him, he leaned down, brushing a kiss against hers, warm and brief, but full of promise. Her breath caught, and for an instant the world seemed to narrow to the gentle pressure of his lips and the strong hands steadying her. "Until tomorrow, then, my love." Chapter 22. The next morning dawned even colder, the chill biting through wool and skin alike as Nick and Benedict were escorted into Mr. Teal's office. The solicitor, tall and cadaverously thin, with a receding hairline and watery blue eyes, gave the impression of a provincial clerk who had somehow wandered into the wrong profession. But the moment he opened his mouth, there was no mistaking the sharp mind behind the unimposing facade. "I must say, my lord, I find your current intentions to be most troubling." "Most troubling indeed," Teal intoned, peering at Nick over the rim of his spectacles. "Am I to understand that your bride-to-be, a miss—" He consulted his notes with deliberate slowness. "Miss Somerville is an orphan with less than £300 per annum and no bridal portion to speak of?" "Yes." Nick's voice was clipped, each syllable honed with an edge sharp enough to draw blood. "May I ask how this concerns you?" Teal's lips thinned, a flush of annoyance creeping into his pale cheeks. "I am your elder brother's solicitor," he replied with a sniff, clearly affronted. "It is my duty to ensure that His Grace's interests are protected." "I fail to see how my marriage to Kate could possibly threaten those interests," Nick countered, his voice dangerously taut. Every word from the solicitor grated on his nerves, but he held his composure with a will born of years in command. Teal, impervious, pressed on. "As second son, my lord, you are obliged to make an alliance that strengthens the family coffers, not weakens them. Miss Somerville has neither the breeding nor the fortune to make this marriage anything other than a liability. I strongly urge you to reconsider before it is too late." Nick's jaw tightened, the muscles ticking as he fought the urge to rise and throttle the man. He'd faced cannon fire with less aggravation. Just as he opened his mouth to deliver a blistering reply, Benedict interceded with a light chuckle. "Oh, cut line, Teal," Benedict said easily, hoping to diffuse his brother's barely contained fury. "This is much ado about nothing. Let my brother marry the chit if that's what he wishes. And you wrong her to say she brings nothing to the match. She brings family, a more delightful group of assets I've not yet met." "Assets?" Teal's lips pursed in a look of pure disdain. "Your Grace may call them what you will, but I cannot. There is the succession to think of." Nick surged to his feet, his patience finally at its limit. "What you choose to call my family is of no interest to me," he said, his voice low and vibrating with barely restrained fury. "I sent you a list of instructions, Teal, and all I require of you is that you carry them out. Should that prove too difficult, there are plenty of solicitors in London." Teal's face reddened with indignation as he fumbled through a pile of documents. "In regard to your house, my lord," he began, his voice tight with suppressed irritation, "I have written to your manager, who assures me all is in readiness. You are now the 5th Viscount Marston, and in addition to the properties mentioned, you have several holdings in Kent. Your annual income from these properties exceeds £10,000. Not a large amount, but sufficient to maintain your lifestyle. And the church," Nick ground out, lowering himself back into his chair but still brimming with ire. "As you mentioned no specific date in your initial letter, I was unable to secure St. George's." Teal adjusted his spectacles and glanced up briefly. "Perhaps one of the other churches? St. Michael's is quite lovely and better suited for—" He hesitated delicately. "Smaller weddings." "St. George's," Nick said, his tone like a whip crack. "All my ancestors were married there. I will not be the exception. As for the date, the afternoon of January 10th will suffice. See to it." "But, my lord, less than a fortnight is hardly adequate," Teal protested, his voice rising with panic. "You cannot expect me to." "I expect you to follow my instructions," Nick interrupted, "or I will find someone who can. Am I understood?" Teal's shoulders slumped under the weight of Nick's icy command. "Understood," he muttered, cowed. The brothers departed quickly, Nick's stride brisk and his jaw still tight as they climbed into the waiting coach. The warmth of the carriage was a welcome reprieve from the bitter wind, but Nick was far from soothed. "How the devil do you stomach that sanctimonious worm?" he demanded, slamming a fist against his thigh. "I came damn near to snapping his scrawny neck." Benedict laughed softly, unruffled by Nick's outrage. "Oh, I noticed," he replied, "but I did warn you, he's rather rigid in his notions." "Insufferable," Nick muttered, his anger still simmering. "And how dare he presume to pass judgment on Kate?" He fell silent for a moment, then turned to Benedict with a worried frown. You don't agree with him, do you? Me? Benedict's laughter was genuine. Not at all. I said I approved of your choice, and I meant it. In fact, I'm dashed grateful. Since your engagement was announced, the matchmaking mamas have finally left me in peace. Nick snorted, amused despite himself. What about your avaricious widow? Has she given up her hunt as well? Lady Deirdre? Benedict's expression turned comically devout. May the good Lord be praised, yes, but speaking of her, you'll have the honor of making her acquaintance soon enough. She and Aunt Letty are both attending the dinner party. Charming, Nick replied dryly, his mind already straying. He was thinking of Kate, wondering what she might wear to the gathering. He hoped it would be the green velvet gown. Its rich color made her hair gleam like molten copper and reminded him of the kiss they had shared on Christmas Eve. His breath hitched slightly at the memory. That kiss had been far more potent than he'd anticipated, a heady mixture of fire and softness that had left him shaken. Kate's passion, as fierce and unyielding as her temper, had kindled something primal in him, something that refused to be ignored. His body ached with anticipation, and his thoughts turned to their wedding night with a hunger that made his blood burn. He glanced out the carriage window at the line of carriages flowing past, his gaze unfocused as he tried to rein in his emotions. A blind man could see Kate was the perfect bride for him. Her wit matched his own. Her loyalty was unshakable, and her spirit set his own ablaze. She was everything he hadn't known he needed, and he could scarcely wait to claim her as his own. Kate had naively thought that the bitter cold might dissuade Lady Letty from dragging her to the dressmaker. Her hopes were swiftly dashed when a carriage arrived to ferry her to Madame Charlotte's establishment. Resigned, Kate soon found herself standing stiffly in the middle of the plush, overstuffed salon, while Lady Letty and the plump modiste clashed over every scrap of fabric draped across her shoulders. No, 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 Lady Letty snapped, tossing a square of satin to the floor with a flourish. My niece must be an original. Look at her coloring. Only the most brilliant shades of emerald and turquoise will do. Kate bristled, her patience fraying. But I am in mourning, she protested, her voice tight. Not that it would make any difference. Lady Letty had already made her disdain for such conventions abundantly clear. Mourning? Madame Charlotte paused, her interest visibly piqued as she turned her sharp gaze to Kate. For my brother, Kate explained quietly, grateful to be addressing someone who might actually respect the weight of her loss. He fell in battle several months ago, and... The modiste exploded into a rapid stream of French, gesturing wildly and flinging swatches of fabric in every direction. Kate blinked as the whirlwind of motion resolved itself with the modiste triumphantly, brandishing a length of shimmering black silk. Voila! Madame Charlotte exclaimed, holding the fabric up at Kate's face. She will wear only black. Yes, only black, bien sûr, black and white. So simple and yet so chic. And we will arrange her hair like this. She stepped behind Kate, pulling the pins from her tightly bound curls and gathering a fistful of them in one hand, with a single rose at her crown. How do you say? Magnifique. Madame, Lady Letty, this is all very... Kate began, her voice rising as indignation overtook her. No, not a diamond, Lady Letty interrupted, waving her off without so much as a glance. A pearl. A rare and perfect pearl. The Greystone family possesses an extensive collection, and she has the ideal coloring to carry them off. Don't you agree, madame? Kate's temper flared as the two women ignored her completely. Lady Letty, she said, her tone sharp enough to cut through their chatter, this is most kind of you, but I neither want nor need a new wardrobe. And furthermore, I refuse to be spoken about as though I have the sense of a chair. Madame Charlotte cast her a glance that was equal parts pity and dismissal, taking her cue from Lady Letty, whose lofty authority was unquestionable. I shall begin work at once, the modiste declared in her lilting accent. Such a task is nothing. Tomorrow, perhaps? Tomorrow? Kate echoed in disbelief. Impossible is my specialty, my lady, Madame Charlotte assured her with a dramatic flourish. I shall have a selection of gowns prepared by then. You have my word. And with that, she swept from the room like a diminutive storm. Kate turned to Lady Letty, her dark eyes blazing with indignation. Lady Letty, she began, her voice carefully controlled, It is very kind of you to go to so much trouble for us, but, child. Lady Letty patted her hand dismissively, the gesture as condescending as it was affectionate. It is my pleasure, I assure you. You are to be my niece, unless Benedict suddenly takes a bride, which I sincerely doubt. And as the future Duchess of Greystone, you must be nothing less than perfection. It's only natural that I see to it. Kate's protest died in her throat as the words struck her like a thunderclap. Duchess of Greystone. Her thoughts churned as icy dread gripped her chest. Nick had mentioned that Benedict had no intention of marrying, but she had never truly considered what that meant for her. A duchess. The title loomed before her like a mountain, cold and unyielding. It wasn't just the societal expectations or the endless scrutiny. She would be expected to command respect, to set trends, to be an arbiter of refinement and power. The weight of it all pressed down on her like lead, making her legs weak. Why are you standing there like a startled goose? Lady Letty's impatient voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. We have so much left to do, and no time for dithering. Now don't breathe a word to Nick, but I know a dancing master who is an absolute marvel. No one better for teaching the waltz. Perhaps we'll arrange a session or two. Lady Letty's chatter continued unabated as she led Kate from the room, her plans spilling forth like an unstoppable tide. Nick arrived just as the family was finishing luncheon, only to be waylaid by the twins at the door. After extracting a promise to take them out once the weather improved, he escorted Kate to the waiting carriage, eager to show her Hanover Square. "How was your morning?" he asked, leaning forward to secure the fur robe snugly around her. His amber eyes danced with amusement as he studied her face, noting the telltale signs of vexation. Kate heaved a dramatic sigh. "If you must know, I spent it being trussed up like a mannequin, while Lady Letty and Madame Charlotte waged war over bolts of fabric." Her pout deepened as she recounted the indignities, including her firm protest against wearing anything that might make her look like a chessboard, only to be roundly ignored. Nick threw his head back and laughed, the sound warm and rich in the confines of the carriage. "A chessboard, you say? I can hardly picture it." "It's not funny," Kate retorted, though her lips twitched despite herself. "You'd find it far less amusing if you were the one being poked, pinned, and ordered about. Mark my words, Nick, if those two have their way, I'll be the talk of London for all the wrong reasons." "Forgive me," he said, still chuckling. "It's just difficult to imagine you standing silently while Aunt Letty holds court. You've never struck me as the type to yield so easily." Kate shot him a pointed look. "That's because you issue commands, which naturally invite resistance. Lady Letty doesn't argue. She simply talks until the other person gives in or flees the room." Nick considered this with mock seriousness. "Ah, that must be her secret. I'll remember it for future battles." He leaned back, the smile still playing on his lips. "In the meantime, humor her. Once we're married, you can commission as many gowns as you like." Kate turned to him, her brows furrowed in dismay. "But what of the expense?" she cried, her frugal upbringing rebelling against the idea of such extravagance. "She's already ordered a dozen gowns, and I've barely worn the dresses you bought in sheer." "Save them for the country," Nick replied with an indifferent shrug. "And don't concern yourself with the cost, Kate. I can afford it." His casual dismissal left Kate silent, her gaze shifting to the frosted window. For the second time that day, she felt the weight of her impending marriage and the drastic changes it would bring. She had spent most of her life making do with less, and now the prospect of wealth without limits was as daunting as it was alluring. Could she ever truly feel at ease in a world so far removed from her own? Her thoughts churned as the carriage turned onto Hanover Square. The stately townhouse loomed before them, its pristine facade gleaming in the pale winter sunlight. Kate gasped softly as her eyes swept over the elegant columns and intricate ironwork, her heart skipping at the sight. "It's beautiful," she murmured, her gaze wide with wonder. "I've never seen anything so elegant." "It is," Nick agreed, though his focus was entirely on her. The awe in her expression sent a pang of something unnameable through him, a strange mixture of pride and protectiveness. "I'm glad it pleases you." Kate stepped inside, the warmth of the marbled foyer enveloping her. Her breath caught as she took in the carved staircase, the gilded mirror, the chandelier that sparkled like captured starlight. It was breathtaking, exquisite in its opulence, and yet Kate's heart fluttered with doubt. How could she, a simple country gentlewoman, ever be mistress of such grandeur? With the housekeeper and butler leading the way, they began their tour. Away from the foyer, the house's condition deteriorated rapidly. Nick's sharp eye took in the signs of neglect with growing displeasure. The rich carpets had been replaced by threadbare rugs, and the walls bore the ghostly outlines of paintings long since removed. By the time they reached the study, his temper was simmering. "I'm afraid the old gentleman let things go in his later years," Mrs. Lansbury, the housekeeper, explained nervously, wringing her hands. After his passing, the solicitor had us shut up most of the rooms. Nick ran a hand over a pile of dusty papers, his jaw tightening. "Nice to see how thoroughly you followed instructions," he muttered, brushing his palms together. "Are all the rooms in this condition?" The butler, Taverns, stepped forward. "Most of the upper floors, I'm afraid, sir. The roof has several leaks, and there's been water damage. Many of the fireplaces smoke too badly to use." Kate placed a calming hand on Nick's arm. "What about the bedrooms?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tension in the room. "Are they habitable?" Mrs. Lansbury's face brightened. "Oh, yes, miss. The main suite just needs a good cleaning, and the other rooms are only a little damp. It's the top floor that's the worst." Kate nodded briskly. "Then start with the essentials. Hire temporary staff if needed. I'll be bringing some of my own servants from the country. We'll need at least 4 rooms ready in the meantime." Nick's deep voice cut in, firm but calm. "January 10th, he said. That's when we'll marry, and we'll move in directly afterward." Kate's head snapped toward him, her cheeks flaming. "January 10th?" she repeated, her tone a mixture of surprise and exasperation. Nick's lips quirked in an almost apologetic smile. "If that meets with your approval." Kate took a deep breath, willing herself to stay composed. "That will be fine," she said at last, though the date's suddenness left her reeling. Of course, Nick would make all the arrangements and inform her as an afterthought. Yet she couldn't deny that there was little point in protesting. The wheels had already been set in motion. With the housekeeper's assistance, they selected 4 bedrooms for the children and a suite for themselves. Despite the neglect, Kate's spirits lifted as she mentally catalogued the repairs she would oversee. By the time they returned to the parlor for tea, she felt a cautious optimism taking root. "I'm sorry, Kate," Nick said the moment they were alone, his voice heavy with frustration. "I had no idea things were so bad. Benedict wrote that the house would require repairs, but—" He shrugged helplessly, running a hand through his hair before sinking into the faded, upholstered chair. Its creak seemed to echo his discontent. "It doesn't signify," Kate replied lightly, handing him a cup of tea. "The house is quite lovely, and I'm sure it will be fine with a bit of work. Besides—" her lips quirked into a rueful smile. "It's no worse than what we're used to at home." "Perhaps," Nick muttered, his brow furrowing deeper, "but at least Somerville Hall had a proper roof over your head." He frowned into his tea, a protective anger simmering under the surface. The idea of leaving her to handle the burden of repairs while he was away churned uneasily in his gut. The thought of her enduring even a hint of hardship left him restless. Kate's laughter was soft, but touched with nostalgia. "That's only because it never rained while you were there," she teased, her eyes twinkling despite herself. "Believe me, there were plenty of times it was wetter inside than out." Nick gave a non-committal grunt, distracted. He admired Kate's resilience, her quick wit, and the way she approached challenges with a steady determination. Yet, sitting here now, he couldn't shake the thought that she deserved better, a home she could feel proud of, not a drafty relic weighed down by neglect. He took a sip of tea, his jaw tightening as he resolved to see her provided for, no matter what it took. Kate watched him carefully, her own thoughts clouded with unease. He seemed distant. Nick could be imperious at times, but today his mood had a shadowed quality she couldn't place. As much as she tried to dismiss it, a gnawing fear crept in. Was he having second thoughts? Was he regretting the promises he'd made to her and her family? The notion stabbed at her, leaving a hollow ache in its wake. "Nick," she said softly, steadying her hands on her lap, "is something wrong?" Nick hesitated, his tea forgotten as he leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. "Kate, there's something I need to discuss with you," he began, his voice low and deliberate. "Something that will affect both our futures." Her heart lurched painfully. She set her teacup down before it could betray her trembling hands. She'd been dreading this moment ever since he made his altruistic proposal. Now, it seemed the inevitable was here. He was about to withdraw his offer, sever the fragile bond between them. She straightened her spine, mustering every ounce of composure she possessed. "Go on," she said quietly. Nick cleared his throat, avoiding her gaze. "As you know, Napoleon is all but finished on the continent," he began, his words slow and measured. "We've driven him out of Spain, and now his own people have demanded his abdication. One might think the work is done, but in truth," he trailed off, choosing his next words carefully, "it's only just beginning." Kate blinked, caught off guard. Whatever she'd been expecting, it wasn't this. "I see," she murmured, though she didn't, not really. "What do you mean?" "Napoleon has left chaos in his wake," Nick explained, drawing on the arguments George had presented. "The governments he toppled will need support to restore order, and England, along with the rest of the Allies, is determined to see it done with as little bloodshed as possible." Kate's thoughts briefly turned to Theo, and the countless lives sacrificed to Napoleon's ambitions. "Well, thank heavens for that," she said, her voice tinged with relief. "Yes." Nick's gaze softened briefly at her understanding. "At any rate, the British government wants to ensure a smooth transition of power, and to that end, they're sending men to assist these nations' leaders, men with a knowledge of the lands and their people." Kate tilted her head, her brow furrowing as she tried to discern his intent. "That makes sense." Nick drew a breath, steeling himself. "I've been offered such a post." The words struck her like a physical blow, the air leaving her lungs as their meaning sank in. "I beg your pardon," she said faintly, her fingers curling into the fabric of her skirt. "I've been offered a post," he repeated, watching her reaction carefully. "An old friend of mine, Lord George Bramwell, believes I'd make an excellent liaison between London and Madrid. I speak the language fluently, I know the influential families, and he's confident he can secure my appointment as Provost Marshal of the area." Kate's mind reeled, the unexpected revelation leaving her stunned. This was not what she had braced herself for. "You're going to be a diplomat?" she asked, her voice tight, caught somewhere between shock and disbelief. Nick's response was quick, almost dismissive. "Good God, no," he said, shaking his head. "The post would be a military one. I would oversee the occupying forces and help manage the orderly transition of power. Things are precarious in Spain right now. A strong military presence is necessary to keep the peace. Given my experience with the Spanish and my knowledge of their customs, I'm the most logical choice. George seems confident I'll receive the appointment without much trouble." Kate blinked, the words sinking in slowly. Her voice was small when she finally asked, "But what about us, our marriage?" She paused, searching his face. "Unless you mean for me to accompany you." The uncertainty in her tone mirrored the conflict she felt inside. Nick's expression hardened. "No," he said decisively. "As I said, Spain is volatile. I won't put you in danger. There's no reason this should affect our plans. Even if I'm offered the post, I'll only be gone a few months, a year at most. Once my mission is complete, we'll retire to the countryside. You'll have all the peace and security you could want." Kate's initial shock gave way to a slow-burning fury. "Don't you think," she began, her voice tight with restrained anger, "that you might have consulted me before making such a decision? You must admit this changes things between us." Nick's brows snapped together, his frown formidable. He was a man unaccustomed to having his authority questioned, and her defiance both irritated and intrigued him. "I fail to see how this changes anything," he said in tones as icy as the winter morning outside. "The reasons for our marriage remain the same. You need someone to help care for your family, and I need a wife to ensure the succession. What has my accepting a post in Spain to do with any of that?" Kate's hands clenched tightly in her lap, her fury bubbling over. "Only that I think it rather difficult for you to ensure anything when you're hundreds of miles away," she shot back, her modesty cast aside in the heat of the moment. "How can we be a true husband and wife if you plan to be absent half the time?" Nick's lips curled into a slow, deliberate smile, one that sent heat rushing through her, even as it fanned the flames of her anger. "Is that all that worries you?" he asked, his voice low and edged with a teasing lilt. His gaze swept over her, making her flush with something far more confusing than fury. "You needn't fret, my sweet. We'll have almost a month together before I leave, ample time to establish ourselves as man and wife." Kate's cheeks burned scarlet, her mortification sparking a new wave of anger. "You have a very high opinion of yourself, sir," she managed, her voice rising in agitation. "Perhaps," he drawled, a glint of mischief dancing in his amber eyes. "But I'll leave you to decide whether that opinion is warranted. On the morning after our marriage, you can let me know if I've lived up to your expectations." Kate's gasp was sharp, her eyes blazing with outrage. "You are insufferable," she exclaimed, stumbling to her feet. "To speak to me in such a way, no gentleman would dare." Nick's amusement faded, his smile vanishing as he rose to his full height, his posture commanding. His tone, when he spoke, was deliberate, each word laced with an undercurrent of steel. "I may be no gentleman," he said, his voice provocative, "but I will be your husband. That much hasn't changed. You are my fiancée, Kate, and within a week you will be my wife." His gaze locked with hers, his expression firm and unyielding. "Whether circumstances force us to live together or apart, I expect you to honor the bargain we've made. For better or worse, we are bound to each other now." Kate stared at him, her heart pounding in her chest. There was something in his voice, a certainty that left her shaken. A part of her, a small, rebellious part, felt the tug of his strength, the unrelenting power of his will. She wanted to rail against him, to throw his arrogance back in his face. But deep down, beneath the layers of her anger, a spark of something dangerous flickered to life. Bound together. The words echoed in her mind, leaving her breathless. Chapter 23. The next evening, Kate stood before her mirror, turning this way and that, as she studied her reflection with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. "Are you quite certain this gown will do?" she asked Maddie, her fingers nervously smoothing the bodice. "You don't think it's too daring?" The gown had arrived that afternoon, a note from Madame Charlotte pinned to the box. It was unlike anything Kate had ever worn, fashioned from the sheerest black silk, the material whisper-light against her skin. The simple cut emphasized the gown's elegance, unbroken except for the delicate white satin rosettes scattered across the filmy skirts. The neckline, however, gave her pause. It was scandalously low, baring her shoulders and arms, and revealing the soft swell of her breasts in a way that made her cheeks burn. "Oh no," Maddie said with enthusiasm, her eyes wide with admiration. "It's the height of fashion, Kate. And your hair. It's perfect. That rose is exactly what was needed to bring out your coloring. You look beautiful." Kate's fingers brushed the black silk rose. The maid had spent the better part of an hour arranging in her hair. Her copper locks had been swept to one side in a swirl that felt both effortless and elegant, with loose curls framing her neck and shoulders. It wasn't quite the coiffure Madame Charlotte had envisioned, but Kate had to admit it was far more flattering than her usual utilitarian chignon. "I suppose you're right," she said at last, exhaling as if to steady herself. She'd fussed over her appearance long enough, and there was no changing things now. Turning from the mirror, she offered Maddie a warm smile. "You're looking lovely, darling. Is that one of the gowns Nick bought for you?" Maddie's cheeks flushed prettily as she fingered the celestial blue silk of her dress. "Yes. Do you think Charles will like it?" "He'll love it, as he loves you," Kate assured her with a grin. The gown, with its modest, heart-shaped bodice and gently belled skirts, perfectly suited Maddie's sweet temperament. "Now let's go check on the twins. I only hope they haven't tied their bed sheets together and climbed out the window. You know how unhappy they were to be left out of the festivities." "It would have been difficult to miss," Maddie replied with a wry smile, recalling the storm of protest their brothers had raised upon learning they were not invited to the evening's ball. They found the twins sulking in their room, their exaggerated expressions of injustice almost too much for Kate to bear without laughing. Samuel sat with his arms crossed, while Simon sprawled dramatically across his bed, both the picture of wounded dignity. "Are you absolutely sure we can't come?" Samuel asked hopefully, his eyes wide and pleading. "We promise to be on our very best behavior. We'll even let the old ladies pinch our cheeks and call us their darling boys," Simon added, clearly prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. "That is very noble of you," Kate said, her lips twitching as she struggled to maintain her composure. "But as I've explained, this is Lady Varon's house, and it's her right to invite whomever she pleases. And no sulking." She pointed a warning finger at their protruding lower lips. "If I see so much as a pout, I won't let you join us when Nick takes us to see the sights." The pouts vanished like magic. "Do you think he'll take us to see the Catch Me Who Can?" Simon asked with calculated innocence. "And the Frost Fair?" Samuel chimed in, his eyes lighting with hope. "You needn't buy us anything, we just want to look." Kate threw up her hands, laughing. "Oh, very well, you shameless beggars. But first you must ask Nick. If he agrees, I'll have no objection." "It's as good as settled, then," Simon said confidently, grinning. "He's a man. He'll understand how it is with us." Kate shook her head, her laughter subsiding as she turned to Maddie. "Come now, aren't you excited? Our very first London ball. I vow I'm all a tremble." "They're only people, Kate," Maddie said, though her voice wavered with nerves. Kate firmly suppressed her own anxieties. This was to be her first introduction to Nick's world, and the weight of it threatened to unnerve her. For a fleeting moment, she was tempted to pick up her skirts and flee to the safety of her room. But then she remembered Nick's words about giving their future son a place in the fashionable world. What sort of mother would he have if she couldn't face 30 or 40 strangers without trembling like a green debutante? "Come, Maddie," she said, lifting her chin and squaring her shoulders with determination. "Let's greet our guests." With that, she swept from the room, descending the staircase with all the regal bearing she could muster, before her courage had the chance to desert her. "Ah, here's your little bride now," Lady Letty said, interrupting Nick's conversation with her usual cheerful disregard for decorum. "Doesn't she look absolutely divine?" Nick, who had been catching up with an old comrade in arms, turned at the remark, his gaze landing on Kate, and everything else in the room seemed to vanish. For a moment, he forgot how to breathe. She moved through the crowd with a grace that seemed unstudied, her skirts whispering around her like shadows. Her hair, that rich, fiery cascade he'd always admired, was swept up in an elegant twist, save for a few artful curls that framed her face and trailed against her bare shoulders. Bare. His chest tightened as he took in the daring cut of her gown, the smooth, creamy skin exposed to the soft glow of candlelight. She wasn't just lovely, she was luminous, a vision that set his blood to roaring. Nick's pulse quickened, and a primal heat rose in his chest. There was no question in his mind. She was the most beautiful woman in the room. No, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The delicate rosettes scattered across the black silk of her gown only drew his gaze lower, to the gentle curve of her waist and the graceful lines of her figure. His hands flexed at his sides, the urge to claim her nearly overwhelming. But it wasn't just her appearance that had him riveted. It was the way she carried herself. Head high, chin firm, and those dark eyes scanning the room with a mixture of curiosity and determination. She was every inch a queen, unaware of the storm she'd unleashed in him with her mere presence. His jaw clenched as he noticed other men noticing her, their eyes lingering far too long. His chest tightened further, a possessive fury flaring deep inside him. She was his, damn it. Every inch of her, from the arch of her delicate neck to the tempting swell of her bodice, belonged to him. The knowledge was both maddening and intoxicating. "Careful, my dear," Lady Letty murmured with a knowing smile as she glanced at Nick's expression. "You're looking rather like a man who's about to start a duel." Nick barely registered her comment, his focus fixed on Kate as she drew nearer. When her gaze finally met his, something electric passed between them. A spark that crackled down his spine and left his pulse pounding in his ears. She faltered for just a moment, her lips parting in surprise, and the sight of her blush only deepened his fascination. She was his future, bright, breathtaking, and impossibly infuriating. And at that moment, he was utterly and completely undone. Kate spied Nick the moment she and Maddie entered the crowded drawing room. He stood near the fireplace, speaking with a gray-haired man whose proud carriage and empty sleeve silently proclaimed his profession. But it wasn't the older gentleman who held her gaze. It was Nick. Her breath caught as her eyes settled on him. For a fleeting moment, Kate allowed herself the indulgence of simply watching him. His broad shoulders filled out the black velvet jacket with an ease that spoke of strength and command, the fabric perfectly tailored to accentuate his lean, powerful frame. The golden light from the chandeliers played across his dark hair, brushed back in a way that revealed the strong lines of his face. His cravat, tied in a simple but elegant arrangement, only added to the quiet confidence that seemed to emanate from him. He looked every inch the gentleman, but there was an edge of something wilder beneath the polish, a danger that set her heart racing. She didn't know how long she stood there, her pulse pounding as she drank in the sight of him. She'd seen Nick countless times before, of course, in uniform and casual traveling clothes, but tonight, dressed in the strict formal wear of London, he seemed transformed, regal, untouchable. And yet, he wasn't untouchable. He was hers. The thought sent a strange thrill coursing through her, warm and dizzying. Her lips curved into a soft smile before she could stop them, a purely feminine sense of pride swelling in her chest. Here was Nick, effortlessly the most attractive man in the room, and he was her fiancé. The knowledge should have left her terrified, overwhelmed by the enormity of the commitment they'd made. But as she watched him, it didn't. Instead, it filled her with a curious blend of wonder and satisfaction, an unfamiliar but not unwelcome feeling, as if some long-hidden part of her had found its place. "Hello, my dears," Lady Letty trilled as Kate and Maddie joined her. She greeted each of them with an air kiss just above their cheeks, her perfume a cloud of lavender and rose. Drawing back, she cast a beaming smile at Maddie. "You look like a veritable angel, my dear, simply radiant. Your fiancé, what a handsome boy he is, really, dearest. I had no idea. He's right over there talking to Lord Grant. Listening, actually. Grant's the most infamous gabber. Go rescue the poor man, won't you? He's bound to be grateful." Maddie, blushing prettily, obeyed with a soft laugh, leaving Lady Letty to turn her shrewd gaze on Kate. "And you, my sweet," she said, her smile deepening with genuine delight, "you look utterly exquisite. I simply must remember to send Madame Charlotte a note. Her Herculean efforts have certainly paid off. I vow one could almost hear the masculine hearts shattering as you walked past." She turned to Nick with a twinkle in her eye. "Isn't that so, Nick?" Nick, who had already stepped closer, took Kate's hand in his expression softening as he raised it to his lips. "I wouldn't know, ma'am," he said, his voice warm. "I was too busy listening to my own heartbreak. You look breathtaking, my love." "Thank you, sir," Kate murmured, her cheeks heating under the intensity of his gaze. Flustered, she glanced toward the older gentleman standing quietly nearby, eager to redirect the attention. Nick, always quick to catch her signals, turned smoothly to include him in the conversation. "Allow me to make the introductions," he said, his tone taking on a note of respect. "Miss Catherine Somerville, my fiancée, may I present Major General Sir Everett Howard, my first commander on the peninsula." "Miss Somerville." The older man bowed over her hand, his sharp eyes studying her with evident approval. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Montgomery is a damn lucky man to have found such a charming bride." Kate smiled, her nervousness easing under his straightforward manner. "The pleasure is mine, Sir Howard. Any man who earns Nick's admiration must surely deserve mine as well." "Wise and lovely," Sir Howard said with a chuckle, releasing her hand. "Montgomery, you've done well." Before Kate could reply, Lady Letty swept back into the conversation, ever eager to fill any gaps with her lively chatter. She began pointing out various guests across the room, revealing their vices and virtues with such cheerful candor that Kate found herself simultaneously amused and alarmed. Finally, the dinner bell rang out, signaling the next stage of the evening. Lady Letty turned briskly to Nick, holding out her arm with all the authority of a field marshal. "Come now, into the dining room with you," she commanded. "That graceless brother of yours is late as usual, so you may have the honor of escorting me instead. No dawdling, Montgomery. I'm sure we're all positively famished." As the guest of honor, Nick was seated to Lady Letty's left, while Kate was placed directly across from him at the Countess's right. Any hope he had of exchanging more than a glance or two with her quickly evaporated when his dinner partner, a stunning brunette with emerald green eyes and a calculating smile, set her sights on him with unrelenting determination. "So, your dearest Benedict's brother," Lady Deirdre Howard purred, her gaze sliding over him with a deliberate boldness. "He speaks of you often, you know. I feel as though I've known you forever." "You're too kind, Lady Deirdre," Nick returned, his tone polite but edged with sardonic amusement. It took little effort to see through her ploy. Even without Benedict's warning, he would have known her for the scheming fortune hunter she was. Her heavy-handed flirtation was as transparent as her silk gown. As if sensing his indifference, she leaned forward, her fingers brushing lightly against his hand in a calculated move. "Oh, please don't be so depressingly formal," she coaxed, lowering her voice to a sultry whisper. "You must call me Deirdre, or I shall feel quite justified in calling you Nick." With an expert shrug of her shoulders, the already daring neckline of her green silk gown slipped lower, exposing the ample curve of her bosom. "Well, ma'am," he replied smoothly, withdrawing his hand and taking a perverse delight in her flicker of frustration. "You must forgive me if I am occasionally rigid in my manners. As a colonel in His Majesty's army, I'm afraid formality has been rather drilled into me. Kate is forever taking me to task over it." At the mention of his fiancée, Lady Deirdre stiffened, her smile tightening as her eyes darted to Kate. "Oh yes, the bride," she said, raising her champagne glass to her lips, though her gaze remained fixed on Kate. "How charming she looks. Did I hear you call her Kate? How curious. I could have sworn Benedict said her name was Maddie." "Maddie is her sister," Nick explained coolly, recalling Benedict's earlier slip. "I'm afraid my brother wasn't as precise as he should have been." She murmured, her eyes narrowing as they flicked between Kate and Nick. "But wouldn't it make the most delicious debut if it turned out you'd been engaged to one sister before settling on the other? The gossip mongers would have a field day." Nick's good humor vanished at the veiled threat lacing her tone. His eyes sharpened, and his voice dropped to a cold, steely register. "I can't say how interesting such a rumor might be, Lady Deirdre, but I do know how dangerous it would be for the one uttering it." The color drained from her cheeks, though she quickly masked her fear with an affected laugh. "Oh, poor Nick," she said, her voice brittle. "You must disapprove so. But gossip, you see, is the very lifeblood of society. Without it, how dull we'd all be." "Perhaps," he said, his expression hard as granite. "But as long as my wife's name remains untouched, they may wag their tongues as they like. If I hear even a whisper of scandal surrounding Kate, however, you can be certain I will act, swiftly and decisively, to protect what is mine." Lady Deirdre faltered, her fingers trembling slightly as she lifted her glass to her lips. "Your fiancée has her work cut out for her, my lord," she replied with forced lightness. "You're quite the untamed savage, and I wish her joy in the attempt to civilize you." Nick ignored her quip, his attention drifting to Kate, who sat further down the table, her face alight with animation as she engaged with her dinner partner. Her copper curls glowed in the candlelight, the dark silk of her gown clinging to her delicate shoulders like a whisper. She seemed to radiate life, vitality, and a beauty so uncontrived and vivid that Deirdre's studied charms faded into insignificance. "Aye," he murmured to himself, his lips curving into a slow, private smile. "And a true joy it will be." Following the meal, Lady Rayburn led the ladies into the drawing room, while the gentlemen lingered over their brandy and cigars. Kate, after ensuring Maddie was comfortably settled with a young woman closer to her age, made her way to the corner where her hostess was holding court, her silvery laughter drawing attention like moths to a flame. "Are you feeling better, my lady?" Kate asked, her gaze lingering on Lady Letty's shimmering silk gown and the faintly mischievous curve of her mouth. "Better?" Lady Letty fanned her cheeks with dramatic flair. "I should think not. No offense, you say? His Grace completely forgot my dinner and waltzes in just as the fish is being cleared. Pray, Miss Somerville, how can such a slight be anything but offensive?" Kate stifled a smile, recalling Benedict's sheepish arrival and the unapologetic charm with which he had commandeered the chair next to her, launching into a long-winded exposition about steam power. He didn't mean to offend, Kate said diplomatically, though she couldn't suppress a rueful chuckle. He does have a way of losing track of time when he's excited. Excited, Lady Letty repeated, her eyes glinting with amusement. Well, steam power or no, that man could bore a saint into a stupor. The very idea. Duke or not, that will be the last time I invite him to dinner, unless he promises to discuss something less infernal. Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean, Kate began, only for Lady Deirdre Howard to interject, her voice honeyed with false sweetness. Yes, the Duke does have peculiar interests, Deirdre said, glancing sidelong at Kate. Though I must say, his brother is far more engaging. Colonel Montgomery was my dinner partner, and I found him quite delightful. Kate's spine stiffened at the other woman's tone, and her hands curled into fists at her sides. Though inexperienced in society, she wasn't so naive as to miss the veiled implications behind Deirdre's words, or the calculating glance she cast toward Nick. Kate's smile sharpened into something almost feral. I've always found Nick quite stimulating company, she said, her chin lifting imperceptibly. As I have his brother, it's no wonder you enjoyed yourself, Lady Deirdre. Deirdre's smile faltered, her lips pressing into a thin line. Yes, well, she said, her voice cool and cutting. Coming from the country as you do, one imagines you'd find even the simplest conversation quite thrilling. A touch of polish, my dear, and you might avoid being mistaken for a bumpkin. Kate's cheeks burned, the sting of Deirdre's remark all the sharper for the kernel of truth it carried. She had felt out of her depth tonight, her practiced composure barely concealing her nerves, and the thought of her shortcomings laid bare before someone like Deirdre made her stomach twist painfully. Before she could respond, however, the gentlemen returned, scattering the tension with their arrival. To Kate's relief, several guests, including Deirdre, soon departed for other engagements, leaving behind a smaller, more convivial group. The lighter atmosphere made it easier for Kate to relax, and she found herself enjoying the evening. Maddie, seated with Charles and another young couple, looked radiant, her laughter as bright as the chandelier's sparkling light. Watching her sister and her fiancé, Kate felt a deep warmth bloom in her chest. They seemed so perfectly suited, their love shining like a golden flame. They look happy, don't they? Nick murmured, coming to stand beside her with a glass of champagne in hand. He handed it to her, his fingers brushing hers in a touch that sent a shiver skittering up her spine. Maxfield's a good lad. He'll make her a fine husband, especially if he knows what's good for him. Kate smiled, glancing up at him with a teasing look. You sound like an overprotective brother, she said lightly. I shudder to think what you'll be like when Felicity makes her bow. Terrifying, no doubt, he said, accepting the gentle ribbing with a surprising sense of calm. He hadn't given much thought to the idea of a daughter before, but now it didn't seem so strange. The notion of a little girl with Kate's coppery curls and quick wit was oddly comforting. Before she could respond, Lady Letty announced the evening would adjourn to the ballroom for some informal dancing. Benedict, ever gallant, took a seat at the pianoforte, and Nick offered Kate his arm for the first dance. You know, this is the first time we've danced together, Nick said as he guided her confidently through the intricate steps of the polonaise. His hand rested lightly on her waist, and his touch was steady, sure. You dance beautifully. Thank you, sir, Kate replied, her voice soft as she focused on keeping her movements fluid and in time with the music. She'd never considered herself particularly graceful, but Nick's effortless leadership made it easy to follow him. As they glided around the polished floor without a misstep, she risked looking up, offering him a shy smile. And accomplished, he said with a teasing lilt. Though I've heard it said that Wellington chose his officers as much for their skill in the ballroom as for their prowess on the battlefield. Vicious lies spread by jealous detractors, he retorted with mock indignation. We were far too busy chasing the French to waste time with nonsense. Besides, with whom would we have danced? Each other? The image of hardened soldiers waltzing across a battlefield struck Kate as so absurd that she burst into laughter, the sound bubbling up despite her best efforts to contain it. The distraction made her lose step, her foot landing squarely on Nick's. Now see what you've made me do, she scolded, though her laughter remained, her smile irrepressible. Nick grinned down at her, his amber eyes warm. If this is my punishment, I think I'll provoke you more often. When the music ended, Kate found herself partnered with Benedict, who had been relieved at the pianoforte by an elderly lady playing with more enthusiasm than skill. Benedict offered his arm with a courtly bow, leading her toward a quieter corner of the room where a footman stood with glasses of chilled punch. "Sorry, I was late to the party," Benedict began, his tone wry as he passed her a glass. "I had every intention of leaving early, but—" He broke off with a shrug, the gesture so reminiscent of Nick that it pulled a smile from Kate. "I'm just glad you made it," she said earnestly, taking a sip of the sweet wine. "It wouldn't have been the same without you." "Wouldn't have missed it," he replied, his gaze warm as he studied her. "Nick's my brother, after all, and I need to know he's happy. He's not had it easy, you know. Our father was a dashed cold fish who barely tolerated him." Kate started, the revelation catching her off guard. "I thought as much," she said cautiously, unsure how much to say without betraying Nick's trust. "It's not so much what he's told me as what he hasn't," Benedict finished for her, his voice softening as his expression turned solemn. "I know. That's why I'm so relieved he's marrying someone like you. I've never seen him so at ease. With you, he's different. Better." Kate felt the heat rise to her cheeks at his words. Her feelings for Nick were still too tangled to untangle, but she cared for him deeply, perhaps more than she was ready to admit, even to herself. "I only want him to be happy," she murmured, her voice almost too soft to hear. "I can see that." Benedict gave her a faint smile, then paused, his expression thoughtful. "May I ask you a question?" "Of course, Your Grace," Kate replied, tilting her head curiously. "Benedict," he corrected gently, shaking his head. "I've told you, I prefer Benedict." "Very well," she said with a small smile. "What is it, Benedict?" He hesitated, the easy charm slipping from his features as he met her gaze with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Would it matter to you if Nick weren't rich? If he weren't, well, titled and all that? Would you care for him just the same?" Kate blinked, taken aback by the unexpected query. "Of course," she said firmly. "My feelings for Nick have nothing to do with the size of his fortune or his title. Besides," she added with a touch of her blunt honesty, "you must know he's already far wealthier than I." "That may be true," Benedict conceded, though his eyes remained sharp and searching. "But I know he had to push you into accepting his offer. I know why you agreed. What I need to know, Kate, is whether you care for him, truly care for him, beyond what he can do for you and your family." The question hung in the air, weighty and inescapable. Kate didn't hesitate. "I do," she said quietly, the certainty in her voice surprising even herself. "I care for him very, very much." Benedict's expression softened, and to her surprise, his smile grew warm as he reached out to briefly clasp her hand. "Then that's all I need to hear," he said simply. "As long as I know Nick has someone who truly cares for him, I'll be content." Kate swallowed hard, touched by his words. She offered him a tentative smile in return, and Benedict tucked her hand into the crook of his arm, guiding her back to the corner where Nick waited for them. Chapter 24. Nick watched them approach, his face an unreadable mask. Though outwardly calm, his emotions churned beneath the surface. The speculative glances and murmured gossip circulating through the ballroom had not escaped his notice, and he was thankful for Benedict's overt attention to Kate. His brother's endorsement was vital. The sooner society accepted his marriage to Kate, the sooner the whispers and scandalous conjectures would be silenced. Still, the sight of her hand resting lightly on Benedict's arm stirred a possessive fire in him he hadn't anticipated. "Now, Nick, you mustn't look so foreboding," Benedict teased, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he handed Kate over with an exaggerated flourish. "I've returned your lovely fiancé safe and sound. Surely you wouldn't call me to account? You know I'm an abysmal shot." Nick's stern expression softened at his brother's playful jab. "I might be persuaded to let it pass, this time," he said smoothly, sliding his arm around Kate's waist and drawing her firmly to his side. The feel of her against him, soft, warm, and utterly his, stirred something primal in his chest. That sense of belonging, of possession, was stronger than ever, and it took every ounce of control not to bend his head and remind her, with his kiss, just how much she was his. Kate's breath caught at the possessive weight of Nick's hand. For all her spirited protests about his high-handed ways, she couldn't deny how utterly right it felt to be tucked against his side, a silent declaration of belonging that sent a flush of heat racing through her. As the bells tolled midnight, the room erupted in laughter and the clinking of glasses. Lady Letty summoned the servants to distribute more champagne, and with her usual exuberance, called on Nick to make a toast. Raising his glass, Nick's voice carried with commanding ease. "To my fiancée," he declared, his amber gaze locking onto Kate's, his expression as warm as it was intent. "May this be the first of many New Year's Eves we shall share together." The crowd erupted in cheers. Glasses were raised, and before Kate could fully process the intensity of his words, Nick leaned in, brushing a kiss across her lips. Though fleeting, the kiss was warm and deliberate, leaving her breathless under the weight of his gaze. For the briefest moment, she swayed toward him, her lips tingling with the echo of his touch. She didn't realize until then how much she had wanted that kiss, how it had already unraveled her. The midnight festivities gave way to dancing, laughter, and a sumptuous buffet. Benedict claimed another dance with Kate, and though Nick was patient enough to let them have their turn, the moment she returned to his side, he claimed her with an air of finality. "So," he murmured, leaning close enough that his breath fanned against her cheek, "what do you think of my elder brother?" Kate, feeling giddy from champagne and the exhilaration of the evening, tilted her head back to meet his gaze. The smug curve of his lips dared her to answer honestly. "He's wonderful," she replied, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. Emboldened by the sparkle in his eyes, she added with a teasing smile, "It's easy to see where you get your charm, though I dare say his grace took the lion's share of it." Nick's brows arched in mock indignation, but his eyes gleamed with something darker, something hungry. "Perhaps I have other qualities to recommend me," he countered, his voice dropping to a low murmur. The intimacy of the moment, the subtle challenge in her smile, made it almost impossible to keep his composure. If she kept looking at him like that, he might lose all sense of restraint right there in the middle of the ballroom. "Perhaps we ought to step away from the crowd for a moment," he suggested in a low, gravelly tone, his fingers brushing hers. "It would give me just enough time to raise your estimation of me." Kate, emboldened by her own daring, let her smile widen, a playful glint in her eye. "It would take more than a few stolen minutes to achieve that, Colonel Montgomery," she retorted sweetly, turning her back to him with a dismissive little shrug. "Now behave. I want to enjoy the music." Nick's gaze followed her, the sway of her skirts and the delicate curve of her neck driving him nearly mad. For a moment, he debated his options. On one hand, Kate was a lady, and he was honor-bound to protect her reputation. On the other hand, she was his fiancée, and surely that entitled him to a few liberties. In the end, his decisive nature won out. A faint murmur of disapproval from one of the older guests nearby caught his attention, reminding him of how closely they were being watched. It only strengthened his resolve. If the gossips were going to talk, he would ensure they had something worth whispering about. "Enough of this nonsense," he murmured, seizing her hand. Kate barely had time to gasp before he pulled her toward the doorway, ignoring her laughing protests. "Nick," she chided, "you'll cause a scene." "Let them talk," he countered, casting her a wicked grin as he swept her into the quiet of the hallway. "They'll be gossiping about us anyway. Let's at least give them something worth talking about." "You are always dragging me off," Kate complained, her voice trembling with both indignation and anticipation as the library door clicked shut behind them. "Has it ever occurred to you to ask my permission first?" Nick leaned back against the door, his golden eyes gleaming with mischief, and something far darker, more potent. Slowly, deliberately, he began to advance on her, each step narrowing the distance between them. "Indeed," he murmured, his voice low and thick with intent. "And tell me, my sweet, what would your answer be if I asked, 'Kate, dearest Kate, would you come with me so that I might steal a kiss from you?'" Kate swallowed hard, her bravado faltering under the intensity of his gaze. The memory of their kiss beneath the mistletoe surged to the forefront of her mind, how her heart had raced, how she had burned with the forbidden thrill of it. Back then he had belonged to Maddie, and her only choice had been restraint. But now he was hers. Her breath hitched as his hands came up to cradle her face, the rough warmth of his palms sending shivers through her. I should tell you no, she stammered, her voice unsteady, though even she could hear the lie in her words. Her knees threatened to give way beneath her as he bent closer, his lips hovering just above hers, teasing, waiting. Then it's just as well I didn't ask, he rasped, and then he claimed her mouth in a kiss that shattered every coherent thought. The first brush of his lips ignited something wild inside her. Her hands, which had been trembling at her sides, reached for him instinctively, clutching at his shoulders. Nick groaned low in his throat as she leaned into him, the hesitancy in her touch dissolving into boldness. Her surrender, soft and unspoken, was a fire that burned through him, banishing every rational thought but one more. Kate's senses spun wildly as his lips moved over hers, coaxing and demanding all at once. The taste of him, heady and intoxicating, left her dizzy with need. Her fingers curled into the fabric of his coat, pulling him closer, her body molding to his as though they'd been made to fit together. When his tongue traced the seam of her lips, she gasped, granting him entry, and his deep growl of approval reverberated through her. Nick's control frayed with every passing second. He had been tormenting himself for days, haunted by the memory of her taste and the feel of her in his arms. Now, with her responding so sweetly, so completely, he was lost. One hand slid to the small of her back, pulling her firmly against him, while the other tangled in her fiery hair, tilting her head to deepen the kiss. Kate's world narrowed to the press of his body, the intoxicating weight of his touch. It was a kiss unlike any she had ever known, untamed, consuming, and impossibly tender all at once. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew this was dangerous, this raw, unguarded connection between them. But for the life of her, she couldn't bring herself to care. When he finally pulled back, both of them were breathless, their chests rising and falling in tandem. Nick rested his forehead against hers, his thumb brushing over the curve of her cheek, and when he spoke, his voice was hoarse with emotion. "I've been waiting far too long to kiss you like that," he said softly, the confession sending a fresh wave of warmth through her. Kate's eyes fluttered open, her lips tingling from the fervor of his kiss. "Nick," she whispered, her voice barely audible, but the way his name trembled on her lips spoke volumes. He slid his mouth down her neck to seek the scented hallow at the base of her throat. "Say it again." He nipped playfully at her shoulder. "Nick." She arched against him, trembling at the emotions that tore through her. She'd never known such a wildness against, and she wanted more. Casting all reserves aside, she pressed herself against him, reveling in the shudder that shook her hard frame. Nick's hand cupped her full breast, his thumb teasing the nipple until she was certain she would go mad, consumed with unbearable need. Kate moaned as Nick ran his thumb over the tips, hardened beneath the strained silk of her gown, freeing him to set his lips to the taut muscles in her neck, his tongue tracing a line along the column of her shoulder. He ran his teeth over the sensitive skin there, sending a jolt of pleasure through her, then laved the spot with his tongue. She sighed at the sensation and felt the curve of his lips against her shoulder, just as the taut silk of her bodice came loose, and her breasts spilled into his hands. She opened her eyes at the sudden freedom, at the cool air rushing across her chafed skin, and she met his searing gaze for an instant before he pulled back to look at her bare breasts. Her skin shimmered in the flickering light from the hearth, and when he set one hand to her, she found herself unable to tear her gaze from the image of his fingers, stark against her paleness. The picture was more erotic than she could have imagined. She watched as he soothed the abraded skin and rubbed a thumb across her bare nipple, circling it gently, causing it to harden. She shifted in his lap at the sensation, and he let out a low hiss as she pressed against the firm length of him. A feeling of feminine power consumed her. "Minx." Her eyes widened in surprise at the word. When he set his mouth to her breast, it was her turn to gasp. His tongue circled one peaked nipple before his lips closed around it, and he sucked gently, working the hardened tip with mouth and teeth until she cried out, putting her hand to his head, clutching his hair. He lifted his mouth from her, blowing a stream of cool air across her pebbled nipple, teasing her with the lightness of the caress. Nick. His name on her lips was a harsh pleading. Yes. Don't stop, she whispered. Please. We have to stop, he managed, his voice rough with unslaked passion. We're not husband and wife, yet. But the damnation, he wanted her. He wanted her right there in the library. He wanted to bury himself deep within her and show her what their passion would be like. But he would not take Catherine Somerville, his future wife, in the library of his aunt's home. She deserved more than that, so much more. Dragging himself from her, he began to set Kate to rights, straightening the bodice of her dress. It will be good between us, Kate, that much I can promise you. She flushed as much from embarrassment as from the anticipation of the passionate promise in his voice. She ran a nervous tongue over her lips, her color deepening when she tasted him there. She wasn't sure how to answer him, and so she remained silent. The rest of the evening passed in a vague haze, and it was only when she was alone in her bed that she allowed herself to relive that burning, passionate encounter. Her heart beat furiously in her chest at the memory, and it was then she finally faced the hard, painful truth. She was in love with Nick. Chapter 25. The notice announcing Kate's engagement appeared in Tuesday's paper, and by the following afternoon, the household was inundated with invitations. Most came from people she had never met, their eagerness to welcome her into society more overwhelming than flattering. She was mulling over how to begin answering the deluge of letters when the door to the sitting room opened, and Lady Rayburn swept in, her satin skirts rustling as she chattered excitedly. "My dear, I've just heard the most ridiculous rumor," Lady Letty declared as she settled into the chair opposite Kate. Her animated expression was tinged with scandalized delight. "It's all a perfect hum, of course, and I pray you'll pay it no mind. Although," she added with a gleam in her eye, "the fact that the Ton is already gossiping about you is a marvelous sign. They wouldn't waste their breath on a nobody." Kate sighed, already accustomed to her hostess's rambling tangents. "What rumor, my lady?" she asked, wisely ignoring 3/4 of the Countess's monologue. She had learned it was the only way to extract any sense from the conversation. "Why, the rumor that Nick is planning to run off and act as the Governor-General of Madrid," Lady Letty declared, fanning herself dramatically. "Lady Milford is spreading it about that he's accepted a position with the Admiralty and will be sailing for Spain within the fortnight. Naturally, I told her it was utter nonsense. How could he possibly consider such a thing when the pair of you aren't even properly leg-shackled yet?" Kate's breath caught at the blunt phrasing, and she swallowed the painful lump rising in her throat. She had tried to push thoughts of Nick's departure to the back of her mind, focusing instead on the whirlwind of their engagement. But hearing Lady Letty's shocked reaction made her acutely aware of how society would view his leaving, and it sent a pang of doubt through her chest. So much for passing this off as a love match, she thought bitterly. "Actually, Lady Letty," Kate began, shifting uneasily, "the offer came from Whitehall, not the Admiralty. He's to be appointed Provost Marshal of the region." The Countess froze mid-fan, her sharp eyes narrowing. "Then it's true?" Kate forced a bright smile, determined to put the best face on the situation. "Yes, and a very great honor it is too," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "The government says he's the most qualified man for the post, and being selected will surely further his career. Why, it might even lead to a promotion to general." "Don't be ridiculous," Lady Letty interrupted with a disdainful sniff. "Military ranks are as common as coal dust, and what need has he for a career? He is Greystone's brother and heir, to say nothing of his own title." "What title?" Kate asked, momentarily distracted. Lady Letty's expression grew scandalized. "Good heavens, you mean he hasn't told you? You're to be a Viscountess, my dear. He holds the courtesy title of Viscount Marston." Kate blinked, stunned. "It must have slipped his mind," she murmured weakly, feeling an uncharacteristic stab of irritation toward Nick. "Humph!" The Countess gave another loud sniff. "Only a man would forget to tell his bride he's bestowing a coronet on her head. But that is neither here nor there. The fact remains, my dear, you simply cannot let Nick take this post. Only think of the talk when it becomes known he deserted you on your wedding night." Kate bristled at the accusation. It won't come to that, she said quickly, leaping to Nick's defense. And as for allowing him to leave, what choice do I have? He will be my husband, and the decision is naturally his. Lady Letty's look spoke volumes. You are young, Kate, else you wouldn't utter such moonshine, she said sagely. Really, I thought you were more clever than that. Of course, you can get him to change his mind. Kate frowned. How? By any number of methods. Tears, threats, the vapors, Lady Letty said, ticking them off on her bejeweled fingers. Or if all else fails, you can always resort to the one method guaranteed to make any man see the sweet light of reason. Kate's brow furrowed. What is that? Love-making. Lady Rayburn. Kate gasped, her cheeks flaming. For heaven's sake, Kate, don't be so missish, Lady Letty scolded. We both know you're no green girl without knowledge of the world. You must be aware that men are creatures of certain base appetites. Of course, I understand the physical side of marriage, Kate stammered, though the memory of her passionate exchange with Nick made her heart pound. Apparently, men weren't the only ones afflicted with such appetites, she realized, struggling to hide her agitation. Well, there you are. Lady Letty folded her hands and smiled benevolently. You've only to deny Nick the delights of his marriage bed, and he'll turn up sweet as you please. How do you think I kept Rayburn in line all those years? Kate flushed even deeper at the candid confession. I don't think that would work with Nick, she mumbled, fervently wishing there was a way to end the conversation. Ah, Lady Letty said knowingly. Like that? Is it? Well, I can't say that I blame you. Nick is a devilishly attractive man. I quite understand your reluctance to deny him his conjugal rights. Lady Rayburn, Kate said firmly, her teeth clenched in exasperation. This is between Nick and myself, and I will thank you to keep out of it. I appreciate your advice, but this is something we must resolve on our own. Lady Letty's bottom lip jutted out in a pretty pout. I was only trying to help, she said in wounded tones. You have no mother to advise you, and as your hostess, I thought it my duty to render what aid I could. Naturally, if I've offended you, I humbly apologize and assure you I shan't impose upon you again. Kate was sorely tempted to applaud the performance, but knew it would offend her hostess beyond all bearing. Don't be absurd, she said soothingly, patting the older woman's hand. Of course, I appreciate all you've done for me. In fact, I was about to seek you out when you came in. I find myself in a bit of a dilemma and was hoping you might advise me. Lady Letty perked up at once. About what? Kate gestured to the pile of invitations on the desk. What am I to do about all these? There must be dozens of them, and there's no way I can attend even half, let alone return their hospitality. Goose! The Countess shook her head with mock despair. They don't really expect you to attend. They merely want to say they've invited you. But you're right. You'll need to host something to establish yourself as a proper hostess. She tapped a finger to her lips, considering. I have it, she exclaimed. You must hold a tea party. It's the perfect occasion for a young bride to try her wings. That made sense to Kate, and she nodded slowly, considering the idea. Yes, that would be nice, she said thoughtfully. Once I'm settled at Dover House, I can... Oh no, my dear, you can't wait that long, Lady Rayburn exclaimed, her voice tinged with horrified urgency. You must host one immediately, no later than next week if at all possible. But I'm being married in less than 6 days, and Dover House is nowhere near ready, Kate protested, recalling the state of disrepair she had last seen. The thought of trying to pull off any sort of event in that chaos was daunting, to say the least. Lady Rayburn let out a soft, dramatic sigh, the kind one might reserve for particularly slow-witted children. Then you shall have it here, she declared with a decisive nod. In fact, it would likely be for the best. It will demonstrate the full support and approval of Nick's family, which is terribly important for your position. Now, what about the guest list? Is there anyone you'd like to invite? Kate hesitated, her thoughts immediately turning to Aunt Eudora. While she didn't particularly want her difficult relation present, she could think of no polite way to exclude her. My aunt, Mrs. Eudora Drayton, lives in London, she said reluctantly, silently hoping her aunt was still angry enough to decline the invitation. But beyond that, I can't think of anyone else. Perhaps I could go through these invitations and... Oh, absolutely not, child, Lady Rayburn cut her off with a shake of her head. You must leave this entirely to me. As your first official party, every care must be taken to ensure that only the best people are invited, the creme de la creme of society, naturally. Kate bit back a groan, a faint sense of rebellion stirring in her chest. I have hosted parties before, she muttered, feeling the need to defend herself. Country parties, Lady Rayburn countered archly, her tone dripping with indulgent dismissal. One cannot compare a gathering of country neighbors to a proper London affair. It is an altogether different matter, I assure you. If you say so, Kate replied with a resigned sigh, mentally throwing up her hands in surrender. I shall leave it all in your capable hands, then. Thank you for your kind assistance. I truly appreciate your help. You are more than welcome, my dear, Lady Rayburn said with a gracious dip of her head. Her tone, however, carried just a hint of self-satisfaction. But really, it's no trouble. It's only a tea party after all. What could possibly go wrong? Kate froze, her mind conjuring up an unsettling number of possibilities. But as Lady Rayburn rose with the air of someone preparing to single-handedly conquer London society, Kate could only manage a weak smile. What could possibly go wrong indeed, she murmured under her breath. True to his word, Nick arrived the next morning to escort the family on their promised tour of London. Maddie had gone off with Charles to visit his aunt, but the twins' boundless exuberance more than made up for her absence. To their utter delight, Benedict joined them as well. When Kate tried to express her gratitude, Nick waved her thanks away with a casual shrug. Actually, it was Benedict's idea, he said, brushing her hands aside so he could finish tying the ribbons of her bonnet beneath her chin. His fingers brushed her jaw lightly, sending a shiver of awareness through her. He's been wanting to see the Catch Me Who Can for ages. We'll have to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't help the twins steal the wretched thing. Kate laughed softly, her spirits lifting at his teasing tone. I should hope he wouldn't set such a terrible example. With Benedict, you never know, Nick quipped, his eyes glinting with mischief. Their first stop was Ackerman's repository, a treasure trove of curiosities that instantly captivated the boys. The twins quickly dismissed the more cultured aspects of the city in favor of the mechanical wonder on display. Benedict couldn't join them for the visit, but promised to accompany them to the Frost Fair planned for the following week. At Ackerman's, Nick handed each of the twins a handful of shillings. You have 1 hour. Spend wisely, and don't let your pockets get picked. The boys scattered with excited shouts, vanishing into the bustling shop. Nick turned to Kate, his grin wide and teasing. I'll bet you thought I was going to give them sovereigns, he said, studying her face with amusement. She had been unusually quiet during the tour, and it troubled him. Was she unwell? Not at all, she replied, managing a small smile. Although I am surprised Benedict didn't hand them anything himself. She winced as soon as the words left her mouth, the memory of her earlier accusation that Nick had been buying the children's affections rising to her mind. Nick chuckled, the deep, rich sound easing some of the tension from her shoulders. Actually, he slipped them a little something when you weren't looking, he said, his conspiratorial wink drawing an unexpected laugh from her. Nothing extravagant, though. Just a few pounds. I told him you wouldn't approve if he went overboard. Kate shook her head, but her lips twitched with amusement. Benedict will think I'm a terrible person. Not at all, Nick assured her as they strolled down the spacious aisles. In fact, he approves wholeheartedly of the way you're raising the boys. He admits our father spoiled him shamelessly, and he says it nearly ruined him. But, Nick added with a grin, he did warn me that as their favorite uncle, he reserves the right to indulge them on occasion. Kate faltered, caught off guard by his casual mention of his father. It was the first time she'd heard him speak of the late Duke without a trace of bitterness in his voice. The significance of that moment wasn't lost on her. She knew from both Benedict and her own observations how painful Nick's childhood had been. The cold rejection he had suffered, the lack of affection from a father who should have cherished him, it broke her heart to think of it. Her chest tightened as she gazed at him, the weight of her love pressing against her ribs. She longed to reach out, to take his hand, to tell him that he would never be alone again, never be unloved. But instead, She quietly resolved that he would never know such pain again, not while she had breath in her body. After the unexpected shopping spree, Nick instructed the coachman to take them to Dover House so the children could see their new home. The twins burst from the carriage like tightly wound springs, their shouts of excitement echoing through the grand but battered halls. As they dashed upstairs to choose their bedrooms, Kate and Nick lingered behind, walking through the rest of the house to inspect the progress of repairs. Chimney sweeps were hard at work, cleaning decades of soot from the fireplaces, while a dozen maids scurried about, dusting and polishing every surface in sight. The air smelled faintly of wood polish and plaster dust, underscored by the occasional acrid puff of smoke from the chimneys. "Do you think it will be ready on time?" Nick asked, his expression dark as they made their way toward the back of the house. His sharp gaze roamed over the disarray, and he added grimly, "I've seen sacked towns in better condition." Kate raised an incredulous brow, though she couldn't help but laugh at his dramatic analogy. "Really, Nick? Don't you think you're exaggerating just a touch?" she teased, flashing him a bright smile. "It's a trifle messy, I'll grant you, but—" A loud crash from above interrupted her, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and a string of angry curses. Before either could speak, Felicity appeared at the top of the stairs, her face streaked with tears, her small voice wailing in distress. "Nick! Nick!" she cried, barreling toward him with arms outstretched. He caught her easily, lifting her against his chest as she clung to him, her sobs shaking her small frame. His large hand cradled her blonde curls protectively as he tilted his head to meet her watery gaze. "What is it, sweetheart?" he asked gently. "What's happened?" "That man!" Felicity hiccuped, her voice choked with emotion. "That bad man!" Nick's golden eyes narrowed and his voice dropped to a dangerous calm. "What man?" "The chimney sweep." Edward panted as he reached the landing, his cheeks flushed and his chest heaving. "There's a kitten stuck up the chimney, and he said he was going to burn it." Nick's jaw tightened visibly, his fury simmering just below the surface. "Burn it?" he echoed. "We told him to stop," Simon chimed in, his small face screwed up with righteous anger. "And he called us gutter snipes and told us to mind our own business." Kate's eyes flashed with outrage, her voice cold and steady as she said, "We'll just see about that." She turned on her heel, heading for the stairs with purposeful strides. "Kate, let me handle this," Nick commanded, setting Felicity gently on her feet. Before she could argue, another crash echoed from above, and Samuel appeared at the top of the stairs, his face smudged with soot, clutching a tiny, filthy bundle to his chest. Behind him came the irate chimney sweep, bellowing threats as he stomped down the stairs. "Come back here, you little devil," the man roared, shaking a bony fist. "I'll teach ye to make a fool o' John Fawkes." Samuel skidded to a stop behind Kate, his eyes flashing defiantly as he held up the bundle. "I got it! I got it!" he cried triumphantly. "Even though he said I was too big to fit, I climbed right up there and got it." "Samuel," Kate gasped, her voice tinged with a mixture of relief and exasperation. "What were you thinking?" "Now, miss," the sweep cut in, his tone defensive as he snatched off his cap. "I meant the lad no harm, but I've a job to do, and that cat's been stuck up there for days. It was suffering, it was. Flames be quicker and kinder than starving." "It's not suffering," Samuel shouted, clutching the tiny kitten closer. "He's purring, see?" Nick stepped forward, his commanding presence silencing the commotion. "Enough," he said, his voice steely. His eyes pinned the sweep with a cold glare. "Return to your duties, and if you so much as look at any member of my family the wrong way again, you'll answer to me. Am I clear?" The man shuffled his feet, nodding quickly. "Aye, my lord," he muttered before retreating up the stairs, grumbling under his breath. The children crowded around Samuel, their earlier fright forgotten as they cooed over the soot-streaked kitten. "Can I hold him?" Felicity asked, her tiny hand reaching out to stroke its bedraggled fur. Nick sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face as he eyed the pathetic creature. "I don't think that's a good idea," he said firmly. "The poor thing could be diseased or riddled with fleas. Why don't you give it to me, Samuel, and I'll—" "No." Samuel clutched the kitten protectively, his small face set with suspicion. "You'll destroy it." "Samuel, it would be for the best," Nick began. "You can't seriously expect—" "Why not?" Kate interrupted, her velvet brown eyes challenging him. The children have cared for pets before, and they've always done an excellent job. I see no reason they can't keep this one. But please, Nick, Edward pleaded, his big blue eyes brimming with hope. We won't ask for anything else ever again. Not even the Frost Fair, Simon added solemnly. Unless you really want to take us. Nick sighed, knowing he was beaten. Oh, very well, he relented with a chuckle. But I expect you to keep your word. The first time you neglect this kitten, it's off to the country. Understood? Cinders, Felicity exclaimed suddenly, her face alight with inspiration. We'll call him Cinders. Nick arched a brow. Cinders, what else would you call a cat rescued from a chimney? The children erupted in cheers, and after feeding the kitten a bowl of milk, they carried it off to the pantry for a much-needed bath. Nick, watching them go, shook his head with a rueful smile. They've outmaneuvered me again, he said, casting a glance at Kate. You're not going to make a habit of siding with them against me, are you? Kate's lips twitched. Only when they're right, she replied sweetly, and together they followed the children's laughter toward the warmth of the kitchen. As the children continued cooing over Cinders and debating how best to bathe the scruffy kitten, Nick cleared his throat, his expression stern but softened by the barest hint of a smile. Children, he said, drawing their attention. As much as I'm sure Cinders will appreciate all the attention, I'm afraid he cannot come back to Whipple Street with us. A chorus of protests erupted, Felicity's wide blue eyes instantly filling with tears. But why not, Nick? She pleaded, clutching the kitten as though her small arms alone could shield him from the injustice. He'll be lonely without us. Nick crouched down to meet her at eye level. Felicity, you know Lady Letty doesn't like animals. She's been very kind to let us stay with her, and we must respect her wishes. But Cinders isn't just any animal, Simon argued, his small fists clenched. He's our kitten. Kate stepped in, her gentle voice adding reason to Nick's. Listen to me, darlings. Cinders will be much happier here at Dover House. There's plenty of space for him to explore, and he'll have the staff to keep him company until we move in next week. Felicity's lip quivered, and Edward looked downcast, but Samuel lifted his chin with a hint of defiance. Next week? He asked, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Are you sure we'll be here that soon? Nick smiled at the boy's boldness, reaching out to ruffle his soot-streaked hair. I give you my word, by this time next week we'll all be living here, Cinders included. But only if you can show me you're responsible enough to take care of him. The children exchanged glances, a silent pact forming between them. Samuel nodded, his voice steady with determination. We'll do it. You'll see, Nick. Cinders will be the best-kept kitten in London. That's all I ask, Nick replied, standing and casting a knowing glance at Kate. Now, let's get this little beast cleaned up before he decides he's had enough excitement for one day. As the children scampered off toward the pantry with the kitten, Kate turned to Nick, a warm smile softening her face. You handled that well? Did I? He asked, arching a brow as he reached for her hand. I felt rather like I was being outmaneuvered by a pack of pint-sized generals. Kate laughed softly, the sound easing the tension in his shoulders. You may be a colonel, Nick, but they're the true tacticians, she teased. Nick grinned as he tucked her hand into the crook of his arm, guiding her toward the sound of the children's laughter. Remind me never to challenge them in a battle of wits, he said. It seems I'd lose every time. Chapter 26. Nick watched the children troop upstairs, subdued and suspiciously well-behaved, after reluctantly agreeing to leave Cinders at Dover House. Their silence on the return journey had been so uncharacteristic that both he and Kate had exchanged wary glances more than once. You don't think he began, his voice laced with doubt, then broke off, shaking his head with a rueful grin. They wouldn't. They couldn't. Kate gave him a pointed look, one brow arching with skeptical amusement. Simon and Samuel? Surely, sir, you jest. You must know they would dare anything. Her expression softened slightly. But if it's any consolation, I'm almost certain I heard Cinders meowing as we were leaving. Then I shall cling to that hope, Nick said dryly, though the curve of his mouth betrayed his amusement. I wasn't exaggerating when I said Aunt Letty dislikes animals. She has a positive terror of cats, and they make her sneeze, besides. Kate laughed softly, her gaze lingering on him. She found herself thinking how handsome he looked when he smiled, less like the commanding officer and more like the man she had grown to love. That thought sent a sharp pang through her chest. Love. The word itself felt dangerous, laden with risks she wasn't certain she could take. Being near him, walking beside him like this, was both a joy and a torment. Her feelings for Nick were so powerful, so all-consuming, that she feared he might somehow see them if he looked too closely. Sensing her sudden quiet, Nick tilted his head and asked, "How is the tea coming along? I heard Aunt Letty say Lady Jersey will be attending. That's quite a coup, you know." Kate forced herself to focus, gathering her scattered thoughts. "Yes, your aunt has been buzzing with excitement over it," she replied, adding a small, wry smile. "I only hope that between her and Lady Jersey, the rest of us will manage to get a word in edgewise." Nick chuckled, leaning closer with a teasing light in his eyes. "Even in the wilds of Surrey, I've heard that Lady Jersey is quite the shrew," he murmured conspiratorially. Kate laughed despite herself, even as a little thrill coursed through her at his proximity. "You mustn't say such things in polite company," she admonished lightly. "And what do you mean, the wilds of Surrey? Sheer is hardly the end of the earth, you know." But her laughter faded quickly, replaced by a shadowed expression that Nick didn't miss. He watched as her gaze drifted, her lips pressing together in a tight line. "Kate?" He stopped and turned to face her, gently placing a finger beneath her chin to lift her face toward his. "Is something wrong? You've gone so quiet." Kate stared up at him, her heart aching with unsaid words. How could she possibly tell him the truth? That she loved him so deeply, it hurt, that she longed for his affection in return, not out of duty, but because he wanted her as fiercely as she wanted him? The intensity of her emotions felt too raw, too vulnerable to expose. "I was just thinking of my Aunt Eudora," she said instead, her voice trembling slightly as she forced a smile. "I had a note from her this morning, accepting my invitation to the tea. She must have sent word the moment she received it." Nick frowned slightly, clearly unconvinced by her explanation. He had a growing sense of what was troubling her, but he wasn't sure how to address it. His own feelings for her were still something he was learning to navigate, and until he had them firmly in hand, he didn't dare say too much. But he knew one thing with certainty. Come what may, he would never let her go. "If she proves too troublesome," he said, "feel free to dump a pot of tea over her head. I'm certain no one would object." Kate couldn't help but laugh, though her heart still felt heavy. "Especially if they knew her," she agreed, her smile softening as she looked at him. Her pulse quickened as his hand rose to brush a stray lock of hair from her face, the tender gesture setting her skin ablaze. "Kate," Nick said, his voice dropping to a husky murmur as he stepped closer, "I'll go mad if I don't kiss you again." Her breath hitched, her body trembling as his head lowered. The kiss was brief but searing, filled with a passion that left her dazed. When he pulled back, their breaths mingled in the charged silence between them. 5 days, he said, his amber eyes dark with longing. His thumb brushed over her trembling lips, sending a fresh wave of heat through her. 5 days, and then there will be no stopping me. Until then, I think it best that I keep my distance, for both our sakes. But once we are man and wife, we will talk. There is much I've been wanting to say to you. And with that, he pressed one last, lingering kiss to her lips before turning and walking away. Kate watched him go, her heart pounding, the echo of his words reverberating in her chest. She touched her fingertips to her lips, where the warmth of his kiss still lingered, and whispered to herself, 5 days. As she made her way upstairs, she couldn't help but wonder what he meant by, there is much I've been wanting to say. A flicker of hope stirred within her, hope that perhaps his feelings ran deeper than she dared imagine. With remarkable efficiency and all her formidable skills, Lady Letty managed to arrange the tea party to take place 2 days before Kate's nuptials. As befitted a bride-to-be, Kate was attired in a new tea gown of pristine white muslin, its wide sleeves trimmed with delicate ribbons and ruchings of Belgian lace. The fabric floated around her like a cloud, elegant but utterly impractical for the season. She shivered as she and Maddie descended the stairs, the cold seeping through the fine material and prickling her skin. "I hope Lady Letty has had the sense to light a fire in the parlor," Kate muttered, rubbing her arms briskly in an attempt to ward off the chill. "Otherwise, to the devil with fashion, I'll fetch my warmest wool dress and be done with it." "Don't you dare," Mattie gasped, horrified. Her own gown of pale blue lace fluttered delicately as she hurried to keep pace with her sister. "If you get too cold, have one of the maids bring down that lovely silk shawl Benedict sent you. It's exquisite and will look so elegant with your dress." "And just as impractical as this gown," Kate grumbled, though the memory of the shawl softened her tone. The vibrant blue silk, embroidered with intricate patterns in shimmering threads, had arrived the day before, accompanied by a small mountain of other gifts. But it was the jewelry from Nick that had truly stolen her breath, a delicate collection of glittering diamonds and a note instructing her to consider the pear-shaped gem her engagement ring. While the casual manner of the gesture had stung, he hadn't even delivered it in person, she couldn't deny the thoughtfulness behind it. Her fingers brushed the cool weight of the ring now resting on her hand, a painful mixture of gratitude and longing tightening her chest. When they entered the parlor, they found Lady Letty already waiting, dabbing delicately at her nose with a lace handkerchief. Her cheeks were flushed, and her voice had the unmistakable thickness of a cold. "Oh, how I wish this tiresome affair were over," she groaned, pressing her hand to her temple as though the weight of the world rested there. "My poor head is pounding, and I'm positively wretched. But no matter, you both look lovely," she said, brightening slightly as she cast an appraising eye over the sisters. "Absolutely lovely. You are certain to make a grand success of it." "Thank you, Lady Letty," Kate replied, a flicker of unease stirring in her mind. She studied the older woman for a moment longer, wondering if her discomfort was due solely to her cold, or something more. The twins had promised Nick they wouldn't smuggle cinders into the house, but Kate couldn't quite banish the suspicion that the children had found some ingenious way to circumvent his orders. She shook the thought away with a wry smile. She had more pressing concerns today, chief among them the impending arrival of Aunt Eudora. Still, once the party was over, Kate resolved to search the twins' room herself. If she found the kitten, she would be firm. Cinders would have to remain at Dover House until the move, and there would be no debate about it. The chiming of the front doorbell shattered her musings, and Kate straightened sharply. She forced herself to take a deep breath, smoothing the front of her gown as a maid hurried past to admit their first guests. Pasting on what she hoped was a serene smile, she moved to her designated place behind the enormous silver tea service, her hands brushing over the gleaming tray for reassurance. This was just a tea party, she reminded herself, a simple gathering of ladies with delicate pastries and polite conversation. There was no need to feel so nervous. As if sensing her thoughts, Lady Letty leaned closer, her sharp eyes gleaming with something Kate couldn't quite place. "Just remember, my dear," she said with a knowing smile, "everything is about presentation. Show them confidence, and they'll believe anything you wish them to believe." Kate nodded mutely, her heart racing as the sound of voices and laughter drifted closer. With her hostess's words echoing in her mind, she stiffened her spine and lifted the delicate silver teapot with trembling hands. After all, how badly could a simple tea party go wrong? "Well, you've certainly done well for yourself," Mrs. Roth Drayton said, her tone as poisonous as her saccharine smile. "No wonder you turned down my kind offer when you had all this planned. Congratulations, my dear. You are indeed your mother's child." Kate stiffened, the hateful words striking their mark with unerring precision. For the last 2 hours, she had endured a relentless barrage of her aunt's jabs, compounded by the beauteous Lady Deirdre's sly barbs. Her patience, stretched thin, was near the breaking point. Her fingers tightened around her teacup as she clung to control. Just 15 more minutes, she thought desperately. Surely, I can endure anything for 15 more minutes. "You are too kind, Aunt Eudora," she said evenly, refusing to allow the other woman to see the crack in her composure. "Would you care for more tea?" "My, but we are the lady of the manor now," Mrs. Drayton scoffed with a bitter laugh. "Don't think you're fooling anyone with those fine airs, missy. You're naught but a scheming country chit who managed to trap an honorable man with your machinations. You and that simpering fool of a sister." The teacup rattled in Kate's hands, and she set it down with a deliberate motion, her temper bubbling dangerously close to the surface. She could endure the insults aimed at herself, but she would not tolerate anyone attacking Maddie. She turned toward her aunt, her eyes flashing with determination. "Listen to me, you hateful old—" The maid's shriek came first, sharp and piercing. Then came the unmistakable sound of shattering china. Kate froze, her retort dying on her lips, as all heads turned toward the doorway. The collective gasp from the gathered ladies was almost drowned out by the sudden pitter-patter of tiny feet. A small cat, a ridiculous bonnet tied firmly to its head, came careening into the room like a tiny demon possessed. "A cat!" Lady Letty shrieked, leaping onto her chair as her voluminous skirts flew up to her knees. "A cat! Kill it! Someone kill it!" The room erupted into chaos. The bonneted feline darted wildly, leaping onto tables and sending plates of delicate pastries, cakes, and sandwiches flying. Lady Deirdre shrieked as a lemon tart splattered against her sleeve, while another woman fainted dead away onto the carpet. Kate made a frantic grab for the cat, but her full skirts betrayed her, knocking the tea table with a deafening crash. "Help!" Lady Letty cried again, wobbling dangerously atop her chair. Before anyone could reach her, the chair tipped backward, sending her toppling onto the floor with a dramatic thud. This sight seemed to break whatever restraint the other guests had been clinging to, and the room descended into utter pandemonium. By now, the poor cat was crazed with fear, its golden eyes darting desperately for escape. Seeing no other option, it bolted toward Mrs. Drayton, who screamed as the creature began scaling her dress like a tree. Felicity dashed into the room at that exact moment, her face pale with horror. "Don't hurt Cinders," she wailed, rushing toward Mrs. Drayton, who was flailing madly. "Don't hurt Cinders." Mrs. Drayton let out an unholy screech as she grabbed the bonneted menace, but not before the cat's claws became firmly entangled in her wig. With a mighty tug, both wig and cat came free, leaving Mrs. Drayton's head bare for all to see. The twins and Edward arrived just in time to witness this spectacular sight. They collapsed onto the floor, clutching their sides as laughter poured out of them in uncontrollable waves. Kate, despite herself, joined in, barely managing to wrest the cat from its perch and disentangle the wig. She handed the tattered hairpiece back to Aunt Eudora with what dignity she could muster. "Well," Mrs. Drayton huffed, her face a violent shade of purple as she slammed the wig back onto her head. "I have never been so insulted in all my life. You little baggage. Just see if I ever speak to you again." She stormed out, nearly tripping over the twins, who were still helpless with laughter. Her dramatic exit seemed to signal the end of the gathering. One by one, the guests gathered their belongings and fled as though escaping a sinking ship. Only Lady Jersey lingered, her blue eyes twinkling with amusement. "My dear," she said, pausing in the doorway with a sly smile, "thank you for the most delightful afternoon. I vow I cannot remember the last time I've enjoyed a tea party more. They are usually so depressingly dull." "Lady Jersey," Kate began, horrified, "I must offer my sincerest apologies. I assure you, nothing like this has ever happened before." The Countess waved a gloved hand, still chuckling. "Please, Miss Somerville, you needn't fret. Once it becomes known that I was thoroughly entertained, you'll be the toast of the ton. Mark my words, crazed cats will soon be more fashionable at tea parties than macaroons. Good day to you." She brushed a kiss across Kate's cheek and swept out, still laughing. As the door clicked shut, Kate turned sharply to her younger siblings, who had gathered into a sheepish little huddle in the corner. "I want an explanation, and I want it now," she demanded, her voice trembling with suppressed fury. "Who brought Cinders into this house?" The twins studied the floor. Edward shuffled his feet, and Felicity gave a tearful sniff. "I did," she admitted, her small head bowed. "Cinders was so sad. I couldn't leave her all alone, and I didn't mean to cause any harm." She cast a guilty glance toward Lady Letty, who was being helped to her feet by several footmen. Maddie sighed. "Felicity," she began gently, "you must understand how much trouble you've caused. Poor Lady Let. What the devil happened here?" The sharp masculine voice cut through the room like a blade. Kate turned to see Nick standing in the doorway, his hat and cane clutched tightly in his hands. "Nick," Kate began, but her words faltered. His face was pale, his mouth a grim line, and his amber eyes glittered with a strange, painful intensity. Fear clutched her heart as she stepped toward him, her hand reaching out instinctively. "Nick, what is it?" she asked urgently, her gaze searching his face. "What's happened?" He stared at her for a long, taut moment before stepping forward and pulling her into a crushing embrace. "It's Benedict," he said hoarsely, his voice raw with anguish. "He's dead." Chapter 27. Kate froze, disbelief washing over her like a cold tide. "Dead?" Nick nodded, his throat working convulsively as he tried to speak. From the moment the footman had burst into his study with the terrible news, his only thought had been to find Kate. He hadn't questioned the impulse. He had simply acted on it, knowing that without her, he might go mad. Tears traced unbidden down his cheeks as he pulled her against him, burying his face in her hair, clinging to her with desperate strength. Behind them, Kate heard Maddie gather the children and quietly usher them from the room. Lady Letty, unusually subdued, followed, closing the door with a soft click that left Kate and Nick utterly alone. "It was his heart," Nick rasped, his voice hoarse and raw with grief. He'd been ill for some time, apparently, but he never told anyone. His valet said he didn't want to be a bother. Kate swallowed against the lump rising in her throat. That was so like Benedict, the gentle, unassuming man who would have been her brother-in-law. Tears welled in her eyes as she silently mourned him. She cupped Nick's cheeks in her hands, her own fingers trembling as she forced him to meet her gaze. His amber eyes, usually so sharp and commanding, brimmed with unshed tears, and her heart broke anew. "I'm so sorry, Nick," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "So very, very sorry." The tender words and the soothing caress of her fingers were a balm to his fractured soul. He held her tighter, his broad shoulders shaking as he wept not only for Benedict, but for the love and connection that had been growing between them. He'd lost his brother, just as they were truly beginning to understand one another, and the bitter irony of it was almost too much to bear. Kate held him, stroking his hair and murmuring soft, wordless comforts. She prayed her love, unspoken but unwavering, would be enough to ease his pain. When his shuddering sobs finally subsided, she gently led him to the settee and guided him down onto the plush cushions. "Here," she said softly, easing the hat and cane from his fingers. "Let me take these. Would you like some brandy?" He stared blankly for a moment before nodding. When she returned with the snifter, he accepted it wordlessly and drained the contents in one long swallow, holding the glass out for more. She refilled it and handed it back, watching him carefully as he downed the second glass just as quickly. "That's enough," she said firmly, plucking the snifter from his hand before he could ask for a third. Setting it on the side table, she took his hand in hers, her grip warm and steady. "Now tell me what happened. You said it was his heart?" "Yes." His thumb moved absently over the back of her hand as he stared into the fire. He'd gone to his club to meet some friends. They said he collapsed just like that. They sent for a physician, but there was nothing to be done. He died within the hour. Kate's fingers tightened around his, her heart aching at the quiet devastation in his voice. But she remained silent, knowing he needed to speak, to release the grief locked inside him. "You know, I've seen death 100 times, 1,000 times," he said, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. "I thought I was accustomed to it, but I was wrong. First Theo, and now Benedict." His voice broke, and he ducked his head, struggling for composure. When he raised his eyes again, his face was eerily calm, devoid of emotion. "There's so much to do," he continued, his tone flat and detached. "The funeral arrangements, the succession, his business affairs. God knows how long it will take to sort through the mess." "Is there anything I can do to help?" Kate asked, aching to reach out and comfort him, but hesitating, unsure of how he would respond. "Actually," he said, his gaze lifting to meet hers, "there is something. The wedding. It will have to be postponed, just for a week or so until after the funeral. I hate to ask this of you, but—" "I'll see to everything," she interrupted, forcing a smile to her trembling lips. "Don't give it another thought. Is there anything else?" Her calm efficiency startled him, though he was too numbed by grief to question it. "No, not for the moment," he said, rising unsteadily to his feet. He'd never felt so alone in his life, and he longed for Kate to pull him back into her arms, to shelter him from the crushing weight of his loss. But a lifetime of rejection had left him unable to ask for the love he so desperately needed. Instead, he turned toward the door, retrieving his hat and cane. "I'll be going now," he said, settling the hat on his head. "There's so much to be done. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Will you be all right?" "I'll be fine," she assured him, blinking back tears at the sight of his carefully controlled facade. Once, she might have been fooled by his cool exterior, but now she could see the pain etched into every line of his face. Taking a step forward, she placed a hand on his arm, her touch light but firm. "What about you?" she asked softly, her voice full of concern. "Will you be all right?" He raised a hand, tracing a gentle finger down her cheek, his touch sending a rush of warmth through her. "I'll be fine," he echoed her words, though his voice was rough with emotion. In that moment, a fragile sense of peace began to settle over him, easing the worst of his grief. He knew that peace came from Kate, and the realization filled him with both gratitude and longing. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving her standing there, her heart aching for the man she loved more than life itself. Nick strode into Henry Teal's office, his mood dark and his purpose clear. The solicitor, a thin, nervous man with a perpetually pinched expression, rose from behind his desk, his hands clasped as if to ward off bad news. One glance at Teal's carefully somber demeanor told Nick that the solicitor already knew why he was there. "Your Grace," Teal began, his voice oily with false sympathy, "pray accept my condolences on your most grievous loss." Nick inclined his head curtly as he took the seat Teal indicated, though he didn't miss the twitch of satisfaction that flitted across the man's face. "Thank you," he replied coolly. "May I ask how you learned of my brother's passing? I was informed of it only hours ago. A solicitor must have many sources if he is to be of benefit to his clients," Teal replied with a smug smile that made Nick want to plant his fist in it. "But, as it happens, another client of mine, a certain Lord B, was present at the club when His Grace collapsed. Being acquainted with me and knowing of my position as the late Duke's solicitor, he thought I would want to be informed immediately. Such a thoughtful gesture, wouldn't you agree?" Nick leaned back in his chair, folding his arms as he studied the man with the faintest curve of his lips, a smile that held no warmth whatsoever. "How much did you pay him?" he asked silkily. Teal's self-satisfaction melted into startled indignation. "Your Grace!" His face purpled like an overripe plum. "I must protest this unwarranted attack on my character. I would never." "How much?" Nick cut him off, his tone as sharp as the edge of a saber. The solicitor swallowed hard, his bluster faltering. "Well," he stammered, shuffling the papers before him with trembling hands. "Naturally, I reimbursed Lord B for the cost of his hackney, of course. But as for any additional gratuity, I assure you, Your Grace, that any funds exchanged were purely incidental. A token of appreciation, if you will, for his, exemplary sense of duty. To suggest otherwise is an affront to both the gentleman's honor and mine." Nick dismissed Teal's rambling with a flick of his fingers. "Irrelevant," he said coldly. "And now that you're so thoroughly informed, you'll understand why I'm here." "Indeed," Teal said, relief softening his posture. He adjusted his spectacles and picked up a piece of paper, adopting the air of a man who was about to bestow sage wisdom. "And may I say, Your Grace, how heartened I am to see you facing this situation with such admirable pragmatism. A lesser man might falter, but you, sir, you understand your duty to your family and title. Naturally, I presume you'll wish to terminate your engagement to Miss Somerville post-haste." Nick froze, his golden eyes narrowing into slits of fury. "What in Hades are you prattling about?" Teal blinked, taken aback by the icy tone. "Why, the matter of your engagement," he said, as if explaining to a dull-witted child. "It's quite obvious, Your Grace, that this arrangement is no longer suitable. As the Duke of Greystone, you require a wife of appropriate stature, someone who can—" The words died in his throat as Nick surged out of his chair and seized him by the lapels, hauling him halfway across the desk. Papers scattered like leaves in a gale, and Teal's spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his nose. "If you say one more word," Nick growled, his voice low and menacing, "I will throttle you where you stand." Teal's eyes bulged as he stammered. "Your Grace, I assure you, my only thought was to protect the family's interests. You must see that you need. How dare you presume to know what I need?" Nick's voice was a whip crack, each word laced with barely restrained rage. The thought of losing Kate, of being forced to choose between her and his title, had filled him with a dark, killing fury. But with the realization that he would gladly give it all up for her, came with it a strange calm. He released Teal so abruptly that the man flopped back into his chair like a discarded rag doll. Nick's voice, when he spoke again, was soft, almost conversational, and infinitely more terrifying. "Consider whatever arrangement existed between us at an end," he said, flexing his fingers as though testing his restraint. "I wouldn't trust you to handle the contents of a chamber pot." Teal gaped at him, his lips moving soundlessly for a moment before he managed to croak. "Your Grace, please, this is all a dreadful misunderstanding. Surely you don't mean—" "Oh, I mean it." Nick cut him off, his smile razor-sharp and glacial. "Every word. And let me make something else very clear, Teal. If I hear so much as a whisper of your idiotic suggestion to anyone else, I will ruin you. You'll be stripped of your practice, your clients, and your reputation. By the time I'm through with you, you'll be begging for the sweet release of death, and I'll be there to grant it. Do we understand one another?" Teal nodded frantically, his face pale and slick with sweat. "Perfectly, Your Grace." "Good." Without another glance, Nick turned on his heel and strode from the office, leaving the solicitor trembling in his chair, clutching at his disheveled jacket, as though it were the only thing holding him together. The next 24 hours were among the bleakest Kate had ever known. Benedict's untimely death had sent shockwaves through London, not least because the expected revelations about his alleged ruinous investments turned out to be spectacularly false. Instead of inheriting an estate on the brink of bankruptcy, Nick discovered he was now the heir to a fortune exceeding £500,000. The staggering news did nothing to ease Kate's heartache. If anything, it seemed to deepen the chasm between them, for with Benedict gone, Nick was no longer simply her colonel, he was a duke, a man burdened with new responsibilities and expectations. With Lady Letty and Maddie's help, Kate had cancelled the wedding with minimal fuss, though the gossip was unavoidable. Callers descended in droves, ostensibly to offer condolences, but their real motive was clear from the speculative glances and probing questions. By day's end, Kate's head was pounding, and her patience was worn thin. On what was supposed to be her wedding day, Kate came down to breakfast to find yet another stack of calling cards awaiting her. She sipped her tea half-heartedly, picking through them with little interest until one caught her eye. Henry Teal. Kate frowned, turning the card over. The name was familiar. Wasn't that Nick's solicitor? A terse message scrawled on the back caught her attention. "Miss Somerville, kindly present yourself at my office as soon as possible. Please come alone." Her eyebrows rose. Alone? What could he possibly want? Setting the card aside, she was still puzzling over it when Maddie entered the dining room, looking rosy and refreshed despite the bitter cold outside. "Anything wrong, dearest?" Maddie asked, pausing to pour herself a cup of tea. "You look as though someone's just told you Lady Letty intends to host another tea party." Kate blinked up at her sister, startled out of her thoughts. "Oh, no, nothing like that," she murmured, holding up the card for Maddie's inspection. "This is from Nick's solicitor. He wishes to see me as quickly as possible. Alone." "Alone?" Maddie's golden brows shot up as she took the card. "How mysterious. Perhaps it's something to do with Benedict's will? Charles says these things can take months to settle." The prospect of waiting months to marry Nick, assuming he still wanted to marry her, was enough to smother what little appetite Kate had. She tapped the card against the table, her mind spinning. "Perhaps I should go," she said at last, almost to herself. "He made it sound rather urgent, and I did promise Nick I'd help in any way I could." Maddie's expression softened, though there was a teasing glint in her eyes. "Naturally, you must do as you think best," she said, her tone magnanimous. "But are you sure you want to go today? Lady Letty warned us we'd be flooded with callers, and I'd hate for you to miss such stimulating company." Kate shot her sister a look, but smiled despite her unease. "Oh, I shan't be gone long," she assured her, glancing at the address on the card. Hartley Street can't be far, can it? The Ton seems to occupy a rather small patch of London, and I've yet to see its members stray beyond their gilded borders. Well, if you're certain, Maddie trailed off, hiding a knowing smile behind her teacup. But perhaps it would do you good to get out for a bit. You've been looking rather pale. A breath of fresh air does sound nice, Kate agreed quickly, already imagining her escape. The snow falling outside didn't concern her. Anything was better than another day of strained smiles and prying questions. I'm glad you think so, Maddie said brightly. But you're not going anywhere until you've eaten a proper breakfast. Kate, halfway out of her chair, froze at Maddie's stern tone. What, Maddie? Sit, Maddie ordered, pointing her fork at Kate with all the authority of a duchess commanding her court. Startled into compliance, Kate dropped meekly back into her seat. That's better. Now then, my sister will have 2 boiled eggs and some ham, she instructed the footman, her tone as confident as a seasoned housekeeper. And please bring a fresh pot of tea. This one is tepid. Kate stared at her, caught between exasperation and amusement. Maddie, You're pale, Kate, Maddie interrupted, her tone softening as she gave her sister an affectionate look. And a breath of fresh air won't do you any good if you're fainting from hunger. So eat, dearest, or I'll start feeding you myself. Kate sighed but picked up her fork, the corners of her mouth twitching as she muttered under her breath. You're insufferable, you know that? Maddie only grinned, clearly pleased with herself. Well, I shall make a fine mistress of my own establishment someday, don't you think? Kate chuckled despite herself. That, dearest, I do not doubt for a moment. Chapter 28. Miss Somerville, how good of you to come, Mr. Teal greeted smoothly, his tone impeccably polite as he bowed over Kate's gloved hand. His expression, however, held a glint of something sharper, something she didn't trust. I trust your journey was pleasant? Kate thought of the harrowing ride from Lady Rayburn's residence, the snow-choked streets rendering progress slow and perilous. Only her strong sense of duty and the knowledge that she couldn't face another round of prying callers at home had kept her going. Common sense had begged her to turn back more than once, but here she was. As pleasant as could be expected, she replied coolly, settling into the chair he indicated. Her skirts rustled as she adjusted them, her spine stiff with tension. Now, may I ask what this is about? Your note said it was important. Ah, yes. Teal leaned back, folding his hands on the desk in front of him. But before we begin, did you pay the hackney driver yourself? It would be improper to keep him waiting, you know. Kate paused in the act of removing her fur-lined cloak, her gaze narrowing. I came here by private coach, she said, her voice frosty at the implication. Nick arranged for a carriage and driver to be placed at my disposal while we're staying with Lady Rayburn. And even if I hadn't, I am more than capable of paying for myself. Thank you very much. Of course, Miss Somerville, he replied smoothly, though the faint sneer at the corner of his mouth suggested otherwise. I meant no offense. It is simply that, being aware as I am of your financial situation, I was anxious that you not incur unnecessary expenditures on my behalf. Kate's fingers tightened around the clasp of her cloak as unease prickled at her. What did he mean by her financial situation? She folded the cloak neatly over her lap, her expression cool. What exactly do you mean by that, Mr. Teal? She asked, a suspicious frown drawing her brows together. Teal didn't answer immediately. Instead, he produced a handkerchief and polished his spectacles with exaggerated care, the deliberate slowness of his movements grating on her nerves. When he finally replaced the glasses on his nose, he picked up a sheet of paper from his desk and glanced at it. According to Lord Greystone, your annual income is slightly over £250. Is that figure correct? Kate's pulse quickened as embarrassment and fury collided within her. She had known, of course, that Nick must have informed Teal of her lack of fortune. Marriage settlements and agreements were common among his class. But knowing and hearing it stated so baldly by this smug little man were two very different things. Yes, she admitted tightly, her voice edged with defiance. Nick has already informed you of my circumstances, I see. But may I ask why this is your concern, sir? Teal didn't answer her directly, instead returning to his papers with a faint smile tugging at his thin lips. I also understand that you bring neither a wedding portion nor any inheritance to the marriage, he remarked, almost idly. No, I do not. Kate lifted her chin, her temper straining against the leash of propriety. Again, Mr. Teal, I must ask what business this is of yours. It is my business, Miss Somerville, he said, looking up with an air of mock sympathy, because I must consider how such an unequal alliance might reflect upon Lord Greystone. Among the gentry, and certainly among the peerage, it is customary for gentlemen to marry those of equal rank and fortune. One cannot help but speculate as to the reasons behind so unusual a match, and one arranged so hastily, no less. He glanced at her pointedly. You did meet Lord Greystone only 3 weeks ago, did you not? Kate flushed at the veiled accusation, anger simmering beneath her skin. Nick was not a duke when I accepted his offer, she said sharply, and I resent what you are implying, Mr. Teal. The solicitor spread his hands, his tone falsely soothing. Come now, Miss Somerville. I am simply fulfilling my obligations to my client. It is true, is it not, that you and Lord Greystone have known each other only a few short weeks? Kate hesitated, her heart thudding painfully in her chest. What was he playing at? Her instincts screamed that there was more to this conversation than idle curiosity. She lifted her chin. Yes, we met 3 weeks ago. But what is your point, Mr. Teal? Teal gave her a bland smile, the gleam in his eyes anything but kind. And during that time, you spent a great deal of time in his company, often without benefit of a proper chaperone? Kate's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. Considering that my entire family and household staff were in constant attendance, she said icily, I should think I was more than adequately chaperoned. Again, I must ask how this concerns you. Teal leaned back in his chair, a mockingly indulgent expression on his face. Miss Somerville, while you might consider a few children and servants sufficient, society may not agree with you. Lord Greystone is a gentleman of honor. If he believed he had compromised you, I imagine he would feel bound to offer marriage. Is that what happened, Miss Somerville? Did he propose out of obligation? Kate stared at him, speechless with rage. The sheer audacity of his accusation left her trembling, and for a moment all she wanted was to unleash every cutting remark she could summon. But then she hesitated. Why was he doing this? Was this Nick's doing? Her mind raced. If Nick wanted to end the engagement, wouldn't he have told Teal the real reason behind their arrangement? She knew Nick had offered for her out of honor, but not for the sordid reasons Teal was hinting at. So why was the man implying otherwise? Her chest tightened and a cold weight settled in her stomach as a terrible thought struck her. Kate's voice was cold and precise as she fixed Teal with a steely glare. Tell me, Mr. Teal, she said, her tone cutting through the tension like a blade. Did Nick ask you to speak with me? Does he wish to end our engagement? What do you mean Kate's not here? Nick demanded, his amber eyes darkening with frustration as he glared at his aunt. His voice, sharper than he intended, echoed through the morning room. Where the devil is she? Really, Nick, how would I know? Lady Letty responded, her tone laced with pointed disapproval as she delicately adjusted a lace cuff. And kindly lower your voice. You're supposed to be in mourning, not shouting like a dock worker. Nick clenched his fists, forcing himself to hold back the sharp retort hovering on his lips. He was bone-tired, running on less than 6 hours of sleep in the past 2 days, and his temper was already frayed. Are you absolutely certain you don't know where she is? He asked, his voice taut with barely suppressed tension. All I know, Lady Letty huffed with a dramatic sigh, is that Maddie said she had a note and had to leave. When I came down for breakfast, she was already gone. Nick's scowl deepened. Then let me talk to Maddie, he said brusquely, his patience hanging by a thread. You can't, Lady Letty shot back, throwing her hands in the air. She's gone too. Both of them just up and vanished, leaving me alone with a parlor full of callers. What am I supposed to say to all these people? I'm not even acquainted with half of them, and the ones I do know, I can't abide. She gestured dramatically at the doorway, her voice rising in pitch. I take leave to tell you, Nick, that your solicitor is a most inconsiderate fellow. Couldn't this emergency of his have waited for a more appropriate occasion? Nick froze, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling. What solicitor? He asked sharply, his exhaustion melting into sudden alertness. Lady Letty fixed him with a withering look, clearly unimpressed by his apparent lack of sense. "How should I know, Nick? He's your solicitor," she sniffed, waving a hand as if to dismiss his question. "If you don't know his name, how on earth could I possibly know?" His mind snapped into focus, the pieces falling into place with chilling clarity. Teal. The name hissed through his mind like a curse. His chest tightened with rage as the implications struck him. "Teal," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "That bastard!" "Nick," Lady Letty scolded, her brows shooting up in alarm. "Language!" But he didn't hear her. A murderous fury gripped him as he turned toward the door, his hands curling into fists. "That bastard!" he repeated hoarsely, each word laced with venom. "I'll kill him." "Let me be certain I understand you," Kate said slowly, her voice calm but edged with an icy sharpness. She regarded Mr. Teal with a veneer of polite interest, though her brown eyes sparkled with carefully concealed loathing. "You are telling me that Nick feels I have unjustly trapped him and is requesting that I release him from our engagement. Is that correct?" "Precisely, Miss Somerville," Teal replied, his thin lips curling into a self-satisfied smile. He folded his hands over his desk, clearly savoring the moment. "His Grace regrets any inconvenience he may have caused you and begs that you will find it in your heart to forgive him." Kate's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the edge of her reticule. For all his preening arrogance, Teal clearly underestimated her. If she didn't know Nick better, his performance might have succeeded in sowing doubt. Instead, she could hardly suppress her amusement. For whatever twisted reason, the solicitor had clearly taken it upon himself to sever her engagement to Nick. "How very considerate of him," Kate murmured, her tone as sweet as honey, though her heart thundered with anger. She loved Nick too much to believe such lies, and that love, steady and unshakable, gave her strength. Hiding her growing amusement, she arched a delicate brow and added, "And is there anything else His Grace wishes of me?" Teal hesitated for the briefest of moments before plunging ahead. "He also requests that you leave London immediately and make no attempt to see him again," he said, his pale eyes gleaming with triumph. Success was so close he could taste it. "It is for the best, Miss Somerville, I assure you." Kate suppressed the laugh bubbling in her throat. It was almost too absurd. She took a deep breath, deliberately feigning thoughtfulness. "Well," she said at last, tilting her head as if in careful consideration, "if it's to be done, then I suppose it's best to do it quickly." The solicitor's beady eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in satisfaction. "Quite so," he agreed, already envisioning the sweet reward of his victory. But Kate wasn't finished. A sudden, wicked thought came to her, and her lips curved into a demure smile that would have made a saint uneasy. Folding her hands primly in her lap, she said lightly, £10,000. Teal blinked. "Miss Somerville?" Kate widened her smile, her voice honeyed and serene. £10,000, she repeated. "That is what I want in exchange for ending my engagement to the Duke." "Impossible." Teal sputtered, nearly rising from his chair in outrage. "Preposterous." "Why not?" Kate asked, her tone so reasonable it bordered on teasing. Her lashes fluttered as she tilted her head. "You've just told me that His Grace is far too rich and powerful to shackle himself to someone like me. I couldn't agree more, but that doesn't mean I intend to come out of the arrangement empty-handed. I have my family to think of, you know." Teal's face went crimson, his jaw working furiously as he tried to formulate a reply. £10,000, he repeated, his voice faltering as his mind raced. Perhaps he could scrape together a few £100s, enough to satisfy her apparent greed and send her packing. He licked his lips, already envisioning the final blow when His Grace learned that the woman he adored had sold him out for a sack of coin. Kate, watching his greedy expression, felt a flicker of disdain. She'd let him dangle long enough. Time to cut him loose. Her sugary smile hardened, her eyes flashing with sharp resolve. "Actually, I've changed my mind," she said, her voice suddenly cold as steel. "Miss Somerville?" Teal's confidence wavered as he took in her sudden shift in demeanor. Before Teal could sputter a response, the sound of raised voices echoed from the hallway, followed by the sharp crash of a door slamming open. Nick stormed in, his powerful frame cutting an imposing figure as he shoved past a stammering, protesting clerk. "Nick!" Kate gasped, half rising from her seat. "Your Grace!" Teal choked, scrambling to his feet as though his very life depended on it, which, given the look on Nick's face, it might. Nick barely spared Kate a glance before rounding on the solicitor. In 3 strides, he was across the room, grabbing Teal by the lapels and hauling him out of his chair with terrifying ease. "I warned you," Nick snarled, shaking the smaller man like a terrier with a rat. "Have you lost your senses?" Kate rushed around the desk, her skirts tangling as she tugged futilely at Nick's arm. "Put him down this instant." Nick's blazing amber eyes shifted to her, a muscle ticking in his jaw. His grip didn't loosen, but his voice dropped, a rough growl of frustration. "Damn it, Kate. You don't know the bloody nonsense this fool has been spouting." "Oh? You mean the same bloody nonsense I've spent the last half-hour listening to?" she retorted, planting her hands on her hips. "Blasted stubborn man! I said, put him down. You're choking him." Nick's fingers released abruptly at her order, Teal tumbling back into his chair with an audible wheeze. But Nick wasn't finished. He turned to Kate, his face pale and drawn. "You can't believe him," he said, his voice raw with something dangerously close to fear. "Kate, you can't believe I'd agree with him." "She does," Teal rasped, rubbing his throat and glaring at Nick with barely disguised hatred. "Only, if His Grace wishes to secure his freedom, it will cost him £10,000. That's the price she demanded, isn't it, Miss Somerville?" His beady gaze shifted to Kate, his tone dripping with triumph. Kate froze, her hands clenching into fists. Her dark eyes sparked with fury as she rounded on Teal, her composure snapping. "You miserable little man," she burst out, lunging toward him. "You must have known I was only tweaking your ridiculous nose. How dare you twist my words into—" Nick's arm caught her waist, pulling her back before she could reach the sputtering solicitor. His voice, harsh and cutting, stopped her cold. "Demanded money?" He whirled her around to face him, his hands gripping her shoulders like a lifeline. "From me?" Kate's heart ached at the raw confusion and pain in his voice. "No, Nick," she whispered, shaking her head. "Not from you. From him." She pointed a trembling finger at Teal, but her fury burned hotter than her heartbreak, and before she could stop herself, the dam holding back her temper burst. "All right, that's it." She stepped back from Nick, her hands fisted on her hips, her voice shaking with emotion. "I've had enough. This was supposed to be my wedding day, the happiest day of my life, and instead, what do I get? A death-defying trip through a blizzard that would have felled a lesser woman, followed by almost an hour of listening to the most appalling pack of lies ever concocted." "Impudent baggage," Teal began, his indignation rising. "And now," she barreled on, ignoring him entirely as she jabbed a finger into Nick's chest. You have the audacity to think I'd take money to end our engagement. How could you, Nick? How could you believe that of me? I believed in you immediately, because I love you. I know you'd never go back on your word, but apparently it's too much to assume you'd." "You love me?" Nick's voice, low and hoarse, cut through her tirade like a blade. His anger and disbelief melted into something raw and vulnerable, his amber eyes wide with incredulous hope. Kate froze mid-sentence, her breath catching in her throat as her fury ebbed, replaced by a surge of panic and, despite herself, relief. "What?" she stammered, stepping back as her cheeks flamed. "You love me," Nick repeated, his tone softening as the words seemed to take root, his entire being lighting with a joy so profound it left Kate breathless. His hands reached for her, cupping her face as if she were something precious and fragile. "Of course I do," Kate snapped, her eyes blazing with defiance even as her lips trembled. "Though I must be absolutely mad to love you. You are the most arrogant, overbearing, impossible man I've ever met. And I—" "Shut up, Kate. I will not shut up," she flared, her hands flying to her hips. "Furthermore, you—" She got no further, as Nick's arms swept her up against him with a possessive fervor. His mouth captured hers in a kiss so raw, so consuming, that every protest dissolved under the weight of it. His kiss wasn't merely an apology or an argument. It was a declaration, fierce and unrestrained, filled with every ounce of love and passion he had bottled inside for far too long. Kate's struggles ceased in an instant. With a soft cry, she melted into him, her arms snaking around his neck as she kissed him back with everything she was, matching his intensity. The world fell away, leaving only the two of them, bound by a love so deep, so undeniable, it drowned out every fear, every doubt. When they finally broke apart, their breaths mingling, Nick pressed his forehead against hers, his voice husky with emotion. "I love you," he whispered between kisses, his lips brushing hers again and again. "I love you more than anything in this world. Don't leave me, Kate. Don't ever leave me, my darling." "Never," she vowed fervently, cupping his face between her trembling hands, her own eyes shimmering with tears. "Not even if you ordered me to go. I wouldn't leave you, Nick. I couldn't." Nick's amber eyes shone with a suspicious brightness, his hands framing her face as though she were the most precious treasure in existence. "I would stop breathing before I ever let you go," he said, his voice rough with devotion. "I am everything you've said I am. Arrogant, overbearing, impossible. But Kate, I love you. I will love you until my dying breath." A tear slipped down her cheek as her lips quirked into a soft smile. "I never said you were impossible," she corrected when they paused, her voice trembling with laughter and joy. "Perhaps not this time," he admitted, his lips twitching into a mischievous grin as his hand slid down her neck to rest just above the curve of her breast. "But I seem to recall hearing it at some point in the past, and I've no doubt I'll hear it again in the future." Kate's answering smile faltered, her eyes growing solemn as she searched his face. "Nick," she began hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you sure this is what you want? Mr. Teal said things have changed, and he's right. You're not the same man you were when you first offered for me. I couldn't bear it if you came to regret marrying me. Please, Nick, you must be certain I am the wife you want, the wife you need." Her quiet plea, her selfless love, tore at Nick's heart. He lowered his head and kissed her, tender and full of reassurance. "Kate," he murmured against her lips, "you are the wife I need, the only woman I will ever want. You're right. I'm not the same man who first proposed to you. That man was cold, bitter, and dead to everything but duty. You were right to refuse him." "But," she started, her voice cracking, "inheriting Benedict's title and fortune isn't what changed me," he continued, his thumb brushing along the soft curve of her jaw. "It was you, Kate. You and your family took an angry, hardened soldier and made him believe in love again. You are my miracle, my heart, and my home." Tears filled her eyes as Nick bent his head to kiss her again, this time slow and deep, sealing every unspoken promise between them. His hands slid into her hair, holding her close as though he could fuse their souls together with this single act. Kate clung to him, her hands fisting in the fabric of his coat as the kiss lengthened, deepened, consuming them both. When they finally broke apart, their breaths came in short gasps, and Kate realized they were alone. The open door stood as silent proof of Teal's hasty retreat. Nick glanced at it, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. "It's good that he had the sense to leave," he said wryly, turning back to Kate with a grin that sent her heart tumbling. "I likely would have killed him if I'd gotten my hands on him again." Kate's laugh was shaky but genuine as she shook her head. "Why bother? A man like that isn't worth your trouble." She smoothed her skirts with an elegant shrug. "Besides, if it hadn't been for him, it might have taken us weeks to confess our true feelings." "Indeed?" Nick raised a dark brow, his expression both teasing and tender. "For your information, ma'am, I went to Lady Letty's this morning with every intention of laying my heart at your feet." Her breath hitched, her lips parting in wonder. "Truly?" He nodded, his gaze softening with love. "I woke up this morning, thinking this was to be our wedding day, and the realization that it wasn't filled me with such despair. I thought I'd go mad. That's when I knew. I had to tell you everything." Stepping back, he reached into his coat and withdrew an official-looking document. "What is this?" Kate asked, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the thick paper Nick held out to her. "Our marriage license," he said, his blunt fingertip tapping the elegant script. "Look closely, my love. You'll notice the date." Her eyes scanned the document, her heart skipping a beat. "January 10th, she read aloud, a smile tugging at her lips as she saw their names written side by side. "That's today." "Exactly," Nick said, his voice low and intent. "Kate, this is our marriage license with today's date on it. Don't you understand what that means?" Comprehension dawned, and she raised wide, joyful eyes to meet his. "We can still be married?" she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Today?" His grin widened at her reaction, his amber eyes gleaming with a mix of tenderness and triumph. On my way to Lady Letty's, I stopped by St. George's. The vicar is waiting for us. He's agreed to marry us this afternoon, but only if you're willing, he added, his tones softening with a rare vulnerability. If you'd rather wait, so your family can be there, or for a more elaborate ceremony, I'll understand. Kate's heart swelled at the generous offer, but the answer came to her in an instant. No, she said decisively, shaking her head. I would love for my family to be there, but it doesn't matter, Nick. So long as you are there, that's all I need. Her lips quirked into a teasing smile. Besides, the twins would never forgive me. They've been plotting to claim you as their brother since the moment they laid eyes on you. Nick laughed softly, the sound rich and warm. Well then, he said, his expression turning serious, there's one more thing I need to tell you before we go. It's about my appointment to Madrid. Kate's smile faltered, but she steeled herself, leaning her head against his shoulder. You must do your duty, she said quietly, the words steadied by her newfound confidence in their love. I understand now. I only protested before because I was afraid you'd meet some charming señorita and fall madly in love with her. Nick's arms tightened around her, his fingers threading gently through her hair. There was never any chance of that, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Not since Christmas Eve, when we stood beneath the mistletoe. I knew then, Kate. I knew my feelings for you weren't those of a brother for a sister. Even if I hadn't learned about Maddie and Charles, I think I would have found some other excuse to propose. You're it for me, Kate. You've always been it. Kate blinked back tears, her heart aching with happiness. But then Nick's tone grew quieter, weighted with sincerity. What I've been trying to tell you, he said, is that I've already decided to refuse the appointment. I made that decision even before Benedict's death. The military life is fine for an unmarried man, but a husband, a father, has other responsibilities. I should have told you sooner, but... He trailed off, his expression shadowed with grief. Silence settled between them as they both thought of Benedict, his loss still raw and heavy. Kate slid her arms around Nick, holding him close, her touch conveying all the love and support she couldn't find the words to express. In her heart, she vowed to help him heal, to stand beside him through this and anything else life might bring. Finally, Nick sighed, resting his forehead against hers. I suppose we should be going, he murmured. Teal's bound to return eventually, and it's probably best if I'm gone before he does. Though I'll admit, he added with a faint grin, I'm still tempted to wring his scrawny neck for what he tried to pull. Nick cupped her cheek, his thumb brushing tenderly over her skin. Let's go home, he said, the simple words imbued with all the love and promise he felt for her. Kate's heart swelled at the thought, joy blooming in her chest as she placed her hand in his. Yes, she whispered, her voice steady and sure. Let's go home. Epilogue, Greystone Hall, Christmas Eve, 1814. You're right, Nick. No, not you're right, my right, Kate directed, her voice tinged with exasperation as she reclined on a nest of cushions on the settee. Are you certain you were once in charge of packing artillery? I vow I've never seen anyone with a poorer sense of direction. Nick paused, one hand on the angel's gossamer wings, the other braced against the ladder. He cast her a wry glance over his shoulder, his lips twitching in amusement. That's because you're looking at it from the wrong angle. Come up here and see for yourself. Kate's eyes sparkled with mischief as she rested a hand on the gentle swell of her belly. I'd love to, but a certain overbearing man I know would have my head if I so much as dared. Her smile deepened. He's such a tyrant you'd scarce believe it. Nick chuckled, the warm, rich sound filling the room. His gaze lingered possessively on her, his voice softening to a husky drawl. Oh, I'd believe it, all right. Now, mind you, stay put. I have something for you. He gave the angel's wings one final tug before descending the ladder, waving off the footman who offered assistance. No candles until after dinner, he instructed, glancing at the towering fir tree resplendent with hand-blown ornaments and gilded ribbons. I don't want any accidents. The footman nodded, though his expression betrayed his confusion. A Christmas tree indoors? Such a peculiar tradition. Yet he had to admit it was beautiful. Actually, I have something for you, my love, Nick said suddenly, his voice taking on a teasing warmth. He reached behind the settee and pulled out a small white velvet box tied with a crimson ribbon. Happy Christmas, Lady Greystone. Kate's fingers trembled as she untied the ribbon, her heart thudding in anticipation. Inside the box lay a delicate brooch, fashioned from emeralds in the shape of a tiny fir tree. Its diamond-dusted needles sparkled in the candlelight. She gasped, turning it over in her hands. "Oh, Nick, it's beautiful." Her eyes filled with tears as she looked up at him. "I've never seen anything so lovely." "I'm glad you like it," he murmured, bending to press a kiss to her forehead. "It's a small token, really, to mark the moment I first began to love you. That snowy Christmas Eve in the woods, you reminded me what it meant to believe in magic again." Nick settled beside Kate, wrapping an arm protectively around her waist. His hand slid to rest over the swell of her belly, and he sighed contentedly. "Feeling better?" he murmured, his fingers tracing lazy circles over the fabric of her gown. Kate glanced down at her belly, where the baby gave a sudden kick. "Better now," she said with a soft laugh, though she couldn't quite suppress the tightness in her voice. The anticipation of the birth, coupled with the chaos of preparing for Christmas, had left her feeling uncharacteristically overwhelmed. Yet Nick's presence, his touch, had a way of grounding her, of making everything feel possible. She added, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Where did you even find such a massive tree? It must have cost a fortune." "Northumberland," Nick answered, pressing a kiss to her temple. "And yes, it did, but the expense will be worth it when I see the look on Felicity's face. I dare say it'll be the grandest tree she's ever seen." Kate laughed softly, imagining her sister's wide-eyed delight. "She'll adore it," she agreed, her tone wistful. "I only wish I'd been more help." Nick's gaze softened, and he tilted her chin upward to meet his. "You've done more than enough, my love," he said tenderly. Kate was about to reply when a sharp pain rippled through her. She stiffened, her breath catching. "What is it?" Nick asked, alarm flaring in his eyes. His hand pressed instinctively against her stomach. "Is it the babe moving?" "Yes," Kate gasped, her lips curving into a pained smile. "I think he's quite eager for Christmas to arrive." "Well, he'll just have to wait." Kate smiled and then winced gains as another pain hit. "What's wrong? And don't tell me that is the babe moving again, Kate." "Well, no. 'Tis my Christmas gift to you, coming a big ahead of schedule." Nick's heart pounded as realization dawned. "Now?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. Kate nodded, clutching his hand. "Now." Nick leapt to his feet, barking orders that sent the household into a frenzy. The butler, 2 footmen, and the burly groom were dispatched to fetch the doctor, while Nick carried Kate upstairs, his steps brisk but careful. "I should have been more prepared," Nick muttered, kicking open the door to their chamber. "Where's the midwife? Why didn't anyone tell me we needed more towels?" Kate bit back a smile, despite the sharp pain lancing through her. "Because, darling," she said sweetly, "you were too busy terrorizing footmen and arranging Christmas trees." Nick set her on the bed, his face a mask of worry. "This isn't the time for jokes, Kate." "On the contrary," she quipped, wincing as another contraction hit. "I think it's the perfect time." The next hours passed in a blur of pain and frantic activity. Nick stayed by Kate's side until Mrs. Howell, the formidable midwife, and Dr. Prescott forcibly removed him from the room. "Out!" Mrs. Howell barked, brandishing a ladle. "You're worse than a colicky babe, Your Grace. Let me do my work. You can go get more towels." "But," Nick began, only to find himself shoved unceremoniously into the hallway. He hovered in the hallway, pacing like a caged lion, then turned to the butler, who had just arrived with more water. "Why does everyone keep telling me to get more towels?" he demanded, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Do we not have enough towels?" "Because it's better than standing there wringing your hands, sir," the butler replied with a wry smile before disappearing into the room. Finally, the sound of a baby's cry shattered the tense silence. Nick froze, his breath catching as Mrs. Thatcher opened the door. Her stern expression softened into a smile. "You've a fine son, Your Grace." Nick stumbled into the room, his knees buckling at the sight of Kate cradling a tiny swaddled bundle. Tears blurred his vision as he approached, sinking to his knees beside her. "Benedict Theo," Kate whispered, her voice weak but filled with love. "I want him to be called Benedict Theo." Nick pressed a reverent kiss to her brow. "It's perfect," he murmured, his voice breaking. "Just like you." The room was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight when Kate awoke. She turned her head to find Nick slumped in a chair, his arms folded across his chest, his expression softened in sleep. The sight filled her with a deep, abiding joy. "Nick," she whispered, brushing her fingers against his cheek to rouse him. "Do you know what today is?" His eyes opened slowly, and he smiled. "Christmas morning," he said softly, his voice hoarse with emotion. "The day my entire world changed. Because of your son?" Kate teased, her tone playful as she gazed at the sleeping baby in her arms. "No," Nick said, his hand cupping her cheek as his gaze turned reverent. "Because of your love. Benedict Theo is the embodiment of that love, but it is you who gave me everything I never thought I'd have." "Maddie and Charles are here?" Kate whispered. "And the children?" Nick smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Let's just say they're planning a surprise of their own." Nick carried Kate into the parlor, where the Christmas tree shimmered in the glow of 1,000 candles. The children and Maddie were clustered around the tree, their faces alight with wonder. "Happy Christmas, Mama!" Felicity cried, racing toward Kate. She stopped just short, her eyes wide as she gazed at the swaddled bundle in Kate's arms. "This is Benedict Theo," Kate said softly. The twins whooped, and Edward grinned broadly. Maddie's eyes filled with tears, and even Charles looked misty-eyed. The chaos of laughter and joy swirled around them, but Nick held Kate close, his lips brushing her ear. "Happy Christmas, my love," he murmured, his kiss rife with the promise of all the Christmases to come. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of An Offer from the Colonel, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.